Game of the World Tree Chapter 930 to Chapter 978. The information on the continent in the World of Dawn was quite abundant. Although the players had only been in this map for less than 2 years, their adventurous nature had left their footprints deep into the various regions of the continent. They might not be able to form a detailed map of the continent now, but it was more than enough to draw a rough outline and have a preliminary understanding of each region. It was the same for the Ice Castle and the Imperial Magic Academy. The information on the western continent compiled by the players did not have a detailed record of the Ice Castle. However, from the few words, it could be seen that before the Great Catastrophe, the Magic Academy on the peak of the mountain had gathered the essence of all the mages in the continent. Looking at the records in the system, Tony could not help but look at Aldous. If he remembered correctly, the only son of this sorcerer whose family had been destroyed was studying in the Imperial Magic Academy. After the Great Catastrophe, the roads in the continent were blocked, the sky darkened, and the abyss pollution spread continuously. People could only hide and struggle at death's door. This was probably the first time Aldous and the others had come here after the Great Catastrophe. At the same time, if Tony guessed correctly, they might not even know what the current situation of the Imperial Magic Academy was. They were not players who could disregard life and death and explore the continent map. They also did not have the game system of the players to share information. Aldous? After that, have you received any news about the Ice Castle? After a moment of silence, Bowles asked in a deep voice. Aldous was silent for a long time before he sighed. No. There was another long silence. The Ice Castle was the holy land of mages. There were many powerful mages. If there was no news after the Great Catastrophe, then, it would be the worst news. Everyone had witnessed the Great Catastrophe with their own eyes. They knew very well that in that terrifying catastrophe, the most dangerous thing was not the ordinary people, but the powerful professionals. The more powerful they were, the greater the danger they faced. Similarly, the Ice Castle, which had many magisters and even legendary mages, was probably greatly affected by the Great Catastrophe. It was obvious that the outcome of the Ice Castle was not optimistic. No news was the worst news. As the holy land of mages, there were thousands of ways to transmit information. The complete loss of contact was enough to explain some problems. Why don't we change our route? Go south or north, and play with the reinforcements. The Chosen One is not far from us. As long as we buy enough time, we can wait for them to join us. There's no need to continue heading east. Tony suggested. In fact, what he wanted to suggest most was to simply rest for 2 days, but this was just a thought. The mana-gathering core that they carried with them constantly absorbed mana and attracted fallen creatures would never allow them to stay in the same place for 3 days. The longer they stayed in one place, the more fallen creatures would target them, and the more dangerous it would be for them. Even if Tony's strength was no longer what it used to be, it was still not enough. He still couldn't fight 100 enemies alone, let alone if he was unlucky enough to attract a beast tide. Then, the enemies he had to face wouldn't be just 100, but tens of thousands, endless. Tony suggested changing the route, and for a moment, Bowles and Ramus's gazes rested on Aduz. Aduz was silent for a moment before he nodded slowly. Sure, the terrain of the snowy mountain is complicated. I'm afraid there are many fallen mages there. It must be very dangerous. It's not a bad choice to turn south or north. We just need to hold on for a few days. Seeing that Aduz agreed, Tony and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They turned to look at Morel, who was in charge of leading the way, only to find that the female mage was pursing her lips as she looked at the tattered map with her brows furrowed. What's wrong? Morel, did you encounter a problem? Ramus asked. We did encounter a problem, Morel let out a long sigh. As she spoke, she spread the map on the ground and gestured for a few people to come forward to take a look. Then, she pointed at a certain location on the map and said, Everyone, look, we're in this direction now. If we head east, we'll reach the snowy mountain. The terrain of this area is complicated. If we turn north, we'll enter the eastern basin, where the Eternal Church used to be in the World of Dawn. After the Great Calamity, I'm afraid it's also the most terrifying place for fallen creatures. With our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to pass through that hellish forbidden area. If we turn south, then, we'll enter the toxic swamp. The toxic swamp was an extremely bad area long before the Great Calamity. Now that the whole world has been polluted, the situation there will only be more severe. Everyone, whether we turn north or south, will encounter no less danger than the snowy mountain. It might even be more. Morel closed the map and smiled wryly. Then, we might as well continue to circle in the canyon forest. Although the concentration of magic here isn't low, at least, we're familiar with most of the monsters. Tony said. I'm afraid we can't. Morel glanced at the sky and sighed. Can't? Tony was stunned. That's right, Sir Tony. Look at the clouds in the sky. Aren't they a little redder than before? Morel pointed at the sky. Then, she explained, that's a sign of a magic outbreak. I'm afraid it might appear at any time in the next few days. If there's a magic outbreak, it'll inevitably be accompanied by a deeper level of pollution. At the same time, in areas like the canyon forest where there are many monsters, there's a great possibility of a terrifying super beast tide. Super beast tide. Tony's expression turned solemn. After entering the game, whether it was from the NPCs, the World Channel, or surfing the internet to look up information related to the world of Dawn in the Elven Kingdom, he had heard of the super beast tide more than once. Whether it was the NPCs or the players, when the super beast tide was mentioned, they all looked as if they were facing a great enemy. It was recorded on the official website that if they encountered a super beast tide in the wild, no matter how strong the player team was, they would be defeated. Obviously, if they continued to circle in the canyon forest, it was possible for them to step into an irrecoverable situation. I'm sorry, everyone. I was the one who suggested to keep going east. If we had changed our way of thinking at the beginning and only moved toward less dangerous areas, perhaps we wouldn't be as passive as we are today. Tony said apologetically. However, the strong warrior bulls patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Sir Tony, why are you blaming yourself? Going east was the joint decision of our team. Not to mention, the day of the beast tide is approaching. We should try to meet up with the reinforcements as soon as possible. Moreover, after the Great Cataclysm, even the safest place may contain fatal danger. That's right. The danger has always been there. After the Great Cataclysm, there's no place that's truly safe. Ramus nodded and said. Don't change the direction, let's just keep going. Compared to other places, although the weather in the snowy mountain is harsher, it's still better. Just as the two warriors were comforting Tony, the old mage Aduz suddenly said. Everyone was stunned and could not help but look at him. They wanted to say something but stopped. Noticing the gazes of his companions, the old mage smiled. He touched his worn-out staff and looked at the snowy mountains in the distance. He sighed softly and said, "Let's go." He sighed and said, "We have to face what we have to face. I also want to know how the ice castle is now." After saying that, he looked at the crowd and smiled again. Moreover, I heard from the great mage that the snowy mountain is covered with a giant magic array that calms magic. If we enter that place, the ability of the energy-gathering core to attract the fallen creatures might be weakened. After a discussion, everyone finally continued to move forward and entered the snowy mountain range. As they continued to move forward, the forest behind them gradually disappeared into the mountains. In everyone's eyes, only the white snow was left. The snowy mountain, as the name suggested, was a mountain range covered by snow. Even though it was not located in the polar regions, whether it was the peak or the foothills of the mountain range, it was always cold all year round. Everyone changed into thick coats and braved the wind and snow as they continued to move towards the east. Along the way, perhaps because of the white snow, the whole world seemed to be much brighter and was not as dark as before. As they continued to move forward, gradually, the temperature became lower and the sound of the wind became louder and the snowflakes became denser. At the same time, the group walked further and further away. Fortunately, along the way, other than the harsh weather, they did not meet a single fallen magical creature. Although the smell of pollution was still lingering in the air, there was only the whistling of the wind in the snowy mountain. By the way, although Aduz said that he wanted to take a look at the ice castle, when everyone entered the snowy mountain, he rejected this idea. After all, there were many advanced mages living in the ice castle. It is very dangerous now. We don't have to put ourselves in danger, let's take a detour. he said. Hearing this, everyone had a complicated expression, but they agreed with his decision. This was an escort, not an adventure. If they could avoid danger, they should avoid it as much as possible. Thus, the group went around the main peak of the snowy mountain and continued to move forward from the side, going over hill after hill. Finally, after they climbed up another hill, they finally saw the end of the snowy mountain. Although it was called the end, it was still very far away from them. But standing at the top of the hill and looking into the distance in the wind and snow, they could already see the dark green forest in the distance. Look! It's the forest. It must be the eastern forest. After crossing a few more mountains, we will be out of the snowy mountain range. Miller said excitedly. The eastern forest. I think I see green. This means that the pollution there is much lighter. Bowles looked into the distance, his face filled with excitement. It had been a long time since they saw a pure forest. After all, it is the east. The closer we are to Dawn Fortress, the lighter the pollution. If we reach Dawn Fortress, we will be able to breathe in the fresh air. Adosi smiled warmly. Looking at this distance, maybe we will be out of the snowy mountain in a few days. Ramus also said expectantly. But he was quickly met with Tony's ridicule. A few days? Mr. Ramus, we can only walk for a few days. The reinforcements will arrive at the latest the day after tomorrow. By then, we can just fly away. Are you serious? A flying magical beast? I have never sat on a flying magical beast in my life. What kind of creature is it? Can you tell me? Ramus opened his eyes wide and was full of anticipation. Haha, you will know when you see it. Tony laughed loudly. Let's go, it's downhill. We can finally walk more easily. He stretched his body and continued to walk forward. However, just as Tony took a step forward, it was as if he had hit an invisible wall and was bounced back. Faint ripples rippled in the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tony, on the other hand, fell to the ground. What happened? He was stunned. He stood up again, patted the snow off his butt, and continued forward. But, he was stopped at the same place again. This time, Tony was mentally prepared and was not directly bounced back. He stretched out his hands to feel and found that there seemed to be a barrier like an air wall in front of him, preventing him from going any further. What is this? An invisible wall? He was dumbfounded. And immediately after, Bowles and Ramus, who were following closely behind, were also bounced back by the invisible wall. Bowles did not believe it. He roared angrily, pulled out his huge battle axe, and chopped down with it. Then, he was bounced even further away with his axe. Bowles! Ramus exclaimed as he saw his old friend fly out and quickly chased after him. When he saw that Bowles had only crashed into the snow and left a human-shaped hole in the ground, he laughed heartily and relaxed. This is a magical barrier? Muriel walked to the invisible wall and stretched out her hand to feel it. She was shocked. Could it be, as if she suddenly thought of something, her expression suddenly changed. I'm afraid, it's the God-lamenting wall. Aduz walked over with the help of his staff and said. He looked at the invisible wall that was preventing them from moving forward and his gaze became serious. God's lamentation wall? Was it the forbidden magic barrier that was said to be able to cut the snowy mountains into two? It's been almost 1,000 years, it can still be used? Muriel exclaimed. That's right. I'm afraid it has been reactivated. Aduz nodded. Then, he sighed. I've seen the specific records of the God's Lamentation wall in the Archmage's notes. I'm afraid it's this. This magical barrier built with the ice castle as the center has power that surpasses the legendary level. Once it's activated, no one below the legendary level can break it. From the ground to the sky, no one can cross it. Once it's activated, only the core of the barrier can close it, which is the ice castle. At this point, he smiled bitterly and sighed. Fortunately, we discovered it early. The snowy mountain is so vast. If the chosen ones who came to support bumped into the God's Lamentation wall, they would definitely not be able to come over. They would have to take a detour. The day of the high-frequency outbreak of the beast tide is approaching. When those fallen creatures go crazy, they will rush everywhere. And with the magic energy gathering core, we will definitely be targeted. Don't forget, we're not too far from the canyon forest. If we delay any longer and something really happens, I'm afraid everyone will be in danger. It seems that we have to make a trip to the ice castle. After making the decision, everyone turned back and hurried in the direction of the ice castle. At the same time, Tony also told his two Chinese teammates about their encounter with the God Lamentation Wall and their next move through the team channel. God Lamentation Wall? Ice castle? Okay, see you later. Looking at the weather now, there will probably be a snowstorm later. Be careful. Ye replied in the team channel. After reading his message, Tony could not help but look up at the sky. The sky was still dark, but the rolling clouds seemed to have thickened. Flashing lightning could be seen vaguely in the clouds, bringing with it deafening echoes. On the snowy mountain, the howling of the wind seemed to have become louder. Tony was also keenly aware that the game system's magic concentration and abyssal pollution level monitoring indicators were slowly increasing. Tony frowned and felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Everyone, hurry up. A snowstorm might be coming. Aldous looked at the sky and said in a deep voice with a solemn expression. The group nodded and began to rush toward the main peak of the snowy mountain. The ice castle was located on the main peak of the snowy mountain. It was 2 mountains away from the group. Looking from the direction of the God Lamentation Wall, one could only see the mountain peak covered in snow in the distance. The appearance of the God Lamentation Wall made everyone feel a little disappointed. The gradually worsening weather also cast a layer of haze over this operation. For safety reasons, even the magic gathering core was handed over to Tony in the end. Aldous even specially instructed him to ignore the others and run with the magic gathering core if he really encountered danger. Tony wanted to decline tactfully, but in the end, he only received a few determined gazes and Aldous' almost pleading words. Lord Tony, you are the hope of this operation. As long as we can send the magic gathering core to Dawn Stronghold, even if we have to sacrifice ourselves, it will be worth it. Facing everyone's expectant gazes, Tony finally accepted. He had mixed feelings and felt inexplicably uncomfortable. At the same time, he made up his mind to do his best to bring everyone back. The journey started again. No one spoke. Everyone lined up and moved forward quietly. Only the howling of the wind was getting louder and louder. Gradually, the temperature began to drop significantly, and snowflakes began to appear in the air, dancing wildly in the wind. Finally, after traveling for about 2 hours, they arrived at the foot of Snowfill Peak. The wind whistled, and the snowflakes became denser. When the feather-sized snow crystals hit one's face, it actually gave one a faint feeling of pain. On the ground, the snow piled up like white sand was blown up again by the raging wind, forming wisps of white mist. If it weren't for the fact that they were all professionals, they probably wouldn't have been able to maintain their balance. Fortunately, the group had taken a shortcut according to the map. When they arrived at Snow Peak, they were not at the foot of the mountain, but at the mountainside. Standing on the mountainside, Tony raised his head to look at the peak. The peak was covered in white snow. Perhaps it was because he had taken a shortcut, but the peak was not as tall as he had imagined. It was just that the raging wind and snow had covered the peak, making it difficult to see clearly. After a short rest, the group set off again. However, it was a long and tiring journey. Coupled with the worsening weather, everyone's speed was much slower than before. Everyone, be careful. Don't fall behind. The snowstorm is not necessarily a bad thing. If the weather worsens, the fallen creatures may also hide. Adus cheered everyone on. Braving the increasing snowstorm, the group began to climb the mountain. As if to prove Adus' words, although the weather was getting worse, as the group continued to move forward, they were lucky not to encounter even a single monster. It was just that in the wind and snow, faint roars could occasionally be heard from afar, which made them tense up involuntarily. However, although the process was difficult, they were professionals after all. There were no monsters blocking the way. The group followed the stairs that had long been covered in snow and reached the peak in less than an hour. We're here. Mireille breathed a sigh of relief. The temperature at the peak seemed to have dropped even lower. Even as a professional, her voice was trembling because of the cold. Her face was a little pale, and a layer of ice crystals had already condensed on her eyebrows. Tony raised his head, and what greeted his eyes was a huge triumphal stone door. A line of unique words was engraved on the triumphant stone gate. Tony understood it with the help of the game system. It was the continental language for Ice Castle. Behind the stone gate, everything was misty and could not be seen clearly. It's a magic barrier. It's actually still running, Mireille said in surprise. If the Wall of Gods detective is still running, it's normal that the magic barrier is still running, Adu said. After that, he said to the group again, everyone, pay attention. Be prepared for battle. We may encounter some terrifying fellows next. The team members listened and nodded, their eyes serious. They gripped the weapons in their hands tightly and raised their spirits to 120%. I'll go first and observe the situation first. If I don't come out after 10 seconds, it means we're in danger. Mr. Aduz, take the energy gathering core first. Looking at the stone gate shrouded in fog, Tony, who was already at the peak of dark iron, said. Aduz hesitated for a moment and slowly shook his head. No, Mr. Tony, you can communicate with the other chosen ones. Your safety is the most important. Aduz is right. Your safety is the most important. The energy gathering core is also with you. Mireille and Ramus also said. That's right. I'll go. I'm a heavy armor warrior. It's safer. Warrior Bowles raised the axe in his hand and chuckled. Faced with the group's resolute rejection, Tony opened his mouth and finally gave up. Aduz patted Bowles' shoulder and silently chanted a spell to add a protective spell to him. Be careful, he reminded. Don't worry. Boris chuckled. Immediately after, he took a deep breath, focused his gaze, carried the axe, and stepped in. Seeing his figure disappear into the stone gate, the group held their breaths and held their weapons tightly. They looked in the direction of the stone gate and waited without turning away. 1 second. 2 seconds, Tony secretly counted down in his heart. Time passed second by second. However, the stone gate remained the same. The wind howled and snow fell like goose feathers. The group was getting more and more nervous. Finally, just as the time was about to expire, the fog in the stone gate suddenly churned. Bull's muscular figure suddenly walked out, unharmed. The group heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly went up to him. How is it? There's no one inside, nor are there any monsters. However, there should have been a dangerous battle. I can see some scratches and bloodstains. It should have been a long time ago, Bull said. The group was stunned and looked at each other. Finally, their gazes focused on Tony and Aduz. Tony and Aduz looked at each other and nodded. Let's go. Let's go in, Aduz said. Following his order, the group of people who were already prepared moved and entered the stone gate together. Tony walked in the middle. The moment he stepped through the stone gate, the surrounding scene changed drastically. The howling wind stopped, the thunder stopped, and the feather-like snow also stopped. The rolling clouds in the sky seemed to have become the background without any sound effects. What entered their eyes was no longer a snow-covered mountain range. Instead, it was a majestic group of buildings that formed a castle. However, most of the buildings in this group of buildings had collapsed. The scene was a mess. There were many traces of battle on the ground. There were also some broken staffs and swords. On the broken walls, there were claw marks and black bloodstains left behind by monsters. It looked like a long time had passed. And at the end of the group of buildings, there was a tall tower that pierced the clouds. Unlike the other buildings made of gray boulders, this tower was icy blue. It was majestic and beautiful. It's the Ice Tower. The Ice Castle is the wizard tower of the legendary wizard Ace. It's also the core of the entire Ice Castle. The control center of the God-lamenting wall is probably there. We have to hurry there. Aduz looked into the distance and said in a deep voice. Then, he looked around and reminded the group, be careful. There was a battle here. I'm afraid there are still monsters left. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Following the path of the ruined castle, the escort group was on full alert as they moved toward the ice tower. The interior of the ice castle was very quiet. Only the sound of heavy breathing and slow footsteps could be heard. Tony walked in the middle of the group. As he moved forward, he looked around cautiously from the corner of his eyes. He was ready to fight at any time. However, as the group moved forward, the entire ice castle seemed to be dead silent. There were no traces of life. Only the half-dead snow pine trees on the road vaguely brought a deep greenery to this once holy land of wizards. Finally, after about half an hour, the group finally arrived at the bottom of the ice tower. Unlike the view from afar, the group could only see the actual situation of the ice tower from up close. This huge wizard tower had a radius of about 100 meters. It was also covered in scars. It had obviously been baptized by battle. On the ground, there were scattered weapons and tattered wizard robes. Occasionally, there were bits and pieces of bones. The door of the ice tower was tightly shut. The surroundings were dead silent. Looking at the tall wizard tower, the group felt an indescribable pressure. Their minds were tense like never before. The peace along the way did not make them relax. Instead, it made them more vigilant. "Are we going in?" Miller looked at his teammates and asked. Aldous nodded. He was about to answer when he suddenly had a thought. He turned to look at the door of the ice tower. The somewhat dilapidated door made a rumbling sound as it slowly opened. Aldous' gaze turned serious. He gripped his weapon tightly and hurriedly called for the group to hide. The group did not hesitate. They followed him and hid behind a huge rock at the side. After the group hid, the stone door slowly opened. A young man, who looked to be about 24 or 25 years old, wearing a gorgeous green wizard robe, walked out. He was a little thin but had a handsome face and bright eyes. His gaze swept across the surroundings and finally focused on the huge rock that the group was hiding behind. Then, the young wizard snorted and said, "Don't hide anymore. Don't hide anymore. Come out. I can already sense you." The group's heart skipped a beat. They subconsciously looked at the leader, Aldous, but found that the old wizard's eyes were wide open. He was staring straight at the young man at the entrance of the ice tower. His lips moved. His expression was a mixture of excitement, sadness, joy, and nervousness, still not coming out. The young man frowned. He raised the delicate magic staff in his hand and pointed it at where the group was. Tony's heart skipped a beat. He was about to reply when he saw Aldous suddenly stand up. He looked at the young man with a complicated gaze. His voice trembled. Adrian, looking at Aldous, the young wizard was also stunned. The magic staff in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. His gaze was agitated, and his voice trembled. "Father?" The icy blue prisms were beautiful, shining with a dazzling light. The crystal-clear chandelier hung high, emitting a soft magical light. If it were not for the broken magic cube devices on the ground, the cracked walls, and the magic altar full of claw marks, this would probably be a luxurious and magnificent magic research room. This was the interior of the ice tower. The young wizard knelt in front of the cracked fireplace, chanting a spell to light up the magic fireplace. In front of the fireplace, Tony and the rest sat around a crystal table. Their gazes were curiously looking around, and also between Aldous and the young man. Aldous was also sitting in front of the crystal table. He leaned on his old magic staff and looked at the young man who walked back from the fireplace. His gaze was unprecedentedly gentle. "Everyone, let me introduce. This is my proud son, Adrian, who was called a magical genius by Sir Simeon." He proudly introduced Adrian to the group. Then, Aldous looked at his son, his gaze filled with longing and resentment. "Adrian, have you been here for the past few years? How have you been living these past few years? Where are the others? Since you're alive, why don't you go back? Don't you know I've been worried about you?" His voice was a little incoherent, as if he was very agitated. Hearing Aldous' words, the young man lowered his head slightly, his gaze filled with guilt. He sighed and said, "Father, I'm sorry. 3 years ago, the ice tower met with a disaster. All the high-ranked wizards went crazy. Even my mentor, Sir Ace, turned into a monster. Only a few survivors and I remained sane. Before they went completely crazy, my mentor passed the control of the ice tower to me and ordered me to seal the ice tower. Before I went crazy, my mentor told me that the stars were shifting positions, and the world was about to face a great calamity. However, no one would have thought that the calamity would start from the ice castle. The fallen mages were crazy and cruel, and had a strong power of corruption. To prevent the corruption of the ice castle from spreading, I followed my mentor's orders and activated all the magic barriers in the ice castle, isolating it from the outside world. The magic fireplace shone brightly, and Adrian told everyone the story of what happened in the ice castle after the great calamity. His expression was resolute, as if he was remembering the experience of the great calamity, and his eyes showed a hint of sadness. Hearing his words, Bowles and the others also showed a sad look. They also remembered what happened during the great calamity, and what they had experienced and seen. What happened after that? What about those monsters? And what about the other surviving mages? Aduz asked again. Dead, they're all dead. Adrian sighed softly. Before it became the Empire's Magic Academy, the Ice Castle was a fortress that defended against invaders, and for a period of time, it was used as a prison to imprison criminals, so the entire castle had a perfect magic barrier system. Sealing magic, imprisonment magic, weakening magic, purification magic, attack magic. The ice castle did not lack magic barriers and solidification magic. It was also because of these barriers and magic that we, the surviving mages, could resist the corruption of the fallen mages, and fight against them at the same time. The monsters that are corrupted by mages are very strange. Although we've weakened them with the magic barrier under our mentor's orders, they've become stronger by devouring each other. Some of them have even gradually regained their intelligence. In the end, we, the surviving mages, sacrificed our lives to cast forbidden magic, and finally perished together with the monsters. At this point, Adrian sighed softly, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. Until now, I still can't forget the moment our mentor, who was devoured by the corruption, was purified by us. His expression of relief when he regained a moment of clarity, and the gratified look he gave us before he died. Although I didn't hear his last words clearly, but I know that he hoped that we could nip the danger of the ice castle in the bud, and prevent the corruption from spreading. It's been more than a year. We paid a huge price and finally wiped out all the fallen mages. However, when I killed the last monster and was about to share the joy with my companions, I realized that I was the only survivor left in the ice castle. Those old friends, those comrades who fought against the monsters together after the upheaval, they are all dead. Adrian paused when he reached this part of the story. He reached out and touched the worn magic book on the bookcase with a sad look on his face. Adrian, since everything is over, why don't you leave? Don't you know how worried your fiancée is? She has been waiting for you to return. She has been waiting for you to return. Have you forgotten about her? Aduz said excitedly. In the end, he choked up a little. His eyes were red as he stared at Adrian. His body was trembling slightly, as if waiting for an explanation and answer from the other party. Adrian laughed bitterly, his face was apologetic. I'm sorry. Father, I've never forgotten my promise, and I've never forgotten Air. I want to leave too, but unfortunately, the Ice Castle seal is targeted at all beings who were in the Ice Castle when the seal was activated. That means that us surviving mages are included as well. The monsters can't leave here, and so can we. The monsters' powers are suppressed, and so are we. However, because our powers are much weaker than the monsters, we don't feel much of the suppression. To prevent the corruption of the ice castle from leaking out, before the magic barrier was activated, my teacher had completely rewritten the rules of the enchantment. Once the magic system of the ice castle is activated, the trapped beings can't shut down the magic system of the ice castle, so, I was trapped here until you all came. After listening to his story, everyone had a look of realization. Aduz looked at him with a complicated gaze. At this point, Adrian heaved a sigh of relief. He laughed in a relaxed manner. Father, it's great to see all of you. I thought that I was destined to die here, but with all of you here, the ice castle seal can be completely opened. Right, Father, how's the situation outside? Ever since the incident with the ice castle, the Empire hasn't sent anyone to investigate. Did something happen? How's Sister Vivian? And my two cute little nieces? Oh, I promised to teach them magic last year, but I broke my promise. They won't blame me, right? Looking at the young mage's bright smile and expectant gaze, everyone was slightly stunned, and could not help but look at Aduz. They wanted to say something but stopped, their gazes complicated. Tony's heart tightened. Vivian. That was the name of Aduz's dead daughter. However, after a moment of silence, Aduz squeezed out a smile. Very good. They're all very good. When we return, you can continue to teach them magic. Adrian, they like you so much, how could they blame you? Looking at Aduz's gentle smile, everyone was slightly stunned. Tony was even more stunned, not knowing why Aduz would lie to his son. Is that so? That's great. Adrian's face lit up with joy. Aduz also smiled warmly. However, in the next moment, his gaze revealed a hint of surprise, and looked towards the back of the hall. Adrian, why does that sculpture look so familiar? Adrian tilted his head, and slowly turned around. However, the moment he turned around, Aduz suddenly pulled out Ramus's sword, and under everyone's shocked gaze, stabbed it into Adrian's back. When the sword was pulled out, blood splattered everywhere. Adrian fell to the ground. Fa. Father? He slowly turned around, and looked at Aduz with a stunned gaze. However, Aduz's gaze towards Adrian was no longer gentle. In his eyes, there was only seriousness and anger. Aduz. Miller could not help but let out a cry of surprise. However, what he got in return was a roar from Aduz. What the hell? Back off. Following that, he threw Ramus's sword to Adrian, and with the other hand, he picked up his staff, and pointed it at Adrian, who fell to the ground, and said in a low voice. Airway is just a name I made up. Adrian does not have a fiancé. You're not Adrian, who are you? You're not Adrian, who are you? Aduz raised his staff and pointed it at Adrian, who had fallen to the ground. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. Tony was stunned by the sudden scene. However, in the next moment, he saw that the other three members of the team were equally shocked. Their expressions instantly turned serious as they drew their weapons and stood beside Aduz, looking at Adrian, who was bleeding profusely. Tony immediately understood, and instantly shifted his gaze landing on the young mage who had fallen to the ground. The young mage's eyes were wide open. He lowered his head and looked at the wound on his chest that was bleeding. He slowly raised his head and coughed out blood while looking at Aduz with a sad and disbelieving gaze. Fa. Father. I'm Adrian, W.H. Why? His eyes were filled with sorrow. Aduz's expression showed a hint of pain. He took a deep breath and gently closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was firm. No, my son is dead. You're not my son, you're the monster in the ice castle. After hearing Aduz's words, the young mage's gaze became even more sorrowful. He coughed out blood and struggled to reach out to Aduz. His gaze was filled with strong attachment and sadness. Father. Father, father. Father. He repeated it over and over again, his voice getting louder and louder. As he repeated the process, his skin gradually bulged with wriggling lumps of flesh. Blood gushed out from the wound in his chest, but it was no longer a dark red color, but a foul stench of filth and filth. Father. Father. He kept repeating it. His body started to swell and his expression became ferocious. His clothes were torn and his limbs started to grow black hair and scales. Soon, his body grew to almost 3 meters tall. At the same time, his aura started to grow along with his body. Attack together. Kill it. Aduz roared. As soon as he finished speaking, the people who were already prepared for battle roared and charged at the monster that was disguised as Adrian. The battle instantly broke out. However, just as the two sides clashed, the monster let out a furious roar. A powerful aura emanated from its body, and its thick arms grabbed the giant axe that Bulls was waving. Then, under his horrified gaze, it threw the heavy armor warrior and his giant axe away as if they were toys, crashing directly into the wall in the distance. A muffled sound could be heard as Bulls let out a muffled groan. He slowly slid down the cracked wall and fell unconscious. Bullseye! Ramus exclaimed in surprise. However, before he could do anything, a gust of wind blew over. Before he could react, he was punched in the chest by the monster. With the sound of bones breaking, Ramus spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a broken sack, smashing into Muriel, who was chanting a spell. The metal armor crashed into the female mage's body, and a series of bone-shattering sounds were heard. The huge inertia threw the two of them out, and they also crashed into the wall. They slowly slid down and never got up again. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When Tony, who lacked battle experience, reacted, the whole team had already lost half of their combat power. Only he and the old mage Aduz were left. Looking at the ferocious and terrifying monster, Tony was stunned, and his mood instantly sank to the bottom. Ramus! Muriel! Tony called out in a low voice and hurried over. When he touched their noses and found that they were still breathing, he instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Roar! A roar came from the monster's mouth. A terrifying aura accompanied by a foul stench came, and at the same time, Tony's stomach churned. He could not help but tremble, and his heart was in shock. Silver. Aduz's expression was very ugly. He gripped his staff so tightly that his nails were almost digging into his flesh. Father, why? The monster was still roaring. It had completely turned into a behemoth covered in scales and steel hair. Its yellow-green eyes, which were squeezed by lumps of flesh, stared at the old mage crazily. Thick, stinky mucus kept flowing out of its huge mouth with sharp fangs. Looking at its gradually solidifying, horrifying appearance, Aduz's gaze became more and more complicated. Devouring shadow scourge. Adrian. I'm late. He sighed slightly. Devouring shadow scourge, Tony's heart skipped a beat, and his mind immediately flashed back to the battles these days. He crammed on the knowledge related to the monsters in the Western continent. Among all the fallen monsters, this monster was mentioned. This monster was usually formed by the fall of mages. It was powerful and had an astonishing amount of magic. They thirsted for flesh and magic. Every time they devoured a new creature, they would turn into the other party's appearance, and obtain part of the other party's soul and memory. And as they continued to devour, they would also continue to improve their own intelligence. Thinking of this, Tony instantly understood the meaning of Aduz's words. I'm afraid, this monster that turned into Adrian was right. Adrian was indeed the last human mage, but, in the end, it was not him who defeated the monster, but the monster who devoured him. Not only that, the monster's strength was at least at the level of a silver. This was no longer something that he and Aduz could fight against. Even if he had the silver skill, Eagle Shot, he could only use it once. When they first arrived, it was because the silver tier monster was heavily injured and he ambushed it. At the same time, he was extremely lucky to be able to kill it. But in reality, when they met new silver tier monsters, they could only take a detour and run, but the monster's location was blocking the path to the ice tower. If they could not go deeper and turn to run, they would lose the chance to break through the god lamentation wall. No. Even if they ran, they might not be able to escape. Tony heard from bulls that when facing a fallen monster that was more powerful than himself, never think of running away. Because you can't run at all, you can only fight with your life. Although it was not a one-on-one situation, Tony knew that with just him and the old mage's strength, running away would be useless. After fighting for so long, he was no longer the noob he used to be. With his experience and the perception-type skill that he exchanged, he could sense that the monster's strength was not just any silver tier. And at this moment, Tony realized that the monster suddenly shifted its attention and looked at him. To be more precise, it was the package on his waist. Inside it was the magic gathering core that they were escorting. Looking at the monster's greedy eyes, Tony instantly understood. The magic gathering core was filled with magic. To the devourer Shadow Scourge, this was also a fatal attraction. I can't let this core fall into the monster's hands, or else, it would most likely be devoured and destroyed, Tony thought in his heart. He glanced at the coordinates of his Celestial Empire teammate and shouted to Aduz. Aduz. I'll hold him back. You take the magic gathering core and go into the ice tower to close the god lamentation wall. Our reinforcements will be here soon. As he spoke, he pulled open the package on his waist and threw it at Aduz. However, just as he threw the package out, Aduz raised his hand, and the package returned to Tony's hand under his astonished gaze as though it had been lifted by a force. No, Sir Tony, you go into the ice tower, I'll hold him back, he said with a determined gaze. Tony was stunned and instinctively wanted to reply that he did not know the structure of the ice castle and was not a mage. He also did not know how to close the god lamentation wall. However, as if guessing his thoughts, Aduz continued to speak. The core is at the highest point of the ice tower. As for how to close it, just destroy it forcefully. What about you? How can you withstand such a powerful monster? Tony shouted anxiously. Aduz smiled. That's something I need to worry about, he said softly. After he finished speaking, he threw his tattered mage hat on the ground and straightened his back. In the next moment, blue magic power started to burn on his body, and his aura instantly skyrocketed. As his magic burned, Aduz's aura instantly increased and reached the silver rank. However, his appearance started to age rapidly. Master Tony, our escort team did not have any silver rank, but we were able to make it this far. We have our trump cards. Aduz smiled. Then, he stopped smiling and snorted. He raised his staff with both hands and slammed it on the ground. A dazzling light exploded from the gem on the top of the staff, and thick vines broke out from the ground and wrapped around the monster tightly. As his magic exploded, the old mage seemed to have aged even more. His body was bent and he looked withered, like a falling leaf in autumn. Aduz! Tony exclaimed in surprise. Run! Don't let our efforts go to waste. Aduz shouted angrily. Tony was startled. Looking at the old mage's determined expression, his gaze was a little complicated. Tony glanced at his unconscious teammates, gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran into the ice tower. In the hall, only the old mage and the monster were left. Looking at Tony's figure disappearing into the ice tower, Aduz slowly retracted his gaze. His gaze fell on the monster, and there was a flash of sorrow and hatred in his eyes. Adrian. I'm here to avenge you, he muttered. Then, he raised his staff again and pointed it at the monster, and shouted, Come on. You ugly monster, let me see how strong you are. The ice tower shook violently, and the monster's roar could be heard from behind. Tony bit his lip and clenched his fists as he sensed the faint magical ripples. He ran up the stairs of the ice tower, and ran. His heart was filled with self-blame and unwillingness. If only he was a little stronger. If only he was a silver, or a gold, if only he was not in such a hurry to enter the ice castle, if only he killed more monsters before entering the snowy mountain, if only he was not stingy with the contribution points that he exchanged for the silver profession advancement slot, and used the contribution points to exchange for it earlier. If that was the case, maybe he could be promoted to silver, maybe he could fight against the monsters. If that was the case, these NPC companions that he had fought side by side with for so many days would not be in danger. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. At this moment, Tony felt so powerless and weak. He continued to run and run. The aftermath of the battle behind him was getting farther and farther away. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to hear Aduz's angry roar and the monster's roar. He couldn't stop, he couldn't turn back. He kept going up the spiral staircase. Gradually, the sounds of the battle behind him became softer and softer, and the frequency of the ice tower's vibrations also became lower and lower. Finally, even Aduz's indistinct roar could no longer be heard. Tony was breathing heavily. He gently closed his eyes, his expression sorrowful. When he opened his eyes again, there was only determination in his eyes. I will complete the mission, he muttered. Then, he shouted angrily and ran towards the top of the tower at an even faster speed. At this moment, he really hoped that the height of the ice tower would be lower. However, the top of this towering mage tower was so far away. Gradually, the ice tower began to tremble again, as if the footsteps of a giant were echoing within the tower. The sounds of battle had completely disappeared. Tony's movements paused slightly. He looked back and faintly heard heavy breathing coming from the bottom of the tower. It was a monster. The other party was going up the stairs, chasing after him. At this moment, Tony already knew the outcome of the battle. He clenched his fists, and tears flashed in the corners of his eyes. Then, he suddenly turned back, shouted angrily, and quickened his pace. Run, run. Finally. After running for an unknown amount of time, Tony finally saw light. He jumped up, climbed the last step, and finally reached the top of the tower. This was a circular hall. In the center of the hall, there was an altar carved with exquisite magic patterns. On the altar, there was an ice blue crystal ball, emitting a gentle halo. The halo covered the entire hall, and a translucent pillar of light went up the crystal ball, through the round hole at the top of the tower, and into the sky. Tony knew that this was the target. He panted heavily and dragged his feet to the crystal ball. He gritted his teeth, raised the steel sword that Ramus gave him, and slashed down. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the crystal ball shook, and a crack appeared on it. At the same time, the system notification that the experience points had been received also appeared in his vision. At this moment, the light in the hall at the top of the tower trembled slightly. Seeing this scene, Tony raised his eyebrows. However, just as Tony was about to slash down again, the ice tower trembled, and heavy footsteps came from the stairwell. "Tony, we have reached the God-lamenting wall. How are things on your side? When can you close the God-lamenting wall?" In the team channel, there was a message from the Chinese players. His gaze swept across their messages, but Tony did not reply. Instead, he turned his head and looked behind him. The footsteps were getting closer, and a black shadow flashed across the wall that was illuminated by the blue halo. The next moment, accompanied by a low roar, the figure of the engulfing shadow critter appeared in Tony's sight again. There were scars left by magic on its body, and its aura was slightly weak. And between its ferocious claws and the corner of its mouth dripping with pus, there were still traces of blood and fragments of its mage robe. Seeing the scars on the monster's body, Tony clenched his fist even tighter. He looked coldly at the monster, and the monster looked at him greedily. The next moment, the monster roared and charged toward him. However, just as the monster touched the light blue light at the top of the tower, it seemed to have hit an invisible barrier and bounced back instantly. It growled and continued to hit the invisible barrier, but it could not penetrate it at all. Tony looked at the monster with an expressionless face. He knew that as long as the God-lamenting wall was there, the magic barrier system in the ice tower would work normally, and the monster would not be able to reach the top. His gaze swept across the conversation with the Chinese players. Tony looked at the flashing crystal ball, and then at the monster that was greedily looking at him. He sighed softly, placed the energy core beside the crystal ball, and asked in the chat channel, "Mr. Ye, what are the most powerful skills of the Silver Warrior profession, the skills with the most explosive power?" Ye was stunned. "Why are you asking this? Are you going to level up?" It should be Blood Rage, and Tempest Slash. Blood Rage is the advanced skill of Berserk. It also burns vitality, but it's very explosive. Tempest Slash is also very famous. It's very destructive, but it's also a one-time use skill. You'll basically collapse after using it. What are you doing? Is the God-lamenting wall hard to deactivate? His gaze swept across the Chinese players' messages, but Tony did not explain further. Come quickly. His reply was concise and comprehensive. Then, he closed the chat channel, and took out the small statue of the goddess that Morale gave him when he entered the ice castle, logged into the exchange system, and spent 200,000 contribution points to exchange for the silver class change slot, and pre-purchased the 2 silver skills, Blood Rage, and Tempest Slash. Then, Tony looked at the monster again. Do you want to come in? He suddenly smiled. The monster looked at him greedily, and growled. The next moment, its body slowly changed, and it actually turned into the figure of the young Mr. Adrian. However, compared to when Tony first saw it, there was a hint of madness in its eyes. Give me. Give me. The monster that had turned into a human stretched out its hand, and scratched at the air. Tony's smile slowly faded. Give you? All right. Then let's see if you have the ability to take it. After that, he roared, and once again used the silver skill, Eagle Shot. But this time, the target was not the monster, but the crystal ball in the ice tower. Accompanied by the eagle's long cry, and under the blinding flash of the sword, the crystal ball suddenly shattered. And what also shattered was the magic system that maintained the magic barrier of the ice castle. With the protective barrier shattered, the monster lost its obstruction, and rushed towards Tony, but at this moment, time seemed to have slowed down for Tony. A series of system messages flashed across his vision. Shattered magic crystal, gained 3470 EXP, ding, EXP is full, silver clash change slot detected, clash change? Ding, predetermined silver skill obtained from clash change, learn it immediately after clash change? New messages flashed across Tony's vision. Tony gripped his longsword tightly, and his voice was resolute. Yes. The next moment, a golden light bloomed on his body. His aura instantly skyrocketed, and surpassed the level of black iron, officially becoming silver. However, he did not look happy at all. The monster bared its fangs and brandished its claws at him. Tony did not dodge. Blood rage, he whispered, and used the skill that he had just learned. The crimson-red light flowed around his body, bringing with it a whirlwind, blowing his hair. Then, his aura skyrocketed again. Storm, he raised the longsword in his hand, and whispered again. The sword hummed softly, and whirlwinds began to revolve around the sword. The restless aura began to condense on the longsword. Tony roared, and poured all his power into the longsword after advancing to silver. The next moment, a blinding flash of the sword exploded in Tony's hand. He waved the longsword, and in the midst of the whirlwind, he slashed at the monster. Die. There was a roar. A terrifying burst of energy, and it turned into a tornado of wind blades, and swept towards the monster. The monster roared, and instantly collided with the sword aura that turned into a wind blade. The wind blades left hideous wounds on its body, and with a cry of pain, its huge body was split into two by the storm's slash. Then, its huge body slowly fell to the ground. With all his strength, the steel sword in Tony's hand also shattered into pieces with a soft sound. A black iron-level sword could not withstand the power of a silver. Then, spots of light appeared on the monster's body, and the huge body turned into photons, and shattered with a bang. Tony, who had lost all his power, fell to the ground. His consciousness gradually blurred. Before his consciousness disappeared, he seemed to hear a loud dragon's roar and a burst of exclamations. Through the round skylight of the ice tower, he seemed to be able to see a majestic behemoth. The next second, Tony did not know anything. When Tony woke up again, he found that he was no longer in the ice tower. What entered his eyes was an elegantly decorated ceiling. The gorgeous chandelier flickered with dense light, looking magnificent. This was a bedroom of about 20 square meters. The walls were made of stone, like a medieval castle, but it was much more gorgeous and bright than the dark castles in stories. Tony lay on a large, soft bed, his eyes a little dazed. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly looked at his profile picture, only to find that the large number under his profile picture was still 41. That was the first level of the lower silver rank. Tony was slightly stunned. He clearly remembered that he had used blood rage and would definitely die. He did not have enough resurrection tokens. Logically speaking, he should have lost a level after waking up. However, his current level was still silver. Even his profile picture frame was silver, which symbolized silver. That means I'm not dead. Tony was astonished. At this moment, the bedroom door was gently pushed open, and a male elf in silver armor walked in. He saw Tony sitting up on the bed and was slightly stunned. Then, he revealed a bright smile and greeted him. Oh. You're awake? How did you sleep? You are, Tony asked doubtfully. Tisk, you've been my teammate for so many days, but you didn't look at my appearance? The male elf raised his eyebrows. Then, he smiled and extended his hand. Mr. Tony, hello, I'm Ye. Ye, Tony was stunned, then his eyes lit up. At this moment, a loud dragon's roar came from outside the window. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the window, only to see a huge black shadow flash past in the hazy night sky, revealing the twinkling galaxy under the boundless night sky. Under the river of stars, the brightly lit city continued to extend into the distance. Looking down from above, the entire world seemed to become somewhat small. At this moment, Tony realized that he was probably at a very high altitude. He looked out of the window, his gaze lost. This is the eastern part of the continent, and also your destination. Ye said. With that said, he smiled again and extended his hand to Tony. Friend, welcome to Dawn Stronghold. The resplendent starry sky flickered in the sky, a scene that Tony had never seen before. Only in areas where the pollution had been purified could this magnificent galaxy be seen. On the observation deck of Dawn Fort, Tony, who had put on his clothes again, looked at the beautiful starry sky while listening to Ye's narration. He finally understood what had happened after he fell unconscious. Mr. Tony, I didn't expect you to be so talented in battle. You actually managed to kill a veteran ghoul succubus with just blood rage and storm slash after leveling up. It's a good thing that we arrived in time. Otherwise, the side effects of blood rage would have kicked in and you would have dropped a level. Class change slots are all one-time use. I reckon that you don't have enough resurrection coins. If you really drop in level, then you'll have to start from scratch. However, thanks to you guys, the energy gathering core has already been sent to the altar. We can start to reactivate the teleportation portal early tomorrow morning. By the way, in order to thank you for your help, our guild leader, Big Meow, has said that he'll give you an additional 300,000 contribution points. The celestial player, Ye, patted Tony's shoulder enthusiastically. However, standing on the observation deck of Dawn Fort, Tony did not look that excited. Following Tony's gaze, Ye's gaze landed on the night view of the city in the distance. He smiled and said proudly, "It's a magnificent sight." "How is it?" "Isn't it magnificent?" The City of Dawn was built by the adorable committee. Although it was built much later than Saltem and is not large in scale, it's definitely one of the largest cities in the world of Dawn. "Mr. Tony, how is it? Are you interested in joining our guild? Our guild leader admires you for completing the mission perfectly and is willing to invite you to join as a core member." Although our guild is the Celestial Guild, we have quite a number of international players. Hearing Ye's words, Tony forced a smile. He sighed and said, "Perfect." "Perfect? No. I said that I would bring my friends, but in the end, I was the only one." "How is that perfect?" "Friends?" Ye was stunned. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression became strange. "Are you talking about the NPC believers who came with you?" "No, they're here too." Not dead?" Tony was stunned. "Yes, but they almost died. Fortunately, we arrived in time." The healing theurgy of the goddess isn't just for show. However, their faith hasn't reached the point where they can activate the mission system, and they haven't officially registered with the church. Therefore, after coming to the City of Dawn, they can't enter yet. They have to. "Hey! Where are you going?" Ye couldn't help but yell when he saw Tony's eyes light up all of a sudden before he turned around and ran out of the fortress. Not dead, everyone was not dead? Tony cheered in his heart as he ran. After so many days of being together, it was difficult for him to treat them as NPCs who had completed the mission. The gentle and wise Aduz, the simple and honest Boris, the carefree Ramus, and the kind and attentive Muriel, in Tony's heart, they had already become his friends. He did not care about rewards. He could slowly improve his power. But these NPC friends were different. If they were sacrificed, they would really be sacrificed. Tony ran out of the Dawn Fort with an excited expression. The players who passed by looked at him curiously and suspiciously. But he did not care. He ran to the streets and looked at the bustling night market. He looked at the people coming and going. At this moment, Tony gradually calmed down. Wait, he did not seem to have the time to ask Ye where his companions had gone. Looking at the bustling and blurry streets, Tony stopped. Then, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Respected Lord Chosen One, what are you looking for?" Hearing the old and gentle voice, Tony trembled slightly. He slowly turned around and saw the old mage Aduz with a hunched back. He wore his old mage hat crookedly and held a staff in his hand. He was smoking a long pipe while looking at him with a smile. The two of them looked at each other. After a while, they laughed at the same time. In the bustling tavern, the bards played and the drinkers tasted wine intertwined. As a tavern in the main city built by players, it was always lively 24 hours a day. In front of the window of the tavern, Tony and Aduz sat facing each other at a wooden table. Beside them were the recovered Boris, Ramus, and Muriel. "So, you thought we were all killed in the end?" No, 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 we haven't even opened a small tavern. How could we leave so easily? Boris laughed heartily. Ramus, on the other hand, took a big gulp of ale with an intoxicated expression. Awesome. So, Mr. Tony, as I said, everyone is alive and... well. On the other side, Ye drank a mouthful of elven flower tea and said with a smile. Our Meng committee will not always be late when we take action. Beside him, an elven girl was recommending delicious mousse cake to the uneasy wizard Muriel. That was another Chinese player, Nai. Looking at the few of them in high spirits, Tony's smile was much brighter. However, when he saw Aduz drinking while smiling, there was a hint of sadness in the depths of his eyes, and his smile gradually faded. Aduz. I'm fine. I just thought of Adrian. Aduz shook his head slightly. As he spoke, he sighed slightly. Mr. Tony, do you know? At the end of the battle at the ice tower, I thought the monster would devour me, but it let me go in the end. As he spoke, his gaze was complicated. It's Adrian, I know. His memories are affecting the monster. The monster devoured him, and he became a part of the monster. I'm not a qualified father. Until the end, I was protected by my own son, but I couldn't do anything for him. At this point, Aduz's expression became more and more sad. Tony was at a loss for words. He did not know how to comfort him. Looking at his uneasy expression, the old wizard smiled again and finished his ale in one gulp. Don't worry. I've already gotten over it. I'm just a little sad. The dead are gone, and we have to move on. I don't think Mr. Adrian would want to see his father depressed. Mr. Tony, I still have to thank you. You gave him relief. No, Aduz. I'm sorry. I couldn't save your son. Tony said gloomily. Aduz laughed out loud. Haha, no, Mr. Tony. You did the right thing. From the moment he was devoured by the monster, he was no longer him. You gave him relief, and you also helped him take revenge. Let's drink. Today, to celebrate the completion of the mission, we must drink to our heart's content. As he spoke, he raised his cup again. Looking at his relieved expression, Tony also picked up his ale. He took a sip. It was clear, but there was a hint of sweetness. At the same time, there was a spicy aftertaste. The group drank one cup after another, until everyone was a little drunk. Ye, who was burping, looked at the time. He swept his gaze across the seats and suddenly laughed. Everyone, as a first-time guest in the City of Dawn, do you want to see the most beautiful scenery here? The most beautiful scenery? Everyone was stunned. Follow me. Ye stood up and walked out of the pub. Everyone looked at each other drunkenly, then got up and followed him out. After leaving the tavern, Ye went to the streets. Tony and the rest followed him curiously. The cool night breeze blew over, dispelling some of their drunkenness. It was already 4 a.m. The streets of the City of Dawn were no longer as bustling as before. The number of elfin chosen ones walking around was also much lesser than when they first entered the tavern. Ye stood on a piece of empty land. He raised his head, placed his right hand by his mouth, and blew a whistle. The whistle pierced through the sky. Soon, a loud dragon's roar could be heard from afar. Then, under the shocked gazes of Tony and the rest, a huge shadow shrouded the sky and slowly descended. A strong gust of wind blew. Tony widened his eyes and looked over. He could not help but exclaim. Megalosaurus! It was a majestic red dragon that was more than 20 meters long. Ye and Nai seemed to enjoy the respectful gazes of the crowd. They patted the red dragon's lowered head and introduced it to the crowd. Let me introduce you. This is our contract partner, the red dragon Sibius. Rua. The red dragon raised its head proudly and let out a long cry. Then, Ye and Nai jumped onto the red dragon's back and extended their hands to the crowd. Let's go. We'll bring you to our destination. Tony, Aldous, and the rest looked at each other. They suppressed their excitement and boarded the gold dragon that only existed in legends in the world of Dawn. After everyone was seated, the red dragon roared again. It flapped its huge wings and soared into the sky. This was Tony's first time riding on a megalosaurus. It was also his second time flying in the sky in Elfin Nation. However, compared to the shock he had when he first entered the game, he was now filled with curiosity and excitement. The red dragon spread its wings and soared high. The scenery on the ground became smaller and smaller. The brightly lit city of dawn gradually disappeared into the distance. Even the fortress became smaller and smaller. The wind blew. Tony looked down at the ground. His state of mind was very different from when he first entered the game. Although the sky was still dark, Tony and the others were not ordinary people. They could still see the scene on the ground clearly. As far as the eye could see, the area under the control of the City of Dawn that had been purified by the players was no longer desolate and dilapidated. Instead, it was thriving. Aduz and the others were even more excited. Looking at the lush forest that was faintly visible in the night and the lake that was sparkling under the moonlight, their eyes were unprecedentedly bright. How beautiful, Melaire could not help praising him. Her eyes were blurred as she looked down at the night view of the city and the forest and lake under the twilight. She couldn't look away for a long time. The more beautiful ones are yet to come. Nai smiled. As she spoke, she patted the red dragon's neck. Ebius, fly faster. The red dragon let out a long roar in response. The group flew higher and higher, further and further away. Finally, after flying for about 10 minutes, they finally landed on a mountaintop. This was a towering mountain in the southeast of Dawn Fortress. It was close to the ocean. Standing on the mountain, one could see the boundless sea in the distance, as well as the brightly lit City of Dawn on the shore. The waves crashed against the reefs. The cool sea breeze brought with it the unique smell of the sea, completely dispelling their drunkenness. It's the sea. I haven't seen the sea for a long time. Boris's eyes lit up. Tony also raised his eyebrows. He looked at the boundless ocean and then at the smiling Yi. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Mr. Ye, what you invited us to see isn't just the sea, right? Of course. Ye nodded. Then, he looked at the time in the system and muttered to himself, looking at the time, it should be about time. Tony was stunned. Just as he was about to ask something, he heard Muriel exclaim, "That's right. Look. To the east." Hearing her voice, Tony instinctively looked in the direction she was pointing. In the distant sea, it was as if in an instant, the previously dark sky had turned white. That white was quiet at first, then moved. It rolled in the clouds where the water met the sky, creating layers of beautiful colors. White, light red, crimson, pink, red, deep purple, deep gold. In the next moment, the light refracted and splashed out, painting everyone's eyes. Everyone only felt that their eyes were filled with beauty. Then, they suddenly felt their eyes light up as a ball of golden light appeared. The pure gold was indescribable. It was like a light that pierced through the darkness, sacred and brilliant. That ball of gold was on the verge of appearing among the myriad of colors. At this moment, all the beauty became secondary. Suddenly, there was a tremor. A golden red sun jumped out, rising from the sea. In an instant, the colorful clouds retreated. The floating clouds were silent. Millions of fragmented golden rays whizzed through the clouds like arrows. The light pierced through the clear blue sky and sea, casting gorgeous colors on the sparkling sea. The sun. It's the sun. Sunrise. It's the sunrise. Ramus was excited. His voice was trembling. Beside him, Aduz, Bowles, and Miri were all intoxicated and excited. The sun. It's really the sun. An unpolluted sky, a radiant sun. The old mage's voice trembled, and the corners of his eyes were moist. Seeing how touched they were, Tony's gaze softened. He knew that they had not seen such beautiful scenery for a long time after the great cataclysm. Day after day of fighting, without the darkness of the sun. To them, this sunrise was the light of hope. Isn't it beautiful? I also like to watch the sunrise here. When we first came to this world, the entire sky was dark. However, almost 2 years have passed. With our efforts and the church's efforts, the sky and sea have finally returned to their original color. Looking at their dazed gazes, Ye smiled. Then, his expression turned serious. Bring light to the world of dawn, let the warmth of the sun shine on every corner of the continent, let the earth bloom with vitality, and let the faith of the goddess spread to every corner of the world. This is the mission of us, the chosen ones of the elves, who have come here. Everyone, are you interested in officially joining us and becoming a member of the Church of Life? To dispel the darkness of the world of dawn and to bring hope and light to the despairing creatures, will you fight together? Looking at Ye's sincere gaze, Aduz and the others were stunned. They looked at each other and asked cautiously. Lord Heaven's chosen one, can ordinary humans like us do it too? Why not? As long as we're believers of the goddess, as long as we fight for the same goal, then, we're comrades. Ye smiled. Hearing his words, Aduz and the others were moved. They took a deep breath and drew a symbol of the scepter of life on their chests. Of course, Lord Chosen One, we're willing to officially join the Church of Life. For the great goddess, for the future of the world of dawn. Ye smiled happily. Then, he looked at Tony. Mr. Tony, what about you? Have you thought about joining us? Looking at Ye's kind expression, Tony knew that Ye was not only referring to the Church of Life but also the Mengmeng Committee. He looked at the beautiful scenery in the distance again and turned to the west. Compared to the beautiful scenery in the east, the depths of his vision were still dark and chaotic. Images of the past few days of escorting the energy-gathering corps flashed through his mind. Looking at the agitated expressions of Aduz and the others, and recalling the tragic scenes he had seen in the gathering point of the cataclysm, Tony already had an answer in his heart. If possible, he hoped that more people in the Western continent could see this beautiful scenery. Even if they were NPCs. No, in his opinion, the people here were no longer NPCs. As a player who had descended, he was willing and wanted to do something for the world he was born in. He felt that this was his mission as a player. And he was willing to have a goal to fight for an elven nation. Of course, I'm willing to join you, Mr. Ye. Tony nodded. Haha, welcome, brother Tony. Ye laughed heartily. Tony returned a friendly smile. He shifted his gaze again and looked at the city of Dawn and the majestic Dawn fortress by the shore. The sun rose, and the magnificent city and fortress were covered in a layer of golden light. The entire world seemed to be gradually recovering. Dawn arrived. Tony knew that his journey in Elven Kingdom had only just begun. Sunrise, and, Your Majesty. Have you forgotten about the glory of the Empire? Please reconsider our proposal. In a simple wooden house, two white-haired nobles in dire straits were kneeling on the ground, pleading earnestly. Please reconsider our proposal. Behind them, a few hooded knights were kneeling on one knee, speaking in unison. In the house, a beautiful blonde girl with green eyes was sitting in front of a wooden table. She looked at the kneeling crowd with one hand supporting her head while the other played with her beautiful golden hair. Her expression was distant and helpless. I'm sorry, Rosen. Valencia, I'm very satisfied with the current situation. Please don't mention this name in the future. The girl shook her head and said. She stood up from the chair and said to the few of them, I don't know how you know I'm here, but this is the last time. Don't let me see you again, or else. Don't blame me for being rude. Don't forget who my teacher is. Leave, I'm going out. Don't disturb my life anymore. The girl ordered them to leave. Your Majesty. The two old nobles repeated themselves, their expressions pleading. Seeing how stubborn they were, the girl's emerald green eyes looked up slightly and she rolled her eyes. She rubbed her temples, combed her beautiful golden hair, and sighed. I'll say it one last time, please leave. She stood up and walked out of the house. Your Majesty. Are you willing to be called the incompetent and pitiful Maria of a fallen country by the Secretary of History? Have you forgotten the glory of the Terrence family? Are you willing to be a wandering mage without anyone to rely on and let the nobles of the empire be bullied by the ignorant commoners? The destitute nobles and knights shifted their positions and blocked her way. They said sorrowfully again. Hearing their words, the girl's expression instantly turned cold. Her gaze swept across the kneeling nobles and knights and she laughed coldly, stretching out her white arm. I'll count to 3. If you don't scram, I'll make my move. 1, 2, 3. The girl coldly counted the number. However, the people kneeling on the ground still did not move. Looking at the unmoving nobles and knights, a trace of disgust flashed in the girl's eyes. She coldly snorted, and a powerful magic power gathered around her. The restless magic power turned into wind blades, and raged toward the wooden house. For a moment, a fierce wind blew. Wind blades that were sharper than knives flew toward the nobles and knights, blocking the way, cutting their clothes and leaving streaks of blood on their faces. Feeling the piercing pain on his face and the shocking magic power, the abject nobleman raised his head in fear. When they saw the girl who was bursting with magic and the increasingly terrifying wind blades in the air, they were scared witless and hurriedly scrambled out of the house. A bunch of ambitious, selfish, and arrogant cowards. Pitiful worms who don't even have a silver rank, do they still think that I'm the same puppet as before? The young girl said disdainfully as she looked at the people who were running away. Then, she sighed again. These lingering fellows. Since they found my residence, they definitely won't give up. Looks like it's time for me to move again? With a soft sigh, she looked at the small but exquisite wooden house with some reluctance and began to pack her luggage. There wasn't much luggage to carry. As a silver-ranked archmage who moved frequently, the girl had a high-level storage ring that many spellcasters dreamed of. Her luggage of all sizes was stuffed into the storage ring. What she really needed to carry with her was just some lighter clothes and dry food that she deliberately picked out to conceal the existence of the storage equipment. It couldn't be helped. Although the storage equipment was useful, if it was too ostentatious, it would also bring trouble. And this all started from 10 years ago. Since the revolution that changed the history of the Seegers 10 years ago, the concentration of magic power in the origin world that had merged with the world tree was no longer what it used to be. The once high and mighty silver-ranked professionals were now just slightly stronger extraordinaries in the continent. However, although the extraordinary power of the entire continent was no longer what it used to be, the growth of extraordinary equipment was somewhat unable to keep up with the growth of the number of extraordinaries. Storage equipment, which was already scarce, was now relatively scarce. Especially after the number of elven chosen ones in the elven forest increased. These descending world tree dependents' desire for storage equipment was even far greater than that of other professionals. Where there was demand, there was a market. Naturally, storage equipment became more and more in demand. And this also caused many people with bad intentions to start having some bad thoughts. Robbery and the like were not uncommon at all times. The rich elven chosen ones liked to buy these ill-gotten storage equipment on the black market the most. Therefore, some mercenaries and adventurers naturally saw this as a business opportunity. Every time they encountered a lone professional, they would observe if the other party had any storage equipment. If the other party was weak, they would not hesitate to rob them. Finally, they would sell the spatial equipment to the elven chosen one and make a fortune. Although the Life Church had strictly prohibited this and sent out the chosen ones to specifically suppress the mercenaries and adventurers who participated in this kind of activity, this kind of vile thing was still not uncommon. Especially in the eastern part of the continent where the Life Church's control was weaker. Benefits moved people's hearts. As long as the benefits were big enough, people would be willing to take the risk no matter how big it was. It was also because of this that every time she embarked on a journey, the girl would conceal herself very well. Although as a peak great mage who was only one step away from the gold rank, the girl was not afraid of this kind of robbery. But most of the time, it was better to have less trouble. Putting on a clean coarse robe and tying her long golden hair into a high ponytail, the girl left the wooden house. The warm sunlight shone through the gaps in the forest and onto the ground, casting a gorgeous radiance. The girl raised her head to look at the sky. The sky was clear and boundless, and the entire sky seemed to have been washed, blue and translucent. White clouds floated slowly like cotton, covering the golden sun from time to time. Beside her ears, the soft sound of spring water accompanied by the cheerful singing of birds played a natural movement. Listening to the crisp singing, the girl's somewhat unhappy mood gradually calmed down. This was a lush forest. The wooden house the girl lived in was located in the forest. The wooden house was not big. It was surrounded by a low fence, and some commonly used magic plants were planted. A winding and clear river came from afar, passing by the wooden house and extending into the distance. The silhouettes of the fleeing nobles and knights had already disappeared at the end of the winding stone path. The girl turned back and took a deep look at the home she had lived alone for nearly 4 years. She sighed slightly and left the forest. Outside the forest, there was an endless wheat field. The golden wheat waves extended into the distance, divided into two by the winding stone path. In the fields, farmers and women could be seen working hard. When they saw the girl carrying her luggage from afar, they would put down their work and greet her warmly. "Good morning, Miss Maria. Miss Maria. I'm so happy to see you. Miss Maria, thank you for helping to treat my child's illness last time. This is the fruit I just picked from my family's field, please take some back." "Eh? Miss Maria, where are you going?" These farmers were villagers from the nearby villages. They greeted the girl warmly and respectfully. The girl smiled and replied to them one by one. "Good morning, Uncle Brooke. Aunt Misha, I'm happy to see you too. Haha, Grandpa Bruin, this is what I should do. You don't have to be so polite. Oh. Aunt Katrin, I'm going on a long journey. It will probably be a long, long journey." "A long journey? Are you leaving this place?" Hearing the girl's words, the villagers were stunned and hurriedly asked. The girl hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. "Yes, I've stayed here long enough. It's time for me to embark on a new journey." Hearing her words, everyone's expression changed. They all showed reluctance to part with her. "Why? Mademoiselle Maria, are you unhappy living here?" "Miss Maria, you helped me treat my father's illness last time, but I haven't treated you to a proper meal yet." Yes, you've helped us so much, and we haven't had the time to thank you properly." That's right. "Miss Maria, if you leave, who will we ask for help when we encounter problems we don't understand in the future?" The villagers were all talking at once, looking at the girl with eyes full of reluctance. Looking at these simple and sincere villagers, the girl's gaze became softer and softer. She clearly remembered that when she first came here alone, she was still unfamiliar with the place and the people. At that time, the war in the eastern Seegers had yet to be completely quelled, and all the residents were deeply wary of professionals. At that time, although the Life Church, which had footprints all over the continent, had nominally become the guardian of the world of Seekers, in reality, they had yet to set foot in this paradise-like village. However, more than 3 years had passed, and she was now able to mix with the residents here. Now, she had been accepted by this paradise-like village in the easternmost part of the continent, becoming a member of the village. And now, the figures of believers of Life Church were becoming more and more common in the eastern Seekers. The girl liked this place very much, and liked these simple residents very much. Before leaving that cage, she had never felt so sincerely treated like this, and she had made many friends here. However, she knew that her identity had already been exposed, and those nobles who were still unwilling to give up would continue to pester her. She knew very well what those people were like, and she did not want to continue staying here and cause trouble for the people in the village. If only teacher was still here, at some point, this thought would surface in the girl's mind. However, she quickly shook her head and threw this somewhat dependent thought to the back of her mind. Teacher was teacher, and she was herself. She had to grow up, and in these 4 years, she had already proven that even if she left teacher's company, she could still walk on her own. "Maria, I've already walked on the continent with you for 3 years, and you're already an adult. You can't always have someone to accompany you on the path of life, you have to learn to walk on your own. Continue walking, Maria. Pursue the path in your heart, find the meaning in your life, and pursue the true dreams in your heart. You're not a puppet. The only one who can decide your future is yourself." Recalling the teachings of her teacher before parting ways with her, the girl was filled with emotions. After so many years, she had always been thinking about her teacher's words. It was only until she settled down in this village at the edge of the continent, until she was accepted by these people she would never have come into contact with in the past, that she vaguely had some ideas. However, in the end, it was time to say goodbye. These villagers were all ordinary people. She didn't want to affect everyone's lives because of her. Thinking of this, Maria smiled warmly. Just as the elves say, all good things must come to an end. Thank you for taking care of me these past few years. I'm leaving. See you again if fate wills it. With that, she continued to carry her bag and walked into the distance. Miss Maria. The villagers chased after her. but soon, they were stopped by a gentle magic power, and could only watch the girl leave from afar. But halfway through, the girl suddenly turned back. She looked at the villagers who were watching her leave, smiled, and said, "By the way, it's said that the Life Church has officially set up a temple in the nearby town, and there are also priests stationed there. The Life Church is different from other churches. Everyone, don't worry that they will exploit the people like the Eternal Church, and don't worry that they will be like those small churches without principles and power. They are trustworthy, and are also worth relying on." At this point, even the girl herself didn't realize that her expression revealed a trace of yearning and admiration. "Well, goodbye, everyone. See you again if fate wills it." With that, the girl smiled again and left the land where she had lived for several years. Embarking on her journey again, the girl didn't know where her destination was. However, she didn't care where her destination was. In the past 10 years, except for these few years, she spent most of her time wandering around the continent. She saw sceneries that she had never seen when she was a child, and she also met many people that she would never have met in the past. She had seen a side of this world that she had never known before. She also gradually realized why that once magnificent empire had collapsed in an instant. However, before leaving this area completely, she still had to meet someone. A person that she had not known for long, but she cared about and respected quite a lot. Maria didn't hesitate and went straight to the largest human gathering point nearby, the town of Bonn. There, the Life Church that had just been built in the easternmost land. The town of Bonn was located on the southeast coast of the Eastern Seekers. This place used to belong to a small duchy. Relying on the natural barrier of the eastern mountains, it was almost isolated from the rest of the world. However, after the life revolution that spread here a few years ago, this unremarkable duchy also became a part of the Eastern Seekers Alliance. Like other regions on the continent, the aristocratic system was abolished. The Eastern Seekers, which even the Holy Mania Empire couldn't conquer, was unified from the inside by relying on the strength of civilians and mercenaries. After that, there was a change of faith. Originally, many of the believers in the Eastern Seekers disappeared one by one because they lost their connection with God. At the same time, the Life Church began to expand rapidly in this area, just like in other regions. Today, even the isolated town of Bonn had officially become a part of the Life Church. It was said that this was the last town on the continent that didn't have a change of faith. With the establishment of the Church of Life in Bonn, the footprint of the Life Church had completely covered the entire continent. This was something that even the once powerful Eternal Church couldn't do. The village where Maria was located was not too far from Bonn. After crossing 2 hills, crossing a river, and crossing a forest, they would arrive at their destination. It was noon, and the sun was high in the sky. This town, which was said to have a population of only about 5,000 people, was much more deserted than before. Looking around, the buildings on both sides of the street were decorated with lanterns and streamers. However, there were very few people on the stone-paved road. Even if there were sporadic pedestrians, they were all hurriedly running in the same direction. They seemed to be talking about something as they ran. They seemed to be quite excited, and their eyes were full of curiosity. Looking at the direction where the people were heading, Maria's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly realized what was going on. Speaking of which, I saw on the bulletin board at the entrance of the village 2 days ago that today is the day the Church of Life is officially completed. The people in the town should have all gone to watch the ceremony, right? The girl murmured. She took a deep breath, tidied up her clothes, and walked in the direction where the people gathered. Speaking of which, her destination was also there. The town of Bonn was not big. Compared to the large towns in the central and western regions of the continent, which often had tens of thousands of people, it was completely pocket-sized. It only took Maria 20 minutes to walk from the east side of the town to the west side. In front of the town's western square, a temple with a sharp horn and a dome rose from the ground. The golden scepter symbol at the top of the tower shone brightly under the sunlight. White stone pillars stood around the temple, decorated with exquisite patterns. Above the arched entrance of the temple, there were the words Temple of Life written in elegant Elvish and standard Continental Common language. At this moment, the front of the temple was crowded with townspeople who had come to watch the celebration. More than a dozen fully armed guards were standing upright to maintain order. Maria recognized them. They were professional guards of the Alliance. It was said that every one of them was a devout believer of life. And at the very front of the temple, a tall figure wearing a white priest robe was holding the golden cannon of life with her back to the crowd, shaking her head and reciting something. Seeing the iconic priest robe, Maria's eyes lit up. She wanted to go forward and take a look, but after taking a step forward, she hesitated. Speaking of which, her impression of the Life Church was quite complicated. This church destroyed her country and forced her to live in anonymity and wander around. But at the same time, it was also this church that brought hope to the civilians and changed the order of the entire continent. Thinking back to that night 10 years ago, the girl was still a little scared to this day. The endless rebels on the streets, the fluttering red flags, the soaring flames, even now, she had gradually come to understand what had happened back then. But every time she thought of the battle that night, the nobles who fell one by one, and the civilians who were torn to pieces under the charge of the nobles, she couldn't help but tremble. Change was always inevitable with sacrifice, and war, even if it was just, it would still bring destruction. The same was true that night. In the past 10 years, she woke up from her sleep countless times, and her mind was filled with the tragic situation inside and outside the palace that night. If it weren't for her teacher's protection, it was likely that she would have died in the anger of the rioting people like other nobles and even innocent civilians in the inner city. The experience of that night had left a shadow in the girl's heart. Until today. Looking at the crowd gathered in front of the Temple of Life, the girl sighed and stopped walking. Forget it. It's fine if I don't go. Although she wanted to say goodbye to that person, the other party's identity was the high priest of the Temple of Life, and she was a fallen royal who lived in seclusion. Speaking of which, the relationship between the two sides was originally hostile. Although she didn't hate the Temple of Life from the bottom of her heart, if the other party knew her true identity, she was afraid that they wouldn't let her go. After all, 10 years had passed, and there were still royalists in the Republic of Mania from time to time who wanted to restore the empire. Although the Eternal Church had been completely replaced by the Temple of Life, the situation was far from completely stable. Especially in the past few years, even the semi-reclusive Maria heard some rumors about mania from the taverns in the town from time to time. It seemed that as time went by, the suppressed nobles became more restless. Obviously, their strength was so weak. Thinking of this, Maria felt a little strange. She didn't know where the courage of those stupid remaining nobles came from. Even if they also declared their willingness to support the Temple of Life, they had already lost the hearts of the people. The so-called restoration, in the words of the elves, it was undoubtedly a reversal of history. Although the girl didn't understand the specific meaning of reversal, Maria's thoughts were in a whirl. At this moment, a round of applause and cheers sounded from the direction of the shrine. It seemed that the priest's speech had ended. The girl raised her head and looked over. She saw the tall figure in front of the temple put down the holy book in his hand and slowly turned his head. However, when she saw the other party's appearance, she couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. He had pointy ears, red hair, and a smile on his handsome face. The girl recognized that this was one of the elven chosen ones who came with the Temple of Life some time ago and participated in the construction of the temple. His name was Xianxia, a somewhat cynical leader of the chosen ones. However, this was not the person she was looking for. She had never liked this kind of guy with a jumpy personality, although the other party was a noble elf. Especially when the other party was one of the promoters of the Great Revolution. Maria felt uncomfortable when she thought about how the fight that night had something to do with him. Not only that, when the Temple of Life first came here, she seemed to be recognized by the other party. If it weren't for the Temple of Life stopping the other party, this guy might have blocked her door and refused to leave. Difficult to deal with. Maria rubbed her temples. For a moment, she even wondered if the exposure of her identity was related to the other party. After all, the other party's reputation seemed to be quite subtle even among the elves. At this moment, a somewhat surprised voice came from behind her. "Maria?" The voice was crisp and pleasant, like a clear spring in the mountains. Hearing the familiar voice, Maria woke up in an instant. She was overjoyed and quickly turned around. What caught her eye was a female elf in a white priest robe. She had blonde hair and green eyes like her, but she gave off a sacred and dignified temperament that could not be profaned. She stood outside the crowd and was looking at Maria with a smile. Maria also smiled. Her expression suddenly became respectful. She stepped forward and gently pinched the corner of her mage robe, gave a standard ladylike salute to the female elf, and said with a smile, "Ms. Feng, good afternoon." The golden sunlight shone on the female elf's body, as if covering her with a layer of holy light. She had a smile on her face, and that beautiful face would cause Maria to fall into a trance every time. As the former empress of the empire, it was not that Maria had never seen elves since she was young, and there were many who were more beautiful than the elven priestess in front of her. However, for some reason, only this female elf in front of her gave her a special feeling. It was a feeling that was difficult to describe with words. When you saw her, you could not help but be attracted to her. This beautiful elven priestess' every movement gave off a feeling of elegance and nobility. That unique aura made it difficult for even Maria, who was born in the royal family, to look away. Of course, if that was all, Maria would at most take a few more glances when she first saw her. What really made her interact with her was the help she gave her in the process of learning healing magic and nature magic on her own. Looking at the smiling elven priestess, Maria could not help but recall the first time she met her a few months ago. It was an afternoon in early summer. Maria entered the forest in search of a precious magic potion, but encountered a ferocious silver magical beast. Although the magical beast was killed by her after a battle, she was severely injured and had no choice but to hide in the magical beast's cave to recuperate. At that time, the young girl was still not proficient in healing magic, and the slain silver magical beast also carried poison. In the process of healing, not only did her injuries not recover, they even showed signs of worsening. Maria even thought that she would not be able to return. At that time, she happened to meet this traveling mistress Feng, who gave her the correct treatment in time, allowing her to recover. You used magic incorrectly. The poison of this magical beast is rather special, and will lurk in your blood. At this time, if you use healing magic that stimulates vitality, not only will it not heal your injuries, but it will also speed up your blood circulation and worsen the poison. Although this poison is not fatal, if it is dragged on, it will be enough to wear down your body. The magic pool and magic circuits in your body may eventually be corroded by the poison. When that happens, you may never be able to use magic again. Recalling the serious look on Mistress Feng's face when she treated her for the first time, a trace of gratitude and fear welled up in Maria's heart. The conversation between her and the elven priestess seemed to be still vivid in her mind. Are you a traveling elven adventurer? Yes. This is the easternmost land. Why did you come to such a remote place? This is the last area that the Life Church hasn't set foot in. Don't you think it's very meaningful? So, you came here to travel? So, you're a believer of life? Of course, every elf is a believer of life. Then do you know, the elven chosen one? I am. Maria could not forget her surprise when she first learned of his identity. Because of some of her own experiences and preconceived impressions, she had never had a good impression of the chosen one of the fairies. It could even be said that she was a little afraid. However, after getting to know her, he realized that she was a gentle and elegant elf. She did not have the rumored cruelty, deceit, hypocrisy, and greed of the elven chosen ones. Not only that, but as the treatment continued, she realized that the other party had extremely high attainments in healing magic. Even her teacher, who had disappeared, could not compare to him. This discovery made Maria instantly excited, because she had always been eager to improve her healing magic. She hoped to rely on her own strength to help the villagers in the village. Beautiful and noble elf lady, my name is Maria. May I know your name? Feng, you can call me Feng. Feng? What a beautiful name. Are you a druid? Or, are you a life priest? I am a druid, but I am also a life priest. Then, can I learn healing magic from you? I am willing to pay. Of course. Thank you. Feng. Teacher Feng. No need to call me teacher. Just call me Feng. No. Calling you directly by your name seems too impolite. Miss Maria, I have no intention of taking in a disciple. In that case, I'll call you Lady Feng, is that all right? Sure. Just like that, the girl began another round of magic learning. However, the location was not in the forest, nor was it in Maria's little house. It was in the outskirts of Bonn town. After that, the girl found out that Feng came with a mission. She was not the only chosen one from the elves who came to this area. There were probably more than 10 of them in total. Their goal was to build the last temple of life in the town of Bonn, and at the same time, spread the belief of the goddess of life. After that, the life priests could often be seen preaching in Bonn town. However, Feng was rarely seen participating in it. Although she often appeared in the temple that was under construction, she spent most of her time in the town and the countryside, as if she was enjoying a leisurely journey. Not only that, she did not even intend to preach her faith to Maria. This made Maria, who had been worried that Feng would use the goddess of life as a condition to teach her magic, heave a sigh of relief. After experiencing that night 10 years ago, although the girl now more or less understood the actions of the Church of Life, she still could not cross that hurdle in her heart, apart from traveling around the area in his free time. What Feng did was teach Maria magic. In the 2 months that followed, the girl would meet Feng in the outskirts of Bonn town every time to learn magic from her. However, although Feng agreed to teach her magic, she did not accept any payment. "Miss Maria, I came here to teach you magic because someone asked me to do so, and also to fulfill my promise. Besides that, it is also my personal leisure and relaxation, so, you do not need to pay me." Asked by someone? Promise? Maria was very curious and surprised. As far as she knew, she and the people she knew had never interacted with elves. However, when she continued to ask, Feng only smiled and did not answer. This made Maria even more curious. She thought about it and realized that her identity had long died along with the fall of the empire. The only ones who knew that she was still alive seemed to be her teacher, who had left without saying goodbye after leaving behind a letter, and the fallen nobles who recognized her identity when she was traveling alone. Those nobles that she hated would never have interacted with such a noble existence. The only possibility seemed to be her teacher. "Maria, I have to leave. Keep moving forward. Child, I hope that one day, you can find your true dream. I also hope that one day, you can look at your past with a new face. When that time comes, we will meet again." The girl still remembered every word in the letter that her teacher, the legendary mage Daniel, left behind before he left. Could it be teacher? Maria guessed. Although her teacher did not mention what he was going to do in the letter, Maria could vaguely guess that her teacher was going to attempt to become a demigod for the last chance. But once he left, he never came back. However, if he was her teacher, how did he get to know Miss Feng? Maria was curious, but Miss Feng did not talk about it, so she gradually put it to the back of her mind. After wandering for several years, the first thing she learned was to be able to pick up and let go. This included her own curiosity. The days of learning magic were happy for Maria. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Maria became more and more skilled in healing magic. Relying on the continuous improvement of her healing magic, Maria also helped the villagers in the village to cure the hidden diseases that had accumulated over the years. The girl gained the immense gratitude of the villagers, and her reputation spread far and wide. There were even villagers from villages dozens of miles away who came to ask for help. However, there were pros and cons to everything. As her name spread, her identity was also exposed, and those despicable nobles of the original empire were attracted again. And just a few days ago, Feng came to find Maria again. "Maria, your healing magic has reached the level of the 6th circle. You can only learn the rest after you continue to break through. I will give you some follow-up magic books. You have great potential, and I believe that, one day, you will become a powerful legendary mage." Hearing Feng's words, Maria sensed the meaning of parting. "Miss Feng, are you leaving?" "Of course. There is no banquet that lasts forever. Where there is a meeting, there is also a parting. The church in Bonn is about to be built, and your magic has reached a bottleneck. It is time for me to leave." The female elf smiled. "Then, if I want to find you, where do I need to go?" the girl asked. "You can go to the east of the continent, the Elven Forest. But, it will be at least half a year before I return there. In the next half a year, I want to continue to walk around the continent and see the local customs. The Eastern Seekers Alliance, the Kingdom of Heirs, and the Republic of Mania," Feng said with a smile. The Republic of Mania. Hearing Feng's words, the girl's gaze was complicated. Mania, that was her former hometown. It was also the place she fled in a panic. Until now, she did not dare to return to that land. Even if she heard bits and pieces of news from taverns and streets, she did not dare to inquire about it in detail. However, even Maria did not expect that in the end, Miss Feng did not leave Bonn. Instead, she decided to leave first. Or rather, escape. Escape from the past, from the nobles, and from the identity she had gradually forgotten. Thinking of this, Maria looked at the smiling Feng again and sighed in her heart. Feng's gaze fell on her luggage, and his eyes were a little surprised. Maria, are you leaving this place? Yes, Miss Feng. Something happened, and I am afraid I have to leave first. Maria smiled bitterly. Feng raised an eyebrow and asked, is it because of the fallen nobles who fled to this area a few days ago? Maria was stunned, and then fell into silence. Feng sighed softly and asked, do you have any plans after this? Have you thought of where to go? Maria smiled and said, the world is so big, I can go anywhere. Then you don't have a destination, and you don't know where to go. Feng shook her head. Then, she looked at the girl again and asked, in that case, are you interested in traveling with me? The temple has been completed, and I plan to leave tomorrow for Mania. Mania, hearing this name, the girl fell into silence again. She did not answer directly, but suddenly raised her head and asked another question that she had been curious about. Miss Feng, I have always had a question that I want to ask. You are a high-ranking priestess of the Church of Life. You also said that one of your purposes here is to preach your faith. But, until today, why haven't you tried to convert me to the Church of Life? Hearing the girl's words, Feng smiled. She looked at Maria, and her green eyes seemed to be twinkling with stars. Maria, I never force people to do things they don't want to do. Even if I preach to you, are you really willing to become a believer of life? Maria was slightly stunned. Looking at Feng's gentle smile, she suddenly realized that Feng probably knew from the start that even if she had a complicated favorable impression of the Church of Life, she would not join it. And looking at Feng's deep and wise eyes, Maria also realized that her true identity was probably already known by Feng. Miss Feng, since you know that I am not willing to believe in the Church of Life, then you should also know that I am not willing to return to Mania. Maria smiled bitterly. Are you unwilling? Or do you not dare to face it? Maria, after leaving for so long, are you really not willing to see your hometown again? Feng suddenly said. Maria was stunned, she opened her mouth, but was speechless for a moment. At this moment, Feng suddenly turned around and looked at the distant Church of Life. She sighed softly and said softly, Maria, a person can only truly mature when they face everything that they have experienced, when they face everything that they fear, when they walk out of the fear that is buried deep in their heart. The confusion of the future will often blossom and bear fruit at that time. Hearing these words, Maria suddenly raised her head with a shocked expression. Because, these words were personally taught to her by her teacher, Daniel. She really met her teacher. At this moment, Maria was finally certain. She was about to ask, but Feng turned around and left. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, I will set off. Maria, if you are willing to travel with me, then come together. I will wait for you at the town entrance. After saying that, her figure disappeared from Maria's sight. Damn, I typed Maria's name wrong, it has been corrected. Maria fell into silence as she watched Feng gradually disappear into the crowd. She stood there for a long time before letting out a long sigh and turning to leave. However, just as she was about to step out of Bonn, she suddenly stopped. The girl clenched her fists slightly, loosened them, and then clenched them again. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, she turned around abruptly and walked into the town again. Arriving at an inn in the town, Maria took out a few silver coins. Stay for one night. The next morning. The sun rose from the east once again, and the warm sunlight shone upon the land. When Feng's figure appeared in the town's western square again, Maria was already waiting there with a bag on her back. Good morning, Maria. Seems like you have made up your mind. The noble elven priestess smiled. Maria's gaze was somewhat evasive, but after a moment of hesitation, her gaze gradually became firm. She calmly looked at the elven lady that she respected and said, Miss Maria, you are right. Madame Feng, you're right. Perhaps, I should be like what my teacher said and learn to face the things that I've always been unwilling to face. Besides, I've left my hometown for so long. It would be a lie to say that I don't miss it. Also, I have some things that I would like to clarify with you, or rather, inquire about. Madam Feng, have you met my teacher before? Do you know where he went? Hearing the girl's words, Feng sighed softly. I have indeed met your teacher, but he has already left this world to find his own path. Left this world? Maria's expression was somewhat surprised. She knew that as early as 10 years ago, the planar passages to the world of seekers had been opened. However, ever since the Church of Life took control of the seekers, and the world of seekers became a part of Goddess Eve, it seemed that only believers of life and those who were recognized by the goddess could leave this world. That's right. He made a deal with Her Holiness and obtained the right to leave the world of seekers, embarking on a journey to the endless void. I came here not only to see the last area of seekers under the control of the church, but also because he asked me to come and see you. Feng said. Then do you know where he went? And, did he say anything to you? Maria asked eagerly. He had taught her since she was young, and she had long regarded the legendary mage Daniel as her closest elder. After several years, she was overjoyed to hear news of her teacher again. He said, he hoped that not only could you live happily, but he also hoped that you could find your true self, Feng said. As she spoke, she gave the girl a meaningful look. Instead of just imitating him and becoming a respected mage, Maria fell silent after hearing Feng's words. Actually, she knew it herself. Her dream had been shattered the moment the Mania Empire was destroyed. She had wanted to be a great monarch, she had wanted to bring happiness to her people, but, on that night of revolution, everything was destroyed. She had been puzzled, she had been sad, she had hated. However, in her subsequent travels with her teacher, she gradually understood the true lives of the people at the bottom of society. When she gradually understood the darkness of the nobles and the Church of Eternity, the confusion, sadness, and hatred she once felt gradually disappeared. At the same time, her dreams had also disappeared. Especially when she traveled for a year and saw people celebrating the revolution at the borders of the former empire, celebrating the beheading of the last empress. Perhaps I should not have existed in the first place. Everyone is celebrating Maria II's destruction. No one will grieve over Maria II's death, bringing happiness to the people. That's ridiculous. Maria did not hate the people, nor did she hate the Church of Life. She hated her young and ignorant self. She hated the nobles who had deceived her and treated her as a puppet. From then on, she did not know the meaning of her existence, nor did she know what she was living for. She only knew that she had followed her teacher, going from place to place, following her teacher to learn magic after magic. Unknowingly, magic had become her spiritual support, and being praised by her teacher after learning magic had become the happiest thing in her life. At the same time, unknowingly, she had become more and more fond of imitating her teacher's way of doing things. Researching magic, helping those in need. These were all her teacher's favorite things to do. Maria no longer knew whether the happiness she obtained from doing these things was her own happiness, or the happiness she felt from doing the same things as her teacher. Excessive dependence would cause one to lose oneself. And the essence of dependence was fear and cowardice. She was fearful, she was cowardly, and she knew that she had not truly walked out of her past. She had always understood this. Madam Feng, how do we go? After a moment of silence, Maria looked at Feng again. Feng smiled slightly. Of course, we'll fly the fastest. Fly? Maria was slightly taken aback, and Feng whistled softly. A moment later, amidst a series of exclamations, accompanied by a loud dragon's roar, a beautiful silver dragon flew over from the horizon and landed on the ground. Feng leaped up lightly, then looked at the young girl whose eyes were wide open and whose face was filled with shock, and extended his hand. Come on up, Maria. This was Maria's first time riding on a megalosaurus. Although she had grown up in the palace, had a noble status, and had seen many dragon knights, she had never truly stepped on a dragon's back. Especially when it was such an elegant and noble silver dragon. The silver dragon's attitude towards Madame Feng seemed to be quite respectful, so respectful that it was almost fawning. Maria had such a feeling. This made her feel that Feng was even more mysterious than she had imagined. He. What was his position in the elves and the life church? She was really curious. However, when she could not help but ask again, Feng still smiled and said the same answer that he had repeated over and over again. I'm just an ordinary elven chosen one, a priest of the life church. Unable to get an answer, Maria could only give up. Forget it, anyway. When I go to the elven forest, I'll know sooner or later. She muttered softly. The megalosaurus flew very quickly. Riding on the silver dragon's back, the two of them flew through forests, strolled through rivers, crossed mountains, and passed through valleys. The vast Seeker's continent seemed to have become a huge oil painting on the ground, and the prosperous cities, scattered villages, crisscrossing roads, and patches of farmland became colorful embellishments on the oil painting. Maria looked down at the ground excitedly and sang loudly, as if all the frustrations that had accumulated in her heart had vanished at this moment. Madame Feng. Look. What a huge lake. This shape. Could it be the Moon Lake? I've always wanted to take a look, but my teacher never brought me along. Mountain Peak. What a tall mountain peak. Madame Feng. I recognize it. This is the Osso's mountain range. I crossed it 5 years ago. Great river. It's a great river. Madame Feng. Look, isn't that the Weimar River? Riding on the silver dragon, Maria was like a carefree child. She would yell in excitement every time she saw something beautiful or familiar on the ground. She didn't know what level the silver dragon was, but its speed was faster than Maria imagined. In less than a day, a majestic castle standing between the mountains appeared in front of the girl's eyes. The moment she saw the castle, Maria became silent. Her gaze was complicated, and she subconsciously clenched her hands and held the corner of her clothes. She was not unfamiliar with this castle. It was the famous fortress on the eastern border of the former Holy Mania Empire, Erzberg. After the castle, it was the territory of Mania. 10 years later, the former empress of the empire would once again set foot on the land of her motherland. However, that was no longer the empire of the past. We're entering the border. Feng said. After that, the silver dragon roared and landed on the ground. Sweat. Can't have both dating and writing, it's too short again. Smiley face, angle, the majestic silver dragon descended from the sky and flew toward the fortress. Teresa looked at the approaching fortress with a complicated gaze. When she was traveling with her teacher, she had passed by this fortress. At that time, Or's fortress had already been occupied by the rebel army, and the golden and red scepter flags were already flying above the fortress. Teresa clearly remembered that there were quite a number of revolutionary armies stationed in the fortress at that time. Her teacher did not want to have a conflict with the other party and even took her to a long detour. At that time, the heavily guarded Or's fortress left a deep impression on the girl. This was a fortress with a strategic location, and it was also the gateway to the Republic of Mania. Whether it was the Empire era or the Republic era, it had important strategic significance. However, when the silver dragon landed on the ground, Teresa was slightly taken aback. The gates of Or's castle were wide open, and it was very lively. Civilians came and went inside and outside the castle. It was very lively. Above the castle, the flag of the Republic of Mania was still flying, and guards could be seen at both sides of the gate. However, there were only a few guards, and they looked more like they were there to maintain order. This was completely different from what Teresa had imagined Or's castle to be. What's going on? Teresa had a surprised look on her face. Go down and take a look. We'll rest in the castle tonight and set off tomorrow. Feng smiled. The silver dragon roared and landed on the ground. Such a huge creature quickly attracted the attention of the civilians. However, what surprised Teresa was that no one was afraid, and no one ran away. On the contrary, all the civilians who saw the megalosaurus showed surprise or excitement. Megalosaurus. It's the megalosaurus. There's someone on the dragon's back. It's probably the elven chosen one's dragon knight. Teresa could hear the people's voices rising and falling. When she followed Feng and jumped down from the dragon's back and entered the sight of the people, the girl clearly saw that the people's curious gazes were quickly replaced by respect and yearning. An elf. It's really an elf. It must be the elven chosen one. Oh my goddess, I actually saw the chosen one. Praise nature. Praise life. Praise the great goddess Eve. There were more and more onlookers, and their expressions became more and more excited. When Feng smiled and waved at the crowd cheered. In the end, the commotion even attracted the guards of the castle, who came to maintain order. Dear priestess, welcome to the Erzberg scenic area. I am Kato, the captain of the defense team here. Is there anything you need? The captain of the castle guards bowed respectfully to the wind and spoke warmly. Scenic spot, Teresa's brain couldn't wrap itself around the term that the man mentioned. No, there's no need. We're just passing by. We'll leave after a night's rest. Feng said with a smile. The guard captain became even more enthusiastic. Then you must stay in the fortress hotel inside our castle. It's the original city lord's official residence. It's very stylish. Thank you. I've already booked a hotel, so I won't disturb you. Feng smiled. I understand. I wish you a good time here. If you need anything, please contact the guards at any time. May the goddess be with you, honorable Lord Chosen One. The guard captain said respectfully. Thank you. May the goddess be with you. Feng replied with a smile. At this moment, another commotion came from afar. Teresa couldn't help but look over and saw a few elven chosen ones riding horses. Their equipment seemed to be inferior to Feng's, but they gave off a rather valiant feeling. Their armor was still stained with blood, and they were chatting and laughing along the way. Behind them was a human prisoner who was obviously a bandit. The guard captain's eyes lit up. It's the Lord Chosen Ones of Nature's heart. They must have returned from suppressing the bandits. With that, he led the guards and ran excitedly toward the elves. Suppressing bandits? Teresa was stunned. Let's go take a look. Feng smiled. As she spoke, she led the girl towards the chosen ones. Teresa and the guard weren't the only ones who saw the elven chosen ones. A large number of people also saw them. In a short while, the elven chosen ones riding horses were surrounded. Teresa saw that they had stopped and were talking to the captain of the guards, who had a respectful expression on his face. Lord Cater, this is the bandit leader hiding in the mountains. Fortunately, we didn't disappoint you. We've annihilated all the bandits. The elven chosen one smiled. This was an elven warrior in heavy armor, looking mighty and extraordinary. The guard captain was pleasantly surprised. Lord, is tofu pudding sweet or salty? I thank you on behalf of the citizens of Olsberg. Is tofu pudding sweet or salty? Such a long name. Can the elves have such a long name? Teresa was very curious. Haha, it's a small matter. By the way, where do we go to get the mission reward? The elven warrior laughed. The guard captain replied respectfully. Lord, is tofu pudding sweet or salty? The temple priest is waiting for you at the fortress. The elven warrior's eyes lit up. He said to his companions, let's go and find the priest. After saying that, they turned around and saw Feng and Teresa. The next moment, the girl's eyes lit up when she saw them. They came over almost at the same time and looked at Feng with excitement. F***CK. It's Big Boss Feng. Alive. She's alive. Seeing their almost worshipful gazes and the inexplicable flattery in their tone, Teresa couldn't help but look back at Feng. She became more and more curious about her status in the elves and the Life Church. The status of the elven chosen ones was very special. According to Teresa's knowledge, even the high-level life priests were very respectful to them. This had nothing to do with the level of the chosen ones, but their status as the goddess family. At the same time, when Teresa was traveling in the early years, she had also observed them before she left Mania. The elven chosen ones she saw were very arrogant in their bones, and they often looked at each other as if they were not willing to submit to each other. But the elven chosen ones in front of her were almost overflowing with admiration and flattery toward Feng. Lady Feng has a very high status among the chosen ones, Teresa couldn't help but think. The elven warrior was also pleasantly surprised. Sister Feng, you came to Olsberg Fortress? Feng smiled and nodded. I just happened to pass by. With that said, she sized up the elven warrior and smiled. Not bad, you've reached silver in less than half a year. It seems that you'll be able to reach gold soon. Ha ha ha. It's all thanks to Sister Fang's good guidance back then. As for gold, that still depends on whether I can get a class advancement slot. The elven warrior scratched his head and laughed. Then, he looked at the girl at the side and asked in confusion, "This girl is an old friend of mine." "She is, an old friend. I'm bringing her to Mania," Feng said. With that said, she glanced at the girl, and Teresa put away her thoughts and gave a standard aristocratic greeting. "Hello, I'm Teresa." Hello, is tofu pudding sweet or salty?" It's a bit long, you can also call me tofu pudding." The elven warrior scratched his head. Doofno, Teresa silently memorized it and nodded. "Sister Feng, the administrator of Ulsberg is holding a celebratory banquet for us tonight. Do you want to come?" The elven warrior smiled at Feng. Feng turned back to look at Teresa's tired expression, shook her head, and said, "No need. We've been flying for a day, and we still have to hurry tomorrow. We won't join in the fun today. Let's meet again next time." "That's a pity. But after flying for a day on a dragon, we do need to rest." The elven warrior sighed. With that said, he asked again. "By the way, Sister Feng, have you decided where to stay tonight?" "Amway Hotel," Feng said. The elven warrior was delighted. "That's great. We'll go the same way. Let's go together." Feng nodded and agreed with a smile. Then, the group continued their journey and walked toward the castle. Along the way, the elven warrior kept chatting with the two, and Feng would reply with a smile from time to time. However, they were mostly talking about the chosen ones. Teresa also heard things like official website activities, forum, and new maps. Although she didn't understand, she felt that it was very impressive. At the same time, the chosen ones didn't neglect Teresa. While conversing with Feng, they would also say a few words to her from time to time. "What? So Miss Teresa has been living in the East Seekers all this time?" "Yes. I was a maniac in my early years, but I traveled to the East Seekers a few years ago and settled down there." "I see. No wonder you seem unfamiliar with this place. The East Seekers is quite isolated. In the past few years, Maniac has changed a lot. You have to look around." The elven chosen one smiled. "Yes. Of course," Teresa replied. The group chatted as they walked and soon arrived at the castle gate. Rather than a castle, Air's castle was more like a solid city built with huge stones. When they entered the city, the civilians on both sides saw Teresa and the others. They would stop, take off their hats, and bow respectfully to them. Feeling the heartfelt respect from the people, Teresa couldn't help but look at Feng and the others. She felt a little complicated. She had also received the worship of the people before. However, at that time, she didn't see such heartfelt admiration and respect from the people. At the same time, she felt an indescribable sense of inferiority in her heart. Although the girl had heard about the increasing reputation of the Life Church and the elves on the continent when she was living in seclusion in the East Seekers, she was still shocked at this moment. At the same time, she became more curious. In the years that she was away, what happened to Maniac? Why did the strategically located Heir's castle become a scenic spot? The girl couldn't help but ask the chosen ones the questions in her heart, and they didn't hide it. Because the war is over, the fortress naturally doesn't need to be garrisoned. This place happens to be the junction between the East Seekers and Maniac. The scenery is magnificent and very suitable for tourism, so, 2 years ago, this place became a scenic spot. Teresa paused and then asked in confusion. "But this is still the border?" The East Seekers and Maniac are two different countries after all. Even if they both believe in the Life Church, it seems too bold to not set up defenses. The elven chosen one smiled and continued to explain. After the East Seekers alliance was established, the countries in the Seekers world signed a peace agreement under the witness of the Life Church. The parties won't start a war in the Seekers world. And this matter is supervised by the Life Church, and no one dares to go against it. So, there's naturally no need for a fortress at the border. In addition, the essence of war is nothing more than the fight for resources. Although the Seeker's world is rich in resources, the total amount is only so large. There's no point in fighting over it. It's better to look at the wider world and explore and develop other dimensions. Now, the energy of the countries is focused on cooperating with us elves to help the Life Church purify and gather other dimensions. They're not interested in fighting among themselves in this world. After hearing their words, Teresa fell into deep thought. She had heard about the Life Church's dimension exploration activities before, but at that time, it was said that only the chosen ones participated. But now, it seemed that this activity was no longer limited to the chosen ones. However, although she knew why the former Hours Fortress became a scenic spot, there was still one detail that she was quite concerned about. That was, there seemed to be quite a lot of tourists here. Not only that, but most of these tourists didn't seem to be honorary nobles or rich people after the revolution. Instead, they looked like ordinary civilians. However, compared to the civilians in the girl's memory, their clothes and mental appearance seemed too good. These tourists, where did they come from? Teresa couldn't help but ask. Most of them should be residents of the nearby cities, but there are also many tourists who came from afar. With our help, the main cities on the continent have now built recirculating magic energy teleportation arrays. Transportation is much more convenient than before. Feng said. Recirculating magic energy teleportation array? Teresa was a little curious. It's a new magic array improved by the Magical Engineering Technology Research Center. The array base is magical quartz, which can automatically replenish magic energy and greatly reduce the magic energy consumption of the teleportation array. Now, the entire Republic of Mania has started to build an overlay teleportation network as a pilot for the human world. The elven warrior Tofu Pudding smiled. Magical Engineering Technology Research Center? Overlay teleportation network? Teresa was even more curious now. The Magical Engineering Technology Research Center is a research institute in the Elven Forest. As for the Overlay Teleportation Network, it uses teleportation arrays as nodes to build a teleportation network that can freely jump between different nodes. It can greatly reduce the travel time. Take our Elven Forest as an example. 3 years ago, we had a successful experiment. Now, the entire Elven Forest has achieved full coverage of the teleportation network. From Rivendell in the southernmost part of the Elven Forest to Crystal City in the north, it only takes a few seconds to use the teleportation array. In the past, we would have to jump through several teleportation arrays. Some were even far away, and we had to hurry on the journey. By the way, from Hours Fortress to Mania City, we can also use the teleportation array directly. The elven warrior laughed. Teresa was stunned. She suddenly felt that she had missed a lot of things on the continent in the past few years in seclusion. Damn, so the name was wrong all along. Teresa wrote it as Maria, and now it was changed back. Please guarantee the monthly votes. Also, Master Qin Quan's new book, Unscientific Familiars, is on the shelves today. Everyone, support me. Teresa had indeed missed out on many things. After communicating with the other elven chosen ones, she realized that the situation on the continent had changed drastically in the years she had been living in seclusion. For example, the magic net developed by the Elven Forest had been set up in several pilot cities. After the magic net was set up, even ordinary people could activate simple magic tools with passwords. This directly led to the outbreak of the Magic Revolution, and all kinds of magical tools were created. From small magic phonographs, magic communication devices, magic projector stones, magic crystal cards, to large magic puppet carriages, magic servants, magic trains, and so on, they were endless. For example, with the support of the Life Church, the crops in a considerable part of the Seekers had been changed to various high-yield crops developed by the Elven Chosen Ones, and the output had increased exponentially. Another example was that the Elven Chosen Ones in the Elven Forest had brought back a magical magic energy gathering core from another dimension. They were trying to build a new city above the Elven Forest, the Floating City. It was said that it had the ability to travel between dimensions, traverse the void, and conquer new worlds. At the same time, in these few years, new spatial passages would be discovered almost every once in a while, and each discovery would set off a carnival of exploration on the continent. It was not only the world of Seekers that had changed, but also the entire universe. The elven chosen ones and the life believers had set foot on one dimension after another, and the holy name of the life goddess had spread further and further along their journey. Not long ago, under the witness of the true gods, the elven chosen ones and the life believers from various races in the world of seekers had succeeded in activating the fusion altar in the 18th world after the Mindel world, the Silent world, the Dawn world, and the other 17 worlds, and had absorbed the entire world into the leaf of the world tree. After that, Goddess Eve had given an oracle. After the 18th world had been fused, she had opened up resurrection points in a total of 20 new worlds. I'm really looking forward to exploring new worlds. It's a pity that our levels are too low and we're relatively poor. We've still chosen to be born in the Seekers, so we can only wait until we're a little stronger before we step into the Sea of Stars. Some elven chosen ones said with yearning. No hurry, you're all about to advance to the upper silver rank. After everyone advances, we'll pool our resources and choose a new world to explore. The elven warrior laughed. Hearing his words, the chosen ones nodded in agreement, their faces full of anticipation. Along the way, the elves chatted and laughed while Teresa listened quietly beside Feng, absorbing all kinds of information and knowledge. She couldn't help but reveal a look of yearning when she heard them describe the magnificent sceneries of the various plains. She couldn't help but fantasize about the thrilling battles they described, outlining all sorts of exciting scenes in her mind. Adventures, battles, bonds, wealth. At this moment, Teresa seemed to have returned to her childhood. She would lie in bed and listen to her maids tell her stories of adventurers on the continent. Unknowingly, she had followed the chosen one to a rather popular hotel in the fortress. It was called Amway. Sister Feng, you can get a 20% discount if you mention my name. We have to go to Priest Duran to hand in the task, we won't accompany you. The elven warrior chuckled. Feng smiled and nodded, bidding farewell to the group. Watching the two leave, the elven warrior scratched his head. Teresa. I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. After thinking for a while, he still had no clue. He shook his head and turned to leave. Forget it, completing the mission is more important. After bidding farewell to the chosen ones, Feng brought Teresa into the hotel. There were many people in the hotel. It was different from what Teresa had imagined. This hotel, which was converted from a castle, had a completely different style from the hotels in her memory. It looked very elvish. Even the waiter at the stand was a half-elf. Stay for one night, 2 single rooms. Feng said. She handed over a golden card. The half-elf took it and looked at the card. She instantly perked up and said respectfully, all right. Esteemed Madame Feng, I'll arrange it for you. Soon, she handed over 2 magic crystal cards to Feng with both hands and said fawningly, Madame Feng, this is the room card. Both rooms are viewing rooms. You can have a free buffet at the restaurant on the top floor. I hope you have a pleasant night. Thank you. Feng smiled. Then, she handed a card to Teresa. Teresa stroked the card in surprise. She sensed that it was a rather exquisite magic item. There seemed to be some encrypted information recorded on it, and the words Room 23, Free Buffet, were written in the common language. This is your room card. Just swipe it on the door and you'll be able to enter. Feng said. With that, she took the lead and walked upstairs. Teresa nodded, feeling curious. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and quickly chased after Feng. Madame Feng, don't you need to pay the bill? Also, you didn't mention the name of that Mr. Chosen One. Feng stopped and smiled. I'm an SVIP member of the Amway Chamber of Commerce. My stay in the Amway Hotel is free. Teresa was speechless. Teresa's room was on the top floor. Although the room still couldn't compare to the palace she lived in when she was young, it was definitely luxurious compared to the various hotels she had stayed in during her travels. The large bed was very soft. After the girl buried herself in it, she didn't feel like moving. Through the viewing glass window, she could even see the night view of Ors, which was the closest city to the fortress. The sun was setting in the west, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the city in the west. It was magnificent and spectacular. Teresa leaned against the window and excitedly looked down at the magnificent scenery. Her thoughts instantly returned to the memory of when she sneaked up to the palace tower to look down at Mania City when she was young. Gradually, the last bit of light disappeared. In an instant, specks of light lit up in the city. Colorful lights flickered, and the city that had sunk into darkness suddenly ushered in a miraculous light. It was the magic lamp. The magic lamps that covered the entire city lit up at the same time, and the entire city was instantly as bright as day. The magic lamps of various colors intertwined with each other. It was colorful and beautiful. Seeing this scene, Teresa widened her eyes and was shocked. She was no stranger to magic lamps. When she was young, she liked to admire the thousands of lights in the noble mansions in the inner city from the tower of the palace after nightfall. Magic lamps were the symbol of nobles' wealth. However, the city in front of her wasn't the inner city where the nobles of Mania gathered. This was the border of Mania, and it used to be an inconspicuous small city. Teresa clearly remembered that when she left her hometown with her teacher and passed by this place, it was still quite poor. But a few years later, they even had magic lamps. It wasn't until now that she truly understood what the Life Church meant when they said they wanted to shine the light of magic on every household. All living beings are equal, and civilians can also feel the convenience brought by extraordinary power. Is this the true pursuit of the Life Church? The girl murmured. That night, she lay in bed and thought a lot. Early the next morning, Teresa got up and had breakfast. When she went downstairs, Feng was already waiting for her in the hall. How was your rest? The chosen one put down the book in his hand, took a sip of the elven flower tea on the table, and asked with a smile. Not bad. The girl nodded. Then, she glanced at the book in Feng's hand and recognized that it was one of the classics of the Life Church. It seemed to be Imagination of Seeger's planning that described the Life Church's vision for the future. Noticing Teresa's gaze, Feng smiled. What? Are you interested as well? The girl subconsciously shook her head, but after hesitating for a bit, she nodded again. To be honest, she was quite curious as to how the Life Church changed the world of Seekers so much in just a few years. This is for you. Feng handed the book over. Teresa received it with both hands and carefully put it away. She planned to take a good look at it when she was free. Thank you, Lady Feng. You're welcome, I have plenty of books like this. Feng smiled. Right, what do you want to do next? Continue flying? Or directly teleport? Or, do you want to experience the recently opened magic train? Feng asked. Magic train? Teresa was surprised. It's a new type of magic transportation that connects the main cities of the continent, passing through some villages and towns on the way. It can reach a speed of 150 kilometers per hour and can transport over 1,000 people at a time. Feng explained. Magic transportation? 150 kilometers per hour? It can transport over 1,000 people? Teresa was speechless at this speed. But soon, she was a bit doubtful. Lady Feng, but I heard that you want to build a recirculating magic teleportation array? If there's a magic teleportation array that can instantly teleport, why build such a transportation tool? Although it seems quite fast. Because this is a transportation tool targeted at civilians. Feng said. A transportation tool for civilians? Teresa's heart skipped a beat. Feng nodded. That's right. Although the teleportation array uses magic stones, the price of a single teleportation is still very high. Only Transcendents can afford it. And if it's a long-distance teleportation, only silver or even gold professionals can afford it. But the magic train is different. From here to Menya City, you only need to pay 30 silver coins to ride it. Only 30 silver coins? Teresa's eyes widened again, as if she was shocked by this number. Today, she was no longer the little empress of why not eat cake. In the world of Sergs, an ordinary family's annual income was about 5 gold pounds, and 1 gold pound was worth 100 silver coins. In other words, an ordinary family only needed to save up for about a month to be able to save up enough money for one person to travel to Menya City via the magic train. Teresa had looked at the map and knew that this place was about 800 kilometers away from Menya City. If they followed the previous method of travel, it would take at least 10 days to half a month for the commoners to arrive, and the expenses along the way would definitely be more than 30 silver coins. But now, it would take less than a day to ride the magic train, and it only cost 30 silver coins. In an instant, Teresa thought of many things. She quickly realized what this transportation tool would bring to the continent. After all, the magic train was only a small part of the changes that the Church of Life and the Elven Chosen One would bring to the world of seekers. Magic train. I want to ride the magic train. Teresa did not hesitate and decisively made her choice. She wanted to see how wonderful this magic transportation channel was. She wanted to experience the new mode of transportation for the commoners. She also wanted to see the changes in her hometown along the way. Then I'll choose the magic train. Feng smiled. Following Feng, Teresa left Airs and soon arrived at the city of Airs at the foot of the mountain. At the magic train station on the outskirts of the city, she finally saw this magical transportation tool. It was a huge object that walked on a long track. Rather than a car, it was more like a giant steel snake. The train was made up of many carriages, and there were all kinds of drawings on them. Teresa looked at them carefully for a while and strangely found that they were all posters of the Chamber of Commerce. The front of the train was a big block with complicated magic arrays engraved on it. It looked longer than the ordinary carriages and made a whining sound. There were many passengers in the station, and most of them were commoners in plain clothes. Everyone who saw the two of them, especially Feng in his life priest robe, would make way for them. They stood on the spot, took off their hats, and bowed respectfully. Teresa could see that they were acting from the bottom of their hearts. Because the gratitude and respect on their faces could not be faked. Because their bright smiles could not be faked. After buying the ticket, Teresa followed Feng into the station. It was really only 60 silver coins. It was so cheap that Teresa could not believe it. Standing in front of the tracks on the platform, Teresa could see trains whizzing past from time to time. The magic light flashed in the complicated magic arrays at the front of the train. She could vaguely recognize that there seemed to be special effects such as light body, extreme speed, and enhance. There were also trains that slowly stopped and entered the platform accompanied by colorful lights. When another train slowly entered the platform, Feng reminded him, "Don't worry. Teresa, our train is here." Following Feng's footsteps, Teresa stepped onto the magic train like a curious baby. The interior of the train was simple but clean. The windows on both sides were glass, and there were 2 rows of seats on each side. Not long after Teresa and Win sat in their seats, the car door closed. With a whistle, a vague magic wave flashed from the body of the train. The train slowly moved and headed northwest. Beautiful music slowly sounded. It seemed to be in the style of the elves. It was soothing and pleasant to the ears like a spring breeze, calming people down. It was the music played by the magic phonograph in the carriage. Listening to the beautiful music and looking at the scenery outside the window, Teresa embarked on the journey to Xianxia City. After 10 years, she was finally going home. The galloping train passed through the wheat field and the forest. Teresa leaned against the window and stared at the rushing scenery. She saw the endless green wheat field and the tall oak tree guards helping the farmers to water and fertilize the fields. She saw the mages and elves controlling the giant puppets to build the majestic dam in the silver ribbon-like river. She saw the hot air balloon moving slowly in the air and the children laughing and chasing each other on the ground. In the cabin of the hot air balloon, she could vaguely see the Elven Chosen One waving at the children on the ground. She had seen too many things that she had never seen or even imagined 10 years ago. The train traveled for 6 hours. On the way, Teresa ordered a lunch on the train. It was not too expensive, only 2 silver coins. The taste was not bad. She specifically chose the elven fruit set and especially liked the elven flower tea. However, the wind told her that the authentic flower tea and elven food in the elven forest were much better than the ones on the train. This made Teresa's heart itch and she had the urge to go to the elven forest. However, she knew that although the elven forest was open to races other than elves, the prerequisite to enter was that one must be a believer of life. Inexplicably, she felt a little regretful. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the magic train entered Xianxia City. After entering Xianxia City, the train began to slow down slowly. The music played by the magic gramophone suddenly changed and became softer. At the same time, a pleasant female voice began to introduce the various customs of Manya City and welcomed the arrival of the passengers. Teresa looked at all this in amazement and then looked out of the window again. The first thing that caught Teresa's eyes was the familiar outer city wall. However, the eagle flag that belonged to the empire above the wall was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by the two-colored flag of the Republic. The buildings in the city were much cleaner and tidier than Teresa remembered. Many of them looked brand new and should have been renovated. Looking down from the viaduct of the train, she could see people coming and going on the streets. Carriages came and went in an endless stream. She could also see some magic passenger cars that were similar to the magic train. The city was very lively, brimming with vigor and vitality. Teresa could feel it even though she was on the train. Suddenly, a majestic castle entered Teresa's eyes. Her heart skipped a beat as she looked over. Her gaze was somewhat complicated. It was the prison of Darolia Castle. However, it was different from the prison in Teresa's memory. The prison that she passed by in a flash was decorated with colorful flags, and she seemed to be able to see the figures of civilians watching from the city towers. At that moment, Teresa realized that this castle prison would probably become a scenic spot just like Ulsberg. After entering Mania, the train moved slowly for nearly 10 minutes before finally stopping. To Teresa's surprise, the station was located in what used to be the Sacred Square. However, it was not surprising as this was the center of the entire Manya city. The former noble parliament building, the Eternal Sacred Church, and the Imperial Palace were all located here. We've arrived at Mania City. Let's get off, Feng said with a smile. Teresa was a little hesitant after hearing her words. When the train finally stopped and her hometown was right in front of her, the girl started to have thoughts of retreating. However, it was not a complete retreat. Instead, all kinds of complicated feelings intertwined together. Nervousness, apprehension, but also anticipation and novelty. Standing here, she couldn't help but think of that terrifying day 10 years ago. She would think of the anger of the people. She would think of the moment when the people mentioned her name, their angry expressions. She was afraid. She was afraid of being recognized. She didn't know what would happen to her if she was recognized. At the same time, she was curious. She was curious about what had become of Mania City. Don't be afraid. No one knows you. Even if there is, it doesn't matter. It's all in the past. Feng's gentle voice drifted over, and Teresa felt a soft hand on her head, gently rubbing it. At that moment, she seemed to feel a warm power flowing into her body. The nervousness and apprehension in her heart slowly dissipated. It seemed to be an elven magic that calmed people's hearts. Don't be in a daze. Let's go, Feng said. Thank you, Ms. Feng. Teresa looked at the elven priest with gratitude. Then, she took a deep breath and suppressed the worry and fear in her heart. She followed Feng's footsteps and got off the train. After leaving the magnificent magic station, Teresa came to the square. The square seemed to be the same square. However, compared to 10 years ago, it seemed to be more lively. Because here, there were more civilians and tourists that were rarely seen in the past. The inner city of Mania City was completely open to the public. Looking at this familiar yet strange square, Teresa's vision was a little dazed. At that moment, she finally experienced the feeling of things being the same but people being different. Her gaze fell on the statue in the square. The statue of the Eternal Lord was gone. It was replaced by a beautiful and holy statue of the goddess. This sacred square was also renamed Life Square. On the right side of the square, the Eternal Church was also hung with the flag of the Church of Life and was transformed into the Temple of Life. On the left side, the former center of the empire, the aristocrat parliament building, was erected with the Republic's two-colored flag. Teresa's eyesight was good. She quickly saw the name engraved in front of the newly erected revolutionary statue in front of the Grey Castle, House of Representatives. Nothing seemed to have changed, but everything seemed to have changed. The rail train slowly passed by in front of her. The girl retracted her gaze and looked forward. At that moment, her gaze became a little complicated. In front of her was the former royal palace of the Mania Empire. And that was where she had lived for nearly 14 years. It was her true home. The royal palace that was submerged in the fire 10 years ago seemed to have been renovated. It was no different from the palace in the girl's memory. However, the fluttering flag of the empire was gone. Surprisingly, there were still fully armed guards in front of the gate of the royal palace. Their armor seemed to be more gorgeous than in Teresa's memory. However, the girl could not sense any extraordinary power from them. They seemed to be ordinary people. At the gate of the royal palace, there were also all kinds of people gathered. Most of them were wearing plain clothes and were undoubtedly civilians. They went in and out, lined up, and looked at everything curiously and excitedly. A guide holding a small flag and a magic loudspeaker walked in front of the line and was enthusiastically introducing something. Although it was too far away to hear clearly, it seemed to be about the history of the royal palace. At this moment, Teresa knew that her former home had probably become a tourist attraction. "Do you want to go in and take a look?" Noticing the girl's gaze, Feng asked with a smile. Teresa hesitated for a moment and gently nodded. She gathered her courage and walked toward the royal palace. As she approached the crowd, her mood became more and more uneasy. However, what she was worried about did not happen. Everyone was minding their own business. No one noticed her, and no one cared about her. At most, when they saw Feng beside her, they would stand up straight and bow respectfully. However, even when facing Feng, the people here were not as surprised as the people in Ur City. It was obvious that they often saw the elven chosen one and were probably used to it. After all, Menya City was the largest city in the human world. Naturally, there would be more elven chosen ones gathered here. Teresa's thoughts were running wild as she nervously arrived at the gate of the royal palace. She took a deep breath and was about to step in when she was stopped by the guard. Teresa's heart tightened, and she instinctively wanted to escape. However, she was slightly stunned by the guard's next words. "This beautiful lady, please wait a moment. You haven't handed in your ticket." "Ticket?" Teresa was confused. The guard smiled and sized Teresa up before respectfully explaining, "Beautiful lady, you must enter the royal palace to enter the royal palace. Beautiful Miss Mage, if you want to enter the Imperial Palace Museum, you have to buy a ticket. It costs 20 silver coins per person, and children can buy it at half price. Here, buy it over there." The guard pointed at the ticketing counter. Teresa was speechless. So, if he wanted to go back to his former home, he would have to pay too. She widened her eyes. However, just as the young lady's emotions were in a mess, 2 tickets were handed over. "Me and her, 2 people." It was Feng. Seeing Feng's expression, the guard instantly smiled and tried to curry favor with him. "It's Lord Elven Priest." "Lord Elven Priest, you don't need to hand in your ticket. All priests can visit the royal palace for free." "It's fine. I've already bought it." Feng smiled. After receiving the ticket, the guard hurriedly made way for them. At the same time, he asked enthusiastically, "Lord Elven Priest, do you need a guide? I can find you the best guide. I'm a former royal and am very familiar with the royal palace. I can definitely bring you to a great tour." A royal, Teresa's heart trembled. She was a little nervous. She was afraid of being recognized. "No, there's no need." Feng shook his head and smiled. "We already have the best guide." Seeing Feng reject the other party, Teresa heaved a sigh of relief. "Alright, since you don't need it, then forget it. Have fun." The guard smiled. After 10 years, Teresa once again entered the royal palace. The tall palace and palace walls seemed to be no different from 10 years ago, but the strict guards were gone. Instead, there were tourists and gardeners trimming the garden. Looking at everything that was familiar yet unfamiliar, the scene of the bloody battle 10 years ago flashed before her eyes from time to time. The young lady stroked the grayish-white boulder of the palace with a complicated gaze. She sighed and continued forward. Unknowingly, she arrived at the palace that once belonged to her. Not far away, a middle-aged guide, who looked like a fallen noble, was holding a magic loudspeaker and enthusiastically introducing something to the curious tourists. He was wearing shabby clothes but could vaguely tell that the material of the clothes was of good quality. Teresa looked over and felt that the other party looked familiar. The middle-aged man had a weather-beaten face. His sideburns were white, and his skin was tanned. His face was full of smiles as he croaked, making the tourists laugh from time to time. In the end, Teresa couldn't hold back her curiosity and leaned over. She finally recognized the other party. This guide was actually a former viscount of the royal palace. His name seemed to be Felix. At the same time, she finally heard what the other party was saying. He was actually talking about the secrets of the royal palace. In the middle, it even involved Maria too, as well as Teresa's father and mother. This guide seemed to be rather familiar with the royal palace. He casually mentioned the names of the various nobles, and many things were said in a clear and vivid manner. For example, the affair between Maria II and Bishop Winst, the secret affair between Teresa's mother and the guard. There were all sorts of secrets. Some were dirty, some were erotic, and some were exciting and explosive. The surrounding tourists were excited and cheered non-stop. But Teresa was trembling in anger. There was no other reason than the other party was spouting nonsense. All of those so-called secrets were completely unfounded. They were all lies. Hearing the obsequious smile of the guide's disgusting mouth talk about the non-existent romantic history of her parents, Teresa felt disgusted and incomparably angry. Finally, her anger overcame her nervousness. She took a step forward and reprimanded with a trembling voice. "Shut up. These are all lies. They are all lies." As soon as Teresa ended the call, everyone's eyes instantly focused on her. Some tourists said with some displeasure, "What's the matter? How do you know they are all lies?" That's right, that's right. There are many ugly things about nobles." Teresa was stunned, and she became even angrier. She glared fiercely at the stunned middle-aged guide and reprimanded him. "Felix, you hypocritical bastard. You are not allowed to slander my former royal family of the empire." The middle-aged guide was stunned. He looked at Teresa in a daze. After scrutinizing her for a moment, he suddenly trembled, his face filled with agitation. "Your Majesty? You. Are you Her Majesty Teresa? Your Majesty?" The surrounding tourists were all stunned. Their gazes shifted between Teresa and the middle-aged noble, their expressions filled with shock. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! You are actually still alive. You are actually still alive." Felix crossed the crowd and knelt in front of Teresa with a plop, speaking with tears and snot. Seeing him like this, a commotion broke out among the tourists. Their gazes were all focused on Teresa. Her Majesty Teresa? Has he gone mad? No, no. I heard people say that he used to be a minor noble in the palace. Hiss. Could it really be the young empress? Queen Teresa too? But isn't the young empress already dead? God knows. Isn't there a rumor that the young empress actually faked her death to escape? Hiss. Looking at it this way, she does look similar to the portrait in the palace. Being scrutinized by numerous gazes and listening to the discussions of the tourists, Teresa's heart tightened, and she instantly became nervous. She had been recognized, in an instant, various images flashed through the girl's mind. She seemed to have returned to that terrifying night once again. She seemed to have seen the angry people besieging the palace. She seemed to have seen the angry people shouting her name, she seemed to have seen the angry faces gradually overlapping with the tourists in front of her. She seemed to have seen the tourists who had recognized her, once again pushing her to the execution ground. An indescribable fear struck her heart. Teresa could not control her body and could not help but turn around and flee. Teresa kept running, she didn't know where she wanted to go. She only knew that she wanted to escape from this place. Even if she stayed here for a second, she seemed to be able to see the scene when the Revolutionary Army broke into the palace that night. The girl kept running. By the time she stopped, panting, she had unknowingly reached the highest tower in the palace. That was her favorite place to stay when she was young. Whenever she was sad, she would hide in the attic of the tower and cry alone. Every time, her elderly grandmother, Maria II, would finally find her in the attic, stroke her head with a smile, and comfort her not to cry and to be strong. Her grandmother was a competent empress, but at the same time, she was also a kind grandmother. But everything was gone. Her grandmother was gone, her home was gone, and even her identity was gone. She could only live in anonymity. Countless nights, she would wake up from her sleep and dream of the night when her country was destroyed. There was no hatred. When she traveled with her teacher, she realized that the destruction of Holy Mania was inevitable. However, she didn't know how to face the hatred of the angry people. She didn't know what kind of trial she would face after her identity was made public. The girl hid in the attic, curled up, and kept crying. Fear, confusion, sadness, all kinds of emotions were intertwined, making her want to escape from this world. Don't cry. If your eyes turn red, you won't look good. Her grandmother's kind voice came, and Teresa was slightly shocked. What caught her eyes was a handkerchief. She slowly raised her head and saw her grandmother holding a handkerchief, looking at her curiously and nervously. Teresa was in a trance for a moment. Her grandmother's figure disappeared and was replaced by an old woman. Looking at her clothes, she seemed to be a commoner. Seeing the girl raise her head, the old woman smiled kindly and said, "Child, when you are sad, just think of something happy." Teresa looked at the old woman in a daze, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally reached out her hand. At this moment, she thought of her grandmother. "Thank you." The girl choked. The handkerchief's material was not good, and it was patched, but it was very clean. Teresa wiped her eyes, hesitated, and said, "Thank you. Thank you, I'll clean it and return it to you." After that, she silently chanted an incantation and used the cleansing technique. Seeing the brilliance of magic, a trace of nostalgia flashed in the old lady's eyes. Cleansing magic. How nostalgic. Teresa was slightly taken aback. "Are you a mage as well?" She didn't sense any magic fluctuations from the old woman. "No, I'm just an ordinary person." The old woman shook her head. "Then, how did you recognize the cleansing spell?" Teresa was curious for a moment. This old woman reminded her of her grandmother, and the uneasiness in her heart unknowingly dissipated, replaced by doubt. "Daughter. My daughter is. She often uses the cleaning spell to help me clean," the old woman said with a proud smile. Teresa was stunned for a moment before she slowly nodded. The old woman did not speak again. She stood by the window of the tower and looked out quietly. The sun shone on her hunched back, casting a thin and weak shadow on the ground. Teresa followed her gaze, and the distant view of the palace came into view. Further away were the crisscrossing streets and urban areas. Here, she could overlook the entire Mania, and it was also her favorite place to look into the distance when she was young. Prosperity, peace, and wealth. Is the scenery beautiful? Noticing Teresa's gaze, the old woman smiled and asked. Teresa nodded. Beautiful. Of course it was beautiful. Since she was young, her favorite thing was the scenery here. I also think it's beautiful, the old woman sighed. Teresa's heart skipped a beat. Are you also a tourist? Yes, I'm old and can't walk anymore. I spent a lot of effort to climb up. The old woman patted her back and said self-deprecatingly. Alone? Where's your daughter? Teresa was puzzled. The old woman was silent. Just as Teresa was wondering if she had said something wrong, the old man spoke again. She's no longer here. No longer here? Teresa widened her eyes. The old woman nodded and sighed. It's been almost 10 years. During the Great Revolution, she joined the resistance and sacrificed herself when attacking Dororia Castle. Until the last moment of her life, she still held the flag of revolution high. Then, the old woman looked at Teresa and smiled. When I see you, I think of her. If she was still alive, she should be as powerful as you now. Your cleansing spell seems to be much better than hers. Hearing the old woman's words, Teresa was slightly shocked. At this moment, she seemed to have returned to that terrifying night. But this time, along with the fear, there was a strong sense of guilt. I'm sorry, the girl lowered her head. The old woman smiled. Why are you apologizing? I've already let it go. After that, the old woman looked out the window again and sighed. The priest of the Life Church said that revolution always has sacrifices. It's because of the efforts of countless heroes that there is today's peace and happiness. I'm proud of my daughter. Hearing the old woman's words, Teresa's gaze was complicated. She lowered her head, clenched her hands, and pursed her lips. Silence. There was a long silence. I'm sorry. A moment later, Teresa lowered her head and repeated her words. Child, it's fine. You don't have to apologize. The old woman shook her head. Teresa gritted her teeth and shook her head. No. I have to apologize. As she spoke, she raised her head and looked at the old woman. Her apprehension gradually turned into determination. I am Therese von Trez. I'm the former empress of the empire, Teresa too. After saying this, the girl seemed to have used up all her strength. She also seemed to have finally revealed the secret she had been holding in her heart. Her entire body instantly relaxed. Then, there was nervousness, infinite nervousness. She lowered her head and curled up again, preparing to welcome the old woman's anger. However, the imagined anger didn't come. Instead, it was an old, rough, but very warm hand. She gently placed it on the girl's head. I know. The old woman's calm voice came from above. Teresa was stunned. She raised her head and looked at the old woman, only to find that she was looking at her gently. I recognized you from the first time I saw you. When you ascended the throne, I saw you from afar. I don't have much power, but since a long, long time ago, I have a photographic memory of the people I see. Although 10 years have passed, you don't seem to have changed much apart from growing taller, so. I recognized you long ago. The eye of truth, looking at the old woman's eyes that were as deep as the starry sky, such a name flashed through Teresa's mind in an instant. It was an innate ability that had a very small probability of being born. It often appeared in those with mythological bloodlines. Menya City was once the place with the most mythological descendants. Although the probability was very small, it wasn't impossible. Don't you hate me? She couldn't help but ask. The old woman shook her head and sighed. It's all in the past. It's all in the past. Although I lost my daughter, didn't you also lose everything you had? As she spoke, the old woman sighed. Her Majesty Maria too was a good emperor. When she was on the throne, she had always been working for the rights of us commoners. This is something that everyone knows. However, the influence of the nobles and the church was too great. You too. 10 years ago, you were only a child of 13 or 14 years old. You were also overthrown by the nobles. Even if I hate you, I should hate those nobles. Hearing the old woman's words, Teresa was slightly shocked. She raised her head, her eyes filled with disbelief. But I heard that after the Great Revolution, all the blame was pushed onto the royal family and the royalist nobles, right? The old woman smiled. She sighed softly. This is all a conspiracy of some ambitious families and remaining nobles to divert the anger of the people. As early as 3 years ago, the Life Church released many files from the end of the empire. While exposing the ugliness of the nobles, it also made us commoners understand that the former Terrence royal family wasn't that bad. Not to mention, you also lost everything. Even if there was a grudge, it has long been settled. At this point, the old woman smiled. Now, we are all just members of the Republic of Mania. Teresa looked at the old woman in a daze. Gradually, tears filled her eyes. Can I really be forgiven? She choked. Of course, no one resents you. I don't. Everyone doesn't. The past is the past. What we need to focus on is the future, the old woman said gently. As she spoke, she gently patted the girl's back. Child, you are no longer Teresa too. Hearing her words, Teresa's body trembled. She finally couldn't help but hug the old woman and cry. It was heart-wrenching, just like the night when she was lying in her teacher's arms. However, that time, it was the sorrow of the country's destruction. This time, it was a complete farewell to the past that was filled with self-blame and fear. The shadow that even the legendary mage Daniel couldn't help the girl walk out of was finally shattered at this moment. By the time Teresa left the tower, it was already evening. There were fewer tourists in the palace. They came and went, looking at everything with curiosity and excitement. No one cared about the girl. They brushed past her and didn't even turn their heads. At this moment, Teresa finally realized that it seemed that all this time, she had been shackling herself. Are you feeling better? A familiar voice came from behind her. Teresa's heart skipped a beat. She turned around and saw Feng looking at her with a smile. Her gaze was a little complicated. You knew all this time? The girl asked. Of course, the only one who couldn't walk out of it was you. Feng smiled. As she spoke, she waved her hand lightly. Look at everyone's true expressions when they know your identity. Following Feng's movements, Teresa felt a gentle power enter her mind. At the same time, the gazes of the tourists when she was recognized by the noble guide flashed in her mind again. There was no resentment, no hostility, only curiosity and excitement. It was as if they had seen a rare species. Further away, there were two rich businessmen with magic cameras in their hands. They seemed eager to take a picture with them. Teresa widened her eyes and was stunned for a moment. She had been nervous about these details back then and didn't notice them. By the way, Teresa, this is your ID card. I've already asked someone to get it done. It's a residence permit for the Republic of Mania. Feng smiled and handed over a magic crystal card. Teresa hesitated for a moment and finally took it. Yes, everything was over. The empire had become the dust of history along with the tide of the revolution. The past grudges had also disappeared with the changes of the world. People bid farewell to the past, put down their hatred, and welcomed a better future. And she should also walk out of the shackles of fate and spirit and face a brand new tomorrow. Taking a deep breath, the girl clenched the magic crystal card tightly. A trace of relief flashed in her eyes, and in the end, it gradually became firm. Lady Feng. Can you tell me more about the Church of Life and what happened after the revolution? You've thought it through? Yes. I want to pull myself together and face tomorrow with a more high-spirited attitude. I want to face the dream in my heart. Dream? So, you've found it? No. Lady Feng, my dream has always been there and has never changed. As she spoke, the girl looked into the distance with a firm gaze. That is to bring happiness to the people, but you're no longer the empress. Feng smiled. Teresa also smiled. But this time it was a carefree smile. I know, but so what? The puppet empress is just a shackle. I've let go of everything, and I've obtained freedom. This time I'll no longer be the empress, but the identity of a commoner. I'll work hard for my dream. And even as a commoner, I can do a lot. Don't forget, I'm a mage. A genius mage. Then, I'll look forward to it. Feng said with a smile. The golden setting sun shone down, elongating the shadows of the two people. The girl's eyes were unprecedentedly bright. Suddenly, an excited voice came from afar. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! It was the fallen noble Felix. He was panting heavily and sweating profusely. His face was full of excitement. Your Majesty! I've finally met you. Teresa retracted her gaze. Her gaze fell on Felix. There was no apprehension or anger. She smiled softly, shook her head, and said, No, sir. Teresa too is already dead. I'm a citizen of the Republic of Mania. You can call me Lady Teresa. Year 15 of the Dawn Era, the world of Tamriel. In the sky, rolling dark clouds and thunderbolts intertwined. An active volcano with flowing hot lava was emitting thick smoke, and thick volcanic ash sprinkled down from the sky. Under the volcano, a dense army of abyssal demons and fallen monsters was formed, looking ferocious and terrifying. Around them, fully armed human knights gripped their weapons tightly, clustered around war behemoths carrying elves. Their eyes were fixed on the beating red heart in the middle of the volcano, their eyes full of hatred and fighting spirit. Abyssal Mother Nest, that was the source of the pollution in the world, and also their last enemy. A loud horn sounded across the battlefield. The elves riding Megalosaurus drew their swords and ordered the attack. Loud dragon roars and the angry roars of giant beasts resounded above the battlefield. The elven dragon knights flew towards the volcano under the cover of the giant airships, and began to fight with the winged demons circling above the volcano. Behind them, hundreds and thousands of magic crystal cannons spewed fire, and dazzling elemental bullets fell on the volcano, tearing the trapped demons and monsters into pieces. The knights roared and followed the elven rangers in the vanguard, charging towards the volcano that was in a mess after the cannon fire. The silver knights dispelled the darkness under the illumination of the holy light like a golden tsunami, drowning the monsters with the fury of having their home destroyed, but just as the knights were about to charge up the volcano, the earth quaked. With a furious roar, a Balrog that was several hundred meters tall and covered in flames crawled out of the crater, beating its chest. A terrifying aura swept in all directions. The Balrog that smelled of sulfur roared, and even the dark clouds in the sky changed color. The knights were shocked, and the elves' expressions changed. Oh no! It's an abyssal myth. Quick, call for backup. Soon, more than 10 elven priests in white robes raised their golden scepters and chanted a holy spell. Golden light gradually bloomed on the scepter, and soon it turned into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. The next moment, accompanied by ethereal hymns, a teleportation portal surrounded by complex and mysterious golden runes appeared in the sky, and an old arm stretched out. Then, under the holy light, a demigod wizard in white robes stepped in. He waved his staff, and a vast amount of divine power pressed down on the Balrog, forming golden chains that formed a holy cage. The Balrog, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, was instantly suppressed. On the ground, the human knights praised the goddess of life, excited and fanatical. However, the elves' gazes were filled with excitement and curiosity. A demigod that we don't know? Could it be that another wild myth has defected to the goddess? Who cares? The demons can't hold on, let's rush in first. That's right. That's right. It won't be too late to check it out after we finish this map. Maybe there'll be information on the official website by then. Charge. For the goddess glory. Victory belongs to the goddess. Victory belongs to our great chosen one. Whoosh. The elves howled and charged toward the volcano again with the human alliance army of this world. Tens of thousands of horses galloped, and thousands of dragons roared. Amidst the overwhelming cheers, the jumping abyssal hive was blasted into pieces by the elves' explosive magic. A golden pillar of light shot into the sky, piercing through the dark clouds. The long-awaited sunlight shone down, projecting a colorful light. It was like a loving mother smiling at her long-awaited child. The human warriors threw their weapons on the ground, knelt down, stretched out their hands to the warm sunlight, and hugged each other with tears of excitement. 15 years had passed since the year of disaster, and they finally saw the long-awaited light again. In the sky, the old wizard who was bathed in holy light looked at the jubilant scene on the ground and smiled. He picked up the struggling Balrog and disappeared from everyone's sight. Your Holiness, this is an abyssal myth hidden in the world of Tamriel. Please deal with it. In the sky, the old wizard's figure reappeared. He held the shrunken golden cage and bowed respectfully to Eve. In the cage, the Balrog was like a frog on fire, constantly struggling. Not bad, throw it to Azazel to suppress in the demon god's labyrinth. Eve nodded slightly and said with satisfaction. Then, she looked at the other party and smiled. Daniel, how do you feel about the power of a demigod? Very strong. The old wizard exclaimed. As he spoke, his face was full of emotion. I used to think that a demigod was just a step further in the mastery of the laws compared to a legend, but when I really took this step, I realized how big the gap was. Your Holiness, thank you for giving me a chance to go further. I thought my life was over, but you gave me a new possibility, Eve smiled. Daniel, becoming my demigod is not necessarily a good thing. This is a deal. I give you a chance to go further, and you, pledge your loyalty to me. I've been observing you since the day the Empire was destroyed. You have principles, you have a bottom line. Although you have great power, you can still treat the weak gently. After all, humans are the most numerous species in the universe of seekers, and I do need a corresponding human god. You didn't disappoint me. You were able to seal the Abyss Balrog as soon as you were promoted. But, aren't you worried that one day, I'll be like the human gods in the past and go against you? The old wizard could not help but ask. Oh? Do you think you can do it? Eve said with a smile. The old wizard paused slightly. He raised his head and looked at the beautiful and holy goddess. He only felt that there was an invisible pressure on her. Every ray of holy light that surrounded Eve seemed to be as vast as the starry sky. Even if he had become a demigod, standing in front of the Lord of the Dawn era, he still felt very small in his heart. No, after becoming a demigod, he felt that the gap between him and the other party had widened. Thinking back to the lit leaves on the world tree and the branches that had merged with the plain worlds, Daniel had a hint of understanding in his heart. Yes, Goddess Eve had become a real world tree. Although she had not merged all the plane worlds in the universe of Seekers, in terms of status, she was already equal to the entire universe. She was not only a god, but also a new universe, a world tree universe that was made up of countless planes. How could a mere myth fight against the universe that he was in? But it was just a part of the operation of the universe's laws. Thinking of this, Daniel, who knew the truth of the universe of Seekers, was even more in awe and admiration of the beautiful goddess in front of him. To be able to fight against the Creator with a mythical region, perhaps only a great existence like Her Holiness Eve could do it? Her Holiness Eve, it's my honor to be your demigod oracle. The old wizard said respectfully. Do your best. Eve nodded and smiled. Then, as if she had thought of something, she added, by the way, during the years that you were asleep, Teresa had come out from the shadows. Now, she has returned to Mania and become a magic teacher in the Magic Academy, as well as a member of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Mania. If you want, you can go back and see her. The old wizard was stunned. He bowed deeply to Eve and said gratefully, thank you for taking care of her, Her Holiness the Great Goddess. The old wizard left with the abyss mythical being who had been captured, while Eve took a deep look at the void. She chuckled and said, Hellier, peeping is not something that a mythical being should do. As soon as she finished speaking, the dark power of the abyss gathered in the void, and the figure of the first demon god, Hellier, slowly appeared. He looked at Eve with a complicated gaze and said in a deep voice, Her Holiness Eve, you seem to have become more powerful. Eve smiled faintly. Anyone who has merged hundreds of planes would be this powerful. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Merging planes is like a snowball. After this, it will get faster and faster. But do you think that you can stop my progress by throwing the Abyss Broodmother and the Diablo into those worlds? After hearing Eve's words, Hellier was silent. For a moment, both sides fell into an eerie silence. After a while, Eve sighed softly, Hellier, surrender. Hellier, surrender. The Abyss has no chance of winning. The Creator and Rigdale can't stop me. As more and more chosen ones appear, I think you've already sensed that the scales of victory are tilting towards me. You're just tools of the Creator's will. Or are you willing to be the Abyss fighters? After hearing Eve's words, Hellier sneered. I didn't expect the ruler of the Dawn era, the Great World Tree Eve, to tempt others. Why, don't you hate us, the Abyss dependents, the most? Or are you going to abandon your so-called order and justice? Hearing Hellier's sarcasm, Eve was not angry. She sighed softly and said, if there's light in the world, there's darkness. When I stand in the light, of course, I have to fight against the darkness. But when I become the world, then, the darkness should be a part of me. The essence of order is balance. This I realized when I started fusing the planes. As she said that, Eve smiled again. Not to mention, it's not good to be too comfortable. Life is born of worry and death is born of ease. All beings also need an enemy to spur them on, but this enemy must be within control, Hellier snorted coldly. In the end, you just want us to become another tool from a tool. Compared to being a tool in captivity, why can't we be our own masters? But, can you do it? Eve asked in return. Hellier was silent. After a while, he sneered. At least, we have more freedom than Azazel. That's because the Creator hasn't awakened yet. What if he awakens? Eve asked again. Hellier was speechless. Eve sighed. Hellier, just like the first level of hell, my roots can fuse with the Abyss. If you want to get rid of the control of the Abyss, come to me. Stop dreaming. I don't want to be like those gods who submitted to you and become your vassal, much less a slave like Azazel. Hellier snorted coldly. Eve smiled. There aren't many paths you can choose. I'm just giving you the best suggestion. After that, she said no more and turned to leave. Only demon god Hellier was left standing there with a gloomy gaze. The first level of hell, the Eye of the Abyss. This frontier fortress built by Eve herself and used by the Black Dragon King Meryl to suppress had changed drastically since it was first built more than 10 years ago. The former fortress had been expanded 3 times. There were 3 levels inside and 3 outside. It looked like a black demon's palace. Inside the fortress was the Hell's Gate, the teleportation point to the world of seekers. Outside the fortress was a large main city. It was a city built by the players. 7 years ago, it was officially certified as one of the official main cities. It was an important stronghold for the players on the first level of Hell called Mordor. It was full of bad taste. After it became a main city, it became a favorite place for players to farm maps. The first level of Hell had been officially integrated by the World Tree and became part of the Root World. There would not be any wild monsters from the abyss. Even for legendary bosses, their distribution points were often accompanied by system warnings. It was quite safe for the players. In addition, there were many abyssal mother nests here. The low-level demons could be said to be inexhaustible and could be farmed until the end of time. Of course, the most important thing was the Demon God's Labyrinth. After the new expansion pack, the Demon God's Labyrinth had been completely moved to the first level of Hell. As time passed and the number of players increased, the area of the labyrinth grew larger. As the only map that could consistently spawn profession change slots, it was naturally sought after by countless players. In addition, the entrance to the Demon God's Labyrinth was located in Mordor City. The development of this city, which was located in the abyss and had ridiculously high prices, was also very important. At this moment, at the entrance of the labyrinth, a veteran player was explaining to a few newbies in his team. Everyone, when you enter the labyrinth later, don't run around. The demons in the labyrinth are different from those outside. They are very cunning and very organized. Not only do they know how to fight guerrilla warfare, but they also know how to fish. They are as difficult to deal with as us players. Hearing this, the newbies were surprised. Do demons have tactics too? Didn't they say that when they fought, they would only charge forward like a swarm of bees? Damn, that's old history. Those silly demons are the ones outside the labyrinth. It's different inside the labyrinth. Over there, the stupid ones have long become experience points. Most of the ones left are the smart ones. The old player sighed. By the way, bring more delicious food. Don't just bring dry food. You can also bring some high-end wine, elven flower tea, fruits, pastries, delicious meat sauce, skewers, and so on. He added. A rookie was immediately amused. Pfft. Ah, are we going to farm monsters or have a picnic? Kill monsters. But with these things, they could save his life at a critical moment. Remember, the better the food you bring, the easier it is for you to escape unscathed when you encounter danger. The old player widened his eyes. But, why can bringing food save my life? Do you think we can offer it to the demons and ask them to spare our lives? A player who was obviously participating in the demon god's maze for the first time asked. The experienced players in the team fell silent. Seeing the seniors' reactions, the newcomer was stunned and had a strange look on his face. It can't be. It can't be true, right? Release them after giving them food? The demons in the demon god's maze are also so loyal to their contracts? The old player sighed. Just think of it as a tacit understanding between us players and them after a long battle. Then, what do I do if I don't have money to buy delicious food? My pitiful contribution points have all been spent on equipment. The same goes for the gold pounds. They've all been exchanged for contribution points. I'm almost eating dirt on a daily basis. Then buy some melons. They're cost-effective. If you encounter a demon you can't beat, you can throw them away. Quickly run after throwing them away. The demons probably won't chase after you. Oh, by the way, they sell them at the entrance of the maze. 2 melons for 1 silver coin. Good fellow, melons are still okay. No. 2 melons for 1 silver coin isn't cheap, okay? You can buy a basket of them in the elven forest at this price. Where do you think this is? The mineral water at the top of Mount Tai is already $10. The red braised pork on the Blue Star train is several times more expensive. This is the first level of hell, not the elven forest. That makes sense. I actually have nothing to say. That's not right. There are storage equipment and teleportation portals in the game. It doesn't seem to cost much to transport things. It's not like we're mountain laborers. You didn't spend any money when you teleported here? No. F***ck. I forgot that you're from the Meng Committee. The guild includes teleportation fees. Damn it, the teleportation fees are not cheap. TSK. If that's the case, won't I be able to take advantage of the guild in the future? Helping people transport things back and forth through the teleportation portals to earn some extra money? In your dreams. The Meng Committee also has a number of free teleportation portals every day. The players chatted as they walked. The topic gradually deviated from the strategy of the demon god maze to some star system. However, although the new players were complaining crazily, they still obediently followed the advice of the old players and prepared all kinds of delicious food. At first glance, it looked like they were not going to farm monsters, but to go on an excursion. After everything was prepared, the group passed through the door of the maze in Mordor City and entered the largest and most popular dungeon in the Elven Kingdom, the Demon God Maze. After entering the maze, the old players led the team and continued to teach the new players about the maze. The demons on the first level were relatively weak. With his strength as an upper silver, he could easily defeat them. There was no need to worry about his safety. The new players also pricked up their ears and listened attentively to the old players' introduction. Similar to the earlier versions of the Demon God Maze, the Demon God Maze in the new expansion pack was still randomly teleported. Only players in the same team would be teleported together. The maze was huge, extremely huge. There was not only one level, but there were more than 10 levels. Each level went deep into the ground. It was said that the scale of the entire maze was still expanding. As the number of players increased and the game was updated, the area of the maze would increase every time. Every time the area expanded, there would be at least one more boss in the maze. Just like before, the boss palaces in the maze were summoned and opened by randomly dropping keys. There was no requirement to kill the boss of the previous level in order to enter the next level of the maze. However, if one wanted to obtain a higher level of profession change, they would have to go deeper into the maze. This was because the deeper they went, the stronger the boss would be. At the same time, the deeper they went, the lower the probability of encountering a boss key. The normal demons and abyssal creatures would also be stronger. Sometimes, they would even encounter a small abyssal hive. It's the easiest to find a key on the first level of the maze. However, the boss will only drop a lower silver class change slot. The probability is still very low. This level is suitable for low-level monsters. As we go deeper, although it's not easy to encounter a boss, the probability of dropping all kinds of good stuff will increase. Especially the class change slots. For the first class change, the probability of entering the third level is the highest. At the same time, starting from the fourth level, there will be mid-silver level class change slots. Correspondingly, the probability of dropping a lower silver class change slot will decrease. At the sixth level, the probability of dropping a mid-silver level class change slot will be the highest. Starting from the seventh level, there will be high silver level class change slots. The probability of dropping a mid-silver level class change slot will decrease, and so on. This time, our target is the fourth level. Although the probability of dropping a lower silver class change slot is not as high as the third level, there's a chance of dropping a mid-silver level class change slot. Overall, it's more cost-effective. If you're lucky, you can also get your mid-silver level class change slot. The leading veteran player happily told the newbies what he knew. The fourth level? We're all black iron. Will we be able to defeat it? A newbie asked worriedly. After hearing his words, the veteran players in the team looked at each other and laughed. Hee, don't be afraid. We're all silver upper level. As long as we don't step on any traps, we can easily defeat it. Traps? Yes, if you see something like a treasure chest, don't open it rashly. It could be a devil's trap. Understood. The group of people walked in the gloomy and terrifying underground maze. As they walked, they explored and looked for the entrance to the next level of the maze while chatting. Then, do you know what the bosses on the fourth level are? When I checked the information about the Demon Gods maze on the official website, why didn't the listed bosses indicate the level of the maze? Another newbie asked curiously. The veteran player laughed. That's right. That's because any boss can appear on different levels of the maze. It's just that they're more powerful when they appear on the deeper levels. Is there any pattern? I can't say that there isn't any, but it's useless. According to my observations, a boss that stays on the top level for a long time will run to the bottom level. But it's not absolute. Fallen Angel Lulia and Queen of Pain Elisa are known as the nail on the first level. We meet them almost every time. I almost got sick of it, another veteran player complained. Then, who's the strongest boss? Someone asked curiously. The leading veteran player thought for a moment and said, not necessarily. But, there's a very small probability of encountering the maze master, Azazel, on a different level of the maze. He's invincible on the same level and very difficult to defeat. The probability of passing is extremely low, but once you pass, you'll get a huge reward. Of course, with our strength, if we encounter him on the 4th level, we'll just die. We can't win. After hearing his words, the newbies widened their eyes. Is Azazel that strong? Isn't Samuel also in the maze? Damn, I don't know. Anyway, in the official setting, the maze master, Azazel, is the strongest. Samuel is only fit to carry his shoes. But, we haven't farmed for a long time. I don't know if there have been any changes. The veteran player shook his head. The group chatted as they walked. Soon, they found the entrance to the lower levels. There was more than one entrance to different levels of the maze, so it was not difficult to find them. However, they were usually guarded by monsters. Of course, to them, these monsters on the lower levels were not a threat. They could pass through easily. After entering the 4th level of the maze, the veteran players gradually quieted down. They began to concentrate on exploring the maze. There was no other reason. From here on out, the combat power of the demons increased significantly. The group was lucky. Not long after entering the 4th level of the maze, they took down a small gathering point of the demons. A rainbow-colored boss palace key was dropped. This was the first time they encountered Haganat the Devourer, a demigod-level abyss mythical being. Of course, his strength had been suppressed. The recommended level for the 4th level was upper iron to lower silver. With a few upper silver players holding the line, the group's battle went smoothly. In less than 10 minutes, the abyss mythical being turned into a statue again with a weak wail. A large number of rewards were dropped, including a mid-silver level profession change slot. It was a good start, the first battle went smoothly. The newbies were also excited. Under the lead of the veteran players, they continued to go deeper. In less than half an hour, they found another boss key. This time, they encountered the one-horned Duke, Andrea. The second boss was slightly more difficult to defeat than the first. However, the group still passed through without any injuries. It only took them 13 minutes. This time, they were lucky. A low silver level profession change slot was dropped. The players were even more excited. Hurry up. I feel like we can collect both keys today. Some newbies were eager to try. They were excited. Ha 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 ha, you guys are in luck. The probability of triggering the boss key is much higher than when we were. The veteran player laughed. The group turned a corner. A dazzling light came into their sight. They saw a rainbow-colored chest in the corner of the maze. Treasure chest. It's a treasure chest. The newbie's eyes lit up. Don't go there. Have you forgotten what I said before? The veteran player who led the group shouted, stopping the newbies who were about to go forward. The restless maze newbie stopped and looked at the veteran player. His gaze was solemn. It's impossible for rainbow-colored treasure chests to appear in the maze below the 10th floor. It must be a trap. Once it's opened, it will definitely attract a wave of demons. Hearing his words, the newbies' expressions changed slightly. They all showed a hint of fear. At this moment, suddenly, a surprised voice came from the back of the group. Huh? There are dragon eggs in the demon god maze? Dragon eggs, the veteran player who led the group was slightly stunned. He turned around and saw the player at the back squatting in the corner. He was excitedly looking at an egg the size of a wooden barrel. The obvious pattern on the egg was not a dragon pattern that had been exposed online. What else could it be? This was really a dragon egg. The veteran player widened his eyes. Wait, was there this egg just now? As if he realized something, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The next moment, his expression changed, and he quickly shouted, "Don't touch it." However, it was too late. The player in front of the dragon egg had already picked it up. The next second, the dragon egg suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of red smoke, covering the group. Everyone only felt that the strength in their bodies began to dissipate quickly. Not good. It's poison. The veteran player's expression changed drastically. Then, before they could do anything, a dense crowd of demons of all sizes jumped out from the depths of the maze and surrounded them. After a while, the group was drowned by the flood of demons. At the same time, in the deepest part of the demon god maze, Azazel looked at the image in the crystal ball while leisurely swinging his big black legs. Behind him, there was a young and beautiful succubus massaging his shoulders and back. Humph, how dare the veteran bring the newbies to explore the map? The food they bring is nothing new. A bunch of insincere and lazy guys. This is the result of cheating. He sneered and took a bite of the melon in his hand. The crunching sounds of the melon being chewed echoed in the palace. From time to time, it was accompanied by smacking of lips in satisfaction. Azazel wiped his mouth and threw the melon rind away. Immediately, a demon came forward to put it away and gave him a new one. Suddenly, the door of the palace slowly opened. Demon god Samuel's figure appeared in the hall. He was wearing heavy armor, and his strong body looked very mighty. However, compared to the leisurely Azazel, this second demon god seemed to be in a much more sorry state. He looked tired, and there were dark golden ceiling shackles on his body. He brought a few demon servants, carried boxes filled with delicacies and other spoils of war, and came in front of Azazel. "Honorable Lord Azazel, these are the spoils of war. Please inspect them." Samuel took a deep breath and knelt on one knee with a stiff body. He was almost gnashing his teeth. Azazel glanced at him, sneered, and dug his ears. "Your voice is too soft and insincere. Samuel, is this your attitude towards the master of the maze? Or, do you want to be like Lilia and Elisa and become the model workers of the first level of the maze?" Samuel was speechless. As if recalling some unpleasant memories, his expression changed slightly. After a moment of silence, he raised his head and looked at Azazel's half-smile. Finally, he gritted his teeth and repeated, "Honorable Lord Azazel, these are the spoils of war. Please inspect them, your expression is not on point. Those who don't know would think that I'm your enemy. Do it again. Honorable Lord Azazel, these are the spoils of war. Please inspect them. No, do it again. Your movements have to be elegant, and your attitude has to be respectful. Why aren't you saying anything? Or do you want to go to the first level of the maze? Honorable Lord Azazel, these are the spoils of war. Please inspect them, that's more like it. Good boy." Looking at the demon god Samuel, who was about to grind his teeth to pieces and had a look of humiliation but had no choice but to be obedient, Azazel was very pleased. Every time this happened, he would feel that the elves running around in the maze seemed to have something cute about them. Azazel chuckled and waved his hand to get Samuel, who was on the verge of exploding, to scram. He listened to the little demons report the names of the spoils of war as he continued munching on his melon. He still had a sense of propriety. Although Samuel had been tortured by the elves for a long time, if he really pissed him off, he would rather be killed by the elves than lower his head to him. That wouldn't be fun. Thinking of how Samuel had been humiliated and angry, but had no choice but to lower his head out of fear of his control, Azazel felt very comfortable. How satisfying, this was too satisfying. Before he was locked in the maze, he had never been so happy. Azazel was really looking forward to when the rest of the demon gods would come in. He had already thought of the lines and songs for those bastards. Unfortunately, in the past decade or so, other than a few more demigod-level abyss mythological legends, those who were holed up in hell did not come in. On the other hand, Azazel himself had become more and more accustomed to the rhythm of the maze over the years. Azazel was very comfortable. To be more precise, after the demon gods moved out of the maze, he was living more and more comfortably. He stroked the armrest of the throne and looked at the map of the maze and the entire first level of hell through the system network authorized by Eve. This demon god, who was the first to be tied up in the maze as a tool, sighed. When he was sealed by Eve, he thought that he would never be able to return to the first level of hell. He did not expect to return to this place that he had dominated for so many years in another way. Actually, after thinking about it, there was nothing wrong with staying in the maze. Azazel already knew that Eve Yggdrasil had become the new master of the era. Not only that, this powerful existence who fought against the gods of heaven alone and killed the will of the awakened creator had also started the process of merging thousands of planes. As one of the oldest demon gods, Azazel knew very well what this meant. That was, the other party might really be able to replace the creator of the universe of seekers and become a new great divine power at the creation level, the level of creation, that was a greater divine power that was more powerful than Neo, the king of gods, and if Eve really succeeded, then, the world tree would become a unique universe, and the first level of hell that he was in might even become the core of a chaotic and evil world. By then, although he would be controlled by Eve, which existence living in the universe would not be controlled by the master of the universe, the 7 levels of hell were also affected by the will of the abyss, which originated from the will of the creator. In Azazel's opinion, the will of the creator was not any better than Eve treated him. At least in the maze, he had food and drink, and he could bully other demon gods. After such a long time, Azazel thought that he had a better understanding of Goddess Eve. This great existence was not harsh on obedient vassals. Even if he was a demon god, as long as he followed Eve's wishes and did a good job, Eve would not treat him badly. Of course, the premise was that he had to be obedient and not think of any evil ideas, let alone betray Eve. Otherwise, this powerful goddess would teach him how to be a human in a matter of minutes. Azazel could not help but shudder at the thought of his arrogance and betrayal during the war of gods and demons, and being thrown back to the demon god palace to work under the 007 working system. He did not want to live such a life again. Humph, so what if I have no freedom? Eve. Yes. Sooner or later, Her Majesty will devour the plains of hell and the abyss one by one. By then, the demon god maze might even become the core of the entire abyss world. By then, I will be the master of chaos and evil. I will be the pole of the entire world tree universe. The laws of the universe are balanced, and I will be indispensable. As long as I don't make any mistakes, as long as I manage the demon god maze well, I will become an existence like Hellier sooner or later. No. I should say, I will be stronger than Hellier, if Her Majesty ascends to the level of creation. In the words of those elven chosen ones, I will have the merit of ascending to the throne. She will definitely not treat me badly. Wouldn't it be easy for me to become a great divine power? As for freedom, there is no such thing as freedom in the abyss. The so-called demon god is just a tool of the abyss. It's all about the same. Then choose the better one, not to mention, I have no choice. When he said the last sentence, Azazel's face was full of righteousness. It was obvious that he had been trained to be like Eve. He did not realize at all that there was a problem with his way of thinking. Not only that, the more this master of the demon god maze thought about it, the more he felt that he had great foresight. Many of the abyss myths in the demon god maze would curse him when they saw him for the first time, or angrily mock him for becoming the lackey of a true god. Thinking of the angry and humiliated looks on those guys' faces, Azazel just wanted to laugh. Haha. They were just a bunch of guys without foresight. How would they know what it meant to endure hardships? How would they know what it meant to ascend to the throne? They only knew how to please the will of the abyss, and they were just tools of the abyss. No one was much better than the other. Of course, these guys would rather die than submit was only in the early stages. With the visit of the elves, as long as Azazel let these guys who were jumping up and down receive a few more guests, they would all become obedient. Didn't you see that Samuel, that bad-tempered guy, had become soft now? Humph. They were all useless. Thinking of the pathetic looks of the evil gods, Azazel sneered, his eyes full of disdain. He had forgotten that he, like the other evil gods, had been tortured to death by the elves. He had forgotten the pain after the scar healed. Lord Azazel, these are all the spoils of war this time. The demon servant who had finished reporting stood to the side and said respectfully. Azazel nodded. In fact, he already knew what the other party had brought when he watched the battle in the crystal ball. It was just that listening to the demon servant's report again like this would give him a greater sense of accomplishment. A sense of accomplishment from playing with the elves' chosen ones like monkeys. Hey, they all said that he was a tool, weren't those chosen ones also his tools to control the maze? Moreover, they were also the captains of his material transportation team. Thanks to them, he had almost become a fat otaku after eating in the maze all these years. The days of a demon god were so boring and dry. Azazel continued to change into a comfortable position. He picked out the melon from the spoils of war sent by the demon servants and then looked at the remaining supplies with disdain. The rest is yours. The demons cheered and then swarmed forward, fighting to snatch all kinds of food. They looked like starving refugees. It was not that they were really hungry in the demon god maze, but the food brought by the elves' chosen ones was really delicious. Although Azazel was tired of most of it, they still rarely had the chance to taste it. For a moment, the demon servants were in a mess, and the palace was in chaos. Looking at these demons fighting for food, Azazel laughed. Not only was he not angry, but he became more interested. Hey, beat him up. Yes. Beat him up. Idiot. You trash, don't you know how to kick his lower body? Did you fight with the chosen ones for nothing? Hey, that's right. Azazel fanned the flames as he ate the melon. At this moment, a golden light appeared in the palace. Bits of runes flashed and turned into a circular teleportation array. An unfamiliar aura appeared in the hall. Azazel's expression froze. He quickly stood up with a vigilant look. Under the shroud of the holy light, he saw an old man he did not recognize appear in front of his throne. In his hand, he was carrying a small cage containing a fire demon. Seeing the fire demon in the cage that was struggling like a grasshopper, Azazel's heart skipped a beat. Abyss myth, he looked at the old man with uncertainty. Sensing the demigod-level aura on the other party, he was relieved. But when he noticed the Lord God's mark that belonged to Eve on the other party's body, his mood suddenly rose again. Demigod oracle, or a human, was he newly recruited by Her Holiness the Goddess? Lord Azazel, this is a new abyss myth. Her Holiness the Goddess said to leave it to you. Demigod Wizard Daniel said. With that, he put down the cage containing the fire demon. Azazel was stunned. Then, his expression turned solemn. With his hands behind his back, he put on a condescending look and said in a deep voice, I understand. I understand. You may leave. Demigod Wizard Daniel slowly retreated. Azazel glanced at the fire demon that was looking at him pitifully. He sneered and stuffed the other party into the spare palace that he had prepared long ago. Then, he looked in the direction where Daniel had been teleported. His gaze gradually turned solemn. Her Holiness the Goddess had a new demigod oracle. It seemed that as time passed, more and more myths were also aware of his potential and future and were planning to join in. Thinking of this, Azazel suddenly thought of Helier and the other demon gods who were still in the endless abyss. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Wait. Helier and those fellows. Will they betray the abyss and throw themselves into the arms of the goddess after seeing how powerful she is? He and Leviathan are both great divine powers. If they throw their lot in with Her Holiness the Goddess, then my position as the master of the labyrinth will be in danger. They are not that idiot Samuel. Thinking of this, Azazel suddenly felt that the melon in his hand was not so sweet anymore. His expression changed several times. He paced back and forth in the palace. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, No, I have to show more value. Now that I think about it, I seem to have been too comfortable for the past 10 years. It's also been a long time since I updated the new gameplay of the Demon God Labyrinth. This won't do. I have to let Her Holiness Eve see my irreplaceable ability. I have to continue working hard. I have to stand up. I have to prevent myself from being replaced by others. Thinking of this, Azazel's gaze gradually became firm. A new fighting spirit was ignited. The spring of the working demon gods had to be fought for by himself. He would never give up the position of the master of the labyrinth to other existences. Letting out a light breath, Azazel sat back on the throne, dispelled the succubi and servants who were serving him, and studied the new gameplay of the Demon God Labyrinth. At the same time, he took out the leaf of the world tree that Eve had given him, which was specially used for communication. He injected energy and shouted, "Her Holiness Eve! I will develop all kinds of new gameplay. I will not let you down. Trust me. Only I am qualified for the position of the master of the demon god labyrinth." On the other side, in the kingdom of the world tree, Eve had returned to her temple. She had just picked up the elven flower tea that the players offered as a tribute, sacrifice, and was about to taste it carefully. She was a little stunned when she heard Azazel's words that were full of fighting spirit and drive. This guy. What's wrong with him again? It was the 20th year of the Dawn Era. Time flew by quickly. Unknowingly, 27 years had passed since the players arrived in Sag World. Even on the blue planet, almost 7 years had passed. The new version of the game, Elven Kingdom, World Tree, had been running for 20 seekers for years. In the past 20 years, more and more players had arrived. The old players had become legends, the rookies had become elites, and the new players had listened to the legendary stories told by the elite players with admiration. At the same time, they imagined that they could complete the epic hidden quest and become famous in the entire Seg universe. With the dream of the future, they joined the war against pollution and conquering worlds. As the conquering of planes continued, the map of Elven Kingdom snowballed, and the merging of planes became faster and faster. At first, it was only one plane per year, then one every few months, and then one every few days. Gradually, one plane could be merged every day, and now, there might be more than one every day. Unknowingly, more than 2,000 planes had been merged by the World Tree. This included not only the main material plane that was suitable for all kinds of creatures, but it also included all kinds of elemental planes of various sizes and even the dead planes. Almost every day, new planes would be sublimated under the golden radiance, becoming part of the World Tree's leaf. Almost every day, more than one new plane would be located by the players who explored it, building goddess altars that could be leveled up into resurrection points or even spawn points. One after another, unfamiliar names became famous and left all kinds of legends in the endless void. One after another, lost planes were washed away by the arrival of the players and were reborn. The names of the Elven Chosen Ones had spread throughout the entire Seg universe. Saviors, prophets, messengers, heroes, there were too many praises and halos that enveloped them. As the number of players increased, there would always be groups and individuals that went against the mainstream perception and behavior. However, in Elven Kingdom's highly strict mission system and punishment mechanism, the overall order was still good. Time and time again, liberals denounced the reward and punishment mechanism and quest line of Elven Nation on the internet, complaining that too many rules and regulations made the whole game restrictive. They could not do what they liked freely and could only listen to the system's arrangement. The catastrophists believed that the game was ultimately a game, and the players were players. Treating the stories and NPCs in Elven Nation as another world, and treating the so-called programs as their companions was simply laughable. In particular, the various protective mechanisms that were beneficial to the NPCs were what they hated the most. These voices were most common among the new players. However, no matter how many voices there were, they couldn't defeat the mainstream supporters of Elven Nation, which had been the mainstream motto since the closed beta of Elven Nation. This is a game, but this is also our world. If you want to play, then play. If you don't want to play, then get lost. This is Elven Nation, a world built by us Elven Chosen Ones. This is our other home in the virtual world. We will not allow anyone to blaspheme it. Eve wanted to shape the players will as early as during the closed beta. Finally, through the reinforcement of the missions, the selection of rewards and punishments, and the development of the game year after year, it became a reality. Of course, among all the players, the veteran players who participated in the closed beta were the ones who felt it the most. They were also the group of people who were the most committed to the original order and rules of Elven Nation. The Optimist was one of them. As a former member of the strongest clearers in Elven Nation, he had always been passionate about Elven Nation and also regarded the NPCs in the game as real companions in another world. Of course, the former strongest clearers had disbanded with the departure of their leader, Boxed Lunchbox. However, the former members of Boxed Lunchbox did not leave. Instead, after a period of silence, they gathered again and joined the Mengmeng Committee's pioneer group to serve as the leaders of the pioneer group. The pioneer group was a variant of the clearers. It began to appear after the new version of Elven Nation, World Tree, and was successfully integrated by the World Tree. After the design of the Magic Gathering Core was put on the shop, it gradually improved and finally officially formed. You're asking why the shop has the long-lost Magic Gathering Core design? Don't ask, it's a benefit of the system. Unlike the regular clearers, the pioneer group only had one goal, and that was to find a new plane in the world of Seekers, establish coordinates in the new plane, and build a stronghold for the subsequent cutting of the World Tree to prepare for the arrival of more players. To put it bluntly, they were the vanguard of the expedition to other planes. The pioneer group was often active in various parts of the world of Seekers, looking for possible plane passages. Once they found one, they would enter with prepared materials, conduct preliminary exploration, and establish coordinates. This was a preemptive action, so, during the exploration, different pioneer group often had conflicts. Even if there was a punishment mechanism, they would often fight to the death. This was especially true for the world of Dawn, where they almost fought to the death during the exploration. Since then, Elven Nation had updated the rules of exploration and officially established the exploration system for new worlds. According to the updated rules after the integration of the world of Dawn, the exploration rights of the new world belonged to the first group to establish coordinates in the plane. Once the coordinates were established, the system would determine that only the members of the group had the right to cut the World Tree and establish a resurrection point in the plane. Of course, the system didn't prohibit the transfer of exploration rights. Because of this, a large number of solo players and players from small guilds formed Pioneer Group to search for planes, hoping that after they found a plane, they could transfer the exploration rights to the big guilds and gain a huge amount of wealth. These players were called Pioneer players. Of course, not all Pioneer players were from small guilds. The Pioneer Group led by Optimist and the others relied on one of the most powerful guilds in Elven Nation, the Mengmeng Committee. Since the dawn of the plane exploration era, Optimist and the others had located more than 20 planes in the past decade or so. This achievement was unique even among all the Pioneer Group. Optimist and the others used their own actions to prove that even without their leader, they could continue on. They were still the strongest in Elven Nation, and today, they were going to continue on their journey. However, this operation was a little different from the past, World of Seekers, Elven Forest. Optimist stood on the roof of the Mengmeng Committee's branch building in the City of Heaven's Chosen, looking at the sky with an amazed expression. Above the City of Heaven's Chosen, a magnificent floating city was floating above the city. The soaring Megalosaurus and various flying magical beasts were shuttling back and forth. On their backs, players of all shapes and sizes could be seen. The entire floating city was circular. Compared to a city, it looked more like a large castle fortress. Its area was estimated to be more than 10 square kilometers. The floating city's energy core was 6 super-large magic energy gathering cores brought back from the world of Dawn. The entire city was designed by the Mengmeng Committee's Magical Technology Research Center and jointly built by several major guilds. It could accommodate more than 200,000 people at most. The floating city was equipped with more than 1,000 super-large magic crystal cannons, each of which had the power of a gold rank. In addition, there were 10 improved magic energy cannons. After charging, their destructive power could reach the legendary rank. However, this was not the most powerful. The most powerful part of the floating city was the enchantment magic and divine defensive barrier personally drawn by the demigod wizard Daniel. Through the prayers of the gods chosen, Her Holiness the Goddess personally descends to cast her blessings. The power of a god was enough to change everything. After Goddess Eve cast her blessings, the floating city's divine defensive barrier, once fully activated, would add an incredible bonus to the entire city. In the words of the demigod Carrots, this terrifying mobile fortress could even kill a demigod when fully activated. And this also made the floating city's chief designer, Gugu Niao, very emotional. A true god was a true god after all. In an extraordinary world with gods, no matter how powerful the technology was, it could not compare to the bonus of a true god's blessing. The above was the information publicly available on the official website. Thinking back to the information he had read, the Optimist was truly in awe. He clearly remembered that when he first came to the game, everyone was still cutting trees and building thatched houses. Only a few years had passed, and even a floating city had been created. However, he and his teammates did not return to the city of heavens chosen today to see this floating fortress. This time, they were going to board it. So, are we going to ride it out of the world of seekers? Can we really succeed? Optimist could not help but ask as he looked at the guild leader, Salty Meow, and the vice leader, Gugu Niao, beside him. Of course, brother Optimist. Our destination this time is the world of seekers. There is no plain channel, or rather, there might have been one, but it was irreversibly destroyed. If we want to go there, we can only use this method. Salty Meow said. As she spoke, she sighed. As you know, in the future, the difficulty of developing planes through the world of seekers will definitely get higher and higher. Only by walking out of the plane and stepping into the void will there be more possibilities. Hearing her words, Optimist and the others secretly nodded. Salty Meow was right. Ever since the launch of the new expansion pack, plane adventures had become the mainstream activity of players. Plane development activities had also gradually reached a climax with the appearance of the development rights protection rules. Almost every day, there would be new discoveries on the pipeline network. While the players were amazed by the incredible plane map of Elven Nation, they also yearned for the sea of stars in the game more and more. However, after more than 10 years, more and more plane channels were discovered by the players, and there were fewer and fewer plane channels that had yet to be discovered. Although the world of seekers could be called the center of the entire universe, not all planes had a channel that led there. When all the channels were found, there would eventually be a moment when the plane development reached a bottleneck. And now, there was such a trend. Although the news of new planes being found was still increasing every day, after analyzing the big data, the players of the Meng Meng Committee had long discovered that the average time for the discovery of each plane was increasing. In other words, the difficulty of developing new planes had already begun to increase. It had not yet appeared because as the scale of the players and the average level increased, more and more players joined the development activities. Obviously, as time passed and the number of players continued to increase, the difficulty of discovering new planes through the plane channel of the world of seekers would definitely increase until it was impossible to find new planes. It was inevitable to develop planes through other methods. The most likely possibility was to leave the plane and embark on a journey in the boundless void. But, does this floating city really have the ability to travel in the void? And, can its speed support us in finding new planes? That's the void, which is analogous to the space of the blue star. To be honest, according to the crazy scale of Elven Nation, I seriously suspect that we won't necessarily encounter a plane even if we float in the void for more than 10 years. Optimist asked again. This was his biggest doubt. Salty Meow smiled. Don't worry, I've already asked Big Sis and Meryl to appraise it. Our floating city already has the ability to cross planes and fly in the void. It's enough to take everyone out, and there's also a resurrection point specially built on it. As for its speed, you don't have to worry. Lord Daniel helped us engrave a single-point directional ultra-long-distance teleportation circle on it. After entering the void, we can rely on continuous teleportation to travel, and each teleportation can cover a maximum distance as large as the entire continent of Seekers. Also, I've asked Meryl, who's been to the void. The setting of the boundless void in Elven Nation is different from the space of the blue star. In the void, planes materialize as light clusters of different sizes, and the area of each light cluster isn't large. The area of each light cluster can even reach 100,000. In other words, our plane of Seegus only looks like a ball of light that's a few thousand square kilometers wide in the void. It's probably only a few hundred kilometers wide. We'll only discover something else after we enter. Not only that, it's said that the void of the universe of Seekers isn't as vast as the space of the blue star. Meryl said that even a legendary wizard can see a new plane after flying for 10 days to half a month, not to mention that we're using teleportation leaps. Hearing Salty Meow's words, the optimist fell into deep thought, while the calabash asked curiously. Teleportation leaps? Does our guild have that much money to support teleportation leaps again and again? The ultra-long-distance teleportation circle is super expensive, especially when it's such a big thing, and its single-point directional teleportation. You don't have to worry about that. The boundless void is filled with void energy. After the goddess gave us her blessing, our floating city has the power to recharge with void energy. Cuckoo adjusted its glasses as it spoke. I see. The calabash was enlightened. Not to mention, our destination has already been decided. After leaving the world of seekers, we just have to go straight to it. Salty Meow smiled again. Already decided? Where is it? The optimist was slightly taken aback. Salty Meow smiled, but his expression suddenly turned serious. Brother Optimist, do you still remember the Thunder Tribe? Thunder Tribe? That lost elf tribe whose whereabouts are still unknown? Optimist raised his eyebrows. That's right, it's them. Salty Meow nodded. Optimist's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes lit up. Could it be that they have news? He was very excited because all the veteran players of Elf Nation knew that if they could find the Thunder Tribe, one of the 7 major elf tribes, they would be rewarded handsomely. That was what happened to Cyber. His experience of leading the Frost Elves home made him a legendary character in the game from a nameless, ordinary player. Even now, whenever the elves mentioned him, they would always be full of reverence, making many players envious. Not to mention, his experience was even recorded in the official archives of Elf Nation and the chronicles of the elves in the game. In other words, just the fact that he led the Frost Tribe home was enough for Cyber to leave his name in the game's history. The few players in the exploration team thought of this. They looked at each other and saw the eagerness in each other's eyes. They were all veteran players. Even in the entire Elf Nation, their strength was at the top. After so many years, they had already reached the peak of the gold rank. For them, there was no pressure to level up, and their equipment was almost complete. The only thing they could do was to continuously improve their skills through battles and make a name for themselves in the game. These things were both the most difficult and the most interesting in Elven Kingdom. However, although their interest was piqued, they remained calm because they still needed to confirm whether the news was true or false. After all, for so many years, there were many players who wanted to find the whereabouts of the Thunder Tribe. There was a lot of news, but in the end, almost all of it was proven to be false. Dirty-hearted Meow, is this true? Is the source reliable? They asked. Facing the expectant gazes of the players, Salty Meow smiled. That's right. Not long ago, Sister Gugu obtained a mysterious void star map from an ancient document, and it recorded the coordinates of a mysterious plane. Those documents were recorded in the Elven language. According to Sister Gugu's speculation, it was very likely left behind by the Thunder Tribe. Not only that, but after we reported it to Big Sis, we also received a revelation from the goddess. This was the destination of the Thunder Tribe after they left Seekers. After hearing Salty Meow's words, the players no longer had any doubts and almost cheered. Great! With the revelation from Big Sis and the goddess, this must be the true location of the Thunder Tribe. Chopin said excitedly. However, the Gourd was a little confused. Wait a minute. If it's true, why wasn't there a world announcement? And no hidden mission was triggered? This is also one of the strange things about us. Cuckoo Bird pushed up her glasses and said, we thought that after finding Big Sis and confirming the authenticity of the coordinates, we would be able to trigger the epic quest, but there was nothing else. However, after the floating space city was completed, we triggered a mission related to the floating space city, and that was, set sail. One of the destinations we could choose was the plane coordinates that I found. The optimist thought of something. So, you plan to send an exploration team to investigate? Yes. Salty Meow nodded. Just the few of us? I'm Invincible asked. No, you're the most outstanding exploration team in the guild. Even in the entire server, you're the best. I plan to let everyone lead a team and recruit some volunteers from the guilds that participated in the floating space city's construction. We plan to have 30,000 people, of which 25,000 are silver level and 5,000 are gold level. Salty Meow said. Good heavens, so many people? This force is enough to destroy a low to mid-level plane, right? The Gourd could not help but exclaim. In the endless void, there were almost no mythical level planes that could be compared to the Sergus world. There were very few legendary-level planes that could accommodate legendary-level planes. Most of them were high-level or low-level planes that could at most support gold-level or silver-level planes. The worst ones were even planes that could only support iron-ranked existences. Even a gold-tier player would have to first seal their strength before they could enter such a plane. Even a black iron noob would be able to do as he pleased. If the records in the literature are correct, that plane should be a demigod-level mythical-level plane similar to Wendell's. Cuckoo Bird pushed up her black-rimmed glasses again. The Optimist and the others were speechless. Good heavens, if this was the power level, it was normal to transport tens of thousands of players. It might not even be enough. But, what if we don't need so many people after the exploration? The Gourd asked again. With Cyber's experience, if the Thunder Tribe had enough people and it was just a matter of returning home, perhaps, they really did not need so many people. Then we'll just take down a few planes around here. Anyway, according to the star map, there are some small, mid-level, and low-level planes around here. Pick a few with good resources and take them down. After developing the remaining planes, we'll sell the rights to other guilds. Salty Meow said nonchalantly. Everyone was speechless again. Perhaps, this was what a big boss was like. After making the decision to take the floating space city for the expedition, the Optimist and the others went to prepare the supplies. The plan for this expedition and the recruitment of volunteers were also being prepared in full swing. As a unique miracle created by the players in Elf Nation, the floating space city had attracted the attention of players all over the world when it was first built. When the expedition mission was announced, almost all the players in the server were excited. Even if the major guilds that issued the mission reminded them in advance that this mission might involve a long void voyage, that it might not be as interesting as everyone thought, and that once they set off, they would not be able to return to the world of Seekers and other planes of the World Tree for quite some time. This did not stop the enthusiasm of the players. Everyone was always interested in the unknown. In less than half a day, the number of people who signed up was full. This was not beyond the expectations of Salty Meow and the other organizers. After all, after nearly 7 years, the number of players in Elf Nation was no longer the original 300. Instead, it was close to 20 million. The footprints of the Chosen Ones were all over the universe. And 1 week after the announcement of the Seekers Week, the day of departure officially arrived. The Chosen City, the area where the World Tree used to be. After the World Tree disappeared, a huge square had been built around the huge light gate that appeared after the planes merged. It was really a huge square, and its area was even larger than the Sacred Square in Menya City. Oh, no, it should be called Life Square now. On the square, a large number of players gathered. At a glance, there were probably hundreds of thousands of them. Further away, on the streets of the Chosen City, and even in the forests, farmlands, and pastures outside the city, players could also be seen densely packed. There were players from the Chinese Empire and players from other countries. They had all heard the news and came to witness the floating space city's departure with their own eyes. Everyone knew that this voyage would officially mark the arrival of the era of void travel, as well as the rise of the second wave of planar exploration. On the floating space city, the participating players were already in position. They stood on the city wall at the edge of the city and looked down at the magnificent Chosen City and the endless players with excitement. In the air, there were thousands of flying monsters flying around the floating space city. Some were also players who came to watch, and some were the aerial troops who were going to set off with the floating space city. It was worth mentioning that Li Mu was still the commander of the entire army for this large-scale operation. Of course, this was only limited to before reaching the destination. After that, the command authority would be handed over to the Optimist and others who had rich experience in pioneering. They would command the players and officially start the plane exploration. The sun in the sky gradually shifted. It was already 2:00 in the afternoon. Sitting in the command cabin of the floating space city, Li Mu looked at the time in the system, exchanged glances with Salty Meow, the Optimist, and others, and said, "It's almost time. It's about time. The charging is ready. We can start the floating space city." On the other side, the Cuckoo Bird, who was in charge of the entire floating space city's operation system, checked the power system and said, "Then let's set off." Salty Meow nodded. The optimist and others also nodded slightly, their eyes full of eagerness. Seeing that everyone agreed, Limu looked away. Everyone, pay attention. Get ready to set off. Buglers, get ready. Sound the bugle. After the order was given, the melodious sound of the bugle slowly sounded. It was the sound of the bugle that the players recorded into the magic phonograph. Through the floating space city's amplification magic, it was broadcasted to the entire city and the entire sky. Woo, the vigorous sound of the bugle was like the whistle of a giant ship, resounding through the sky. Countless flying megalosaurus and monsters howled and returned to the floating space city. At this moment, in the floating space city's control room, the technical players who operated the floating space city's operations also reported the following information: magic energy charge check complete. Mechanical system checking completed. Magic barrier activated. Magic energy propelling circle activated. Shield charging ready. One message after another entered the floating space city's control room through the magic transmission network. After listening to the reports from the various control posts, the captain of the ship, Cuckoo Bird, nodded slightly. Very good. All posts on the Dingyuan, attention. Set sail now. The Dingyuan was the name of the floating space city. Following Cuckoo Bird's command, a pale blue magical radiance bloomed over the floating space city. A hexagram defensive shield unfolded around the floating space city beautifully. After it was fully deployed, the magical shield slowly faded away as if it had never been there. Then, the lights of the entire city instantly lit up. With a loud rumble, the huge floating space city trembled slightly and began to move slowly. It's moving! It's moving! Seeing the scene in the sky, the players on the ground cheered excitedly. The distant sound of the bugle echoed once again. A pale blue magical radiance appeared below the floating space city, and the fortress-like city suddenly accelerated. She set off from the east of the city of Heaven's Chosen and began to move slowly towards the huge plaza in the west. Her target was the mysterious door of light above the plaza. It was said that it was the door of light that led to the void world. Only beings recognized by Her Holiness the Goddess could pass through it. And as a blessed floating space fortress, the Dingyuan had this qualification: the floating space city moved slowly, casting a huge shadow over the city of Heaven's Chosen as it constantly swept across the city. The players on the ground followed the floating space city's movements and surged towards the huge plaza. Only, there seemed to be more onlookers there, and they couldn't squeeze any further. Approximately 5 minutes later, the floating space city's speed had increased considerably. She moved slowly and finally arrived at the huge plaza where the mysterious door of light stood. The next moment, a strange scene occurred. The door of light that hadn't reacted for many years suddenly blossomed with a resplendent radiance that enveloped the floating space city above. Then, under the astonished gazes of the players, space suddenly distorted. The floating space city's surroundings burst with a strange halo, as if a million photons were constantly revolving around the floating space fortress. Under the envelopment of the photons, the Dingyuan's figure gradually blurred. Finally, amidst an obscure sonic boom, the huge floating space city turned into a beam of light and escaped into the door of light below, vanishing from the player's sight. Only a circle of faint spatial ripples radiated towards the surroundings. On the ground, the cheers of the players reached a peak. They didn't leave immediately, but instead opened the system network, logged onto the bullet screen video network, and entered the Dingyuan's live broadcast. The floating space city left. But the journey had only just begun. And in a small attic in the city of Heaven's Chosen, a handsome shadow elf youth slowly retracted his gaze. They've left? Behind him, a beautiful female shadow elf asked. Yes, they've left. The youth nodded. Do you feel a little regretful that you can't adventure with them anymore? The female shadow elf hesitated for a moment before asking. What regret? There's always some. The youth sighed. He took out a magic projection picture in a photo frame, his gaze sighing. In that picture, there was him, Optimus, Chopin, and everyone from the former glory party. Hearing the youth's words, the female shadow elf's gaze was somewhat complicated. But the next moment, the youth with the cold face smiled gently, revealing a warm smile. But compared to regrets, I prefer my current life, and there are more important things to protect. As he said that, he reached out, grasped the female shadow elf's hand, and placed it on her lower abdomen. his action was very gentle. The two of them looked at each other, their gazes full of tenderness. "Let's go, it's getting late." The youth gently pecked his wife's forehead, looked at the time, and said softly. Then he turned his head, looked out the window again, and muttered, "Everyone, I wish you a smooth journey." After saying that, he took his wife's hand and left the attic. But just as the youth was about to leave with his wife, the players watching the floating space city set sail recognized him. Their eyes instantly lit up. F***CK. It's the legendary Bento boss. Boss. I'm your old friend from when you were alive. Please give me a purple epic mission. Boss. Can you teach me some skills? The youth shadow elf. In the endless void, the base of the world tree. Accompanied by a dazzling radiance, a majestic floating fortress appeared in the void. It was the floating city that the players had spent almost a decade building in the game. Optimist and the others sat in the command room, looking out through the crystal window with awe in their eyes. In the deep void, the towering world tree seemed to be holding up the entire universe. Dense balls of light were scattered around the world tree, like stars that surrounded and protected the world tree. Those were planes that drifted away from the world tree. Even further away, the dazzling galaxy formed from planes formed the backdrop of the universe of seekers. Looking at the deep starry sky and the world tree that left every player in awe, at that moment, everyone felt their own insignificance. How beautiful! Salty Meow's gaze stopped on the world tree that was emitting a gentle halo. A hint of intoxication appeared in his eyes. Demacia, who came with Limu, had a glint in his eyes, as if he smelled a business opportunity. There was no doubt that as the players officially stepped into the void and the world tree's true form was once again displayed before their eyes, another famous scenic spot in Elven Nation would be added. Still, while the players were stunned by the depth of the void and the magnificence of the world tree, they did not forget their mission this time. Set coordinates, activate teleportation core. Teleportation core activated, beginning charging. Orders after orders were issued from the command center of the Dingyuan. The 6 towers that housed the mana-gathering cores of the towering floating city abruptly emitted magical radiance, and a bright hexagram circle appeared above the floating city. Then, a huge vortex appeared at the center of the circle. A terrifying suction force came, sucking in the surrounding void energy. Massive amounts of void energy poured into the center of the circle, which was also the core of the floating city, the World Tree Branch. The World Tree Branch abruptly brightened, activating, devour, and assimilate, to convert the void energy into the mana required by the floating city. Charging complete. Checking coordinates, prepare for teleportation. Counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, following the cooing of the cooing bird, the entire floating city gradually lit up. Specks of golden light once again appeared around the Dingyuan. The number of photons increased as they revolved around the floating fortress. When the countdown ended, the entire floating city was bathed in an ocean of light, just like the moment when the world of seekers entered the portal of light. Teleport. An order was given. Immediately afterward, the light suddenly became brighter, and the entire floating city seemed to have turned into a star. Accompanied by an explosion, a circular spatial shock suddenly spread out, turning into ripples, and a wormhole-like vortex appeared where the floating city was, swallowing it. The next moment, the entire world fell silent. Almost at the same time, in another direction, an area the size of the continent of Seekers where the floating city vanished slowly formed a wormhole-like vortex, with the floating city's silhouette streaking out from within. The teleportation was a success. Seeing this scene, the technical players on the floating city cheered. Although they had already simulated the teleportation many times with the help of various parameters of Elven Nation in various virtual software, everyone was still very excited when the teleportation was actually successful in the game. This proved that the players were about to embark on a new adventure in Elven Nation with their own efforts. They weren't just players, but also the creators of the game. There's still 91.3% of the journey to the coordinates. It's estimated to teleport another 10 times. The cooing bird monitoring the star map reported. How long will it take? Limu asked. About 3 days. The cooing bird replied. 3 days? The optimist and the others were stunned. The cooing bird explained. This kind of large-scale fixed-point, one-way, ultra-long-distance teleportation is too stressful and exhausting on the magic circle and inscription runes. After each teleportation, it has to be repaired again. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, the teleportation will fail, and might even cause a void storm. So that's how it is. Everyone was enlightened. After the first teleportation, the cooing bird led the technical players to repair the magic circle and prepare for the second teleportation. Meanwhile, the other players were either curiously touring the Dingyuan or simply standing on the floating city's surface to admire the beautiful scenery of the void. Although they would be spending a considerable amount of time on the floating fortress, as voluntary players, it was almost their first time setting foot on this majestic floating city. It was also their first time leaving the world of seekers and entering the void. Naturally, they were filled with curiosity. At the same time, in the online world of Blue Star, the entire internet fell into a new frenzy following the departure of the Dingyuan. At a glance, the internet was filled with news related to the game. Various video websites were also flooded with uploaded videos. Even some chat software and WeChat friend circles were discussing the Dingyuan. Its popularity was no longer just a simple online game. Actually, it made sense when one thought about it. Early on, when Elven Nation only had 1 million players, the game was already world-famous due to its superior quality and various unique black technologies compared to other virtual MMOs. Unlike many games, in addition to having a large number of gamers who had a low withdrawal rate that was enough to make any game company die of envy, it also had an even larger group of supporters. Their love for Elven Kingdom was no less than that of many gamers. And that was the cloud players of Elven Nation. Or rather, the audience of the game Elf Nation. That's right, the audience. For many netizens who did not have the qualifications to play the game, learning about the various stories of Elven Nation was a joy. Especially as the number of players increased, all kinds of secondary creations with Elven Kingdom as the core also exploded. It could not be helped. Elven Nation had too much freedom, and was considered the best breeding ground for doujinshi creations and freelance movie design. As the number of players increased, various excellent doujinshi novels, movies set with Elven Nation as the setting, and even web dramas sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Just like the popularity of Elven music, the entire Blue Star was swept up in the popularity of Elven Nation. Of course, this was also because Elven Nation had completely opened up the adaptation copyright of the game, allowing anyone and any group to make any secondary creations for profit or for profit. And those who liked Elven Nation due to various derivative products but did not have a slot were called cloud players of Elven Nation. It was speculated that the number of cloud players of Elven Nation was likely to be 10 times or even dozens of times more than the number of real players. It was precisely because of this that Elven Nation had far more influence than the number of players. The above was the influence of Elven Nation when the number of players exceeded 1 million. And now, the total number of players in the entire game was close to 20 million, and it was still increasing at an even faster rate. As the map of Elven Nation expanded rapidly, the number of slots available each time also increased. However, even if there were too many slots available, they were almost all taken up in an instant. Elven Nation was too popular. Not only did its popularity not die down over the years, but it also reached a new height as the map expanded step by step, and the game was open to the world. Today, almost everyone in Blue Star knew about Elven Nation. Even if it was an old man sunbathing on the street, if you asked him, he would say a few words about Elven Nation. Thinking back, as the number of players increased, there were players who were worried that the map of Elven Nation would not be able to accommodate too many people. After all, this game only had one server, and it strictly adhered to the authenticity mechanism. There were very few places in the game where wild monsters were spawned. Even monsters needed normal time to reproduce, just like living creatures in reality. Resources were limited. Even the few pioneers from the optimistic faction thought the same way back then. The optimists even carefully thought about how the official website of Elven Nation would solve the problem of resource depletion in the world of Seekers as the number of players increased. However, today, no players were worried about this. There was no other reason except that the map was too ridiculously large. Recently, there were crazy new super large maps online every day. Even the smallest plane map was enough to crush other large-scale virtual MMORPGs famous for their exploration freedom. Sometimes, when exploring a plane, one might not encounter another player for months. The optimist's worries had long changed from too many players putting too much pressure on the world of Seekers, to how to gather more people when expanding the plane. There was no helping it. There were too many maps, and everyone had too many choices. However, that was not what the optimists were concerned about now. His mind was now full of how to greet the Thunder Tribe after meeting them. Apart from the optimists, there was another person who showed even stronger motivation and hope for this mission. That was the famous NPC who had followed the players to the Dingyuan. The goddess's chosen, the saintess of the Church of Life, Alice. Staying in the command room, the beautiful saintess was restless. Every once in a while, she could not help but ask when the next teleportation would be activated. It was obvious that she could not wait to meet her companions from the Thunder Tribe. On the other hand, another superhuman NPC who was also sitting in the command room, the goddess Eve's chosen, Lady Zero, looked much calmer. Even the players seemed to be more excited than her. The rest of the journey was not difficult. While waiting for the teleportation, the players saw more than once astonishing void creatures such as void whales, void crystal monsters, freedom angels, and so on. However, they did not attack the players' floating city. Instead, they stayed far away. This surprised the players who had done their homework in advance, such as Coopbird. The world of Seekers had no lack of books that recorded void creatures. According to their understanding, many void creatures were very violent and aggressive. It was also because of this that the players specially equipped the floating city with powerful firepower and defense. However, the result was, the monsters all stayed away. It was as if they were afraid of the floating city. This left Coopbird and the others puzzled. In the end, they could only conclude that these void creatures had sensed the blessings that Her Holiness the Goddess had left on the floating city. After all, blessings were equivalent to a mark. Now that Her Holiness the Goddess looked down on the world of Seekers, there should not be anyone who dared to attack the floating city that belonged to her. Of course, this was only a guess and was not important. After knowing that they were safe, the players dived into the teleportation preparations. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. To be more precise, it did not take 3 days. Instead, it took a little more than 2 days for the Dingyuan to complete the last teleportation. After the last teleportation, the player's floating city appeared above a plane of light that was almost 2/3 smaller than the plane of light in the world of Seekers. However, compared to the radiant Seekers, this light that symbolized the plane of light seemed much dimmer. Moreover, it did not have the protection of a seal like the Mindel plane. Instead, it was like the most ordinary plane, exposed to the void. However, if one used the floating city's plane detection magic to investigate, they would find that the plane's reaction was a little strange. It was flickering in the detection display, appearing and disappearing. This phenomenon was like some kind of malfunctioning concealment effect. Fortunately, although it was disappearing and disappearing, it did not affect the positioning. At most, it was just that they had to seize the opportunity during the teleportation. Arrived at the coordinates. Prepare to descend. Coopbird's voice once again sounded throughout the floating city. The players in the command room looked at each other and nodded secretly. Li Mu, who was temporarily in command, issued a new order. All troops, prepare for battle. Begin the descent. No one could predict what was in this plane. However, they were certain that the Thunder Tribe had not contacted them for so long. They must have met with some trouble. As for them, they were here to solve the problem and bring the elves home. Following Li Mu's order, the majestic floating city began to move again and slowly flew towards the plane of light. When the entire floating city approached the planar light sphere, the void gradually distorted, and the entire floating city gradually shrank. Finally, as if reaching a critical point, the floating city turned into a ray of light and escaped into the target plane under a mysterious gravitational force. The next moment, the Dingyuan appeared in the sky of the target plane. However, when the players looked out of the floating city's windows and saw the world outside, they were all stunned. This is the world where the Thunder Tribe once lived? The optimists stared with wide eyes, stunned. So this is the world where the Thunder Tribe once lived? The players on the floating city were at a loss for words at the sight of the world before them. It was a world that was on the brink of destruction. The skies were filled with cracks, as if it would shatter at any second. The earth was cracked and ravines that resembled canyons were a testament to the devastation this place had experienced. The rivers were dried up, the plants withered, and a depressing aura of decay filled the entire world. Broken and abandoned towering buildings formed a dilapidated city, ruins scattered across the land, and one could still sense the flourishing civilization of this place. The players felt that this world was even more oppressive than hell. Alice the Saintess stared blankly at the ruined city, her gaze somewhat absent-minded as if she did not expect such a scene. Commander Limu, on the other hand, had a solemn expression as he looked towards Optimus and the others. Optimus understood immediately. He cleared his throat, logged into the command channel and took over control, and commanded in a deep voice. All units of the Dingyuan, prepare to descend 500 meters from the ground. Guild players, send out your vanguard to check if there are any survivors. At his command, the floating city began to move again and slowly approached the ground. Megalosaurus and flying monsters carried the players out of the city and towards the ground. Unable to bear the loneliness, Calabash and the others quickly left behind Optimus, who was commanding the investigation, and flew out of the city on their own monsters. Accompanied by dragon roars and monster roars, the players descended to the ground, breaking the silence of this world. They arrived at the ruins on the ground. Segments of images were recorded into the crystals that the players carried with them through projection magic, resonating with the crystal core of the floating city and transmitting the images back. Today, the players had already played with the arcane technology that borrowed from Bluestar technology and the lost arcane civilization of the universe of Seekers. At the same time, in the floating city's command room, the commanding players had a clear view of the situation on the ground. It was a city that was completely different from the elven cities that the players knew. No, it would not be correct to say that it was completely different. This was because he could still vaguely see the elven style in the buildings, and he could also vaguely make out the elven language on some of the broken stone tablets that were engraved with blurry words. However, unlike Xianxia and other elven cities, this city gave the players the feeling that it was a city of the mathematical Olympiad civilization that they had discovered in the ruins of some planar worlds after the launch of the new expansion pack. It was majestic, tall, and had machines and devices in a magical punk style. Lord Donal. This must be the city left behind by the Sword of Judgment, His Holiness Donal. According to the records, like the other compatriots of the Thunder Tribe, he was also very obsessed with the masterpieces of the arcane civilization. His biggest dream was to build a magic city like the Olympian civilization. Saintess Alice couldn't help but ask. After saying that, she couldn't help but look at the ruins in the image again, her eyes filled with worry. Just what had the Thunderbolt clan experienced? The players continued to explore the surface. As everyone ventured deeper, more and more information was sent back to the floating city. Looking at the increasingly rich information, Alice and the accompanying elves became more and more solemn. Even Limu and the others had solemn expressions. There was no other reason. In the process of exploration, the players hadn't found a single survivor so far. Not only that, there weren't even any traces of other living creatures. This was truly a dead world from head to toe. Even the mana here was extremely thin. The players on the ground could barely feel the existence of the mana. However, as they explored deeper and more images were sent back to the floating city, the players could roughly guess what had happened in this world. It was war. And it should be a war that involved the eternal overlords. In the city, there were still traces of war, and some corpses that had long decayed. There were elves and humans. On some tattered armor, the symbol of the eternal overlord, Eterno, could still be vaguely seen. There was no doubt that the Thunderbolt clan had been exposed when they were hiding, and they had attracted the crusade of the human god system. Realizing this, Alice and the others felt even more solemn. On the other hand, the players exploring the surface quickly forgot that the Thunderbolt clan had probably been destroyed and fell into an unprecedented excitement. There was no other reason. It was because there were too many treasures in this world. All kinds of high-quality weapons and equipment could be seen almost everywhere. Although most of them had been severely damaged, they could be sacrificed to the goddess in exchange for contribution points or repair and continue to be used. In the ruins of the city, there were also many elven cultural relics and works of art that hadn't been destroyed. These things could be sold at a sky-high price in the human world. However, the most exciting thing wasn't these, but the various magical devices that remained in the ruins of some workshops. These magical devices were a fusion of the arcane civilization and elven civilization, and some of them were still well preserved. This was also the uniqueness of some magical devices. While all kinds of magic items needed to be powered by magic power, the inscriptions and magic circles carved on them were also constantly eroded by magic power. The magic power in this world had long since dried up, so the magic circles, runes, and inscriptions of many magic items were perfectly preserved. Of course, most of the magical items had been damaged due to the failure of the materials, but these well-preserved magic circles and inscriptions were a precious treasure, because their existence meant that the players could completely restore the effects of various magical items through replication, and thus directly absorb the various magical technologies once controlled by the Thunderbolt clan. Realizing this, the technical players quickly became excited, and so did the explorers. The former was because of the various lost magical techniques that might exist in this world, and the latter was because while there were huge treasures, there wasn't even a single monster in this world. Even the defensive magic circles and mechanical puppets in the ruins had long lost their power due to the lack of magic. What did this mean? This meant that this world was absolutely safe, and it depended on who was fast and lucky to be able to pick up good things. Soon, the majority of the players transformed into elven scavengers and began to frantically pick up the trash on the ground. Some even almost fought over a few pieces of scrap metal. This embarrassing scene made Optimus, Limu, and the others in the command room twitch their mouths, and they couldn't help but look at the expressions of Alice and the other accompanying NPCs. Fortunately, Alice and the others were still immersed in the sorrow of the destruction of the Thunderbolt clan and didn't notice what this group of elven chosen ones were doing. And as the players explored further, they discovered more and more things, such as various magic grimoires, remnants of ancient books, and some blueprints of magical devices. They could all be found in the ruins of the cities. Even, some players found blueprints that seemed to be the blueprints of small magic gathering cores, so they became even more excited. That was until a player discovered a familiar building in the ruins of the largest city on the surface. Is that the Temple of Life? Is that the statue of Her Holiness the Goddess? No, that symbol isn't the symbol of the scepter. In front of a magnificent temple, a few players looked up at the building that was 80% similar to the Temple of Life in Fei Linksue in the world of Seekers and froze for a moment. Looking at the statue that was worshipped in the middle of the temple, which was very similar to the goddess but had lost its head, and the symbol that looked like a simple drawing of a tree above the temple, they looked at each other. Wait, isn't this the tree-shaped symbol that the goddess used before? Suddenly, an old player recognized the symbol on the temple. Soon, the other players also had a look of realization, and their eyes lit up. That's right. It's the tree-shaped symbol from before. Then, this is really the Temple of Her Holiness the Goddess. But, it shouldn't be called the Temple of Life, but the Temple of Nature. Such a large temple, could it be that it used to be the church center of the Thunderbolt clan? Look carefully. Maybe we can find something good. Wait, our president and vice president said in advance that if we want to dig up the temple, we have to cut off the video first. Alice is still watching from the floating city. Makes sense. Cut off the video to prevent the loss of favorability. The players who were scouting the area were talking at once. Snap. The video was cut off. Alice was speechless. She retracted her gaze from the projection in the command room, and then looked expressionlessly at Limu, Salty Meow, and the others in the command room. Salty Meow and the others turned their heads away unnaturally, pretending to look around at the scenery. Demacia even whistled. Alice was speechless. Ding, Alice Gale's favorability towards you has decreased by 5 points. Salty Meow was speechless. Cuckoo Bird was speechless. Limu was speechless. Demacia was speechless. Not to mention the players in the command room whose favorability had been deducted collectively. The players who found what seemed to be the central temple in the city ruins quickly explored this towering building. However, to their disappointment, the temple seemed to be the place where a fierce battle broke out. Many things here were damaged, and the walls were full of terrible battle marks. Most of the things that could be found could not be used. Fortunately, perhaps because this place was once the center of the battle, There was a lot of equipment buried on the ground, and it was well preserved, especially the human equipment. It seemed that the humans who fought here were wiped out in an instant by a special force. Just as the players were scrambling to pick up the scraps in the temple, suddenly, a player's exclamation came from the depths of the temple. Hearing the exclamation, the other players quickly stopped collecting cultural relics and rushed over to the source of the sound. They soon entered an even grander hall that seemed to be a meeting hall. The player who exclaimed was sitting at the entrance of the hall, looking a little dazed. The other players did not pay much attention to him. Instead, they focused their attention on the hall. They saw that the hall seemed to be affected by some kind of shock wave, and it was chaotic, radiating to the surroundings. In the center of the radiation stood the remains of an elf. It seemed to be the center of everything. Even if it had become a skeleton, it still stood proudly. However, unlike the other elves' remains in the ruins, its bones were golden. Of course, the players' gazes quickly passed the skeleton of the elf and stopped at the equipment on its body. They were all old fellows who had participated in many explorations, so they still had the ability to identify. The moment they saw the equipment, they recognized that these were all divine artifacts. The players were overjoyed. They looked at each other and rushed toward the skeleton of the elf. One of the rules of explorations was first come, first served. However, the moment they were about to approach the skeleton, they suddenly felt an inexplicable force pushing them away. The players cried out in surprise as they were sent flying by the mysterious force and sat down next to the first player. The first player glanced at them and chuckled. His funny eyes seemed to be saying, "Serves you right." The group of people rubbed their buttocks and stood up from the ground. They looked at the skeleton in the hall and gradually calmed down. "Whose skeleton is this? We can't go near it? It's a set of divine artifacts. It's probably an important figure in the Thunder tribe. Let's try again." They looked at each other and walked toward the skeleton again. However, this time, their speed was much slower. However, when they were about 10 meters away from the skeleton, they couldn't go any further. It seemed that there was an invisible force blocking them. They didn't believe it and tried their best. Some chanted incantations and used Mage's Hand. Some took out hooks and tried to hook the divine artifacts off the skeleton. However, no one succeeded. Just as they were considering if they should use a more violent method, a soft sigh came from behind them. "Stop. No matter what violent method you use, you won't be able to get close to it. The skeleton of a demigod usually has the remnant will of the demigod when it was alive. If you can't get its approval, you won't be able to get close." Hearing this inexplicably familiar voice, the players' hearts skipped a beat. They turned around and were slightly stunned. Cyber? The person who came here was none other than the player who had saved the frost elf, Cyber. Demigod? How do you know that this is the skeleton of a demigod? A player couldn't help but ask. Cyber glanced at him. I'm good friends with Her Holiness Aurora. The players were speechless. They showed expressions of envy and jealousy. There were close to 20 million players in Elf Nation. The number of people who dared to say that they were good friends with a true god could be counted with one hand. However, he was the one who had saved the frost elf. With someone to rely on, the amount of information they knew was incomparable to others. Cyber walked past the crowd and came to the skeleton. He bowed respectfully to the skeleton and said with a solemn expression, "My Holiness, I'm the Mother of God. I'm the chosen one of the Mother Goddess, the chosen elf, Cyber Shadow. My compatriots and I are here to bring our companions from the Thunder tribe home." After saying that, he took a deep breath, got up, and walked towards the skeleton. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. This time, the strange force didn't appear. Under the envious gazes of the players, Cyber walked up to the elf skeleton. He bowed to the other party and reached out his hand to touch the other party's armor. The moment he came into contact with the armor, a faint golden glow blossomed on the skeleton, including the equipment and the skeleton. Everything turned into photons in an instant, scattering in all directions. Cyber was stunned. The players behind him were stunned as well. However, at this moment, the faint golden photons gradually condensed and formed a sparkling and translucent crystal in midair. Cyber subconsciously extended his hand and the crystal fell into his hand. It was warm and refreshing. The moment he touched it, Cyber felt a sense of satisfaction, calmness, and a little sadness and regret in his heart. At the same time, a message regarding the crystal appeared in his mind. Frowny face. Donald's crystal of remnant thoughts. This is a crystal fragment formed by the remnant thoughts of the Sword of Judgment, Donald, at the last moment of his life. It records part of his will. Only those with the same bloodline as him can use their own blood to activate it. Sword of Judgment, Donald? Crystal of remnant thoughts. Cyber's heart skipped a beat. After thinking for a while, he cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the crystal. In the next moment, the crystal emitted a dazzling radiance that enveloped Cyber. His gaze became confused in an instant. The crystal flickered continuously and Cyber's expression changed along with it. After a full 10 minutes, the radiance gradually faded and Cyber woke up from his daze. He looked at the crystal again with a complicated gaze. He sighed and turned to the players behind him. Everyone, who brought a magic crystal? Quickly connect it to the floating city's magic projection. The players were stunned for a moment before they followed his instructions. After the communication was restored, Cyber and the others appeared in the floating city's command room. He faced the magic crystal and picked up the crystal of remnant thoughts that he just obtained. Everyone, I found a remnant of the Thunder Demigod, Sword of Judgment, Donald, a crystal of remnant thoughts. I know what happened to the Thunder Tribe. Ding Yuan, command room. The upper echelons of various guilds were gathered here, their gazes fixed on the remnant crystal that Cyber had brought. The Saintess of Life, Alice, walked up to the crystal, picked it up with both hands, and placed it in the strengthening array that she had prepared beforehand. Then, she chanted an ancient incantation, cut her finger, and dripped a drop of blood on it. A resplendent light once again blossomed on the crystal. At the next moment, countless photons flew out from the crystal, forming an illusory figure. It was a handsome elf wearing armor and holding a sword with both hands. His expression was firm, and his somewhat empty eyes looked forward. His lips moved slightly, and a deep voice resounded in the command room. Later clansmen. I am Judgment Sword, Donald Thunder. When you see this remnant thought, I should already be dead. To be able to come here, I think, you should also be looking for the whereabouts of the Thunder Fairy. You must be confused by everything here, and worried about the survival of our tribe. Don't be anxious. Next, let me tell you the story of our Thunder Tribe. After the shameful Idio joined forces with many gods of faith to betray Her Holiness the Mother Goddess, as one of the 8 divine messengers of the elven race, I, like my companions, began to prepare for the migration of the elves, and thought of ways to awaken the slumbering Her Holiness the Mother Goddess. This lost plane that once belonged to the arcane civilization was the location I chose. That's right, I called it the Lost Plane. This plane is filled with traces left behind by the arcane civilization. I suspect that it was once one of the planes that the arcane civilization modified to escape the pursuit of the Megalosaurus and the Titans. It has the ability to hide its coordinates and evade the detection of myths. And this has also provided an excellent refuge for our Thunder Tribe. After coming here, we settled down. While researching the ancient knowledge left behind by the arcane civilization, we licked the wounds from the war, made preparations to revive Her Holiness the Mother Goddess, and searched for the whereabouts of the arcane civilization. That's right, we searched for the whereabouts of the arcane civilization. After finding this plane, I discovered that the arcane civilization here wasn't destroyed. Instead, it seemed to have disappeared overnight. However, I don't think that they met with some kind of disaster, but more like they left this place. Where could they have gone? I'm very curious. While leading my people to rest and recuperate in this plane, I've been searching for the answer to this question. Because I understand that since I was able to find this plane, then, this plane can't be considered truly safe. I need to find the whereabouts of the arcane civilization. Perhaps, that can provide us elves with a better refuge than the lost plane. Or perhaps, we can find the former arcane civilization. They once received the grace of Her Holiness the Mother Goddess, and perhaps we can also receive their help. This isn't a simple task, and I've always been worried that the lost world might be discovered by the increasingly powerful Idio at any time. Fortunately, the inheritance left behind by the arcane civilization is indeed powerful. Not only is there a plane-level magic array that can conceal the plane's coordinates, there's also a soul array that can deceive the underworld. This allows my people's tracks to be kept secret to the greatest extent. Just like that, we've spent 300 years here peacefully. About 50 years ago, we finally found clues to the whereabouts of the arcane civilization in the Lost Plain. An elven ranger found an ancient book in a collapsed library. It recorded a way to leave the universe of Seekers. That's right. A way to leave the universe of Seekers. The reason the arcane civilization disappeared was because they found a way to leave the universe of Seekers. In the records, it's a passage that the King of Gods, His Holiness Neo, left behind in the abyss that leads to the outside of the universe. As long as the correct method is used, it can be opened. Of course, that requires a great deal of energy and a great price. With the help of the information left behind by the arcane civilization, I found this passage. It's located in the abyss, and the arcane civilization also left behind an ancient teleportation array that leads there. However, the teleportation array has lost its effect, and the plain passage is already in a half-sealed state. Even a true god would have to pay a great price to open it, and it's still closing. At most, in 30 years, the seal will be completely firm, and the passage will be completely closed. At that time, even a true god would be helpless. I suspect that this should be some kind of self-healing mechanism of the universe. After all, this so-called passage is more like a crack that's been forcefully torn apart. In the next 10 years or so, we first used the knowledge left behind by the arcane civilization to repair the teleportation array. We tried many times and succeeded in sending some of our people out, but unfortunately, we lost contact with the people who left, and no one was able to return. The only thing we can be sure of is that it should be safe outside the passage, because the soul fires left behind by the people who volunteered to explore the way haven't been extinguished. They're just infinitely weak. This gives our people a chance to migrate further. However, I'm hesitant. I don't know if we'll be able to awaken Her Holiness in another universe after leaving the Seekers. Fortunately, not long after, our plan to revive Her Holiness also came to an end. The method of revival I chose was backtracking. I believe that, as creations of Her Holiness, we must have Her Holiness mark in the depths of our blood. Through backtracking of our souls, I think we can find the trace of the power of law that Her Holiness used when she first created the elves. I believe that as long as we can find this trace of power of law, we can use the resonance of the law to reawaken Her Holiness. This was the inspiration that the believers of the true God gave me when they awakened Her Holiness. Unfortunately, we failed. Not only that, but due to the huge energy of the ritual, our revival even destroyed part of the concealment array of the Lost Plain, directly causing the coordinates to be exposed. We, once again, ushered in a war with the eternal overlords. Hundreds of years had passed, and she had become even more powerful. Left with no other choice, I could only sacrifice the mana and potential of the entire Lost Plain, including myself and the elven souls that I had collected over the past hundreds of years to revive Her Holiness the Mother Goddess. I forcefully opened the seal and sent the surviving tribesmen out, and completely closed the passage to leave this universe. My people who came later, I failed. I didn't succeed in awakening Her Holiness, and I don't know if the people who escaped will survive. If possible, I hope you can pass this crystal of remnant will to Diana, Eris, or Orlas. I would be extremely grateful. I've sorted out all the magical knowledge of the arcane civilization that I've collected, and I've recorded it all in this crystal of remnant will. Take it as my reward. My demigod companions will help you extract it and hand it over to you. Of course, if Her Holiness has been revived, I hope you can sacrifice it to our great Her Holiness. The benevolent and kind Her Holiness will definitely bestow upon you more generous rewards than I can provide. At this point, the image slowly dissipated. There was silence in the command room. Alice had a complicated expression. She sighed softly, bowed deeply toward the slowly dissipating image, and drew a symbol of the scepter of life on her chest. The players also stood up, bowed to the image, and drew a symbol of the scepter of life on their chests. Another elven demigod who sacrificed herself, I see. The Thunder Tribe has already left the universe of Seekers, beyond the universe. Is there an even larger map in Elven Kingdom? They were filled with emotions as they discussed spiritedly. Leave it to me. I will sacrifice it to Her Holiness the Mother Goddess. If I'm not wrong, the coordinates of the passage and the method to open it are probably left behind. Perhaps only Her Holiness the Mother Goddess can open it. Alice said. The players looked at each other and nodded. At the same time, all the players who participated in the mission received the same system notification. Frowny face ding. You have completed the hidden mission Donald's Last Wish. You have received rewards, 200,000 contribution points, 5 special prize pool lottery tickets, free exchange of arcane knowledge x3, ding. Goddess Eve's favorability towards you has increased by 1, ding. A new exchange category arcane knowledge has been unlocked in the exchange shop. All players can use contribution points to exchange. Player Cyber can exchange for all arcane knowledge for free. Note, only once per day. What the hell? 200,000 contribution points? And the goddess favorability? The players who were still exploring were stunned for a moment before they could not help but cheer. The players in the command room were also pleasantly surprised. Although they also felt sorry for Donald's experience, the joy of the reward quickly overwhelmed the emotions brought by the story. It was only when they saw Alice's sad expression that they calmed down and mourned. So, what is arcane knowledge? Only Demacia could not help but mutter. What he received was everyone rolling their eyes in unison as if to say, keep your voice down. So, they've found it? In the underworld, the kingdom of death. Hela sat on the throne with a black chess piece in one hand. She lazily swept the chessboard while looking at the incarnation of a certain true god sitting opposite her with great interest. It was none other than Eve. In front of the two mythical figures, the scene of the player's exploration appeared in mid-air and slowly dissipated. Yes, they've found it. Eve nodded and placed a chess piece on the chessboard. Hela raised her eyebrows and placed a chess piece as well. I don't understand. Since you've already found the lost dimension of the Thunder Elves, why do you want them to explore it again? Eve smiled. Of course, it's to let them participate. This is also their pleasure. If I were to announce everything directly, it would be too monotonous. And I also hope that the story of the Thunder Elves can spread. Compared to the background story announced directly by the officials, this kind of story where they participate in personally is more resonant. As she spoke, she stretched out her other hand. In her palm, there was a crystal that was exactly the same as the crystal of remnant thoughts that the players discovered. Stroking the crystal, Eve sighed and put it away. Your Holiness Eve, I have a question. Hela suddenly said. As she spoke, she looked at Eve. Do you think the place where the surviving Thunder Elves left is the place where you summoned the Chosen One? Eve smiled slightly, and her gaze gradually became distant. Who knows? Does that mean their exploration is over? No. Eve shook her head. Their exploration and development. I'm afraid it has just begun. Hela was stunned, then realized something and smiled. She looked at the chess game on the chessboard, raised her eyebrows, and said, well, you win again. I just played more. Eve said with a smile. With that, she stood up from her seat. Are you ready to begin? Hela suddenly asked. Yes. Eve nodded. How long will it take? At least, it should be 10 years. I understand. I hope that after 10 years, I can see you improve further, thank you. Eve smiled slightly, her figure slowly dissipated, and she left the underworld. Endless abyss, at the junction of the first and second levels of hell. The roar of the magic crystal cannons was deafening, and the roars of the abyss demons and the shouts of the elves were intertwined. This was the front line of the World Tree's invasion of the abyss, and it was also one of the battlefields that high-level players loved since the new expansion pack. The forces of the demons and the players were clearly divided into two sides. Behind them were towering fortresses and castles, and tens of thousands of troops were fighting on the dark ground. A battle of such a scale would have been a celebration for the entire server if it had been many years ago. But now, with the continuous increase in the number of players, everyone was used to such a battle. By the way, in the past 20 years, Seeker's World Countdown, the border of the war had advanced by nearly a third into the hinterland of the second level of hell. If not for the fact that the players of Elven Kingdom had never joined forces to deal with the Abyss world, this place might have followed in the footsteps of the first level of hell and been swallowed by the World Tree. As the number of players increased, the potential that was even more terrifying than the Abyss and the demons finally appeared. The name of Calamity lived up to its name. In the sky, above the dark clouds condensed by the power of the abyss, the first demon god Hellier and the remaining demon gods looked at the battlefield below while looking at a certain holy figure opposite them. It was none other than Eve. To be more precise, it was one of Eve's incarnations. "How is it? Have you all made your decision?" He smiled. The expressions of the demon gods were very solemn. Their eyes flickered, and their gazes toward Eve were filled with fear. However, if one looked carefully, they would still notice a subtle difference. Among them, the third demon god Mammon, the fourth demon god Burial, and the sixth demon god Beelzebub's gazes wandered between Hellier and Eve. In the depths of their eyes, other than fear, there was also a hint of hesitation and desire. On the other hand, the fifth demon god Leviathan and the first demon god Hellier looked gloomy, especially Leviathan, who looked at Eve with eyes full of hostility. The two sides confronted each other for a long time, and the atmosphere became more and more solemn. Mammon and the other demon gods opened their mouths and wanted to say something, but when they saw the warning look from the Leviathan, they sneered and shut their mouths. Looking at the demon gods who looked as if they were facing a great enemy but had no intention of retreating, Eve sighed softly. "Looks like it won't work. What a pity." After saying that, he shook his head slightly, and his figure slowly dissipated. Only a few fiend celestials were left behind, their eyes flickering. "Hellier, Beelzebub said in a deep voice. But before he could say anything, he was stopped by Leviathan's sneer. "If you want to become his dog, you have to give up your identity as a demon god. The seven hells are one, and Azazel alone is enough to weaken us greatly. If you want to betray the will of the abyss, you must first consider if you can bear the price." Beelzebub and the other demon gods glared at him, but they were afraid of Leviathan's power and did not say anything in the end. The second layer of hell was Leviathan's home ground, and his territory was constantly being nibbled away. This demon god's mood was like a powder keg that could explode at any moment. Even as an immortal demon god, Beelzebub and the other abyss myths did not want to provoke this almost crazy great divine power. They sighed softly, and their figures slowly disappeared into the darkness. World of Seekers, Dragon Island. Even if the plain was merged with the World Tree, the Megalosaurus did not move away from this place. On the island, Megalosaurus soared, and the dragon roared. And at the bay, there was even a dock. Sailboats carrying all kinds of goods stopped by the shore, and the figures of elves could be seen. Since the end of the war, this place had completely become one of the places that players liked to explore. And the Megalosaurus on Dragon Island had long been familiar with these jumping elves with their cooperation in the war. The gems, delicacies, and games brought by the players attracted the Megalosaurus all the time, and the Megalosaurus' powerful strength, majestic appearance, and wealth that could rival countries also attracted the players. Therefore, a wonderful chemical reaction was produced between the Megalosaurus and the players on Dragon Island. And in the hinterland of Dragon Valley, on a towering cliff, Dragon ancestor Yelinos stood on the top of the cliff, playing with two limited edition cards produced by the elf forest while looking with interest at the two color dragons in the distance that were fighting because of the Yu-Gi-Oh duel. "Aren't you going to stop them?" Behind her, a mocking voice sounded. "No need, they know what they're doing, and someone is controlling them," Yelinos said without turning her head. As soon as her voice fell, accompanied by a dragon roar, the red dragon King Hertos appeared in front of the two Megalosaurus, separated them with one claw, and confiscated their cards. "Look." Yelinos pursed her lips. "This guy," the voice behind her laughed. Speaking of which, Yelinos suddenly turned around and looked at the existence behind her. She smiled. She smiled and said, "Your Holiness Eve, why are you suddenly in the mood to come to Dragon Island to see me?" Eve also smiled and looked into the distance. "I'm going to make the final preparations." "The final preparations?" Yelino's eyes narrowed and could not help but ask, "You've already obtained enough origin laws?" "No, the number of planes you've fused should be far from enough, right?" "How did you obtain it?" Eve did not answer directly. Instead, she smiled. Looking at her confident smile, Yelino's heart skipped a beat as she vaguely understood something. "I think so. Looks like you've already obtained His Holiness Neos' inheritance." At this point, she sighed softly. "However, you didn't come here just to tell me this, right?" Of course, in the next period of time, perhaps I'll need you to help me take care of these planes that I've fused. Eve said softly. Yelenos raised her eyebrows and said, "Aren't you going to ask Hela for help?" Her Holiness Hela has already agreed to help me take care of the universe of Seekers. Eve replied. Yelenos came to a realization and smiled. One inside and one outside. You're really thoughtful. With that, she patted her chest. Don't worry. Since I've decided to stand on your side, I'll naturally do my best. I placed the future of the Megalosaurus on you. Thank you. Eve bowed slightly, and her figure slowly dissipated. In the boundless void, Dream Island. At this moment, this huge island that had left the Surg's world had already become a small plane of its own. Within the plane, in the mountain temple, the illusory ancient god Jui stood on the hillside and looked calmly at the various races living and working on the island. After a long time, he retracted his gaze. So, are you prepared for the final battle with the Creator? He looked at the beautiful and holy figure behind him and said in a deep voice. Final battle? No. I prefer to call it replacement, just like Ideo. However, I'm not him. I won't become the ruler of the Seekers. Instead, I'll create a universe that belongs to me. Behind Jui, Eve smiled. The ancient god leader was slightly taken aback before he sighed. In that case, you're indeed more far-sighted than Ideo. As he spoke, he asked again. Your Holiness Eve, do you need me to do anything? Eve raised her eyebrows. I thought I would need to explain to convince you. Jui smiled bitterly. How can that be? You're our last hope now. Reincarnation has already become an illusion. You're the only one who can fight against the Creator. As he spoke, his expression turned solemn. Your Holiness Eve, tell me, what do you need me to do? I'll do my best to help. Eve paused for a moment before continuing. Your key has the effect of, stop. I need you to wake me up in time when Rigdal makes his move. The World Tree's divine kingdom, the Garden of Eden. In the Supreme Temple, holy light shone down, and Eve, who was sitting on the throne, looked up. At this moment, all of her avatars scattered across the universe of the Seekers, except for Zero and Wind, were retracted. She stretched out her hand, and a shining miniature star cluster appeared in her hand. Countless dazzling rainbow-colored lights danced in it. It was none other than the origin law that Neo left in the world of Blue Star, after more than 10 years, with the number of players reaching 20 million and the fusion of more than 2,000 planes. Eve had long been prepared to extract the lost origin law from the world of Blue Star. The discovery of the Thunder Tribe's whereabouts, especially the remnant crystal left behind by the Sword of Judgment Donnell, gave her the ability to further shake the seal. That's right, long before the players explored the lost plane of the Thunder Tribe, Eve had already found the lost plane. Not only that, but she had also relied on the method left behind by Donnell to use her own power to officially connect the two worlds and obtain the lost origin law. This was not difficult. Even without the information of the Thunder Tribe, Eve could still obtain the power to shake the universe of the Seekers after devouring enough planes. And now, it was just slightly ahead of schedule. Today, she already had the ability to fuse with the origin law and begin to advance further, and once she fused with the origin law, she would become a true greater divine power. At that time, it would be time for her to finally reveal her cards. There was a certain difference between a greater divine power and a creator divine power. After becoming greater and completely devouring the universe of the Seekers, only then would Eve usher in true transcendence. And at that time, she would probably once again clash with Rigdal, or even the will of the Creator. However, what puzzled Eve was that in the more than 10 years of her crazy expansion and rapid increase in power, the guardian of the stars, Rigdal, did not appear again. This made him gradually become more vigilant. Eve did not believe that the previous self-destruction had caused serious damage to the will of the Creator. In the more than 10 years, there were more and more players, and the original order of the universe of the Seekers had gradually been completely changed. It could be said that with each passing day, Eve's advantage would be a little greater, and the Creator's advantage would be a little smaller. Even so, Rigdal still did not make a move. Just like what he said before he disappeared, it seemed that he really only intended to wait until the day Eve reached the top before he appeared again. Eve did not know what he was planning. But one thing was for sure, he was definitely planning something. No matter what, it was always right to be prepared. Rigdel's words could not be completely trusted, and she had to be careful of his sudden attack at all times. So, in the period of time when she was fusing with the origin law and began to advance, Eve had to take care of other things. After all, this advancement was different from the previous ones. The world tree had never reached greater divine power, so Eve had to sleep for a period of time. At least 10 years. In this period of time, in addition to external matters, she also had to take care of the internal affairs of her own forces. Fennel, summon all the myths to see me. After a moment of silence, Eve's voice resounded in the temple. A moment later, rays of light shone, and the myths belonging to the life god system arrived one after another. Meryl, Aurora, Eris, Diana, Carice, and other myths were among them. In addition to them, there were also myths incorporated by Eve over the past 10 years, and most of them were demigods. Mother God, Goddess. They stood on both sides and bowed respectfully to Eve. Eve nodded slightly and said, "Everyone, I'm about to fall into a deep sleep and prepare for my advancement." Hearing Eve's words, the myths were slightly stunned, and then they were overjoyed. "Congratulations, Mother God, Goddess," they said in unison. A few elven myths were so excited that they were choking. How many years had passed, after suffering again and again, the elves finally ushered in this day. They, the oracles who followed the Mother Goddess in the past, had finally waited for this day to come. Mother God was finally going to officially ascend to greatness. Facing the excited gazes of the myths, Eve smiled slightly and said, "After the fusion begins, I'll leap behind 2 true god-level avatars. Usually, they will appear as God's Chosen One, Zero, and God's Chosen One, Wind. During my slumber, you have to follow the original plan and continue to assist my avatars in fusing the planes. Manage the elven God's Chosen One well, they will be an irreplaceable force for my final transcendence." Upon hearing Eve's words, the mythic's expressions turned solemn as they respectfully replied, "Yes, sir. As you command, Your Majesty the Great Mother God, Goddess." After explaining the various matters to the many mythics who followed her, Eve ordered them to leave. Eve dispersed her avatars, and her main consciousness returned to her main body. After transforming into the world tree, the entire universe of seekers seemed to have become narrower. Eve's consciousness moved, and she activated the origin law that Neo left behind. The next moment, countless colorful halos flew out from the depths of the world tree's divine kingdom and rushed into her body. A thick and majestic aura faintly rose from the world tree. Then, a strong sense of tiredness hit, and Eve's consciousness gradually sank into darkness. After handing over many matters in the universe of seekers, Eve fell into a deep slumber. Her slumber was very low-key. Other than the gods in the life god system, as well as Death Hela, dragon ancestor Yolinos, and ancient god Goei who were on good terms with her, the other gods did not know. Of course, as time passed, the other existing myths in the universe of seekers would sooner or later know that Eve's main body had fallen into a deep slumber. As the epic master, her every move was in the eyes of the gods. It was normal for everyone to gradually discover her. After all, which myth did not have a mythical friend? Eve's deep slumber was not deliberately kept a secret from others. Hela told her own gods, and Yolinos told the Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt. Then, it was normal for them to intentionally or unintentionally reveal it to others. Perhaps, during the process of spreading, they would add a sentence like, "Let me tell you a secret, don't tell anyone else." Wasn't this how the so-called secrets were leaked? Moreover, Eve's deep slumber was not a secret. If a newcomer observed carefully, they would more or less notice some clues. However, today, other than a few demon gods in the abyss, there was no existence that could pose any threat to the Life Church after Eve's deep slumber. Even the demon gods in the abyss had to consider Death Hela and dragon ancestor Yolinos, who were also standing behind the Life Church. So, it did not matter. Gradually, when the reason for Eve's hibernation began to spread in the circle of mythology, a feeling of excitement gradually spread among the true gods. The world tree was ready to achieve greatness. The Lord of Eternity was no longer around, and the gods in the heavens had fallen one after another. In the terrifying awakening of the will of the Creator, all the myths knew the hidden dangers behind the universe of seekers, compared to the Lord of Eternity who had failed and had all kinds of misdeeds. If they really needed a great existence to break all of this and stop the cycle of reincarnation in this universe, then, they did not mind. They were even a little glad that this existence was likely to be Eve. This was the reputation that the mother of the gods, Yggdrasil, had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. It was also the strength and courage that Eve had shown when she defeated the will of the awakened creator after inheriting her position. After tentatively visiting Eve, but in the end, only seeing her incarnation or simply refusing to see her, the gods finally vaguely confirmed the fact that she was in a deep slumber. However, the universe of seekers did not become chaotic because of this matter. In other words, the matter of Eve's hibernation, other than causing some commotion at the beginning, soon returned to normal. Everyone continued to do what they were supposed to do, and most of the gods chose to live in seclusion along with Eve's slumber. They all decided to gather their strength and wait for the moment when Eve would recover. Instead, the abysses sighed, the abyss. Are you sure? Is the news reliable? In the third level of hell, Leviathan instantly sat up from his throne. His scarlet eyes stared at the abyss myth who had delivered the news. It's true, Lord Leviathan. This matter has become an open secret among the true gods. The tree of the world, Eve Yggdrasil, has fallen into a deep slumber and is preparing to become a great divine power. The abyss myth replied fearfully. Crack. Leviathan crushed the armrest of his throne. He snorted angrily. In a flash, he disappeared from where he was. The terrifying pressure dissipated. The abyss myth collapsed on the ground. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. He looked in the direction where Leviathan had disappeared. There was deep shock in the depths of his eyes. They were both myths. But just because of the identity of the demon god, the difference in power between the two was like a chasm. And the other had even lost the divinity of a great divine power. At this moment, there was only awe in the abyss myth's heart. On the other side, a vast amount of fallen divine power surged. Leviathan's figure appeared in a majestic and solemn demon palace. This was the demon god temple. It was the place where the demon gods of the abyss discussed matters. It was built by the first demon god, Helier, to correspond to the true god's pantheon temple. A deep light flashed. The figures of the other demon gods slowly appeared. The first demon god, Helier, the third demon god, Mammon, the fourth demon god, Burial, and the sixth demon god, Beelzebub, had all arrived. Leviathan, why have you called us here? Helier's gaze stopped on Leviathan as he asked in a low voice. If you have something to say it quickly. I have other things to do. The sixth demon god, Beelzebub, said with some dissatisfaction. He controlled the second level of hell. He was the front line facing the players who were killing monsters in the first level of hell. He was under great pressure. Seriously speaking, Beelzebub felt like quitting as he watched his territory being nibbled away bit by bit while he could do nothing about the spreading of the world tree's roots. Leviathan glanced at him coldly and did not say anything. He swept his gaze around. Finally, his gaze fell on Helier. He said in a low voice, I've received news that the goddess of life is asleep. As soon as he said this, other than Beelzebub, the other demon gods showed a hint of surprise. Even Helier frowned slightly. When did this happen? The third demon god, Mammon, asked. It should be a few months. It said that it's to ascend to greatness. Leviathan said. Ascend to greatness, the expressions of the other demon gods changed slightly. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire demon god temple was unprecedentedly solemn. Even when they knew that the Lord of Eternity was trying to ascend to greater divine power, they had not been so nervous and fearful. Everyone, this is our last chance. When she's asleep, she's also at her weakest. We should regroup the power of the abyss and counterattack. The world tree is rooted in the abyss. This is also an opportunity for us to destroy Eve Yggdrasil's original body. If we miss this opportunity, when she successfully ascends to become a greater divine power, I'm afraid we won't have it easy. Before the final battle with that person, she will definitely deal with us first. Leviathan said with a gloomy look. Hearing his words, some of the demon gods' expressions changed drastically. Some looked gloomy, some looked solemn, all of them had different expressions, but no one doubted what Leviathan had said. It seemed that to them, Eve would succeed in ascending. After awakening. This was already a tacit fact. This was something that they had to admit even though they did not want to. Unlike the Lord of Eternity, Eve had already controlled several keys and gained the support of almost all the true gods. She had also successfully thwarted the plot of the Creator once. It could be said that no one doubted whether she had the ability to ascend to greatness anymore. At most, they were worried about the final confrontation with the Creator after greatness. And the demon gods definitely could not wait until then. Everyone, this is our last chance. Mobilize all the armies. Leviathan said in a deep voice. The other fiend celestials had different reactions. Helier was still expressionless, but his brows were slightly furrowed. Mammon and Beryl looked hesitant. As for Beelzebub, his eyes flickered a few times, and he suddenly said, I say, why do we have to fight? I think, his proposal seems to be worth considering. Being a demon god stationed at the bottom of the world tree seems feasible. As soon as this was said, it immediately attracted Leviathan's angry glare. Enough. Beelzebub. Do you really want to be Eve's dog? Humph, aren't we now the dogs of the abyss, Will? We're all dogs, what's the difference? If Goddess Eve succeeds in ascending to the top, she'll also be a creator. At least, it'll be easier to communicate with than the abyss will. Idiot. Can you believe his words? Don't forget how he dealt with the demons. Times are different. The past is the past, and the future is the future. He also said that he needs the existence of darkness to balance the entire world. Humph. Beelzebub. I think you're scared of being beaten up. That's right, so what if I'm scared? You haven't faced the endless elven chosen one. What do you know? Haha, excuses. Humph. Leviathan, I think you hate him purely because of the ocean divinity. Why? Have you really been completely swallowed up by the envy divinity? Shut up. You trash. Those who have their divinity stolen by others are the trash. You. Leviathan was furious. The two demon gods were at loggerheads. Their divine power surged, and they were almost about to fight. Mammon and Beryl were excited, as if they hoped that the two demon gods would fight. To be honest, they had been unhappy with Leviathan for a long time. Although Beelzebub's strength was far inferior to Leviathan's, he could still fight in the demon god temple. For a time, the entire demon god temple was flooded by the turbulent fallen divine power. It wasn't until Helo snorted coldly and a terrifying pressure swept across the demon god temple that they were suppressed. Enough. Why are you still arguing at this time? Leviathan and Beelzebub stopped arguing, snorted, and turned their heads away. Helo's gaze was gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, Leviathan is right. This is our last chance. Everyone, get ready. Gather your legions. A month later, we will launch a counterattack on the first level of hell. Hearing his words, Leviathan's expression eased a lot. Mammon and Beryl looked at each other and remained silent. Beelzebub laughed on the spot. You still want to fight? No, I'm not fighting. If you want to fight, you guys go ahead. After saying that, he snorted coldly and left alone. Beelzebub. Helo called out to him, but he didn't stop him. There were only 4 demon gods left in the demon god temple. Mammon and Beryl looked at each other again and suddenly shook their heads. We won't participate this time. The losses in the last war of gods and demons were too great. We haven't recovered yet. We need to rest first. After saying that, they chose to leave without looking back. Hela was stunned, and Leviathan's expression was very ugly. A war that mobilized the entire abyss had gone bankrupt before it even started. No one knew what happened to the demon gods of the abyss. This was just a small episode. Of course, this war did not start in the end. 3 of the 5 demon gods did not have any fighting spirit. Although the remaining 2 were the strongest, it was still not enough. Although there had been internal conflicts, the demon gods of the abyss, who had always been united against outsiders, had finally split. On the other side, the plan of the world tree to fuse with the planes was still underway. Eve was in a deep sleep, and Elven Kingdom was still operating. The Fairy King, Eve, temporarily took over the management authority of the game and was in charge of the operation of the official website and the game. Although the other myths that followed Eve did not directly participate in the operation of the game system, they participated in the management and missions of the Chosen Ones. Of course, Eve's incarnation was assisting from the side. Although the incarnation had temporarily cut off the connection with the main body, it still operated according to the arrangements of the main body before she fell into a deep sleep. She continued to summon players from the Blue Star. She continued to attack and occupy the planes that had been infected by the abyss. She continued to preach the faith in the planes, praise the name of the goddess, and promote the glory of the Church of Life. At the same time, she continued to lead the converted believers to erect the statue of the goddess and build altars. Amidst the fanatical praises, she started the fusion ritual and fused the planes with the world tree, and so on, one plane after another. Planes of all sizes were fused by the world tree and became part of the world tree's leaves. There were wastelands that had been completely contaminated by the will of the Creator and then taken back by the players and purified. There were also planes that were connected to the world of Seekers but were not affected by the War of Life and Eternity. There were planes being fused almost every day. Around the world tree, there were even planes and stars that were constantly revolving around the world tree. Those were the planes that were in the midst of the fusion ritual. Looking from the boundless void, the world tree had completely become the center of the entire universe. The rotating planes formed streaks of dazzling light, and it was a magnificent sight. Of course, compared to the planes that were attracted by the world tree and were constantly drawing closer to the branches and leaves, the entire universe of Seekers was clearly becoming more and more spacious. The world tree was in a deep slumber, and the gods were also behind the scenes. The entire universe of Seekers gradually transitioned from an era of active mythology to an era of extraordinary competition. Almost all the gods chose to live in seclusion, waiting for the world tree to revive again. Legends and demigods gradually became the peak powers that were active in the universe of Seekers. And as the arcane knowledge left behind by the lost world of the Thunder Tribe was uploaded to the game store, the players fought to exchange for and learn more. The magic technology that they created had leaps and bounds of development. The era of the Elven Chosen Ones had arrived. One plane after another was conquered by the players. One world after another was fused by the world tree, and one new technology after another was created by the players. Their names, the names that stood at the top of Elven Nation, spread to every corner of the universe with the players' footsteps. Just like that, 10 years passed without anyone noticing. Damn, there was a mistake in the previous chapter. The second level of hell was Beelzebub's. It had been corrected. Over the mountains and the mist, said the voice, into the ancient cave in the deep cellar, we need to leave before dawn, find the treasure and the legendary place. Take the starship and travel through the plains, our footprints cover thousands of miles. The noble and beautiful Elven Chosen One, with strong will and courage, the vicissitudes of life and passion slowly echoed in the cabin with the moving accompaniment of the accordion. It was the music played by the latest version of the magic phonograph. However, Tony preferred the other name of this magic device, Magic Audio. The song was quite charming and the melody was beautiful. Listening to it, one would involuntarily imagine themselves as a noble Elven Chosen One, roaming and adventuring in the boundless void and thousands of planes. Of course, Tony was already a rather famous Elven Chosen One. He just liked the melody of this music very much. It reminded him of the days when he had just entered the pit and was still a newbie, adventuring in the world of Dawn. However, that was 28 years ago in the game. Even in the real world of Blue Star, 7 years had passed. 7 years could change a lot of things. Not to mention that in the game, the time had doubled. The former world of Dawn had long been integrated by the world tree and became one of the main planes that players were active in. Looking at the entire boundless void, there were more than 10,000 planes that had successfully integrated with the world tree's leaf as early as 7 years ago. All these years, Tony didn't even pay attention to how many planes had been integrated in the game and to what extent the map had been opened. Because he was already numb. In the beginning, he would still be shocked by the huge map of Elven Nation. But now, he was already used to it. This game was simply a paradise for travel enthusiasts. Even if you traveled in the game all the time, you probably wouldn't be able to go through all the maps in the game. Not to mention traveling, just clocking in would take a long time. Tony seriously suspected that Elven Nation had its own set of programs and that all the new maps were randomly generated. Anyway, ordinary people definitely wouldn't be able to complete such a huge workload. Captain, the starship has been charged. When do we depart? A deep voice came and interrupted Tony's thoughts. He turned around and saw the crew of his starship respectfully waiting for his answer. This was an Uruk-hai, a follower that Tony had subdued in an orc plane 10 years ago, a devout believer of life. In the past 10 years, he had followed Tony to conquer a total of 7 planes and witnessed the ascension of 7 planar worlds. That's right, ascension. It was said that this term was invented by the players of the Celestial Empire, specifically referring to the fusion of the plane world and the world tree. Tony felt that it was quite appropriate. Got it. Inform all the crew members and the chosen ones on the ship that we're preparing to leave. Those who should say goodbye quickly. After all, it's not a final farewell. We can come back at any time after the dimensional channel to the Seekers is opened. Tony said. After saying that, he looked out of the round window of the cabin that was made of magic crystals. Outside the starship, the ruins of the city were filled with people who were sending them off. They looked at the starship with a strong reluctance and respect. Tony, on the other hand, was already used to it. This was already his 19th plane of conquest. As a void player, his mission was to roam the sea of stars and travel between planes. What? If that's the case, why did he hide in the captain's cabin alone? Damn, after all, he had stayed in this place for more than a year. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. The order to depart was quickly given. Although reluctant to leave, the players of the plane still boarded the starship. Amidst the farewells of the plane residents, the light of magic blossomed on the starship. Mysterious inscriptions and engravings slowly lit up. With a burst of exclamations, the starship slowly took off and flew toward the sky. It could not be helped. The dimensional channel to the Seekers had not been built yet. If they wanted to enter and leave this place now, they still had to go through the sky screen. After the starship took off, Tony also left the captain's cabin. It was just taking off and leaving. His crew members already had rich experience and did not need his special command. The starship was not very big. Other than the non-player starship crew members, there were only 100 players. 1/3 of them were the team that Tony had gathered over the years. Because everyone was from the adorable committee, Chinese players made up almost half of the team. However, with the game system's magical translation function, it was not difficult for everyone to communicate. Many times, it was easy to ignore the various nationalities. The remaining 2/3 were players who had taken the starship together. Similar to passengers, they had paid a fee. For a plane like this without a dimensional channel, players could only enter and leave through starships, air fortresses, or floating cities. Ordinary players could only buy tickets. In the void, there was even a special type of flying device that owned starships. They specialized in making money by transporting other players. In the main cabin, most people were resting. Many players had probably gone offline and were sleeping soundly. It could not be helped. Although it was called a starship, it was actually just a slightly larger modified airship. The predecessor of this thing was actually the Zeppelin airship that the players had made. It was just that the airbags were removed, the hull was strengthened, and a small magic energy core was installed. For example, Tony's starship was the most common standard version. Although it was not the smallest model, the space was still relatively small. Apart from the captain's cabin, the number of individual cabins was very limited. The City of Heaven's Chosen and the floating city had larger and more advanced ones, but as for the price, even Tony, who was already a gold-ranked boss, had to look up to them. As for the air fortresses and floating cities, the former could only be built by a few large guilds. Even if the number of online players in the entire server had long exceeded 50 million, there were less than 300 air fortresses. Most of them were small or medium-sized. As for the latter, there was only one so far, and it was shared by a few large guilds. It could not be helped. Although the production technology for the magic energy core had been put on the exchange shop since the players in the game discovered the lost plane 10 years ago, that was only a small core. For a large core like the floating city, the technology was unknown how many times more complicated it was than a small one. After the research of the high-end players such as Coop Bird, they speculated that even if the relevant technology could be analyzed for this level of energy core, perhaps only a legendary or even a demigod existence could create it. So, in the end, the players gave up. That was to say, the Dingyuan was lucky. The early players had obtained a batch of long-lost large-scale magic energy cores from the world of Dawn. Only then could they barely make it. As for Tony, he had already gone bankrupt when he bought the small starship. Even such a small starship was a high-end product that most players looked up to. After all, a sparrow may be small, but it had all the essentials. This seemingly magical punk-style starship was specially designed for void navigation. Its armor and magic circles were designed to resist the erosion of void energy and even void storms. Moreover, it was powered by a magic energy core that had always been costly. If one really had to classify it, it would probably be of the quasi-legendary level. The outrageous price was normal. Apart from that, there was the energy consumption. The starship consumed magic crystals, which was also a money-burning toy. Although it was far more powerful than the air fortresses and floating cities, it was still not something that ordinary people could afford. In today's elven nation, those who could afford to drive a starship were definitely tycoons. In contrast, training a group of NPC followers who could control a starship was a relatively simple matter. Seeing Tony come in, the players who were awake greeted him and continued to do their own things. There were also players who leaned against the window and looked out, looking very excited. These were usually half newbies who had not been in the game for long. They did not sit on many starships and liked to enjoy the scenery outside. Tony was different. He had been traveling in the void for nearly 10 years. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, he had long been sick of it. Compared to the majesty of the void, seriously speaking, he preferred the lush, beautiful, and enchanting elven forest. Under layers of acceleration, the starship passed through the plane barrier on the planar canopy and stepped into the void. The next moment, the starship trembled slightly and quickly returned to normal. Tony knew that the starship's magic shield had been activated. In the boundless void, the power of the void was everywhere. Apart from a few void species that could adapt to survival, only legendary and above extraordinary could resist the erosion of the power of the void and travel between planes. Those below legendary had to be well protected and ride on special vehicles. For example, starships. Starships, as the name suggested, were ships that could travel between stars. Although there was still a big difference between the Void and Elven Kingdom and the Space and Blue Star, in the eyes of the players, there was not much difference. And although the materials of every starship were specially built to resist the erosion of the power of the void, it was better to use it with a shield, which could minimize the wear and tear of the starship to the greatest extent. Of course, the shield also burned magic crystals. Only the Sky Fortress and the Floating City could place the statue of the goddess. Instead of consuming magic crystals, it consumed contribution points to exchange for the required power of faith. These days, contribution points were cheaper than magic crystals. After leaving the plane, the starship entered the void. Tony gave the order to fly at full speed toward the nearest Sky Fortress. It couldn't be helped. Although the starship was also installed with a directional ultra-long-distance teleportation array, it was too expensive to teleport once. Generally speaking, Tony preferred to hitch a ride from the Sky Fortress and directly land in the fortress to use the teleportation array to return. Attention, observe the surroundings. Magic crystal cannons on standby. The plane ascension is over. There will probably be more void pirates during this period. Tony ordered in a deep voice. Hearing his words, the NPC crew members looked serious. Even the players who were awake had a serious look in their eyes. If there was a relatively big change with the arrival of the Void Age, it would definitely be the Void Pirates. When the forest was big, there were all kinds of birds. This sentence was true at any time. As the number of players increased, the gap between the newbies and the veteran players became bigger and bigger. There were many people who wanted to use crooked ideas to take shortcuts. Although Elven Nation had strict red name rules to punish those who violated the rules, as the saying went, there were policies from above and countermeasures from below. These rules were not without loopholes. Among them, the most famous were the Void Pirates. Plane exploration was an activity with huge profits. Even without mentioning the system rewards, the loot while conquering other planes of existence was enough to make players rich overnight. Naturally, there were people who set their sights on the players who returned after completing the mission. These people often bought starships and wandered in the void, specifically picking the starships of other players. However, they only robbed things and did not kill people. If there was really a job to silence people, it would be done by the NPCs they subdued. Therefore, they avoided punishment. Such people were known as Void Pirates. Many years ago, Tony had also been robbed once. At that time, he hadn't stepped into the gold rank. If he hadn't been careful not to transport all the spoils of war back at once, he was afraid that the development would have been in vain. It would take at least half a year to develop a plane. If converted to real time, it would take 1.5 months. If 1.5 months of hard work were all gone, anyone would explode. However, although Tony had now become a gold rank professional, he still had to be careful. Because among the Void Pirates, there would also be high-grade players. And if he really encountered a Void Pirate, it depended on the situation. Generally speaking, most captains, including Tony, preferred to pay a sum of money and leave. If he could avoid fighting, he would avoid fighting. If the ship was damaged, the money for repair might not be as good as the money earned from this trip. Of course, if he encountered those who liked to fight and kill, it would be troublesome. There were indeed such perverts, and there were many of them. The crew members and players were on high alert, driving the starship in the predetermined direction. That was the location of the Mangmang Committee's Sky Fortress. And traveling with them were several other starships of different sizes. Those were ships that had also taken off from the same plane. Everyone would often choose to travel together, which was relatively safer. Of course, if they encountered a large organization of Void Pirates, it would be more miserable. And after sailing for about 10 minutes, suddenly, the alarm sounded loudly. Tony's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly went to the bow of the ship and looked into the void. Sure enough, in front of the fleet formed by the returning players, there was a starship that seemed to be a Void Pirate ship. The appearance was still very easy to identify. In order to reduce losses, Void Pirate ships often dismantled directional long-distance teleportation devices. Even if they were damaged, they would repair it themselves. They would not send it to the world of Seekers and spend a lot of money for a comprehensive overhaul. So, these pirate ships often looked a little more down and out. Fortunately, there was only one ship that came. After flying around Tony's fleet for a long time, it seemed to feel that it couldn't win and finally chose to leave. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was not completely at ease because he was not sure if the other party only had this one ship, or if it was just a scout ahead, or it just left temporarily to gather people. It was not until he saw the Mangmang Committee's fortress that he finally felt relieved. He ordered the crew to slow down and sail toward the fortress. The construction principle of the aerial fortress was very similar to that of the floating city. In other words, it was equivalent to a miniature version of the floating city. It was just that the magic gathering core used was slightly smaller, and there were fewer of them. As a famous guild in Elven Nation, the aerial fortress of the Mangmang Committee was definitely one of the larger ones, even among the nearly 300 fortresses in the entire server. This aerial fortress was called Freya, and it covered an area of about 1,000 mu, which was about 0.66 square kilometers, which was equivalent to 1/15 of the floating city. Don't think that 0.66 square kilometers was small. After all, the Celestial Palace only covered an area of 0.72 square kilometers. As an aerial fortress, the Mangmang Committee's aerial fortress was already quite large. The smallest aerial fortress in Elven Nation was the Moonlit Knight's Morning Star, which only covered an area of 100 mu. But even so, the Moonlit Knights could still rely on their own small-scale aerial fortress to go on a killing spree in the process of developing the plane. Being able to fly in the void naturally meant that it could also fly in the plane. A quasi-legendary level fortress was a near-invincible existence in a plane below the mythical level, It could be said that in the past 10 years, even if the planes that had planar passages to the world of seekers were almost completely integrated, the speed at which the players conquered planes did not slow down at all. The biggest contributor to this was the aerial fortress. Oh, of course, there were also the starships. These things could also fly in the plane. Although their firepower was not comparable to Legends, it was close to that of an adult megalosaurus. Enough chit-chat, back to the present. Seeing Freya, Tony heaved a sigh of relief. This aerial fortress had always been known for its long range. When you could see it, you had already entered its protective range. As for the Void Pirates, as long as they were not out of their minds, they would not attack the aerial fortress, even if it was the smallest one. The reason for this was not only that the aerial fortress firepower far exceeded that of the starships, but also that every aerial fortress was equipped with a statue of the goddess. Once the defensive barrier of the divine spell was activated, it meant that the goddess was protecting it. Anyone who attacked it would be an enemy of the goddess and would be warned with a red name. Following close to 20 starships, Tony's starship sailed into Freya's spaceport. The spaceport was the symbol of a stronghold. It was located on the periphery of the stronghold. For example, the Freya could accommodate up to 60 standard starships. However, they had to pay for parking and resupplying. Even if they wanted to take a free ride back, they had to pay. Fortunately, Tony himself was a high-level player of the Meng Meng Committee, and the starship had been registered in his own guild, so he did not need to charge a parking fee. He only paid a symbolic 10% discount for the teleportation fee, and the supplies were also half price for internal members. After parking the starship, most of the players boarded the fortress. There were bars and other leisure facilities in the fortress. There was even a small temple where one could open the exchange shop. Whether it was resting or farming for contribution points, one could do it here. As for Tony, after instructing the crew to check the condition of the starship, he too boarded the fortress. However, he did not go to the bar or the temple. Instead, he went straight to the command room of the fortress. Along the way, they could often see NPCs coming and going. Like the starship, there were many professional NPCs in the Sky Fortress who were responsible for the maintenance and operation of the fortress. This was also a choice that the players gradually made after the first voyage of the floating city. After all, apart from the commanding captain, maintenance and operation were time-consuming and energy-consuming. These were not things that the players liked to do. Hard work could be done by manual labor. Among them, the half-elf NPCs were especially popular. They were loyal and not as inflexible as the elves. Moreover, they were smart and could be used as a fighting force when necessary. The disadvantage was probably the cost. Elves and half-elves were not many compared to other races, and most of them preferred a stable life over adventure. This problem could only be solved by increasing the remuneration. Of course, there were also players who took a different approach. For example, Demacia and Bion of Nature's Heart. These two, who had infiltrated the upper echelons of the Church of Life, simply set up priest internships and knight internships in their own guild stronghold. They were free labor for the NPCs who wanted to become life priests or life knights. The disadvantage was also obvious. The NPCs in the stronghold would choose to leave when the internship period was over, so there was a large turnover of maintenance personnel in the stronghold. There were pros and cons. With the core member pass, Tony's journey was smooth. The NPCs who saw him all bowed respectfully to him. Tony had long since become accustomed to this. To be honest, this feeling of being treated with respect was quite satisfying, even if the other party was an NPC. The command room of the Freya was much larger than the captain's room of Tony's own starship. It was located at the core of the stronghold and also at the highest position. From there, one could overlook the entire stronghold in the sky and observe the surroundings. The command room was about 800 square meters in size, like a small palace. There were people coming and going in the room, both NPCs and players. However, the stronghold was not open now, so everyone was very idle. Tony even saw a few elven NPCs and players playing werewolves in the corner. Seeing Tony enter, many players and NPCs greeted him. He was considered a regular here, so everyone was familiar with him. Tony also smiled and returned the greeting. Those who could work in the command room, even if they were NPCs, were definitely fanatical believers. Elves of this level, if placed outside, would definitely attract a large group of low-level bootlickers. Bootlickers have everything. This saying was very appropriate in front of the elven NPCs in Elven Nation. Tony did not stop and walked straight to the captain's seat in the command room. There, leaning against the chair, was an elegant female elf. Her appearance was not outstanding among the players, but she was very pleasing to the eye. She had a unique temperament that made it difficult for people to look away. Under the soft magic light, she was flipping through a thick book, quietly reading. Tony glanced at the book, but could not see the title. However, from the other books piled up beside her seat, it should be a history book or travel book of a human country in another plane. This was rare. Most of the human countries in the different planes of the Seeker's universe did not pay much attention to historical records. Only some mages or churches would record such things, and the church's records were often incidental. They preferred to record the history of their own religion. However, if one could find something similar, the content would sometimes be quite interesting. Especially the ones written by mages, they could be read as storybooks and customs. Some mages who liked to eat even wrote gourmet miscellanies that made people drool. After retracting his thoughts, Tony took a deep breath and revealed a bright smile. "Good afternoon, Miss Wind." Wind. The most mysterious high-end player in Elven Nation. She was also one of the very few closed beta players in the game. She had a good relationship with all the major NPCs. Even the Black Dragon King. Meryl, who was always arrogant and only willing to communicate with Salty Meow, could chat and laugh with her. The myths in the Elven Forest were all related to her. In the entire Elven Nation, other than the #1 bootlicker, Limu, she was the only one who could do this. However, she was most well known for her hobby of guiding younger players. When Tony completed the Ascension mission in the World of Dawn, he had received guidance from her. At that time, he was hesitating whether to specialize in Guardian or Ranger. In the end, it was Wind who gave him the best advice. According to his personal habits, he chose the weapon specialization that was more suitable. Later on, Tony was able to stand out from the other players because of this. She specially suggested him a development path that belonged to him. Tony just leveled up and learned step by step. Soon, he surpassed the players who entered the pit earlier than him. He was able to become one of the top 5,000 high-end players in the entire server because of Wind. Therefore, he had always respected this mysterious Chinese female player and regarded her as a mentor in the game. Oh, this player's nickname in Elven Nation was also Mentor. A large group of people in her personal space asked for guidance, and there was no lack of people who were ranked higher than Tony. By the way, Wind's overall ranking among the players in the game was 7th in the entire server. This was because she did not farm much and her contribution ranking was low, which affected her overall rating. Otherwise, Tony believed that she might be able to reach first place. Hearing Tony's voice, Wind gently closed the book. She looked up, smiled, and nodded elegantly. Tony was in a daze. They were all Elven chosen, but why was her posture so elegant and noble? She gave people a fresh and holy sense of beauty that made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. And some people were obviously better at pinching faces, but when they spoke, they made people want to facepalm. For example, the guys playing werewolf next to her. Hey, hey, hey! That girl over there. You're an Elven chosen. Don't yell and play games while crossing your legs and scratching your feet. Glancing at her from the corner of his eyes, Tony sighed in his heart. Without comparison, there would be no harm. He felt more and more that Wind was precious. In reality, she must be a well-educated, elegant, and noble lady. Thinking so, Tony's expression became more respectful. He smiled slightly and said, "Miss Wind, I came back from this mission and brought some specialties from the continent of Caridia. I heard that you are this year's Captain Freya, so I sent them to you." The captain of the Mang Mang Committee's Sky Fortress changed once a year. Of course, in the game world. If converted to the real world, it would be 3 months. You could sign up by yourself, but you had to pass the assessment. The assessment was very harsh. Just meeting the conditions could eliminate most people. Of course, in most cases, It was a few experienced players in the upper echelons of the Mangmang committee who took turns. This year, it happened to be Wind. As he spoke, Tony took out a space ring from his arms and took out bags of fruits and various snacks. They were all delicious food. One of player Wind's hobbies was delicious food. This was also known by the entire server. The other one was to travel. She could be considered as a big shot player's fan of scenery. Tony even suspected that the biggest reason why she, who always liked freedom, was willing to be the captain of the Sky Fortress for a year was to be able to drive the Sky Fortress for a ride. Thank you. Wind did not refuse. Instead, she smiled slightly and put away the specialties. But then, she turned around and said to an elven NPC who was waiting on the other side, "This time, Mr. Tony's expenses in the Sky Fortress are all free of charge. Put it on my account." "No need. No need. This is a little token of my appreciation. Aren't we friends?" Tony quickly waved his hand. Wind smiled slightly and did not answer. Tony sighed softly and chose to accept it in the end. Wind was like this. Every time you wanted to give her a gift, she would naturally return the gift. However, he was already used to it. Wind was also a famous person in the entire server. She had many suitors. It was probably because of this that she was never willing to accept gifts for free. Of course, Tony was more respectful and did not mean to do that. He was a bit of a male chauvinist and had a strong desire to protect. He liked cute girls who needed to rely on. For a real big shot like Wind who could do whatever she wanted and nothing could stop her, he only had respect for her. After giving the gift, it was considered to have opened the topic. Wind stopped reading and Tony took the opportunity to talk with her. They mainly talked about the various things he had seen in the world of Caridea this time, as well as some information about the world of Seekers and the world of Dawn from her. As a high-ranking member of the Mangmang Committee and also said to be one of the shareholders of Nature's Heart Amway Chamber of Commerce, Wind's news had always been very well informed. She also liked to talk about this with other players. The continent of Caridea was not too polluted. It's interesting. Because the energy level of this world is too low, the impact after the cataclysm was relatively small. The mutated monsters were quickly suppressed and eliminated by the only empire on the continent, the Carid Empire. However, the emperor of the empire died in the suppression. Fighting against the monsters also exhausted the empire's treasury. The entire empire quickly collapsed. The country was torn apart. At the same time, 3 nobles established themselves as emperors. There was a chaotic situation of warlords. The place where we descended was a nomadic tribe called Corset. It took about 3 months for us to unify the faith and then help them unify the entire continent. The combat power of this world is too weak. It took less than half a year to unify the entire continent. However, the food in this world is not bad. You'll definitely like it. You don't know, but when we activated the altar, those NPCs were stunned by the miracle of the goddess. A large number of them directly knelt on the ground. Tony chatted enthusiastically with Wind, sharing what he had seen and heard when the plane was being developed. After chatting for a while, he suddenly had a thought and asked, "Oh, right. Miss Wind, in reality, are you going to the offline exchange for Elven Kingdom players in Yadu next week? I happen to be on a business trip in the Celestial Empire these few months and plan to participate." As a virtual online game with a strong social interaction, Elven Kingdom had no lack of offline exchange meetings since the beginning of the server. However, if one were to talk about the most influential offline exchange meeting with the longest history, then, it would be the Elven Kingdom Offline Celebration held once a year at the Tianqian Hotel in the demon capital of the Celestial Empire. This offline event was first developed by Salty Meow, the chairman of the Mangmang Committee, one of the top 10 guilds in Elven Kingdom. Every time it was held, it almost included the highest level of Chinese players. Even some international players often came to participate in it in recent years. Although there were many well-known professional player organizations that tried to hold international exchange activities, in the end, their influence did not surpass the Elven Kingdom Offline Celebration. It couldn't be helped. There were too many Chinese players. Although it had been open to players all over the world in reality for 7 years, nearly half of the players in Elven Kingdom were still Chinese. Not only that, but because of the first mover advantage, Chinese players also controlled most of the resources in Elven Kingdom. 7 of the top 10 guilds were Chinese. This was also criticized by many international players. There were also many people who questioned the fairness of Elven Kingdom. A few years ago, there were even protests in the game and in reality because of this. Of course, this was ignored by the Elven Kingdom officials, who had always been Buddhist. Except for the bug that affected the game's plot 7 years ago, which caused the officials to issue an apology notice and compensation, they had always had the attitude of play if you want, get out if you don't want to play. The players were slowly getting used to it. Perhaps, this was the superiority and confidence of the game side that could not be replaced. Tony had been in the pit for 7 years and had long been used to this. Although the class solidification in Elven Kingdom was a bit ridiculous, it still left a way for the newbies to progress. Whether it was leveling up, practicing skills, or participating in the exploration of the plane, there was a chance to change their fate in the game. Thinking about it, it was quite ridiculous. When you entered the game, you had to constantly struggle from the bottom. Even if you struggled for a lifetime, you might not necessarily be as lucky as others. Players who had been in the pit a few years ago, even if they were fans of the scenery, the price of the rooms in the city during the expansion of the City of Heaven's Chosen was something that new players could not afford even if they struggled for many years. But even so, they didn't lose their drive. Perhaps it was because real life was more nonsensical, or perhaps it was because there were still numerical values in the game. Of course, it was more likely that you could really experience the feeling of becoming stronger in the game, so, the majority of people were still working hard. The only thing was that a lot of players had changed their minds and were now trying to suck up to Xianxia. This was because countless facts had proven that in Elven Nation, a newbie who worked alone and built a car behind closed doors would definitely not be able to fly faster than a player who had a powerful backer. If not for Wind and Tony chatting in the command room, they would have been surrounded by the players as well. After asking Feng whether he would participate in the offline exchange, Tony looked at Feng expectantly. To be honest, the player he wanted to meet the most in this exchange was Feng. However, Feng gently shook his head. I'm afraid not. I've been busy with other things recently, so I can't get away for the time being. Tony was a little disappointed. Sister Feng, what are you busy with in the real world? It's been so many times, but you've never shown up. Meow Boss misses you so much. Another familiar voice sounded. Tony looked over and recognized that it was another Chinese expert player in the guild, Nai Nai. If he remembered correctly, she seemed to be a graduate student in the real world. She had a boyfriend who was also an expert player, and he was the captain of the Freya last year. That's right, that's right. What do you do in the real world, Sister Feng? After so many years, you're the most mysterious among the higher-ups in our guild. Nai Nai's words attracted a large group of players. They were all permanent players in the command room and were naturally members of the Meng Meng committee. Obviously, they were also very curious about this question. Even Tony's ears perked up. Looking at the curious gazes cast over, Feng's expression was a little helpless. She put her slender index finger on her lips and tilted her head slightly. She was demure but not lacking in playfulness. Maybe, saving the world? All the players were speechless. Pfft, Tony laughed out loud. As for Nai Nai, she pouted. Sister Feng. You're making fun of me again. I'm ignoring you. After saying that, she pretended to run away with a whimper. Well, Tony glanced at her. In fact, she seemed to have gone to check on the shield system. If he remembered correctly, this girl seemed to be a mage. She was probably in charge of the fortress maintenance during this period of time. After all, it was impossible to leave everything to an NPC. Wait, she should be a mage, right? But why did he vaguely remember that she seemed to have used a mace in a fight? No, this was not important. The important thing was that Miss Feng seemed to have fooled him again. Saving the world? Miss Feng, you're too humorous. Tony laughed. However, Feng shook her head and said with a serious expression, No, I'm not joking. No, I'm not joking. My job is indeed to save the world. Tony was stunned. He could not help but glance at her. He muttered in his heart. His brain was spinning rapidly, and he began to think of jobs related to saving the world. Environmentalist? Some scientific researcher? Or something else? No, no, what kind of nonsense was this? Her temperament was completely different from Miss Fang's. If you said that her real identity was an alien princess who wandered to Blue Star, and her goal was to protect Blue Star from the alien invaders, he would more or less believe it. Damn it, what kind of nonsense is this? I must have watched too many cartoons recently, Tony ridiculed himself in his heart. So, in the end, he still did not know what Fang's job was in real life. After conversing with Feng for a while, Tony left the command room. Freya's preparations were almost done, and it was time to return. It was better for him to stay in his own starship during the return journey to prevent any accidents. It was not unprecedented in the past. Because the starship did not turn off the shield or did not completely connect with the fortress was teleported away, but the starship was not. Even more ridiculous was that the starship was directly cut in half when it was teleported halfway. This was the fault of the operation error. Of course, Tony had always been careful about this. He was afraid that the starship he bought with all his money would be destroyed, so it had always been smooth sailing. It was the same this time. Under the shroud of Freya's magic light, the starship and the fortress also entered the range of the teleportation portal. Amidst the strong spatial fluctuations, the teleportation began. The destination, the world of Seekers. One teleportation was enough, because at this moment, the world of Karadia was already above the world tree and could borrow the power of the world tree to directly perform a space jump. There was no need to teleport more than a dozen times like before. Otherwise, the teleportation fee would be even higher. After the bright light, Tony felt the sudden change in space. No matter how many times he experienced it, it was a wonderful feeling, as if he was playing with a drop tower. And when the light dissipated, the aerial fortress Freya had already appeared in the world of Seekers. To be more precise, it was near the teleportation portal in the core area of the Elven Forest, in the airport outside the City of Heaven's Chosen, which was specially used for aerial fortresses and starships to dock. The airport was the most famous building in the Elven Forest in recent years. It was said that the Chinese players asked Zero, who was already a demigod, to personally build it. On the day of its completion, the gods of the life god system came, giving the players a fright. It was also because of this that everyone guessed that the officials of Elven Kingdom were probably planning to take the path of magic in the future, so more and more players delved into this area. Looking down from the sky, the entire airport was like a huge pentagram, and it was very spectacular. The style of the airport adopted the typical Elvish-style architectural model. White boulders paired with gorgeous sculptures, plus domes and spires, coupled with the starships coming and going, gave it a very magical punk feeling. In the port, there were many starships docked, and there were also several towering aerial fortresses. It was worth mentioning that there were not many fortresses docked here, because the major guilds would often build their own aerial fortress bases, or simply go out to perform missions. As for the floating city, forget it, that thing was too big and had ridiculous energy, so it did not need a port at all. After the starship was parked, the players on board disembarked one after another, and with bags of various sizes, they joined the flow of people in the airport. They had gained too much, and their storage equipment could no longer meet their needs, so they could only carry some unimportant things with them. After Tony gave his NPC first mate the task of inspecting the starship and staying behind to guard it, he also left the starship. He had not been to the world of Seekers for a long time. This time, he had come to the City of Heaven's Chosen for the planar development mission. The airport was not far from the City of Heaven's Chosen, and there was a magic rail car that went directly. In addition, he could also choose to ride a magical beast or simply drive an Arcanitech car. Tony chose the magic rail car, which was the most economical. As for the spoils of war from the various planar development, some that he planned to keep for himself were stored on the starship, and those that he planned to sell were stored in the storage ring that he carried with him, ready to be sold. For a planar player like him who owned a starship, a super large storage equipment was also a must-have, and it could store many things. As for where to sell it, he already had a plan, and that was his own guild. Although the purchase price was not the highest, he could accumulate guild contribution points, and the Meng Meng Committee's guild contribution points could be used for many, many things. After standing at the station and waiting for a while, Tony boarded the magic rail car. There were many players on the magic rail car, and most of them were mid-level and low-level players. The driver was an elven NPC. Tony's appearance caused many people on the car to take a few more glances, and some even wanted to worm their way into being friends with him. This was normal. Every gold player was a walking golden thigh for newbies. Once they clung to them, they would immediately soar. Tony had long been used to this. Sitting on the rail car, Tony quickly entered the city of Heaven's Chosen. This was the largest and most prosperous city in Elven Kingdom, and every time he entered it, Tony would be shocked. As a veteran fan of Elven Nation, he knew the history of the city of Heaven's Chosen like the back of his hand. He even had all the video materials from the establishment of the city of Heaven's Chosen until now, nearly 38 years ago. It was hard to imagine that this otherworldly metropolis full of magic towers, mage spires, towering temples, and all kinds of tall buildings decorated with elven reliefs and beautiful patterns, with arcanitech cars and magical beasts running on the streets, with megalosaurus and airships flying in the sky, with a very magical punk style, was once a wooden village built by 300 people, brick by brick. The magic revolution changed many things. The spread of arcane knowledge accelerated this process. As for the Blue Star technology and all kinds of wonderful ideas brought by the players, they subverted everything. This could be seen from many of the emerging things in Elven Nation. Although the core was magic technology, most of the design concepts came from Blue Star, and the corresponding shadows of all kinds of magic devices could be found in the real world. This was also one of Tony's favorite points. These things were made by the players themselves. Elven Nation really allowed people to fully express their imagination. There were many people in the city, not only elves but also other races occasionally. Almost all of them were NPCs hired by the players. Of course, those who could enter the city of Heaven's Chosen must be believers of life. As the largest main city in the entire Elven Nation, it was also the trading center, intelligence center, and map transmission center of the whole game. Almost every guild had a stronghold in or near the city of Heaven's Chosen. The Meng Committee also had one, and it was a surface building. Tony first went back to his guild to sell all the loot he needed to trade, and then went straight to the temple. It was good to be rich. The Meng Committee's stronghold was only a street away from the temple, and it could be reached in 10 minutes. This was the largest temple in the city of Heaven's Chosen, and it was also the temple with the most traffic. Now there were many people in the city of Heaven's Chosen, and the world tree was gone. In order to make it convenient for the players to pray, many sub-temples were built in the city, but they were not as large as this one. Following his memory, Tony entered the temple, and soon an elven priest enthusiastically surrounded him, asking him what help he needed. It was not an NPC, but a player. Tony was not surprised. This must be a priest player. He estimated that they were in the process of changing classes or advancing, and needed experience. "I'm looking for Big Sister Head Zero to turn in the mission," Tony said. Unknowingly, he had also been led by the Chinese players to call Zero, who was God's chosen, Big Sister. Under the priest player's lead, Tony soon saw Zero. This was also the elven demigod that players could see the easiest, although she still appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Facing this NPC who was always serious, Tony always felt a lot of pressure. God's chosen, Zero, was reading at the priest table. Tony glanced and was surprised to find that Breeze was reading the same series of books. However, Breeze's book seemed to be the first volume, and hers was the second volume. "Lord Zero, I'm here to turn in the mission," he said respectfully. The mission handover went smoothly. Tony was not the rookie he was before, and he quickly received the reward of the pioneering mission. After turning in the mission, he smiled and showed a warm expression, and took out a set of gifts from the storage ring. "Lord Zero, I came back from this mission to bring you some specialties from the continent of Karadia. They are all special delicacies that I carefully selected and specially prepared for you. I hope you will like them," Tony said with a smile. Zero raised her head and glanced at him. For some reason, Tony felt that the other party's gaze was a little strange, and it made him uncomfortable. In the end, Tony did not manage to get closer to Zero. However, he did not mind because Zero's favorability was notoriously difficult to increase, even if she was considered relatively close to the people among the mythical NPCs in Elven Nation. It's okay, take your time. Anyway, I often turn in quests and give some gifts every time. After saying goodbye to Zero, Tony encouraged himself as he left the temple. It was not easy to come to the world of Seekers. He still had a lot of things to do, such as the modification of his own starship, the replenishment of the crew, and so on. In addition, he also planned to buy a house in the City of Heaven's Chosen. Although the housing prices in the City of Heaven's Chosen were outrageous, as one of the top 5,000 players in the entire server, he could still afford a small suite on the edge of the city. With a house, he would have a place to stay. In the future, he would not have to live in the guild dormitory every time he came to the world of Seekers. Moreover, the houses in the City of Heaven's Chosen had an investment attribute, and the growth potential was much stronger than the houses in the world of Dawn. Damn it, he had really been with the Chinese players for too long. Even his habit of investing in houses was about to be infected by them. Tony mocked himself in his heart. Unlike the Seekers world where Chinese players were the majority, many worlds where international players were active, including the world of Dawn, the housing prices and increases were not as outrageous as those in the Seekers world. Of course, one of the reasons was that the Seekers world was the true center of Elven Nation, and there were too many Chinese players. However, more importantly, the other worlds, especially the international worlds where European and American players were the main players, had a very different way of building cities from the world of Seekers. There, the players were more scattered and did not build a huge city like the City of Heaven's Chosen. Instead, most of the buildings gathered around guild castles, personal manors, and so on, surrounding the city center with the temple. Compared to buying houses in the crowded city center, many international players preferred to build beautiful manors or castles in safe areas. This was a very interesting phenomenon, and Tony had specially observed it. As far as he knew, in addition to the cultural differences of different countries, he believed that this was also because the two sides had different starting points. When the Celestial Empire's players had just ascended, they were very weak and lacked resources. They could only huddle together and build strongholds. In the end, they formed many large cities, and all sorts of resources were gathered in these cities. When the international players arrived, their forces were already very strong. Their magical engineering technology was also becoming more powerful. When they settled down, the international players had more things to choose from. Transportation was not a problem. They could even directly hire Chinese players to help them build all kinds of beautiful buildings. Safety was not a problem either. They could even hire life believer NPCs from other planes like the world of Seekers as guards. Therefore, on the whole, the cities of international players were much more relaxed and individualized. In other words, there was a natural beauty to them. At the same time, because many people did not have a strong desire to buy a house, the price of the house was relatively close to the people. Only those large manors and castles near the center of the town had prices that people could only look up to. The disadvantage was also obvious. The efficiency of the city was worse than that of the Seekers world. This was also a very troublesome matter. Apart from the cities under the three strongest international guilds, many of the international player cities did not even have organized managers. The organizational structure was much worse than that of the Celestial Empire's players, where the 7 major guilds were the core. It was impossible to say which city was better. It could only be said that they preferred which one. Of course, in terms of preserving value, the houses in the City of Heaven's Chosen were still better, even if they were at the edge of the city. Tony himself preferred the cities of the Chinese players. They looked more dazzling and cool. Compared to idyllic cities, he preferred the fantasy cities under the magical punks. Moreover, it would be great if he could have his own house in this city. Every day when he woke up, he could see magnificent palaces, towering towers, shuttling arcanatech vehicles, and soaring magical beasts from the window. Just thinking about it was cool. Tony walked into the real estate trading hall of the City of Heaven's Chosen with anticipation. Although he had long known that his guild was a huge monster in the world of Seekers and had extended its tentacles into every corner of the real estate market, when Tony saw that nearly 60% of the real estate property rights were related to his guild on the magic screen, He could not help but widen his eyes and burst out with a F***ck. This was what he had learned from the Chinese players during the voice chat in the Battlefield channel. His pronunciation was very standard and did not need the system to translate. Then, he became excited. As a member of the Mangmang committee, he could get a discount when buying a house owned by his guild. But soon, he rolled out smoothly again because he found that the house prices had risen again. The contribution points that he had prepared, even with the discount provided by the guild's benefits, did not seem to be enough for the budget. He went to the guild encampment and exchanged a portion of his guild contribution points for contribution points. Only then did he save enough to buy a 3-story villa in the southwest corner of the City of Heaven's Chosen as he wished. The building covered an area of 120 square meters and had an indoor area of 360 square meters. It came with a 30 square meter small garden and an oak tree planted in the garden. It was said that the oak tree had been blessed by the goddess during the defense of the elf forest 30 years ago in the game and had a chance to transform into an oak tree guardian in the future. Tony did not know whether the so-called blessing was real or not, but the price of the house made his heart ache. The contribution points that he had spent were enough for him to buy a villa or a castle that covered an area of more than 1,000 square meters in the central city of the World of Dawn. Of course, he already had his own castle in the World of Dawn. Together with the ancillary facilities, it covered an area of nearly 3,000 square meters. The castle was 500 square meters and 8 stories high. Next to the castle was a mage tower. Tony even hired an NPC mage in exchange for the support of experimental research. Many of the potions that he carried with him were made by the NPC mage. In addition, the ancillary facilities of the castle even had a base for starships. It could be said that Tony's old nest was absolutely luxurious. Even in the American player circle, it was considered a little famous. All of this was the result of Tony's hard work in the early years. After all, he was considered a veteran player of the World of Dawn's western continent. Although Elven Nation was only a virtual online game that had been running for almost 10 years, the gap between the rich and the poor in this game was not any worse than in the real world. As one of the top 5,000 players in the entire server, even if Tony was relatively poor among the top 5,000 players, that was only relative. The items that he had accumulated were probably more than 1,000 black iron or even silver newbie players combined. In the transcendent world, strength was the most important. Although the length of time in the game also affected the amount of wealth accumulated, if one's strength was outstanding, they could also rely on their strength to obtain a large amount of wealth. Not to mention other things, when the plane was being developed, Tony's status as a gold upper was enough to change many things. In this game, there was a saying that was very good: in Elven Nation, there were 3 ways for an ordinary player to rise up. The first was to ride on the coattails of an orange NPC. The second was to ride on the coattails of a gold player. The third was to become a gold player themselves. In the transcendent world, strength was king. Reaching the transcendent level would bring many things. It was also because of this that Tony was very grateful to Gale, who had guided him through many detours and allowed him to advance to the gold level smoothly. After buying the house, Tony also hired 2 beautiful half-elf maids to take care of the daily chores. It was said that they were the descendants of mixed elves and humans in the Orlos demiplane. Their parents had successfully purified their bloodline and became half-elves. After that, they were born in the magnificent city, Kynoran. There were many similar half-elves in the Elven Forest. They were the main force of the player's employment and could be seen in all kinds of industries. It had to be said that as he became stronger and richer in the game, Tony liked Elven Nation more and more. If there was one thing that he was dissatisfied with, it would be that there was no birth system in the game. Once he entered the game, it was as if he had been sealed. Although it was difficult, he would still fall in love with a certain player or even a certain NPC, but he would not have those worldly desires. What a waste of resources, Tony sighed. Oh, right, he had learned this word from someone. Who was it? The name was on the tip of his tongue, but he could not remember it at the moment. What left a deep impression was that this person would often visit the headquarters of the Adorable Committee and discuss cooperation matters with the chairman, Salty Meow. He also had a red afro. In short, players were infertile. Unless you died in reality and became a commemorative NPC, only then would you become a complete elf. There were not many commemorative NPCs in Elven Nation, but it was definitely not a small number. Tony knew of more than 100 of them, and they were all relatively famous. After they died in reality, there would be obituaries in the game. As for all of them, according to the statistics of interested players, there were at least a few 100,000 commemorative NPCs in the entire server. However, the most famous one was a Chinese player named Boxed Lunch. It was said that he was once the #1 player in Elven Nation, but he seemed to have died of illness. The reason why he was famous was not only because he was the first commemorative NPC in Elven Nation, but also because his commemorative NPC account was the only one among all the players who had died to reach the legendary level. Moreover, he had a daughter with his elven wife in Elven Forest. Commemorative NPCs would try to preserve the abilities and habits of the original players as much as possible. As far as Tony knew, even if Boxed Lunch had passed away, the commemorative NPC who retained the player's habits was also a fierce person. Except for the first few years when he honestly enjoyed life, he could not stay idle. After some operations, he directly became the NPC guard captain of the City of Heaven's Chosen. Later, he was directly promoted to the legendary level. It was said that because of this, he was harassed by groups of Chinese players every day, kneeling and licking his boots, wanting to gain favorability. As a result, the commemorative NPC of this old man was annoyed, and the favorability of each and every one of them was reduced to negative numbers before he was finally relieved. It was also interesting. Let's cut to the chase and get back to the present. After solving the problem of the property, there was still the renovation. The house that he bought had actually been renovated, but Tony did not like the original style. In the end, he directly contacted the guild's construction team and asked them to give a plan according to his own ideas, which he did directly. They were all his own guilds, so there was also a discount. Moreover, the construction team of the Mengmeng Committee definitely had a lot of experience in design and engineering. After seeing their various previous works, Tony often suspected that even in reality, they could also become famous. Or, it was very likely that many of the players here were originally involved in construction or design in reality, but they had returned to their old profession in the game. With the wonderful ability of magic, construction such as renovation was far more convenient than in China. Among them, the existence of the purification spell could even remove all kinds of pollution caused by construction with a click. In just 2 days in the game, the renovation was completed. Tony did not follow them all the way. After entrusting the matter to the construction team, he returned to the airport and drove his starship to the starship factory for modification. In Elven Nation, the starship modification in the City of Heaven's Chosen was the most cost-effective. It was because the flow of people here was the largest and the transportation was the most developed. Almost all the major player guilds that opened starship factories had branches here, and most of them were near the airport. The Mengmeng Committee also had its own starship factory, but it was not in the City of Heaven's Chosen, but in the headquarters, the city on the peak. In Tony's opinion, it was a city no less inferior to Shining, the main city of the World of Dawn. In the entire world of Seekers, apart from the City of Heaven's Chosen, there were at least 7 such cities. After driving the starship to the starship factory in the city on the peak, Tony left it alone. He had communicated with the guild player in charge of the starship factory in advance, and when the time came, he would directly come to pick up the modified starship. In the following days, he planned to give himself a vacation and play in the world of Seekers. The world of Seekers was the most prosperous world in the game, and it was also the most fun world. Since he was already here, he naturally had to relax. All kinds of combat competitions, all kinds of entertainment, all kinds of delicious food, and beautiful scenery were very attractive. Tony had been relaxing in the game for more than half a month. Anyway, in reality, he was on a business trip in China, and he was not busy on weekdays. If he had nothing to do, he would stay in the sneak cabin in the office. On the surface, he called it work, but in reality, he was slacking. If he really had something to do, he would directly open it in the game. Thinking speed was 4 times faster, and the processing speed was extremely fast. You deserved it. However, on the whole, Tony still felt that Elven Nation did not help him much in improving his work efficiency. Because even with the thinking speed acceleration, it would only prolong the time he spent playing the game. As for work, it would still be delayed as much as possible, and at the last moment, he would fight back at the limit. 20 days later, Tony ended his vacation. It was not because there was a new mission, nor was it because he had to work. It was because the day of the offline party was coming. China, demon capital. As one of the metropolises of the Eastern world, this had always been the central city of China. It was also an important international trade center and a comprehensive transportation hub. With the increasing popularity of Elven Nation, the annual offline celebration of Elven Nation had also become a rather influential social event. Every year, it attracted a considerable number of gamers to participate. Big shots from all over the game gathered here, and even the media competed to report on it. Today, the influence of Elven Nation on the Blue Planet was no longer as simple as a game. With the high degree of freedom that was comparable to the real world and the high potential of accelerated thinking, it had already affected all aspects of people's lives. Whether it was using Elven Nation to produce movies and TV shows or using 4 times the time to improve work and study efficiency, Elven Nation showed a huge advantage and was sought after by the entire society. As for the Elven culture in the game, it was completely popular. Even the elderly and children could name 1 or 2 Elven-style songs. However, the official website of Elven Nation was as monotonous as ever. Even though the game had already become a social phenomenon, not many people knew about this company called the World Tree Black Technology Company. Including Tony. Even Tony, who had always been very curious about the unknown, did not realize that he did not feel anything strange about the strange situation of the World Tree Black Technology Company at all. In the dark, there seemed to be a force that was diluting its existence. Even if someone mentioned it, they would unconsciously forget about it as they chatted. Especially after more and more players of Elven Nation, this dilution had almost become a part of people's lives. A considerable number of people did not even have the idea of who made Elven Nation. From another point of view, this was also a sign of Eve's growing strength, and her influence on the Blue Star world was also growing stronger. Of course, this was what the players did not know. Even among the many myths of the Seeker's universe, only the Fairy Queen, Fennel, who had always been staying in the World Tree Divine Kingdom, knew more or less because she was in charge of the game system. Tony arrived at Demon Capital at 4 in the afternoon. His work was in the capital of China, so he took a plane here. There were already receptionists waiting for him at the airport. He flashed his ID and was warmly led to the bus that was dedicated to picking up players. What surprised Tony was that there were a few passengers on the same flight who were going to participate in the event. They were also from the capital, but he didn't know them. The 2 women looked to be in their early 30s. One of them was tall and the other was short. They were talking and laughing. Tony listened for a while and realized that they were discussing the subsequent missionary work in the continent of Karadia. From the looks of it, it was a priest player. Tony could not help but eavesdrop for a while. He realized that the 2 women, especially the shorter one, were especially knowledgeable about preaching in the game. Just a few of the preaching tips that they casually mentioned made him gasp in amazement. He did not know that the game could be played this way. You know, he can barely be regarded as a trainee priest. His understanding of the priest profession is absolutely not blank. He especially read some popular strategies. This can shock him. He is definitely a big shot in the priest. Who could it be? The names of the more famous celestial priest players that Tony was familiar with flashed through his mind. At the same time, he naturally leaned over and sat behind the 2 of them, warmly greeting them. Hi. 2 beautiful ladies, what are you talking about? Can I join? Hearing his somewhat standard Chinese, the 2 women turned their heads. Their gazes were a little surprised, as if they didn't expect that the person who spoke to them was a foreigner. Facing their puzzled gazes, Tony smiled and introduced himself. I'm sorry. Ladies, my name is Tony. I'm also Tony in the game. I just heard you talking about preaching. I'm very interested. May I know your names and game nicknames? Tony, the tall woman, was a little confused, while the short woman was stunned. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly slapped her head and said excitedly, I think I've heard of you. You're the American Pioneer player in the Main Committee? That should be me. Tony smiled. As he spoke, he looked at the 2 of them again. I wonder if you 2, Suer, game ID, Swanee. The short girl said familiarly. Zhou Menghan, game ID, Menghan. The tall woman said gently. Tony's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, so it's the number 1 priest player and blacksmith player. I know you too. You're very famous in the game. Madame Swanee, I've been reading the guides you've written. Madame Menghan. The best storage ring I have was made by you. He was so happy. Elf Nation Offline Celebration was indeed the game's grandest and most influential offline event. Before he even reached the venue, he had already met 2 heavyweight players. If he remembered correctly, both of their comprehensive rankings were within the top 100. At this level, they were really super big shots. Haha, I'm just lucky. I entered the pit a few years earlier than others. Swanee covered her mouth and laughed. No, Madame Swanee, there were so many Chinese players who entered the pit in the early days. Only you became the number 1 priest. This is proof of your strength. Tony exclaimed. As he spoke, he looked at Menghan and also praised Madame Menghan as well. Blacksmith is a life profession that takes a lot of time and effort and requires a lot of talent. To be able to stand at the top of the profession, talent and hard work are not lacking. You're definitely a genius. Hearing his words, Swanee laughed loudly and Menghan was also humble. After so many years, their personalities were no longer the same as when they first entered the game. Bayan was less mischievous and more open-minded and carefree, while Meng Jihan looked more and more mature. After exchanging their identities, the 3 of them began to chat. When their identities were revealed, it even attracted other people on the bus. Not to mention Swanee and Menghan, even Tony, who was in the top 4,000, was enough to be looked up to by most players. At this moment, the 3 big shots were together and naturally became the focus of the entire bus. As they chatted, Tony gradually gained a better understanding of the 2 female players. They had been in the pit for at least 9 years. In reality, Swanee was a teacher at a famous university. She had a PhD and graduated from Beijing University. As for Menghan, she was a full-time Elf Nation professional player. This was not much different from the information that Tony had before. He had already guessed that the number 1 blacksmith in the server, Menghan, should be a professional player. This was because the frequency of her forging was very high and the quality was also very good. This was not an easy job. Even with accelerated thinking, it would take a very long time to complete. Menghan's products were definitely high quality. Just by selling magic tools, she probably earned more money than others in real life. It was worth mentioning that out of the 80 million players in the server, there were quite a few professional players who relied on Elf Nation to make money for their families. As for Swanee, he had vaguely heard that she was a top student. He did not expect her to be a graduate of Beijing University and a university teacher. However, what made Tony feel a bit regretful was that the 2 beautiful female players were already married. The game had brought them closer. They sat on the bus and talked and laughed, gradually becoming familiar with each other. On both sides of the street, there were large billboards for Elf Nation. On the side of the road, there were posters for popular movies with Elf Nation as the background. Melodious music came from the shops on both sides of the road. It was the elf-style music that Tony was familiar with. It made people unconsciously have a good impression of it. It had to be said that the influence of Elf Nation was very strong. Tony did not doubt that this was the game that had the biggest impact on real life in the history of mankind. It was unprecedented and it was very likely that there would be no one like it in the future. The location of the party was Tianshan Hotel, a 5-star hotel. It was said that the hotel was the property of their guild leader, Salty Meow. Tony still clearly remembered the shock in his heart when he found out that the location of the offline party was also his guild leader's property. Perhaps, this was life. Some people were rich in the game, but were very poor in real life. And some people were not only rich in the game, but were also looked up to in real life. No, perhaps it was because Salty Meow did not lack money in real life that he was able to quickly develop his guild and various properties in Elf Nation at the beginning. If you had money in real life, you would have more money in the game. Tony sighed in his heart. When the bus arrived, it was almost 5 o'clock. There were many cars parked in front of the hotel, and people were coming and going. It was very lively. As far as Tony knew, the offline party would be held at Xianxia Hotel every year at this time. They would also use the Convention and Exhibition Center behind the hotel. The Convention and Exhibition Center was also invested and operated by Salty Meow's company. Since a few years ago, there had been more and more players participating in the offline party every year. The last time, there were more than 4,000 players. It was worth mentioning that there were two types of players participating: invited players and registered players. Registered players had to pay for themselves, while invited players were free. The number of players invited was very small, only 500 at a time. Only well-known players of Elven Nation or core members of the Main Committee would be invited. This time, Tony was also one of the invited players because of his identity as a core member. At that time, the main venue of the offline party would be the Convention and Exhibition Center, while the hotel would be the accommodation and the small venues that the players would organize themselves. After the big celebration, there would be a party in the luxurious private room of the hotel. For players who were qualified to be invited, this was the main event to meet more big shots. As for registered players, they could only do whatever they wanted. From this point of view, there was a big difference between registered players and invited players. Registered players even had to pay a high registration fee. Even so, the tickets for the offline party were sold out every year. This year, the 5,000 tickets were sold out in an instant. There was a reason for this. Other than the grand performances related to Elf Nation that would be held at the Convention and Exhibition Center every year, the offline party was also a good platform for many players to conduct offline transactions. Especially for some big guilds, they would choose to take advantage of this time to sell some good things in the game. For registered players, even if the probability was low, it was easy for them to meet some big shots. Not to mention, the celebration and the hypermarket were very fun. By the way, the hypermarket was open to the public. Therefore, there would be a lot of players who did not manage to register and would enter the hypermarket to participate in various exhibitions and auctions. In the past few years, there had been more and more activities for the offline party. It was hard to imagine that the first time there was an event, there would only be 500 people eating a dinner and having a meeting. By the way, every room in the Tianjin Hotel had a stealth cabin. According to the practice of previous years, in addition to offline activities, everyone would also log into the game at night and continue to party online. That would not only be a party for the participating players, but the entire city of Chosen would be as lively as a celebration. After all, the hypermarket and online transactions were carried out at the same time. Tony did not have anything he wanted to buy. However, if he encountered something he was interested in, he would not be stingy with his wallet. This time, the most important thing was to meet those who often played the game with him. It was interesting. Although he was an American, he had more friends who were Chinese players. With this thought in mind, he followed the crowd into the hotel. After showing the invitation letter, Tony was quickly warmly invited to an independent counter by the service staff. He registered his identity under the envious eyes of other registered players and was given a special handbag. It contained the celebration schedule, room card, information, and small gifts from the event room. The gift was quite cute. It was a cute doll of the goddess. Just as Tony took out the room card and checked his room number, a pleasant and surprised voice was heard. "Foreigner? Invitation letter? Wait. Are you Tony?" Tony's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned around and saw a beautiful girl in her 20s appear in front of him. Tony was still thinking about which Chinese friend he knew in the game. Feng Wu, who had just finished the room card, excitedly greeted him. "Yo. Guagua. I haven't seen you for a year. You're getting more and more beautiful." Guagua, who is that? Tony was slightly stunned. His brain was working quickly, but he did not catch a similar ID. Until the girl sighed helplessly and said, "Sister Feng Wu, call me by my game ID. I'm not used to calling you by my name, ha ha ha, that's good." "Meow meow, long time no see," Feng Wu laughed. "Meow meow," Tony was stunned again. "No, wait, meow meow, salty meow?" He finally realized who the other party was. After interacting with the characters in the game for a long time, it would really affect one's impression of each other. Tony had always thought that his president's image would be that of an adorable baby-faced girl, the kind that would look very, very young. However, he didn't expect to see a beautiful and elegant lady who was on the level of a goddess. It's been 9 years. I still remember clearly that the first time I saw you, I was shocked. I never thought that the chairman of the committee would be a junior high school student. Now, you're even taller than Feng Wu. Meng Jihan sighed. Then, Feng Wu, whose face instantly darkened, fiercely poked her elbow. "Io. Why are you poking me?" Meng Jihan was dissatisfied. "Who told you to mention height again?" Feng Wu said angrily. "Eh? Didn't you always not care? If I remember correctly, your husband likes to." Meng Jihan pretended to be surprised. As she spoke, Feng Wu tiptoed and covered her mouth. The latter's face was already red to the tips of her ears. Salty Meow on the side was very happy as he watched. "Sister Henin, Sister Feng Wu, your relationship is really good." "Damn, who has a good relationship with this guy?" Feng Wu pouted. But her eyes were full of smiles. Tony stood in front of them and did not know what to say. However, perhaps it was because he was old, Feng Wu and Meng Jihan only joked a few times before it ended. Their gazes quickly focused on Tony. "Mr. Tony, do you work in the Celestial Empire?" "Mr. Tony, what do you do?" "Mr. Tony, you look much more mature than in the game." "May I ask how old you are?" "Mr. Tony, are you married?" "Mr. Tony, do you like the goddess doll that was given in this event?" Tony was stunned by their series of questions. He always felt that the Celestial Empire's players were unexpectedly more direct than he imagined. They were so direct that if some of the questions were asked by other people, he would even feel offended. However, this was the Celestial Empire and they were all Celestial Empire's players. After interacting with these foreign players for a long time, Tony was more or less used to the way they spoke. He knew that this was just a way for them to show their enthusiasm. Therefore, he smiled and answered everyone's curiosity. "Yes, I've been working in the capital for the past few years. I work in the internet industry. To be more precise, I work in the in-depth self-acting and evolution of virtual networks. Unlike you guys, I'm already a 40-year-old uncle." "Get married?" Actually, I'm not a fan of marriage. I have a girlfriend, Maybe I should say ex-girlfriend now? A doll of the goddess? I like it very much. If it's possible, I would like a few more for my daughter. She's already 5 years old. My mother is helping to take care of her." Tony and the others chatted as they walked, and gradually found out about their guild leader's situation. Salty Meow's real name was Chenguagua. She was 23 years old and had just completed her first year of postgraduate studies. She was also from Beijing University and could be considered as Mommy's junior. He was also a straight-A student. "I was just lucky. If Sister Gugu hadn't tutored me in the game back then, I wouldn't have been able to get into Beijing University and would have chosen to go abroad directly. You have to know that my family didn't want me to take the college entrance examination in the first place. I was the one who insisted on taking it." Salty Meow said. "Sister Gugu. I haven't contacted her in a long time. How is she now? Is she still at the Celestial Science Research Institute?" Meng Jihan asked. Salty Meow sighed. "She's pretty busy. She didn't even come this time. I heard that she's being promoted as a senior researcher." "Amazing. I'm not even an associate professor yet and she's about to become a senior lecturer." Mommy couldn't help but curse. She had a look of envy on her face. "You're a straight-A student, she's a genius," Meng Jihan said. "Gugu bird?" "Professor?" Tony was stunned. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the players in Elf Nation were all hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Tony didn't chat with them for too long. After taking the elevator to the floor where his room was, he said goodbye to them. After entering his hotel room, he collapsed on the soft bed and relaxed. Tianchen Hotel was indeed a famous 5-star hotel. The environment was very good. Even if it was compared to the hotels that Tony stayed in before, it was still considered excellent. The view from the floor-to-ceiling windows was very good. He could see the beautiful European-style garden outside the hotel. Occasionally, he could see pine trees running across the lawn. Further away, there seemed to be a deer that was being fed by a few guests. There wasn't much activity tonight. It was said that some old players with good personal relationships would gather together for a small gathering. It was just that Tony was unfamiliar with this place and didn't have such good old friends. He planned to have a good rest. He had been sleeping in the game instead of in real life for a long time. It had been a long time since he had a good night's sleep. That night, he didn't log into the game. Early the next morning, Tony was woken up by a phone call. He looked at the time. He slept very well. It was almost 8 o'clock. He stretched, got up, and washed up. Then, he went downstairs to the cafeteria for breakfast. The cafeteria was very big and there were a lot of people. Most of them were probably players of Elf Nation. Tony also saw Shu and the others. They were sitting together with a few female players, talking and laughing. When they saw Tony, they even greeted him. Tony hesitated for a moment. He didn't go over and sit together. He just smiled in response. One of the reasons was that there were only girls there, and the other reason was that the table was already full. He found an empty seat and sat down. Other than Tony, there seemed to be a lot of non-Chinese players in the cafeteria. However, most of them were in groups of 3 or 5. Tony guessed that they were here to participate in the offline celebration. There weren't many people like him who were alone. However, just when Tony thought that he would be alone for breakfast, a young man who looked to be in his 20s came to him with a tray. Hi, can I sit here? And my girlfriend? The other party asked. Tony was stunned for a moment and nodded. Of course. The table wasn't small. It was more than enough to seat 4 people. He didn't mind others sitting here. Great! The young man was overjoyed. He put down the tray and waved in the distance. Xianxia. Come. Sit here. Xianxia, Tony was taken aback. For a moment, he suddenly felt that this name was very familiar. He put down the fork on his plate and quietly looked up to size up the young man in front of him. After taking a closer look, he suddenly felt that although the other party looked unfamiliar, his posture and actions were somewhat familiar. Soon, a petite and cute girl walked over with a tray. She walked like the wind, shuttling through the crowd in the cafeteria freely. The tray in her hand couldn't be any more stable. One couldn't help but marvel at her balance. This girl also gave Tony a familiar feeling. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, and the valve of his memory was instantly opened. Tony suddenly remembered that he had heard someone call him that in the game. He also remembered that the other party's posture and actions were very similar to someone. Yi? Are you Yi? He asked. The young man was stunned. He looked at Tony and was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he became excited. Tony? Are you Tony? Haha, that's right. It's me. I'm here too. This is Nai, right? Tony laughed as he looked at the girl beside him. Yi's face was filled with happiness. He took the girl's hand and said under the other party's somewhat disdainful gaze, that's right. This is my girlfriend, Nai. Tony was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance in the game in the cafeteria. As an international player who was active in the Adorable Committee, he knew many Chinese players. However, because he had been exploring various dimensions all year round, the number of guild activities he participated in was limited. There weren't many people with whom he had deep friendships. However, Yi and Nai could be considered as two. When Tony had just entered the game and started the mission in the world of Dawn, he had become familiar with them. At that time, the two were already gold players and had helped him a lot. However, after the two left the world of Dawn and went to Hell to guard it, they hadn't contacted each other for a long time. In terms of game time, it was probably close to 20 years. When Tony thought about it, he even felt that it was a lifetime ago. Elven Nation was too big. If it wasn't for the chat system, players from different worlds would feel like they were playing 2 different games. Tony, haha. I always thought that you were young. I didn't expect you to be so mature. Yi laughed. Yi, I remember that you honestly said that it would be great if you were as handsome as you were in the game. But in reality, you're obviously very handsome. Tony laughed as well. Damn, it's all thanks to her. She taught me how to take care of my skin and helped me choose clothes. My temperament slowly changed. Yi looked lovingly at his girlfriend beside him. However, Nai rolled her eyes at him. Lazy bum, you're not even willing to cover yourself from the sun when you go out. Don't you know that you get tanned easily? Seeing the two of them showing off their affection in front of him, Tony was amused. He thought of his girlfriend. They quarreled again last month. Looking at Yi and Nai being so intimate, he suddenly missed his girlfriend. Perhaps he should admit his mistake and restore their relationship. Jennifer was right. He only had the game in his mind and had indeed neglected her. Or perhaps, he should also think of a way to bring her into the pit of Elven Nation. To hell with it. Even if he wanted to, he had to be able to draw a player slot. At that moment, Tony's thoughts drifted a lot. Both of them recognized each other's identities and were able to communicate freely. They had not seen each other in the game for almost 20 years, and there were many things they wanted to talk about. Just sharing what they had seen and heard in the game over the years was enough for them to talk for 3 days and 3 nights. Tony, are you still continuing to explore the plane? Of course, I just finished an exploration recently and am on vacation. Is it the Cardia world? The world where the highest level is only the lower silver level? Yes, we have to suppress our power when we enter the map. Heh, if you carry some magic scrolls with you, won't you be able to do whatever you want? Don't mention it. High-level scrolls are too powerful. We used them once when we unified the continent and almost shattered the space, causing a void storm. Scary. What about you guys? Are you still in the infernal plane? We left a long time ago. We threw up after a few years. Anyway, we're at the max level and are traveling around the various planes. Last month, we went to the Mindle world to see the mermaids. Next month, we're going to the Dawn world. Then you must come to my house. I'm now considered a small lord in the Dawn world. Haha, of course, of course. Time flies. Tony, you've reached the max level before you know it. After all, I've been here for 7 years. You guys only entered the game 2 years earlier than me. Haha, that's true. We're considered old guys in the game now, but don't you want to take a break after reaching the max level? Isn't it better to travel around the various planes and show off? I want to have my own aerial fortress and build my own exploration team. That's why I've been saving money. Good fellow. You're going to be an exploration player until the end. Of course, I like adventure the most. As expected of you. But, it's just as well. We've explored so many planes in the past few years. Are there any with better scenery that you recommend? How about Winko or Tautram World? The scenery there is great. It's like spring all year round and there are many magnificent sceneries. Also, the status of the goddess and the elves is very high. Winko or Tautram? What's that place? It's said to be an artificially improved plane left behind by the arcane civilization. You can even find magic facilities to improve the plane's climate. Although the energy level of the entire plane isn't high, the beauty of the environment is comparable to heaven. It sounds pretty good. Tony chatted with the other party as he ate, sharing what he had seen and heard over the years. Of course, they also shared their basic situation in the real world. Ye and Nai had graduated from university 2 years ago. Ye had become a civil servant while Nai was teaching in a public elementary school. The two of them had officially confirmed their relationship when they were in university. Now that they had graduated, they were preparing for their wedding. They planned to hold one in the real world and another in the game. They had been exploring various planes recently and were also choosing a venue. Time flies. I still remember when I first met you guys, you said you were still in high school. In the blink of an eye, you've graduated from university and are about to enter the hall of marriage. Tony sighed. At this moment, he suddenly understood. Wei Fengwu and the others were sighing. Although in the game, their elven identities allowed them to look the same after so many years, in reality, close to 30 years had passed in the game. Even in the real world, 7 years had passed. After all, time had left its mark and changed many things. Sometimes, after staying in the game for too long, Tony would even feel that he should be an elven chosen one who explored planes and not a worker in the company who had to constantly face the angry face of his boss. Breakfast passed very quickly. After breakfast, Tony, Ye, and Nai headed to the exhibition center next door. Today was the first day of the offline celebration. There would be a grand celebration and performance in the exhibition hall. It was also the busiest day of the event. It could be considered the opening ceremony. As there was a gala at night, it was held during the day. When the two of them entered the exhibition hall, it was already packed with people. There was a long queue at the entrance of the multi-purpose exhibition hall. All of them had to enter the hall. The few of them joined the queue. At this time, there was no distinction between invited players and registered players. At most, the seats after entering the hall would be different, and the invited players would have better seats. However, there seemed to be too many people in the queue. It was even more ridiculous than some large-scale international comic exhibitions. Tony had done a strategy before coming. This situation was really out of his expectations. He couldn't help but ask this question. Ye and Nai looked at him in surprise. "Brother Tony, didn't you see the publicity for this event?" "Event? Publicity?" Tony was slightly taken aback. This? He really didn't pay attention to it. After exploring the map, other than work, he played in Seekers. After knowing the exact date of the offline celebration, he asked Salty Meow for an invitation ticket and stopped paying attention to it. Even after arriving yesterday, he went to the hotel to rest very quickly. He didn't look at the details of the celebration in detail. Even Feng Wu and the rest parted ways after catching up with each other for a while. Now that he thought about it, since yesterday, the players he met seemed to be getting more and more excited. After thinking about it, he took out the information about the celebration and browsed through it. It was bilingual in Chinese and English. However, his Chinese was not bad. Even though it was all in Chinese, it didn't seem to be difficult. When he saw the black shadow on the cover, which he could tell was a woman's shadow, as well as the big question mark on the shadow and the words beside it, he had a thought. Opening ceremony speech? A mystery guest in the game? Every offline celebration would invite some important guests to give opening speeches. These guests were usually related to Elven Nation. For example, famous players in the game, famous people who also played Elven Nation in real life, and a famous movie star who acted in a popular movie set in Elven Nation a few years ago. But, what the hell was mystery guest in the game? Could it be another important player? Tony was suspicious. However, Ye and Nai shook their heads. How is that possible? Even Brother Mu didn't keep us in suspense the last time he congratulated us. Is there any player in the game who is more famous than Brother Mu as a streamer? That's true, Tony nodded. Other than Li Mu, there weren't many other popular players in the game. Feng was one of them, but in terms of popularity, he couldn't be compared to Li Mu, not to mention that Feng had also indicated that he wouldn't be coming this time. Then, who could it be? In the game. It can't be an NPC in the game, right? Tony muttered in his heart. He looked at his two friends from the Celestial Empire and voiced his thoughts. Ye and Nai looked at each other and smiled. Tony's eyelid twitched. Are they really NPCs from the game? According to the gossip, it should be. It is said that the officials of Elven Nation are also participating in this event. It seems that they are going to use virtual projection technology. Yi finally stopped keeping them in suspense and told them everything he knew. Virtual projection? Tony's eyes lit up. Virtual projection technology had appeared as early as the second half of the 20th century, and it was also known as holographic projection technology. However, the large-scale application of this technology had to wait until the era of the virtual network officially arrived. The NPCs in Elven Nation were extremely intelligent. It seemed that it was possible to use virtual projection technology to recreate the characters in the game. At this moment, Tony thought of a lot of things, and he gradually became excited. A game was a game, and reality was reality. However, sometimes, this boundary could be broken. Thinking of this, he looked at the cover of the brochure again. To be more precise, he looked at the shadow of the woman whose identity couldn't be distinguished. Familiar NPCs flashed across his mind one after another. Alice, Big Sister, Diana, Aurora. Who could it be? He didn't guess that it was the goddess, because a few years ago, there were rumors that the goddess seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. It was even said that because this news spread out, the abyssal demon gods became restless and almost triggered an abyssal war. However, there seemed to be internal strife within the abyssal demon gods later on, and Tony wasn't very clear about the specific details. Anyway, it seemed that the demon gods didn't agree with each other. In short, according to the nature of Elven Nation, since the goddess had fallen into a deep sleep, it shouldn't be her. Then, could it really be Alice? No. It could also be the fairy queen, Fennel, Tony guessed, and he became more and more curious about the so-called mysterious guest. At this moment, Ye also voiced the most popular guess on the internet. However, the most popular guess is that it's the goddess Eve. It's also because of this that so many people are participating this time. Goddess? No, it shouldn't be. You know that the goddess fell into a deep sleep 10 years ago in the game. The one active in the eyes of the players now is said to be an incarnation. Tony subconsciously shook his head. However, Ye said, Big brother Tony, you said it yourself. It's been 10 years. What if the goddess has awakened? The goddess has awakened. Tony's heart skipped a beat. Ye, did you hear something in the game? Not us. Big brother Tony, do you know Cyber? Cyber? The Chinese player who saved the Frost Elves and has a very high status among the elves? Yes, he once heard a few elven myths talk about it. The goddess seems to have fallen into a deep sleep for 10 years. I heard about it from the elven myths. Damn it, this favorability is really enviable. I've only seen Zero in all the elven myths, and she doesn't really care about me. The last time I saw her, I don't know what I said wrong, but she seemed to ignore me even more. Haha, everyone is the same. Maybe, someone like Cyber is the real boss. So, now everyone is guessing that the goddess will descend? Although the possibility isn't high, it's not impossible. Even if it's just a small possibility, it's enough for everyone to be excited. That's true. As long as you're the chosen one of the goddess Eve, then we're brothers and sisters from different mothers. Ha ha ha, Big brother Tony, you know this too? Of course. Don't you know how many years I've been in the Chinese player circle? Tony laughed. After talking with Ye Nai, he looked forward to the upcoming celebration even more. The three of them chatted as they queued up. The efficiency of entering the venue was very high. Soon, it was their turn. Tony handed in his invitation ticket and entered the venue. The venue was very big, and it had no problem accommodating 5,000 people. This was a multi-purpose exhibition hall. It was said that not only did it host conferences and performances, but it also hosted international sports events. Tony found his seat according to his number. It was quite a good seat. It was right in the front row, and it faced the stage. He looked carefully. It seemed that almost all the invited players were in this area. Also, he didn't know if it was intentional or not, but everyone was allocated their seats according to their guilds. However, when it was time to sit, there were many who changed their seats. In Elf Nation, although the players were divided into different groups by the big and small guilds, there were still good relationships between the different guilds in private. This was especially true for these invited professional players. Coincidentally, Tony's seat was the same as Ye Nai's. Along the way, Ye and Nai met a few friends, and they even got to know Tony. One of them was Ah Kan, a famous player from the All-Stars of the 7 major guilds in China. In reality, he was an old man who looked like he had gone through a lot. The other was a high-level player from Nature's Heart. He was a druid player who was especially loved by the elemental fairies. His name was Shamu, and he was a gentle young man in reality. After greeting each other and adding each other as friends, they sat down. It was already 9:30 p.m. According to the schedule, the opening ceremony was about to begin. In the past few years, the performances of the offline celebration had vaguely established a pattern. Generally speaking, the players would first give a congratulatory speech, then there would be songs and dances related to Elf Nation. After that, there would be drama performances, micromovies, and interactive games. The players in the hall were almost all seated. At least 90% of the people who came should be players. Of course, there could be some players' family members, or fans who loved Elf Nation very much, or players who were cloud players. With 5,000 people gathered in the venue, it was quite a scene. Especially since it was indoors, it was bustling, and the sound would not spread out. Instead, it was even livelier. It was not until the melodious music slowly sounded and the lights in the hall were slowly extinguished that the noise of the people gradually died down. The next moment, the hall was plunged into darkness. The soothing and ethereal music played, and the familiar and beautiful melody kept flowing. An ancient song gently echoed in the hall. The sky is just beginning to brighten, and the night is about to fade away. The morning light of dawn slowly awakens the sleeping creatures. The music gently sounds, and the melodious surges. The flowers slowly bloom, emitting a natural fragrance. The sun rises and sets. Every day begins with new hope. The melody is melodious. The bards are singing in the early morning of jadeite. Merciful Mother Goddess, may you shine for thousands of miles. I am your most devout child. I offer you my immortal glory. Merciful Mother Goddess, may you shine for thousands of miles. I am your most devout child. I offer you my immortal glory. It was the most popular and most beautiful piece of music in Elven Kingdom, Cold Jade Morning. Hearing this beautiful melody, the audience in the hall consciously quieted down. For a moment, the hall with thousands of people was as quiet as the night. Only the ethereal song kept echoing. Suddenly, the dark stage faintly lit up, and specks of photons kept converging like a dream. It was a halo projected by a laser beam in the distance. The photons kept converging, and gradually, a beautiful picture scroll unfolded on the stage. It was the beautiful elf forest. As the radiance shrouded the hall, the illusory projection of the unforgettable forest in the game was projected in the form of light. In that very moment, the players found themselves back in the elven forest under the multicolored radiance. The melodious music continued to flutter, and there were bursts of exclamations in the hall. Even Tony's eyes were full of shock as he looked at the elf forest that was about to descend beside him. This was the most advanced projection technology in Blue Star. At this moment, the world in the game was moved into the hall. The surrounding scenery kept moving along with the ethereal music. Gradually, the magnificent city of Heaven's Chosen was reflected in the eyes of the audience. Elves shuttled back and forth between the cities. No, they weren't elves, but players in the game. They were busy and free. At this moment, the audience suddenly realized that this wasn't just a simple projection, but a projection of the scene in the game, and this group of players probably didn't know that they were on TV yet. They were really on TV. After all, every offline celebration event was broadcasted live on the internet. For a moment, the hall was filled with excited cheers from the audience, mixed with a few whistles. Some even shouted, "Long live the elf forest, long live the city of Heaven's Chosen." Tony was also excited. The experience of seeing a game scene in real life inexplicably made people more excited. Especially with this classic background music, he couldn't help but think of the days when he had just entered the pit and adventured with the NPCs. On the stage, in the hall, the projected illusion was still moving. Under the excited gazes of the players, accompanied by the beautiful melody, the field of view kept changing. They passed through the streets of the city of Heaven's Chosen and entered the majestic temple. The figure of the Saintess of Life, Alice, appeared in front of everyone. She seemed to be smiling at everyone, bowed slightly, and then opened the door further inside. The next moment, bright light filled the venue, and the background music began to rise. It seemed that the chapter was about to reach the climax. The projected field of view also suddenly rose. The next moment, accompanied by bursts of exclamations, an illusory starry sky appeared in everyone's field of view. No, it wasn't the starry sky. It was the endless void of the world of seekers. The planes and worlds were like stars, floating and spinning around the audience. And in the center of the universe, on the stage, the majestic world tree stood proudly. The field of view leaped again, rapidly approaching the world tree. Zooming in, soon, they arrived in front of a solemn temple. The next moment, the door of the temple slowly opened. Accompanied by a bright golden light, a lively temple appeared in everyone's field of view. On both sides of the temple stood myths that the players were familiar with. Diana, Aurora, Eris, Meryl, and the others were there. They faced the deeper parts of the temple with respectful expressions. When the door opened, they all turned their heads and nodded toward the direction of the field of view. Seeing this scene, Tony vaguely knew who the mysterious guest was. His eyes quickly became excited, and the other players in the venue became more and more excited. The next moment, the field of view continued to go deeper, and the door of the temple in the deepest part suddenly opened. The background music reached the climax, and the bright holy light descended under the projection. Under the almost fanatical gazes of the players, a beautiful figure appeared on the illusory temple in the center of the stage. She wore the divine crown of nature and a holy dress. She sat on the throne with one hand on the armrest and the other hand gently supporting her cheek. She looked at the players with a smile on her face. The familiar and ethereal voice that was unforgettable to every player echoed in the hall. "Brave chosen one, welcome to the Elven Kingdom." It was the opening line of every game and every offline celebration. At this moment, there was no longer any suspense about the identity of the mysterious guest. Deafening cheers and shouts resounded throughout the venue, and these cheers and shouts gradually converged into a chorus of praises. Praise nature. Praise life. Praise the great goddess Eve. Praise nature. Praise life. Praise the great goddess Eve. Deafening cheers resounded throughout the venue. All the players, including Tony, were completely excited. Almost all of them stood up and shouted. If this scene was seen by outsiders, they would probably think that this was the gathering place of a cult organization. However, for the players who had been in Elven Kingdom for many years, this common language to activate the goddess statue had almost become their catchphrase. Most of the time, everyone just shouted in unison to express their love for Elven Kingdom. Even on the bullet screen video website, all the videos about Elven Kingdom started with the bullet screen praising the goddess. This had become a cultural phenomenon on the Blue Star Network, a popular spectacle. The cheers lasted for a long time, like the sound of thunder that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The echoes continued endlessly until it finally calmed down after a full minute. After the virtual image of the goddess appeared, the atmosphere of the venue reached an unprecedented climax. However, the goddess did not say anything further. After saying the only welcoming words, she just smiled and sat on her throne, nodding slightly to the players. However, all the players did not feel out of place. In other words, this was the goddess they knew and imagined. She was kind and gentle, but she did not lose her mystery and nobility. She was holy and beautiful, making it difficult for people to have blasphemous feelings. Even a certain player who was used to drawing books temporarily extinguished the filth in his heart and instantly lost all worldly desires when he saw the goddess descending at this moment. This was the goddess. The goddess Eve of Elven Kingdom. She just sat there and represented a lot of things. She just appeared at the venue, and it was definitely the most unforgettable scene of this celebration. Was it just a modeling projection? No. After seeing the projection of the City of Heaven's Chosen, the players who were free to move around, and the players who were watching the live broadcast uploaded the scene of the City of Heaven's Chosen in the game and the scene of the venue projection to the network at the same time. Everyone realized that this was not an ordinary modeling projection at all. It was probably the goddess in the game who was directly projected to the venue in the form of a virtual projection. The illusory and interesting game world and the real but boring real world were intertwined at this moment. The mysterious and beautiful goddess in the game had appeared in front of the players in such a way, specks of light appeared on the stage. As the cheers gradually died down, a figure wearing the robes of an elven priest appeared in the player's sight. That was not a projection, but a real person. When some of the players in the front row recognized the other party's identity, there was another commotion in the venue. It was none other than the most popular player in Elven Nation, a well-known game blogger and video uploader, Limu. Of course, she had the identity of a human, but it was obvious that she was cosplaying. Not only did she put on makeup, she even stuck on elven pointy ears. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that many people had seen his cosplay videos, they wouldn't have recognized him. Limu stepped onto the stage. First, he bowed to the illusory goddess who was sitting on the high throne with a standard elven salute. Then, he looked at the players in the hall, raised the microphone, and said loudly, "Dear chosen ones, comrades from all over the world, today is a day worth remembering. In this bright spring season, we welcome the 10th large-scale celebration of the offline celebration of Elven Nation. Here, on behalf of all the staff of the offline celebration of Elven Nation, I would like to express our warm welcome and sincere gratitude to all the guests." After that, a thunderous applause sounded in the venue and lasted for a long time. Limu didn't introduce the goddess. He didn't deliberately mention the projection of the goddess on the stage. However, no player would ignore the existence of the goddess, and no player would think that Limu's approach was inappropriate. There was no other reason. That was the goddess Eve in the game. She was the faction leader of Elven Nation, the most popular NPC, and the supreme existence of the Seeker's universe. It seemed that even an introduction of such an existence would make people feel that it was blasphemous to her identity and subtly lowered her status. Compared to an introduction, perhaps this silent respect could reflect the mystery and nobility of the goddess more. This wasn't a modeling projection. This was the projection of the goddess in the game in the real world. Limu, who knew this, naturally understood that as the chosen one of the elves, he had to take into account the goddess's perception to prevent her favorability from being deducted. It was most appropriate for the goddess to appear in a detached manner. Some sharp-witted players also thought of this. Some more lively guys even acted on the spot and pretended to be fanatical believers. They were just short of kneeling down and singing Conquer. It was as if they were brainwashed by a cult. The cloud players and tourists present were dumbfounded and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a guy." As for the players who gradually came back to their senses, they cursed in their hearts for being shameless. Then, they suddenly changed into a bootlicker appearance, almost replicating the attitude they had when facing high-level NPCs in the game and strengthening it by 300 times. Limu was speechless. He felt that he couldn't look directly at this group of people who were used to being shameless in the game, and even brought their habits into reality. Even Tony was dumbfounded. He thought, this isn't a game, and you guys aren't appearing as elves. What's the point of licking this? But soon, he realized that he had underestimated this group of shameless B***stards. Goddess, praise you. Praise the Great Life Church. My game ID is Suzhou. I am the most loyal chosen one of the Life Church. Praise nature, praise life, praise the great goddess Eve. You are the light, you are the future, you are the eternal hope of the Seeker's universe. I, the chosen one, will always be your most resolute force. Goddess. I'm Demacia. Bless me, don't slap white shoes. I can't fit them in my storage anymore. Limu was speechless. Tony was speechless. It turned out that as long as there was a chance to lick high-level NPCs, players would try their best to do so. Not to mention, the goddess was the only gold NPC in the entire server with a mission box special effect. Limu twitched the corner of his mouth as he looked at the venue that was boiling but also a little weird and funny. It was almost turning into a prayer meeting. A moment later, he lowered his voice and continued. Time flies like an arrow, and the sun and moon fly like a shuttle. Unknowingly, nearly 10 years have passed since the opening of Elven Nation. The original 300 players have grown to 80 million, our footprints have spread from a small forest to every corner of the Seeker's universe. Our names have resounded throughout the world. This is a world that belongs to us, a country that belongs to us. In this short and long 40 years of gaming, we have laughed, we have been sad, we have fought, we have worked hard. The history of Elven Nation has witnessed our unity, and the ballads of the bards have recorded our struggles. From being weak to being strong, we have experienced a lot and grown a lot. Thank you, Elven Nation, for letting us meet. Thank you, Elven Nation, for giving us a second home. I hereby announce that the 10th offline celebration of Elven Nation begins now. At the end of his speech, deafening applause sounded in the venue. Even the illusory goddess above had a smile on her face. First of all, please enjoy the performance brought by the Nature's Heart Guild Song and Dance Troupe, a large-scale elven dance, our home. Limu said. As he spoke, melodious music slowly sounded, and the performance officially began. Tony also woke up from the excitement of the goddess' appearance and began to enjoy the performance. Of course, everyone could not help but glance in the direction of the goddess from time to time. Today's celebration seemed to be an event to commemorate the 10th anniversary, and the various performances were quite grand. Whether it was singing and dancing, plays, micromovies, or interactive games, they were all more exciting than previous years. All the performances were selected from the performances submitted by the various guilds, and each was more fascinating than the last. Tony felt that the 2.5-hour performance had ended before he had seen enough. Among them, his favorite was the interactive segment. He had even won a small game in the quiz segment with his outstanding pioneering knowledge and received an in-game spatial ring as a reward. As for the prize, it was said that it was sponsored by the Mang Mang Committee, and their advertisement could be seen in the venue. It could only be said that the guild's advertisement was amazing in the real world. However, as far as Tony knew, Elven Nation had already formed an industrial chain, and these large guilds could actually make money. Leading bosses, selling supplies, and so on, they could make a lot of money. After the performance ended, the goddess figure also slowly dissipated in the illusory applause. To be honest, Tony felt that it was quite a pity. Although he had played the game for a long time, the boundary between fantasy and reality was not so obvious, and Tony had an inexplicable sense of reverence for the goddess in his heart, as the most beautiful character in Elven Kingdom, or even the most beautiful character that Tony had seen in any of his works since he was young. He still wanted to take a few more glances at her. Everyone has a love for beauty. Lunch was still a buffet, and as for the afternoon, it was a game exhibition, which was a hypermarket, a bit like a comic exhibition. It was just that they were all themed to Elven Nation. After a lunch break, Tony and Yi went to the game exhibition together, but the two young people kept sprinkling sugar all the way, making Tony feel like he had eaten dog food all afternoon. There were still a lot of cosplay at the game exhibition, and most of them were cosplaying as the goddess Eve, but it was difficult for most of them to get the essence of the cosplay. In the afternoon, he received a goddess doll, the same model as the celebration gift, but the size was much larger. He planned to give it to his daughter. Apart from that, he also met a few famous players in Elf Nation while he was browsing the exhibition. For example, the Valkyrie Jasmine Undermoon and her in-game and real-life husband, Caesar. For example, the poorest player in the entire server, Optimist. Because this guy had a golden dragon, even Tony was richer than him, and it was said that most of the money he earned was eaten by the golden dragon. However, there were gains and losses. Tony had seen his Megalosaurus companion in the game, which was really a very powerful golden dragon, and it was said that it could use transformation magic to transform into an 11 or 12-year-old blonde girl, who was very cute. Another example was the somewhat controversial player in Elven Nation, Demacia. Just as the rumors said, he was simply too handsome in real life. However, time had left its traces, and even his hairline seemed to be a little dangerous. He was setting up a stall in his own Amway Chamber of Commerce, proudly bragging to the passing players about his various wonderful experiences in the game. Tony listened for a while and was also shocked. This player was also considered famous, and if one went to the Chronicles of Elven Nation, they would often see his name. Unfortunately, he liked to court death too much, and the reviews were a little polarized. After Tony played for a day, it was finally night time, the time for the party to invite players. This was the event that Tony looked forward to the most. Here, he could meet many big shots in Elven Nation. Sure enough, not long after entering the hotel's party venue, he met Limu. Mr. Limu. Hello. I'm Tony from the Mang Mang Committee, and I've been wanting to talk to you. I've been watching the Elven Nation videos you posted. Tony said enthusiastically. Limu responded with the same enthusiasm. Hello, hello. It's an honor to meet you. After ending the cosplay, he also revealed his true appearance. After so many years, he had already graduated and also became a professional player and video host of Elven Nation. Over the years, he often went to the gym, and his body, which was originally a little fat, became healthier and stronger. When Tony met him, he was looking at the celebration photos over the years with a few old players, as well as the photo albums taken during the small gatherings over the years. Tony also leaned over curiously and flipped through the photo albums left behind by the veteran players. Although they had been in the game for decades and almost no one had changed at all, in the photo albums, they could truly feel the cruelty of time. The young girls who were once in the prime of their lives had grown into slender and elegant women. The once beautiful girls had married and had children. The once handsome young men were middle-aged and fat. The once mature and steady young men had white hair on their temples. It was always difficult for people to feel the passage of time. When you finally realized the changes, you didn't know how much time had passed. Cherishing the present was easy to say, but how many people could really do it? Perhaps only an elven nation. The identity of the elven chosen one seemed to be able to stop time here. Tony played for 3 days in the fairy capital. In these 3 days, he made many friends and had a deeper understanding of the influence of elven nation. After 3 days, he returned to the game. His vacation was almost over. He had to go to the next expansion. The offline celebration of elven nation was just a small interlude. Although it was grand, for Elven Nation which had 80 million players, it was at most a festival for the chosen ones. Hell War, Plane Expansion, Ruins Exploration. Now that the map of the entire game was getting bigger and bigger, there were too many activities for the players to do. On the other side, the goddess who appeared in the form of a projection at the celebration venue also ended the communication and returned to the kingdom of God from the temple on the world tree. Divine power surged, and light flashed. Her figure slowly changed and turned into the appearance of the Chosen One, 0. It was Eve's incarnation. Her Majesty the Goddess, the King of Fairies, Fenrir, came before the Chosen One, 0, and bowed respectfully. Today, the identity of the Chosen One, 0, was no longer a secret to these followers of myths. Glancing at Fenrir, the Chosen One, 0, smiled slightly. Divine power surged again, and she once again returned to the appearance of a goddess and sat on the throne. "Is there any new news recently?" she asked. As time passed, the power of Eve's incarnation became weaker and weaker. Today, although she could still maintain the power of a true god at the lowest level, her perception had almost dropped to the level of a myth, and the power of her soul was extremely weak. The footprints of the players were all over the universe, and they were equivalent to Eve's eyes. If it was in the past, for example, she didn't need to ask Fenrir about the various news in the universe. She only needed to glance at the game system network. But now, this incarnation could only rely on Fenrir. However, this wasn't a bad thing. Eve's incarnation knew that this was the key moment of the original body's advancement. She gathered her own consciousness, which in turn affected the incarnation's soul power. This meant that the original body was likely to awaken. Your Holiness, the plane fusion is still progressing steadily. In the past month, a total of 102 planes have successfully fused. Also, the Chosen Ones have built a new teleportation point on plane 217. Last month, there were 1 million new Chosen Ones, and 5,432 people were reincarnated. Among them, 4,895 chose to retain their game memories and seal Blue Star's memories, reincarnating as amnesiac reincarnators. 537 chose to erase all their memories and reincarnate as elves. There are 8,919 new gold players in the entire server. Among them, there are 423 upper players, 2,146 middle players, and 6,350 lower players. Currently, the total number of players in the server has reached 83.27 million. Among them, there are 1.13 million gold players, 78.21 million silver players, and 3.91 million iron players. The players' influence on the universe is steadily increasing. Fenrir's expression was solemn as he reported the various data. Meanwhile, Eve's avatar sat upright on the divine throne and nodded lightly. The upper gold level was the pinnacle of the players. As the legendary level involved the understanding of the precepts, Eve did not intend to open it up to the players. It was no longer something that could be achieved by leveling up and practicing, unless Eve forcefully instilled her divine power. However, that would be contrary to her original intention. This was because the consumption required to raise a player to the legendary level was far greater than the energy that he could bring to Eve personally. It was not balanced. In fact, the gold level was enough. Anyway, the players had developed increasingly ridiculous magical technology. Naturally, the power of the legendary level could be achieved through killing weapons such as the Sky Fortress and the Floating City. Of course, the road to the legendary level was not cut off. For those players who were reincarnated, Eve would open this possibility for them and give them the power of the precepts when they were reincarnated to speed up their understanding of the precepts. All of this was for one purpose, and that was to leverage the Creator's will to control the universe of Seekers. Is there still no news, from Rigdal? Eve's avatar asked again. Fenrir shook his head. No, there is no trace of him in the entire game network. What about the Abyss? The conflict between the demon gods is still escalating. Ever since they secretly spread the news that your body is about to recover according to your oracle, the relationship between the three demon gods, Beelzebub, Mammon, and Belial, and Leviathan has worsened. What about Helair? He did not show up. This first demon god has also gone silent. We don't know what he is doing. You know that the seventh layer of hell is in the deepest part of the abyss. He is also the strongest among the demon gods. If he wants to hide, it will be difficult for us to know what he is doing. Hearing Fenrir's words, Eve nodded slightly. Fenrir hesitated for a moment and finally could not help but ask. Your Holiness, why did you spread the news of your awakening? Isn't it too unsafe? Eve's avatar was slightly taken aback. Then, she smiled. Fenrir, do you think that in this universe, other than the Creator, there are other existences that have the power to threaten me? Fenrir was stunned. He quickly reacted and said in realization, that's right. I understand now. Eve had integrated more than half of the complete laws of the material world in the universe, and was about to embark on the path of true greatness. In the universe of Seekers, other than the Creator, there was no one else who could threaten her life. At this time, spreading the news of her awakening would only make those existences who were already panicking even more panic. They might even win over some of the myths that could be won over. For example, the Abyss. Although with the rise of Eve, this existence who had been the Terminator in several reincarnations was becoming more and more useless, Eve would not underestimate him because of this. As for the Creator and Rigdal, Eve believed that when it was time for them to show up, they would naturally show up. Her promotion concealment had no effect on them. You may leave. Next, continue to carry out the integration plan according to the arrangements made before the awakening of the original body. Operate the Elven Kingdom. In the future, unless there is an unsolvable problem, you don't have to report to me about everything. Eve's avatar said. Fennel was slightly taken aback. She raised her head and looked at Eve's avatar. When she sensed that the avatar's soul power seemed to be weaker than before, she had a thought and nodded lightly. The weaker the soul power of the avatar, the closer the day of the goddess awakening. This was also the process of the avatar's consciousness returning to the original body. Yes, your divine decree, Fennel said respectfully. Soon, Fennel, the fairy king, exited the temple. Eve's avatar sat back on the throne with one hand on the armrest of the throne and the other hand supporting her slightly tilted head. She closed her eyes and rested. The offline celebration of Elven Kingdom ended, and everything returned to normal. The gold players continued their adventures in various dimensions. Perhaps it was to reach the peak of the upper level, or perhaps it was to enjoy the joy of traveling the dimensions. Their footprints were all over the universe. In each dimension, each country, they left behind legends that belonged to the chosen ones of the elves. The silver players were still the main force of the entire game. The gold profession change quota had unknowingly become the reward with the highest demand in Elven Kingdom. Even the demon gods and the demon gods' maze felt their scalps tingle at the number of elves who were crazily farming dungeons. However, just like before, the acquisition of the gold profession change quota was still a mystery. Players who farmed dungeons all year round might not be able to obtain it, but a hidden mission for the development of a dimension could be triggered. Therefore, the entire Seekers universe's dimension development activities were as popular as before. They rode in the sky fortresses and starships. Under the leadership of the gold players, they formed legions that struck fear in the hearts of their enemies, conquering thousands of worlds. As for the black iron newbies who were still familiarizing themselves with the world, they quickly familiarized themselves with everything in Elven Kingdom under the guidance of their seniors. Their figures could be seen in every main city. Although they were still repeating the simplest and most basic labor and tasks, they were full of enthusiasm and hope for the future. As the days passed, the newbies became the seniors, and the weak became the strong. One new dimension after another ascended and merged amidst cheers and praises. The world tree that stood at the center of the universe grew more luxuriant. The scorching summer chased away the warm spring sun, and the cool autumn wind blew away the scorching summer heat. Unknowingly, another half a year had passed. In the central dimension of the universe, the Life Church's headquarters, the world of seekers, also welcomed the golden autumn of harvest. The permanent resident population had long exceeded 3 million. The city of Heaven's Chosen, which was the most populous city in the entire world of seekers and even the universe, also welcomed the annual Harvest Festival. Today, this ancient festival of the elves had become the grandest celebration in the world of seekers. The streets and alleys were decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Elves and half-elves put on the grandest elven costumes, singing and dancing as they celebrated the arrival of the Harvest Festival. Even the players were unwilling to be left out, and many joined in. Cheerful elven music rang in the cities, villages, fertile fields, and forests. Accompanying the music was the laughter of people. Wherever the Life Church was, there would be the celebration of the Harvest Festival. In front of the temple, there were long lines of believers praying. While the players were curious, because there were too many believers praying, they had to line up to enter the contribution store, which made them feel helpless. In front of the beautiful and holy statue of the goddess, there were offerings to celebrate the harvest, all kinds of fresh and delicious fruits, as well as meticulously brewed elven flower tea and fruit wine. Sometimes, the angry elven priestess would chase the chosen one around the temple, and the surrounding players would laugh. Needless to say, some newbie must have lost his mind and turned the offerings into meat. It would be strange if the elven NPCs, who had always advocated vegetarianism, didn't beat the **T out of them. This year's Harvest Festival celebration was exceptionally grand. At the celebration in the central square of the city of Heaven's Chosen, the legends that the players were familiar with all appeared. The Moonlight Queen, Diana, even personally gave a congratulatory speech and sent beautiful blessings to the believers. However, some observant players noticed that the figure of God's chosen one, Zero, had disappeared at some point. Where has Big Sister been recently? I haven't seen her in a long time after finishing the mission last time. Could it be that she went traveling to another dimension? The players discussed animatedly. However, although they were curious, they didn't delve too deeply into it. As long as the missions that once belonged to Zero were replaced by NPCs, they wouldn't care too much. The fundamental link between players and NPCs was still the game system. Friendship and bonds could only be formed over time. However, God's chosen one, Zero, obviously didn't have any players that were particularly close to her. Although many people were curious about her whereabouts, they didn't go so far as to spend time specifically asking about it. After all, God's chosen one, Zero, was known to appear and disappear unpredictably. However, another person was different. That was Gamer Phone. What's wrong with Sister Wind recently? It feels like I haven't seen her in a long time. She doesn't reply to my messages, and her avatar is also gray. Salty Meow muttered. Some players who had received Wind's favor also noticed that Wind hadn't appeared for a long time, and many people began to inquire about the whereabouts of this mentor player. Could it be that she left the pit? Speaking of which, after the end of the captain's term, she handed over the job and didn't appear again. Her profile hasn't been updated either. Nonsense. Sister Wind loves Elven Nation so much, she wouldn't leave the pit no matter who did it. Then, could it be that something happened in reality? Someone said carefully. As soon as this was said, the players who were discussing instantly quieted down, and everyone's expression was somewhat serious. Elven Nation was very immersive, and the average time that players spent online was also relatively long. There were a total of 80 million players, and every year, there would be players who would go offline while playing the game, or it could be said that after going offline, they would never log in again. Elves had a long lifespan, and players could be resurrected. However, that wasn't the case in reality. There were too many deaths caused by accidents since the beginning of the game. Don't talk nonsense. Elven Nation has the player's registration information. If something happened to Big Boss Wind, the system would definitely announce it immediately. But what if no one found out? Impossible, it's been 2 months. If something happened to Big Boss Wind, there would be news in reality. If there's no news, it means that she should be safe, just that she hasn't been online for a long time. Does anyone have Big Boss Wind's contact information? She helped me before, and there's no news for so long, I'm a little worried. Damn, if someone had her contact information, would it have dragged on until now? I don't think we need to be too worried, maybe no news is good news. We can ask the official website for help. The players who had received Wind's favor were all discussing, and there was no lack of well-known big bosses in the entire server. In the end, everyone unanimously decided to report this matter to the official website. The official website's response was very fast. Not long after, the relevant notice was released, and it was considered to have calmed the players' hearts. The notice said that they had already contacted Wind, and she was safe, but had something to do in reality, so she would be busy for a period of time. An incident that almost caused the entire server to pay attention to it ended just like that. Elven Nation regained its peace again. However, the peace didn't last long. Because, the goddess had finally awakened. In the endless void, in the wild world. Due to the lower gravity of the plane compared to other worlds, this strange world had evolved all kinds of strange and huge creatures. It was one of the key worlds in the development of the plane in recent months. Low gravity, high energy level. The magic intensity of the plane was comparable to that of the Mindel plane. Even with the support of the legendary starship and the Megalosaurus, the development of the players was still very difficult. At this moment, in the largest player stronghold in the wild world, a terrifying wave of beasts was raging. The endless wave of beasts attacked the walls of the stronghold, and the golden divine barrier was on the verge of collapse. The players raised their magic guns and magic staffs, setting up giant magic crystal cannons, and engaged in battle with the frenzied beasts. Quick! The wave of beasts in the southeast is about to climb up the walls. Concentrate fire! Concentrate fire! Priests! Priests! There are wounded here. No. The wave of beasts is getting fiercer and fiercer. The power of the goddess statue is almost used up. I'm afraid we can't hold on anymore. It was chaos on the walls of the stronghold. Even if the pioneering players were to give it their all, they seemed so powerless under the attack of the endless wave of beasts. Tony stood on the tower of the city wall. He took the javelin from his back, and with a roar, threw it at the leader of the beasts in the wave of beasts. The power of the peak of the upper gold level burst out, and the javelin directly nailed the target beast to the ground. It turned into photons and disappeared in a flash of light. But soon, a new beast took over the position, and with a roar, it continued to command the other beasts to charge at the stronghold. Seeing this, Tony's gaze turned serious, and his heart sank. Brother Tony, we can't hold on any longer. The divine barrier can't hold on any longer. We have too few people in the vanguard this time. We have to prepare to retreat. The players who were fighting together with him shouted at him. Where's the World Tree branch? Is the cutting not done yet? Tony asked in return. No. The statue we brought with us doesn't have much power of faith left. It can't continue to support the ceremony. The player beside him said bitterly. Hearing this, Tony's expression became even worse. If the ceremony was not successful, they would not be able to cut the World Tree branch and build a temporary resurrection point. In that case, every player who died in battle would be one less player, and they would be directly resurrected in the world they were born in. In the end, the pioneering would definitely fail. Brother Tony. I can't drag this out any longer. Once the settlement is breached, a lot of casualties will be caused. We won't even be able to drive the starships and the fortresses back. We will be doomed. The players persuaded. Tony's expression changed. He turned around and looked at the stronghold that was starting to take the shape of a city. His eyes were filled with reluctance and unwillingness. 2 months ago, he had successfully opened up another plane and had finally accumulated enough wealth to purchase a second-hand small aerial fortress that had been replaced by a certain large guild. With the Sky Fortress, the first thing he did was to recruit a team of explorers to continue exploring new worlds. He chose the recently discovered Wild World, which had a high difficulty rating. Tony was still very ambitious. He had taken a fancy to the energy level and gravity of this world. He was looking forward to opening up his own forces here and relying on the platform of the adorable committee to build a new guild branch as the headquarters of his future expansion army. However, they did not expect that after spending more than a month to build the stronghold, they would be greeted with a terrifying beast tide. When it came to plane development, there were successes and failures. However, Tony, who already had countless successful experiences, did not expect that it would fall on his head this time. And if he failed this time, his years of accumulation would probably go down the drain. Thinking of this, Tony's heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife. For this development, he had invested all his savings of 30 years. Brother Tony, quickly give the order to retreat. It will be too late if we don't leave now. The divine defense barrier is about to be broken. The players behind him persuaded again. Tony gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. But in the end, he let go weakly. Forget it. Retreat. Even if the losses were heavy, at least they could retain the fortress and starships. After participating in a few more plane explorations and accumulating enough capital, they could consider leading a team to explore. At that time, he must find a way to apply for a statue of the goddess with more abundant power of faith, Tony thought in his heart. With this thought, he already had the intention to retreat. He took a deep breath, opened his team's voice channel, and shouted, "Attention, everyone! This mission is suspended. Prepare to retreat." After saying that, he looked at the priest players again. All priest players, inject all the remaining power of faith into the statue. By time for the retreat. Hearing his words, the priest players acted one after another, injecting their remaining power of faith into the statue of the goddess that maintained the divine defense barrier through prayer. The crumbling defensive barrier finally showed some signs of stability. Seeing this scene, Tony heaved a sigh of relief. However, before he could lead the players to board the starship, a deafening roar came from the depths of the beast tide. The players at the rear of the city wall exclaimed. Tony subconsciously turned his head, and his face instantly turned pale. Amidst the terrifying sea of giant beasts, a behemoth the size of a mountain appeared. A terrifying pressure spread. Even with the protection of the divine defense barrier, the players actually felt an irresistible pressure. Their legs trembled, and they almost lost their mobility. Lu. Legendary? The silver player behind Tony said in horror. No, feeling the terrifying pressure that was almost on par with the demigod mythical megalosaurus that he had seen before, Tony's voice was very dry. He swallowed his saliva, and his face was pale. It's mythical, mythical, there was a mythical among the beasts in the wild world. At this moment, Tony was very regretful in his heart. Why did he covet the energy level of this world? This was no longer a power that an ordinary exploration team could contend with. Roar. The terrifying behemoth roared angrily, and a dark red energy was spat out by it, aiming directly at the player's stronghold. The red breath made up of an unknown power just passed by, and the beasts that were too close to it were all turned into ashes. It's over. Looking at the breath that was getting closer and closer in his vision, Tony's mind went blank. After so many years of hard work and work to earn money flashed through his mind, there was only one thought left in his mind. This time, it was really going back to the time before liberation. Tony closed his eyes in despair. The next moment, a dazzling radiance flooded his vision. However, the feeling of being attacked by the breath did not appear. On the contrary, Tony felt as if he was enveloped by an extremely warm power. That power gave Tony a very familiar feeling of intimacy, as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. It also seemed to have a magical power. Under the shroud of that power, Tony felt that his thinking speed seemed to have accelerated, and the wounds on his body did not hurt anymore. Instead, the wounds were itchy, as if ants were crawling on them. Behind him, there were bursts of exclamations from the players. Look! A goddess statue. This is a miracle. I'm afraid we've encountered a miracle from the goddess. Huh, a miracle? Tony was stunned and opened his eyes subconsciously. Then, he opened his mouth wide in shock. Light. Everything around seemed to have turned into light. Golden photons had filled the entire stronghold at some point, and the source was the holy goddess statue in the center of the stronghold. The shaky divine spell defensive barrier regained its color, and the golden light was unprecedentedly strong, so strong that it even made Tony a little dazed. It was not like the trashiest small goddess statue, but more like the large core goddess statue in the city of Heaven's Chosen that had accumulated an unknown amount of faith power. The branch of the world that had not yet taken root began to grow on its own, and in the blink of an eye, it grew into a towering tree. The holy light spread on the tree body, intertwining with the light of the goddess statue and faintly becoming one. Bathed in the warm holy light, the players' injuries began to recover quickly. Even the magic power and physical strength that had been consumed in their bodies, and the energy that had been depleted after a long period of fierce fighting, were almost refilled in an instant. Further away, the beast tide that besieged the stronghold seemed to have been paused in time and was motionless. They were also shrouded in the spreading golden photons, and under the bright light, they seemed to have turned into statues. The huge mythical beast still maintained the appearance of breathing, but the breath in its mouth had been extinguished at some point. It trembled incessantly as if it had fallen into great fear. The next moment, under the shocked gazes of the players, all the beasts that attacked the divine spell defensive barrier were shattered, and in the light, they turned into photons that scattered in all directions. The huge mythical beast also trembled slightly and was quickly shrouded in the golden light, turning into a golden statue. Finally, it shattered with a bang. A mythical creature with terrifying strength had vanished into thin air so easily. Then, a vast and grand aura came from the direction of the branch of the world, and in an instant, it swept across the entire world. At this moment, the same thought appeared in the minds of all the players, and it seemed to originate from some supreme will. Submit. Then, under the shocked gazes of the players, the surviving beasts of the beast tide stopped attacking, lowered their ferocious heads, and crawled in the direction of the players' stronghold. It was as if they were worshipping the supreme ruler. Murmurs of prayers rang out, layer upon layer, as if countless devout believers were praying. The prayers were illusory and ethereal, and seemed to come from countless planes. A miracle. It's really a miracle of the goddess. What happened? Tony looked at all this in a daze and lost his voice for a moment. Of course, this shock was soon replaced by ecstasy. Because he finally did not have to go bankrupt. A miracle. A miracle had appeared. In just a few minutes, the official forum of Elven Nation was swallowed by a large number of new posts. All the posts were discussing the same thing. That was, at this moment, in all the places where there were statues of the goddess and in all the worlds where there were branches of the world, a vast miracle had appeared. A miracle. It was really a miracle. The veteran players who had witnessed the goddess miracles countless times recognized the golden brilliance at a glance. It was warm, vast, and exuberant with vitality and infinite power. Every temple of life became the center of the light. Every branch of the world began to grow rapidly and dazzle with brilliance. And the worlds that had been fused by the world tree were bathed in the holy brilliance. The exuberant vitality burst out under the illumination of the holy light, and the players in the fused planes noticed, to their surprise, that the magic power in the air seemed to be rapidly increasing. At this moment, all the worlds on the world tree began to soar in energy level. Low-level planes were soon upgraded to middle-level planes, middle-level planes were transitioning to high-level planes, and as for high-level planes, they all touched the threshold of mythical planes. In the world of Seekers, which was already a mythical plane, the laws became more stable, and the concentration of magic power reached a more abundant level. In the depths of the veins, in the places that the players had hollowed out, new mineral deposits evolved under the brilliance. At this moment, all the worlds on the world tree underwent some kind of miraculous transformation and were further sublimated, and in the endless void, the players in the starship stared blankly at the world tree at the center of the universe, their expressions full of shock. They saw that the towering giant tree was growing again at this moment. The roots that went deep into the abyss became even larger and more vigorous, and the tall branches and lush leaves seemed to break through the universe. That already huge body was faintly becoming even bigger, the dense and holy brilliance flickered between the branches, and at this moment, the world tree seemed to have become the most eye-catching light source in the universe of Seekers. Further away, in the void, the worlds that had been cut with the branches of the world tree but hadn't been fused yet began to fly toward the world tree as if they were attracted by some mysterious force. Soon, like twinkling starlight, they fused into the leaves on the branches. On the leaves, mysterious patterns could be faintly seen. Fusion. These planes that might have taken a long time to prepare before they could fuse with the world tree completed the fusion in an instant. At the same time, in a place that the players couldn't see, on the leaves of the world tree that hadn't fused with the plane worlds, the chaotic space suddenly exploded. As if the world was splitting apart, the mysterious space in the leaves of the world tree flashed with lightning and thunder, and the wind howled. Gradually, dust condensed into land, rain gathered into rivers and seas, and life spilled out, evolving into all things. Many material realms with complete laws were slowly taking shape within the leaves. At the same time, in the divine kingdom of the world tree, on the throne in the supreme temple, the incarnation of the true God that had been sleeping for months slowly opened its eyes. But this time, its temperament was completely different. It was no longer the incarnation of the true God that operated independently, but the true body of the true God that had already awakened. The great world tree, the goddess of life, the mother of nature, and the ruler of the elves, Xianxia had awakened. "I'm stuck," a little watery, smiley face, Angle, Eve slowly woke up from her deep slumber. 10 years of memories belonging to her avatar surged like a tide. The development of planes, the magic revolution, the offline celebration, the bits and pieces of her avatar's experience during her deep slumber quickly merged with the memories of her main body. She regained control of the game network and the current state of the universe. At this moment, she felt as if she had had a very, very long dream. As her consciousness gradually cleared, the first thing Eve did was to check her status. In her body, there was much more divine power than before she fell into a deep slumber. There was almost no end to it, almost endless. That was the power born on its own when the world tree's main body evolved the 10,000 worlds. At this moment, Eve understood that the concept of divine power was no longer meaningful to her. She could mobilize endless divine power at any time. As long as she wanted, she could evolve it at her will. It was inexhaustible and inexhaustible. She looked around. Everything in her divine kingdom seemed to be able to transform into laws. Under Eve's gaze, the sea of origin laws of the universe of Seekers had been completely opened to her. From this moment on, everything in the universe of Seekers was no longer a secret to Eve. This was the effect of merging tens of thousands of planes. At this moment, Eve had partially occupied the power of the creator of the universe of Seekers. It could be said that she had become half the master of the universe of Seekers. She closed her eyes. She could feel that she was the master of countless planes. Some of them were planes that had swallowed the world of Seekers and merged with her own body. However, most of them were born on the world tree the moment she woke up. Those were planes that had evolved in her body. The energy level of each plane was no less than the many planes in the universe of Seekers. And under Eve's perception, the world tree's posture changed again, complete form, world tree, body into the universe, encompassing all things, endless, eternal, body into the universe, eternal, Eve murmured. She could feel that her power was much stronger than before she fell into a deep slumber. However, this seemed to be somewhat different from what she had imagined. This did not seem to be an ordinary greater divine power. At the very least, it was definitely not the King of Gods, Neo, nor was it the greater divine power represented by the Lord of Eternity, Eternity. In his perception, the barrier of the Seeker's universe no longer seemed to be a problem. When he looked into the void, he could clearly see the various laws behind the universe barrier, and he could naturally understand how to disassemble and absorb these laws. It was a wonderful feeling, as if he had turned from a chess piece to a flag bearer. When he looked back at everything in the universe of Seekers, he would find that he could understand everything. He could understand the laws of the land of origin as well as the essence of the power of the abyss. He could clearly see the core of the 7 hells, and he could also clearly see the origin of each plane. These places that were once shrouded in fog had now completely unveiled their mysterious veils to him. At this moment, Eve understood that if she wanted to, she could leave this universe at any time. She could even destroy this universe. This seemed to be completely different from the plan before he fell asleep. His power seemed to be much greater than he had imagined. Although he did not activate all of his power, he had a vague understanding that his power was probably no less than that of the Creator. By devouring the origin left behind by Neo and integrating the thousands of planes in the world of Seekers, his power had reached a certain level of sublimation. If there was something that made people feel helpless, it was that his body seemed to have become bigger. Although he could create incarnations, His body seemed to be destined to go further and further on the path of becoming bigger and bigger. Yawning lazily, Eve stood up from the throne. She wanted to try out the other power that she had obtained after waking up. With this thought in mind, Eve gently stretched out her hand. The seven-colored brilliance condensed at her fingertips and turned into thunderous lightning. The lightning constantly collapsed and finally condensed into a singularity that distorted space. It seemed to be one, but also 10,000. Eve gently tapped it, and the singularity suddenly exploded. In an instant of strong light, it exploded into a dazzling brilliance, and a miniature star cluster rose. The star cluster kept changing. Vaguely, there seemed to be a galaxy flowing in it. Almost ethereal dust kept condensing, forming miniature celestial bodies that kept rotating, forming a wonderful pocket universe, a universe. It was really a universe. Eve's fingertips formed a celestial universe that was very similar to the blue star universe. There were spectacular nebulae, stars that emitted light and heat, planets that kept rotating, and unobservable black holes. In the miniature universe, on the planets that were even smaller than magic elements, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The sky and earth changed colors, and gradually, traces of life appeared. The next moment, as if time had accelerated, the celestial bodies in the miniature universe kept changing, and the life on the planets kept evolving, from a simple cell-free state to a prokaryotic organism with a cellular structure, and then from a prokaryotic organism to a eukaryotic single-celled organism. The eukaryotic organism continued to evolve, and fungi and multicellular organisms appeared, which then evolved into plants and animals. In the end, the organisms developed step by step, forming all kinds of wonderful species. The species kept evolving, and intelligent organisms were born. Gradually, a civilization appeared. In the beginning, it was an ancient wilderness. These intelligent human-like organisms learned how to use tools and fire. Then, they gradually developed a civilization that was similar to the Bronze Age. Then, farming culture appeared, and tribes and countries gradually formed. War, peace, prosperity, progress. The civilization kept developing, strengthening, growing, and evolving. Gradually, the civilization's technology exploded, and the information era that was similar to the blue star appeared. The first satellite was launched into the sky, and the civilization cast its sights on the sea of stars for the first time. The era continued to develop, and the civilization continued to improve. Finally, they left the planets and walked in the universe. At this moment, they became an interstellar civilization. They explored one star system after another, and they built space bases after space bases. Huge fleets roamed the universe, and the civilization's footprints gradually covered the entire universe. After walking through the entire universe, they started to explore the edge of the universe. Gradually, they finally came to the end of the world. They saw the scene outside the universe, and they saw Eve's figure. Religion rose again. This time, they worshipped Eve as the background of the world, and they worshipped her as a supreme god. The era continued to develop, and the civilization continued to improve. At the end of religion, there would always be doubts. Gradually, the civilization worshipped Eve less and less, but the number of fleets grew larger and larger, and their technology became more and more advanced. Finally, after bidding farewell to the worship, their technology experienced a big explosion again, and all kinds of amazing huge buildings appeared in the celestial bodies. Ring world, material decompression machine, Dyson sphere. Finally, a huge weapon that spanned the entire miniature universe was built, and it pointed directly at Eve, who was observing the universe at her fingertips with a playful gaze. And around the huge weapon, densely packed spaceships were already in place, as if they were ready to leave their birthplace at any time. The next moment, a dazzling light exploded, and the weapon that looked like a cannon barrel shot out a terrifying light wave, heading toward Eve. Eve looked at the light beam that was thinner than a toothpick in surprise, and she did not move at all. The light beam shot to her fingertips, and there was some warmth to the touch. It was itchy, as if ants were crawling on her fingertips. The attack effect of this weapon that spanned the entire miniature universe seemed to only be able to make Eve feel a little. Then, the light beam disappeared. Nothing happened. Only the civilization in the miniature universe fell into chaos. Gradually, wars broke out, civilizations were destroyed, and the years of the celestial bodies passed quickly. Finally, the stars were annihilated, the black holes collapsed, and the universe ushered in heat death. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Eve slowly retracted her finger, and her expression was filled with emotion. Just now, she had witnessed the birth and destruction of a universe with her own eyes. That was a miniature universe that she had created with her own hands, a miniature universe that was no more than 10 minutes old. Creating a plain world with a raise of one's hand was a power that only greater divine powers possessed. Creating a universe with a raise of one's hand was a power that only existences at the level of creation, who were one step above greater divine powers, possessed, although this was a miniature universe whose energy level was many orders of magnitude lower than the universe of seekers. It was still a universe with its own laws, and this meant that Eve was not just an ordinary greater divine power, but also a greater divine power at the level of creation that could be compared with the creator of the universe of seekers. However, Eve's expression did not seem to be too happy. On the contrary, it was filled with emotion. The miniature universe that she had created casually just now was very, very weak. The energy of the entire universe was only equivalent to a little bit of magic elements in the universe of seekers. This power, even if it was a player who had just transmigrated, could easily destroy it. However, it was such a universe, that in an extremely short period of time, an advanced civilization that almost transcended the universe was born. If their goal had not been Eve, and not just to break through the barriers of the universe, perhaps, they would have succeeded. At this moment, Eve's feelings were very complicated. She inexplicably thought of the sentient beings who wanted to transcend the universe of seekers, as well as herself who wanted to transcend everything. As the creator of the universe, she had just been able to clearly perceive the emotions of the vast number of sentient beings in that civilization. The confusion and awakening in the midst of growth, the shock and fanaticism of seeing the background of the universe for the first time, the fear and doubt that grew stronger as time went by, the hope and belief of wanting to defeat the existence behind the universe, transcending, and going to a wider world, and the despair and madness after the final failure. It's so similar. She sighed softly and dispersed the light at her fingertips. At this moment, Eve seemed to see the shadow of the universe of seekers. With a sigh, Eve stretched out her hand again and put away the low-energy dust that was similar to the power of the abyss that was left behind after the heat death of the miniature universe. Then, she walked out of the temple. Her Holiness the Goddess. Seeing Eve's figure, the fairy King Fennel hurriedly flew over. She knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully to Eve, her eyes full of fanaticism. The next moment, accompanied by rays of sacred light, many myths that followed Eve also descended. Diana, Aurora, Eris, Carrots, as well as Mars, the Golden Dragon, and other myths like the Megalosaurus that refused to leave even though their contracts had long expired. Her Holiness the Goddess, Mother Goddess. They also bowed respectfully to Eve. Eve nodded slightly and smiled softly. Everyone, during this period, you've worked hard. Hearing her words, all the myths bowed again. Her Holiness the Goddess, Mother Goddess, congratulations on taking another step forward and achieving greatness. When Eve had just awakened, the miracle had affected the entire universe. Even the abyss could see it clearly. That was definitely not the power of a great divine power. Therefore, all the myths understood that their master god had succeeded in taking another step forward. Of course, limited by their horizons, they simply thought that Eve had been promoted to a greater divine power. In fact, even Eve only now understood that a greater divine power at the Genesis level was completely different from what the gods thought of as a greater divine power. Instead of calling it a greater divine power at the Genesis level, it was better to call it the Genesis divine power. At this point, divine power was meaningless. What was more important was the collection of precepts. The origin precepts replaced divine power and became the source of the god's power. The two sides were completely different concepts. Of course, Eve did not make any further explanation. She sensed that more mythical auras were flying toward her body. Outside the world tree, in the boundless void. Under the shocked gazes of the players, rays of bright holy light flew from all directions and descended in front of the world tree. The radiance flickered. Those were myths. There were true gods of faith and ancient gods. These legendary existences that the players usually found difficult to encounter, even if they tried their best, had all descended at this moment. The ancient god Guai, the god of death Hela, and the dragon ancestor Yelinos stood at the forefront. They looked at the world tree with eyes full of shock. They looked at each other, and the oldest, Guai, took a step forward and bowed respectfully in the direction of the World Tree. "Congratulations, Great Master of the Era, Her Majesty Eve has stepped onto the supreme throne." As soon as he finished speaking, a bright door of light appeared in front of the gods. Eve's ethereal voice slowly came. "Everyone, come in." Eulinos and Hela did not hesitate and stepped in. The ancient god Guei followed closely behind. The gods looked at each other and followed the three greater divine powers into the door of light. The next moment, they also appeared in the gods' kingdom. When they entered the gods' kingdom and saw Eve's avatar, who had returned to the temple and was sitting high on the throne, full of vast power, they were even more shocked. At this moment, even the ancient god Guei felt his own insignificance. Even if it was just an avatar in front of him. Feeling the oppressive power that originated from the soul, the gods were shocked. Their gazes were focused on Eve. There was shock, excitement, anticipation, and awe. Without much communication, they already understood that the awakened Eve had taken the step that all the gods looked up to. Entering the gods' kingdom to personally congratulate her had already expressed the attitude of the gods. From today onwards, Eve had truly become the ruler that all the myths of the Seekers' universe respected from the bottom of their hearts. After the gods congratulated her, they left one after another. In Eve's gods' kingdom, only the remaining great gods of the Seekers' universe were left. Death Hela, dragon ancestor Eulinos, and ancient god Ju. Hela's expression was no longer as lazy as before. There was a thick smile on her face and a hint of emotion. As a former friend of the World Tree, as a participant who had witnessed Eve's achievements from a weak divine power that was on the verge of falling to today's greatness, no myth was more touched than her. He bowed to Eve again and said, "I'm sorry. Lord Eve, you did not disappoint me. Next, the living beings of the Seekers' universe will need to rely on you. Lord of the Underworld, Death God Hela, is willing to accompany you and follow you to the future of transcendence." This was an official declaration of her following. The priesthood of the Death God was destined to require Hela to rely on the universe where all living beings existed. In the eyes of the gods, Eve, who had already ascended to greatness, was destined to represent the new will of the universe. "Are we no longer friends?" Eve said with a smile. Hela was stunned for a moment before she smiled. Of course. The camaraderie they had built up over the past few decades was reflected in the smiles of the two mythological legends. As for dragon ancestor Eulinos, her eyes became brighter and brighter. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. "What about me? Lord Eve, am I your friend?" Even though he was an antique that had lived for God knows how many years, this ancestor of the Megalosaurus was still very professional when it came to acting cute. His appearance, which looked like he was only 11 or 12 years old, was too confusing. In addition, he had disguised himself every day and mingled with the chosen one of the fairies for so many years. It seemed that this ancient dragon god had a lot of strange knowledge. For example, his divine robe had become a maid's outfit in the style of Blue Star. When he first saw it, she almost spat it out. It made sense. The Megalosaurus was curious by nature. After the players started to roam the void, the gold-tier creature they liked to interact with the most was the Megalosaurus. Now, most of the large lizards on Dragon Island had been abducted by the players. The elf forest had become the backyard of the Megalosaurus, as the grandmother of the dragon ancestor, Eulinos, who also loved to play, was also led away by the players. It was too normal. Of course, Lord Eulinos. You and your children have always been friends of me and the elves. The corners of his eyes twitched as he looked away from the dragon horns and wagging tail that Eulinos had deliberately revealed, and he said with a smile, "That's right." For some reason, Eve felt that after her promotion, this once mysterious and noble dragon ancestor seemed to have become more and more unrestrained. Or perhaps, this was the essence of the other party? Okay. Eulinos made a V gesture. She did not know which player she had learned it from. As for the ancient god Guei, after coming to Eve's god kingdom, his gaze never left her. He was silent for a long time before suddenly speaking. "Lord Eve, your promotion shouldn't be just a great divine power, right?" As soon as this was said, Death Hela and dragon ancestor Eulinos were stunned. They glanced at Guei and saw that he was looking at Eve with a burning gaze. "I was once a follower of His Majesty Neo. I can feel that the feeling you give me seems to be vaster than His Majesty Neo, Guai said in a deep voice. Eve smiled. Lord Guai, do you want to regain your freedom? Guai was stunned. He seemed to be caught off guard by Eve's sudden question. Then, he suddenly became excited. Lord Eve. You. Eve smiled and gently stretched out her hand to point at his illusory figure. In the next moment, ancient god Guai felt a vast and mighty force cross the void and pour into his main body that was sealed by Neo. Far away in the mountains of Neverland, on the altar worshipping the ancient god, the ancient oil lamp that sealed him trembled slightly and then suddenly collapsed. Silver blue light bloomed, and Guai's figure gradually solidified. At the same time, the weakness caused by the seal for tens of thousands of years quickly disappeared as if it had been injected with new vitality and vitality. At this moment, Guai felt a steady stream of divine power pouring into his body. This divine power did not repel him at all, as if it belonged to him naturally. In the blink of an eye, his divine power pool that had dried up for God knows how many years was completely filled. He was shocked to find that he had returned to his peak state before he was sealed in the blink of an eye. And this was just Eve's incarnation gently touching his incarnation. Guai opened his mouth and looked at Eve in shock. There was no need for Eve to explain. At this moment, he already knew that her power was not as simple as that of an ordinary greater divine power. Lord Guai, you are free, Eve said. Guai was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at his body, as if he had not recovered from his shock. However, his trembling hand showed the excitement in his heart. Taking a deep breath, the ancient god bowed respectfully to Eve. Thank you, Lord Eve. With that, he paused and suddenly bowed again. Under the surprised gazes of Death Hela and dragon ancestor Eulinos, he bowed to Eve in the ancient etiquette of an ancient god's follower. Eve was a little surprised. Lord Guai, you are? Guai sighed softly and replied respectfully, yes, sir. Your Holiness Eve, I was once sealed by His Holiness Neo because of a mistake. Before I was sealed, His Holiness Neo told me that if there was someone who could help me break free from the seal one day, that person would be the new overgod I should follow. You helped me out of the seal, and not only that. You also let me see the hope of transcendence. Lord Eve, as the leader of the ancient god sect, I am willing to formally submit to you on behalf of the ancient gods of the Seeker's universe. With that, he bowed to Eve again. Eve sighed softly and accepted the bow. Ancient god Guai continued. Lord Eve, since I have become your follower and obtained freedom, then I no longer need this key of origin. You are the epic lord, and you also need to fight the creator of the Seeker's universe. This key is more suitable in your hands. With that, he stretched out his hand and offered the key of origin with the power of stop with both hands. However, Eve shook her head gently. No need, Lord Guai. I don't need it now. Guai was stunned. Eve gently stretched out her hand, and light flickered in her hand. Under Guai's shocked gaze, a cluster of light that was exactly the same as the key in her hand slowly formed. This is, ancient god Guai's eyes widened. Eve smiled and said, the essence of the universe is clear. The essence of the universe has been clarified. All of this is nothing more than a high-level combination of law origins. The three mythics were stunned and fell into deep thought. At this moment, the way they looked at Eve changed again. To be able to easily create the key of origin that they could not analyze at all, Eve's power had exceeded their understanding. Looks like I'll be able to see the day of transcendence soon. Guai sighed. The three great divine powers stayed in Eve's god's kingdom for a while more before leaving one after another. They came this time not only to congratulate, but also to express their attitude and officially recognize Eve as the master god, not just as an ally. This was inevitable. Today, all the mythics realized that Eve's plan was to swallow the Seeker's universe and replace it. At that time, Eve would be the master of the universe, or simply the embodiment of the universe's will. The gods had actually understood all of this long ago. They also knew that if that day really came, they and Eve would have to be divided into subordinates and subordinates. Now that Eve had successfully advanced, it was naturally time for the gods to make a choice. Mythics also admired the strong, and the strong would become the leader of the world at any time. Eve was not surprised by Hela and Yelenos's choice. After all, the former's godhood determined that she could not leave the universe and exist alone. The latter valued the inheritance of her race very much and could not let go of the megalosaurus that could not leave the universe. However, ancient god Guei was somewhat out of Eve's expectations. In his plan, he had decided to open the path to leave the World Tree universe after transcending, allowing ancient god Guei and other gods who wanted to leave this place to go to a wider world. However, since the other party was willing to become a follower, Eve did not refuse. The universe needed managers. And mythics were the best managers. Eve, who was already a god of creation, did indeed need god followers to help her manage the world. However, that would not be the Seeker's universe, but Eve's own universe. Perhaps, it would be appropriate to call it the World Tree universe. Speaking of which, after fusing with part of the Seeker's universe and absorbing the origin laws left behind by Neo, even Eve did not expect that she would directly advance to the god of creation. She had originally thought that she would need a deeper level of comprehension of laws, or a breakthrough like in some fantasy novels, to experience a narrow escape, or a trial of inner demons before she could advance. However, he had never thought that he would be able to achieve success just by sleeping for a while. This was not even as thrilling as when she had advanced to the great divine power level and completely fused with the World Tree. This made Eve more and more curious about her identity as the World Tree. This existence that was said to be brought back from outside the universe by Neo did not seem to be as simple as she had imagined. Or, the status of the World Tree might be higher than Eve had imagined. The World Tree, where did Neo bring it from? The Creator, what was his origin? In addition, there were some doubts that she had yet to figure out. For example, when she had just entered the land of origin, she had heard a system-like voice. For example, the way the mysterious voice had addressed her. At this time, Eve inexplicably recalled the fanatical look Star Guardian Rigdal had when he looked at her during the decisive battle between her and the Eternal Overlords. This follower of the Seeker's universe's creator seemed to know something. With a soft sigh, Eve also manipulated her avatar and left the god's kingdom. She believed that she would figure out these things on the day she transcended. Now that she had advanced to the god of creation, then, she had to hurry up with the remaining matters. That was, before the decisive battle, she had to solve the last possible hidden danger, the abyss. With this thought, Eve took a step forward, traversed countless spaces, and appeared in the endless abyss. The abyss, the fifth level of hell. Clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. On the vast and dark land, the endless demon army was divided into two sides, and the war was about to break out. The fifth demon god Leviathan stood in the air and looked at the third demon god Mammon, the fourth demon god Burial, and the sixth demon god Beelzebub who surrounded him. His eyes were full of anger. Mammon. Burial. Beelzebub. Are you crazy? How dare you betray the abyss? The eyes of the three demon gods flickered. They looked at each other, looked at Leviathan, sneered, and said, "Sorry, we don't want to die." "I'm sorry, Leviathan. We don't want to die with you, you saw the momentum just now." "I'm afraid that one has already advanced to the great, compared to continuing to be cannon fodder for the will of the abyss. We want to change our way of living." The three demon gods clenched their weapons and looked at Leviathan with more and more dangerous gazes. Leviathan was so angry that he laughed. "You want to compete with me with just you? A bunch of trash. Don't think that you can be on equal footing with me just because you're all demon gods. Or, do you really think that you can still get the favor of the abyss after betraying it? You don't have to worry about that. At least, compared to fighting for the abyss and becoming cannon fodder for that one's enemy, in our opinion, it's better to stand on that one's side." Beelzebub snorted coldly. "Idiot. Lunatic." Leviathan reprimanded angrily. "Leviathan, let's not talk about anything else. You'd better be sealed obediently. You've long lost your sea godhood. You're no longer the powerful sea demon god." Mammon said. "That's right. Didn't you notice that even Heller didn't appear? Times have changed. Don't tell me that after experiencing that miracle just now, you still don't realize who's the future?" Burial also advised. "Shut up. You bunch of cowardly idiots." Leviathan roared angrily. Then, he erupted with a vast amount of fallen divine power and rushed toward the three demon gods. However, just as the four demon gods were about to fight, the void above the battlefield suddenly distorted. The void was distorted, and a dazzling light pierced through the dark sky of the abyss and shone onto the battlefield. The next moment, a holy and beautiful figure slowly appeared with the dense holy light. It was none other than Eve. She was wearing a divine dress that looked even more gorgeous and holy than before. Her mysterious and magnificent purple eyes glanced at the demon gods. The four demon gods' expressions changed at the same time when they were glanced at by that casual glance. They only felt an irresistible force enveloping them, and even breathing seemed to become difficult. It was clearly an avatar that looked much smaller than them, and it was clear that she had just crossed the void and descended. But in the eyes of the demon gods, Eve, who appeared on the battlefield, was like an insurmountable Jushan, giving them unprecedented pressure. At this moment, they felt like weak inferior demons, and Eve was the high and mighty master. It was as if she could easily kill them if she wanted to. And this kind of pressure, even the eternal masters who had once attacked the abyss, and even the first demon god Helier who had suppressed them time and time again in the disputes between the demon gods, had never given them such pressure, and this was just a slight glance from the other party's avatar, and it did not even have a trace of emotion. Greater divine power, demon god Mammon widened his eyes, and the depths of his gaze were full of awe and shock. Although they had more or less expected the other party's promotion from the miracle just now, at this moment, when Eve's avatar really descended, they could not help but feel shocked and shocked. Avatar, the avatar of a greater divine power, even the avatar gave them such terrifying pressure, than the other party's original body. What level had it reached? Was it really, just greater? At this moment, the demon gods seemed to feel a great power from Eve that was not inferior to the will of the abyss. Eve's gaze swept across the demon gods, and then swept across the battlefield that was about to erupt. She revealed a gentle smile and asked softly, "How is it? Have you considered the suggestion from 15 years ago?" 15 years ago, Eve had met the first demon god Helier in the world of Tamriel. At that time, Eve had suggested to him to break free from the control of the abyss and become his vassal. Unfortunately, he was flatly rejected by Helier. But this time, his strength was no longer what it used to be, and the abyssal demon gods were no longer as united as when they were facing a true god. Hearing Eve's words, the eyes of Mammon, Beryl, and Beelzebub flickered as they were tempted. As for Eve's proposal 15 years ago, although they did not appear in person, they were also watching from afar when Helier and Eve communicated. Therefore, they knew very well what the other party was referring to. It was the same for Leviathan. However, compared to the other three demon gods who were obviously tempted, his expression was filled with boundless anger. "Eve, dream on. Even if I, Leviathan, were to die, I would never give in to you." He did not finish his words. Because just as he was about to curse, the space he was in suddenly collapsed. Without any warning, there was not even the slightest fluctuation of divine power. As if it had appeared naturally, a void passage appeared just like that. And it happened to appear where Leviathan was and directly sucked him in. This demon god, who still had great divine power, was actually unable to resist the suction force of the void passage. Before he could even finish his sentence, under the shocked gazes of Mammon and the other three demon gods, he disappeared without a trace. However, they seemed to have vaguely seen a familiar face with a sinister smile on the other side of the void passage that flashed by. At the same time, there seemed to be a gloating laugh, "Ha ha ha ha. Leviathan. You bastard, you have such a day. Little ones. Bring him to the palace with the highest refresh rate and leave. Serve him well. Increase the bounty. The chosen one who defeats him will be given double the reward. The worse the fight, the better the reward. Ha 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 ha." Mammon, Beryl, Beelzebub, they all swallowed their saliva and looked at Eve with eyes full of awe. As the chosen ones of the elves spread throughout the universe, the matter of the demon god maze was no longer a secret. In particular, some players used magic stones to record some scenes in the demon palace, such as the boss battle in the demon palace. The demon gods had long seen Samuel's miserable appearance. At this moment, they had already guessed what kind of fate Leviathan would end up in. Eve once again turned her gaze to the demon gods and smiled brightly. That smile was holy, beautiful, and warm. It was like a warm spring breeze, but also like the sun after the rain. It made people think of all the beautiful things in the world. However, in the face of that bright smile, the demon gods could not help but feel a chill on their backs and subconsciously shivered. They took a light breath and no longer hesitated. Under the shocked gazes of the demons, they lowered their heads toward Eve. Eve nodded in satisfaction. The next moment, the void collapsed behind the three demon gods as well. The passageway connecting to the demonic god maze suddenly appeared and sucked them all in. The demon gods did not struggle and obediently chose to lie flat. However, this time around, that voice of Schadenfreude did not appear. Instead, it was a complaint full of displeasure and helplessness. TSK. Can the three of you have some backbone? I'm still waiting to see a joke. Alright, you guys are really lucky. Little ones, according to the orders of the Lord God, send these cowardly bastards to the deputy hall to serve. Aren't you talking nonsense? Even if they come, the boss of the demon god maze is still me. Hurry up and work. Amidst the faint roars, the vortex disappeared, and the void gradually calmed down. However, the demon gods had all disappeared. Only the demon army on the ground was left with dull eyes, as well as the various abyss myths that followed the demon gods on both sides. They stared at each other, as if they did not understand the situation. The pressure that enveloped the battlefield disappeared. That was Eve withdrawing the power that targeted the demon gods. The demon army on the ground paused for a few seconds, then screamed in horror and fled in all directions. The remaining abyss myths also turned around and ran, but before they could run a few steps, they were also sucked into the void passage that suddenly appeared. Even the demons running on the ground were not spared. In mid-air, the laughter on the other side of the passage was faintly discernible. Ha ha ha. What a harvest. What a harvest today. A moment later, the whole world returned to calm. The ground was clean, and there was nothing left. There was only the endless wasteland in hell. Eve turned her head. She looked at somewhere in the void again and chuckled softly. Hellier, have you seen enough this time? The next moment, the void distorted, and Hellier's figure slowly appeared. His expression was gloomy, and his eyes were full of seriousness as he looked at Eve. In the depths of his pupils, there was fear and horror. You're the only one left. Tell me your answer. Eve said. At the same time, a greater power and law than before locked onto the demon god Hellier. Hellier was silent. A few seconds later, he let out a long sigh. I think I have no choice, Eve nodded, and the next moment, a void passage also appeared behind Hellier. Wait. Hellier suddenly spoke. Under Eve's surprised gaze, he turned his head, took a deep look in the direction of the abyss, and sighed. I'll go by myself. As he spoke, he turned and entered the vortex that led to the demon god's maze. However, just as he was about to step in, he stopped again and said, Your Holiness Eve. I admit that you now have a power that even all the myths of the abyss combined cannot contend against. However, what I want to say is, even if you can seal us, even if you can destroy all the demons, you can't control the abyss by controlling us, let alone completely defeating the abyss and merging with the abyss. Because, you don't know what the will of the abyss is. Hellier's expression was solemn, with a hint of mockery. However, Eve chuckled softly. The will of the abyss? Isn't that the consciousness clone of the Creator? Hellier was stunned. At this moment, he was silent. A few seconds later, he sighed softly. It seems that you already know. If that's the case, then you should also know that the abyss can only belong to the Creator. Even if it's destroyed, it can't be snatched. Even if you forcibly subdue us, seal us, or even obtain our followers, it's impossible for you to control the power of the abyss through us. Eve smiled again. Then, now that you've submitted to me, can you still use the power of the abyss? Hearing Eve's words, Hellier was slightly taken aback. Then, as if he had realized something, he suddenly looked at Eve, his eyes full of shock and bewilderment. Impossible. This is impossible. Eve just looked at him with a smile, smiling without saying a word. Hellier's expression changed several times. Finally, he took a deep look at Eve. I understand. After saying that, he suddenly bowed to Eve, then turned around and entered the void passage. There was no longer a trace of hesitation. The passage disappeared, and the world returned to peace. At this point, there was no longer a demon god in the abyss. After doing this, Eve's gaze swept across the hell plane with a thoughtful expression. As expected, after a moment of silence, her figure flashed again, and she left hell. The next moment, her figure appeared in the sky above the endless abyss. Standing above the abyss, looking down at the abyss world that was like a black vortex, Eve gently opened her arms. The body of the world tree behind her suddenly lit up, and the roots that had pierced into the abyss grew again. Then, a huge twisted vortex appeared at the end of each root, and the target was the abyss world below. Of course, sealing the demon god was not the end. Completely removing the hidden danger of the abyss was the beginning. Eve stretched out her hand and pressed down, and the deep vortices suddenly rotated. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. In the endless abyss, like a pool of water that had been stirred up, the abyss plane suddenly flew out of the endless darkness under the huge suction force of the vortex and surged toward the world tree. Another one, and another one. At this moment, Eve actually directly targeted the entire abyss and started devouring and fusing. Thus, all the myths in the universe of Seekers witnessed this scene. The vast power of the void rolled, and the brilliant divine power erupted. Under the shocked gazes of all the myths, the world tree standing above the abyss was like a dragon sucking in water, absorbing all the dark abyss. At first, the speed of absorption and fusion was very slow, but gradually, the speed became faster and faster. After just over 10 minutes, the abyss that had been under the universe of Seekers and had been growing as time passed, causing countless myths headaches, was completely absorbed by Eve's body. Even the remaining infernal planes weren't spared. And when the storm in the void gradually subsided, the entire universe of Seekers had changed. The abyss at the bottom of the universe had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by the powerful roots of the world tree. Those roots were brownish-black in color, with faint mysterious patterns and deep fluctuations. Those were the abyss planes that had been absorbed, and the 7 levels of hell were directly absorbed by the thickest main root. It had taken a lot of time to prepare to activate the plane fusion, but now, with Eve's new power, it was as simple as drinking water and eating. The gods of the universe of Seekers were stunned. They looked at the majestic figure in the center of the universe, and there was only deep awe in their eyes. Even if they had any objections to Eve's actions in fusing the planes, at this moment, there was only shock in their hearts. Eve's incarnation was still standing in the void. Her gaze stopped at the bottom of the universe after the abyss disappeared. To be more precise, after the abyss disappeared, a majestic temple gradually appeared at the bottom of the abyss. That was the land of origin. More accurately, it was the gate of the temple that led to the land of origin. Successfully swallowing the abyss could be considered to have solved the last hidden danger. And such a smooth process also verified another bold conjecture in Eve's heart, and next, it was to meet the old friend that she had not seen for decades. The next moment, Eve's figure flashed and appeared in front of the temple of the land of origin. Without needing her to take out the key, the gate of the temple opened automatically with a buzzing sound. Eve's expression was not surprised, as if she had expected it. She took a step forward and stepped in. Just like the previous few times she came here, the land of origin did not change much. Eve passed through the destroyed universes and finally came to the last temple that symbolized the world of Seekers. She took a step forward, and the gate of the temple slowly opened. In the dark void, there was a long and narrow stone path, and at the end of the path, there was still the stone tablet that recorded the history of the universe of Seekers. However, at this moment, a figure had already appeared in front of the stone tablet. It was none other than the guardian of the stars, Rigdal, who had disappeared for 30 years. He did not turn around because of Eve's entry. Instead, he faced the stone tablet and reached out his hand to record something on it. In the void, his vicissitudes of life echoed. On October 15th, the 30th year of the Dawn Era, the world tree, Eve Yggdrasil, awakened. She ascended to the highest, subdued the demon god, swallowed the abyss, and once again came to the origin and end of everything. At this point, she stopped and slowly turned around. Then, she revealed a gentle and deep smile. Her Holiness Eve, you're finally here. Your Highness Eve, you're finally here. Ligdar smiled warmly, his gaze deep and serene. Eve looked past him and at the stone tablet that symbolized the history of the Seeker's universe. At this moment, the stone tablet was densely recorded. Starting from the fall of the Eternal Lord, all the historical records seemed to have become more detailed than before, and the focus of every paragraph was almost all on Eve. Dawn Era Year 3, July 12. Under the efforts of the elves, the power of the abyss in the world of Dawn was completely purified, and the entire plane ascended in cheers and merged with the world tree. Dawn Era Year 9, March 4. The world tree merged with 50 main material planes, and the speed of fusion increased further. Dawn Era Year 20, August 21. The elves discovered the lost world and obtained a large amount of arcane knowledge, and the second magic technology revolution broke out. In the same year, the world tree fell into a deep sleep. Dawn Era Year 21, the speed of the plane ascension and fusion increased further. Dawn Era, the record still did not mention the Elven Chosen One. However, almost every record was related to Eve. It seemed that the recorder had focused all his attention on Eve. Eve's gaze swept across the various records on the stone tablet, and finally fell on the last paragraph that had just been written. After a few breaths, she slowly retracted her gaze and looked at the star guardian Rigdal, who had witnessed her merging with the world of seekers to become the world tree, and said, "I thought that what awaited me would be a fateful battle, but I did not expect that you seemed to have given up resisting." Rigdal shook his head gently and said gently, "No. Your Highness Eve, I have never given up on my duty, and it is the same now." As he spoke, he suddenly smiled. Under Eve's slightly frowning gaze, he bowed deeply to her. "Of course, perhaps I should call you Your Highness now." Eve was silent. However, she did not seem to be too surprised. Although her promotion was smooth, it seemed to be too smooth. Not only that, but the reaction of the abyss was also thought-provoking. The three demon gods had betrayed the abyss. Logically speaking, they should have lost the favor of the abyss, but they still maintained their identity as demon gods. And when Eve devoured the abyss, she did not encounter any resistance at all. Before coming to the land of origin, he already had some guesses in his heart, but he needed to verify them. "Who are you?" he asked again. "Who do you think I should be?" The guardian of the stars asked with an unfathomable expression. Eve didn't answer. Instead, she sneered. "Is this how you treat your chief god?" Rigdal was speechless. He was silent for a moment before replying, "You may call me the guardian of the stars, Rigdal, or you may call me the guardian consciousness of the universe of seekers." Guardian consciousness? Eve raised her eyebrows. After pondering for a moment, he had a thought. Program? Rigdal nodded. "If you really want to make an analogy with a certain term that your elven kin spoke of, it is indeed somewhat similar." Eve was deep in thought. Ever since she discovered the pattern recorded on the stone of origin, she had some guesses. The guardian of the stars, Rigdal's actions seemed to lack some active consciousness. Most of the time, it was more like he was following a certain pattern. To be more precise, he was following the pattern of the universe of seekers. Especially after the appearance of players, in Rigdal's records, there was never any mention of players. It was as if he didn't care about players at all, or rather, he couldn't care about or observe them. In his mind, it seemed that players could only be equated to elves. Even mortals could feel the uniqueness of players, but Rigdal ignored it. This could only mean that he didn't have a true independent consciousness. It was more like a manifestation of some rigid law. And now, Eve finally confirmed her guess. "Lord God, I know you have a lot of questions in your heart. You can ask, and I will tell you everything I know." Looking at the thoughtful Eve, Rigdal smiled and said. This look was completely different from the crazy look that Eve had when she destroyed the revival of the Creator. "Isn't your mission to revive the Creator? Why do you call me Lord God? Could it be that I'm actually the Creator?" Eve went straight to the point. This was the question that she had been wondering about since she woke up. Or rather, one of the questions. After fusing with the origin law left by Neo and devouring most of the dimensions, she suddenly became too strong. So strong that it was completely beyond her expectations. And all of this happened too naturally. Eve didn't even feel any difficulty at all. In addition, when she first entered the land of origin, the mysterious voice called her. It was difficult to explain all of these. Eve couldn't help but come up with an unimaginable conjecture. That was her own body. Maybe she was related to the creator of the universe of seekers, Or maybe she was the creator. Of course, the idea that she was the creator was too absurd. Compared to this, Eve believed that her origin was related to the creator, or rather, Eve looked at the guardian of the universe in front of her with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. But Rigdal still had a smile on his face. Yes, but also no. However, you can be, or rather, you have the right to be. Eve frowned slightly, as if she wasn't satisfied with his mysterious answer. Rigdal continued, "You're right. My mission is indeed to revive the creator, but there are many ways to revive the creator, and many paths. Unfortunately, in my setting, the path that I initially chose has failed due to your interference." Speaking of this, he smiled slightly. "If that's the case, then we can only go through other paths." As he spoke, Rigdal's expression became serious, and his gaze became distant and weathered. "Lord God, do you know the origin of the universe of Seekers?" Of course, the universe of Seekers is a universe created by the Creator to recover his power and collect the origin law. Eve replied. And she took a deep look at Rigdal and added, "It's the seventh universe of reincarnation." Rigdal still had a smile on his face. He nodded slightly and said, "You're right, but it's not accurate enough." "Oh? What's not accurate?" Eve raised her eyebrows. Rigdal replied. "The universe of Seekers exists for the Creator to recover his power, and at the same time, the way to recover his power is to cultivate and collect the origin. Of course, it's also the seventh reincarnation." But, Rigdal paused for a moment before continuing. "Strictly speaking, it was not specially created by our Lord. Instead, it and the previous reincarnations belong to our Lord in the first place. In other words, the universe of Seekers is a part of the Creator." Were they all part of the Creator? Eve was stunned. At this moment, she suddenly understood why the King of the Gods, Neo, and the Lord of Eternity, Ideo, had to use the existence outside the universe of Seekers as a foundation to ascend to greatness. Rigdal's words continued, and his expression became even more fervent and devout. "The Creator is this universe, and this universe is the Creator. Similarly, all the living beings in the universe of Seekers are the Creator's children, and the Creator also left a chance for his children to live." At this point, he smiled again and looked at Eve. He said meaningfully, "You're right. Of course, this includes you, Your Holiness Eve." This time, Rigdal didn't address Eve as the Lord God. Eve frowned and slowly shook her head. "No, Rigdal, I'm me, and the Creator is the Creator. Maybe that's what you think, but in my opinion, you're no different from the Creator." Rigdal smiled. Then, he straightened his expression and said solemnly, "You've reached the pinnacle. You have already ascended to the highest position. Then, as the child of my master, you also have the right to inherit my master's position. The Creator doesn't just refer to an existence. It also refers to an identity. In other words, when you found the essence of the laws of the few universes that Neo left behind and devoured them, you were already the Creator of the universe of Seekers. Perhaps you've already noticed why your ascension was so smooth, why you could control the power of the Creator of worlds so easily, and why the abyss didn't resist at all when you devoured it. This is because the moment you became the world tree, you received the recognition of the universe of Seekers. You will become the Creator of the universe, and you will become the Creator of Rigdal." At this point, Rigdal smiled faintly. "Your Holiness, do you still have any questions?" Eve fell silent. After a while, she asked again. "What's outside the universe of Seekers, and where did Neo go?" Rigdal respectfully replied, "Yes. Outside the universe of Seekers is the Creator's homeland. It's a vast and advanced world that contains countless possibilities. As for Neo, as the loser who challenged the Creator, he has left this world forever." Then, he continued with a fervent expression. "Of course, you're different. You're the world tree, and you have endless possibilities. You have the potential to surpass the Creator, and you will be the new creator of all abyssal creatures." Rigdal's voice was loud and clear, and he opened his arms at the end of his speech. The fervent look he gave Eve made her feel uncomfortable. If she could have goosebumps, she believed that she would be covered in goosebumps right now. Rigdal did not notice Eve's disgust. Instead, he turned around and tapped the void a few times. Following his actions, a bright light bloomed in the darkness, and new stairs slowly appeared behind the platform, extending into the distance. At the end of the stairs was an even more majestic temple. This temple had the same appearance as the Temple of Origin and the Pantheon in the universe of Seekers, but it was more ancient. In other words, perhaps this temple was the root of everything. Rigdal walked to the front of the temple and drew a few lines on the solemn door, outlining a mysterious pattern. The next moment, the door of the temple slowly lit up, and magnificent runes lit up one after another, and the entire temple bloomed with a rainbow light. Following a creaking sound, the temple door that had been closed for an unknown number of years slowly opened, a heavy aura of vicissitudes washed over Eve, and the interior of the temple was displayed before her eyes. It was a solemn temple that seemed to be standing in the starry sky, and tall stone pillars were placed on both sides. Eve was no stranger to this arrangement, as the Pantheon temple used to be the same. However, unlike the Pantheon, which had an endless void as its background, Eve's pupils constricted when she looked at the starry sky on both sides. The background of the starry sky of the temple was not the endless void formed by the plains. It was the real void. Eve could not be more familiar with those shining stars. It was exactly the same as the sky in the Blue Star universe. "Your Holiness Eve, please come in with me," Rigdal said. With that, he stepped forward and entered the temple. Eve was a little hesitant. Her gaze fixed on the starry sky that seemed to be the Blue Star universe, and after a moment of silence, she stepped forward and followed. The interior of the temple was very grand. At the end of the hall was a simple and unadorned divine throne. Eve retracted her gaze from the starry sky and looked at the empty throne. In front of the divine throne, there was also a gorgeous divine staff inserted diagonally into the ground. The scepter seemed to have a magical power, and it gave people a strong sense of attraction and possessiveness. With just one look, Eve felt like she was going to be sucked in. "This is the scepter of creation, and it was once the favorite of our master. It has unimaginable mysterious power, and at the same time, it is the key to our master's inheritance. Your Holiness, now, it is yours," Rigdal said with a smile. With that, he bowed to the gorgeous scepter, raised it with both hands, and turned to face Eve. He bowed slightly and presented it with both hands. His expression was respectful and devout. Looking at the shining scepter, Eve did not take it immediately. She resisted the urge to take the scepter for herself. Her gaze fixed on the starry sky around the temple, and she took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. Then, it stopped on Rigdal's body. The next moment, Eve suddenly laughed. "Rigdal, I have already achieved the power of the God of creation, and I can transcend at any time. It is only a matter of time before I completely merge with the universe of Seekers. Why do I still want to inherit the Master of Creation's inheritance?" With that, she shook her head. "I don't want this scepter." Hearing Eve's words, Rigdal sighed. "That's a pity." With that, the door of the temple suddenly closed. The door of the temple suddenly closed, and the starry sky around the temple was gradually covered with a layer of shadow. Unknowingly, the radiance in the temple became dark and cold, and the smile on the guardian of the stars' face disappeared. He held the divine scepter of the Creator, and the scepter that was shining brilliantly just a moment ago had become ferocious and terrifying at this moment. Traces of the same source as the power of the abyss, but more evil and vast, spread out and shrouded the entire temple. At the same time, Eve sensed that his connection with his main body had been cut off. Or rather, it was blocked. Eve frowned. She looked at the scepter in Rigdal's hand, and then looked at the black fog that was gradually spreading. She was expressionless. "Rigdal, what is the meaning of this? You are not willing to accept the Master's inheritance, then, don't blame me for this," Rigdal said, his expression full of regret. After that, he waved the scepter, and an even thicker strange power surged towards Eve. It was a power that could not be described with words. It was as corrupted as the abyss, but as pure as the power of a true god. Eve, who had improved, quickly recognized that this power was not divine power, but a law. To be more precise, it was absorbed by some kind of will and turned into a law that could be materialized by one's own power. Eve, who had improved, also had this kind of law power. She gently raised her hand, and a rainbow-colored radiance bloomed on her fingertips, quickly turning into pure gold. Illusory planes floated in the radiance one after another. Those were the projections of all the planes that Eve had fused with so far. The golden radiance spread out with Eve as the center, and the torrent of law quickly collided with the black fog, creating violent fluctuations. Space collapsed, and under the intertwining of the two laws, singularities collapsed and suddenly exploded, bursting with terrifying energy. The energy released by each of the collapsed singularities, even the weakest of them, was enough to tear any high-level plane in the universe of Seekers into pieces. Under that terrifying energy, space was torn apart, and the void was distorted. Miniature universes were born in the chaos, but they only existed for a few seconds at most before disappearing into ashes, just like the fingertip universe created by Eve. A moment later, the golden power completely drowned out the deep black, and the entire temple gradually returned to its original tranquility. However, Eve's surroundings were already a mess. Even several of the towering stone pillars were broken. He chuckled and said, "Rigdal, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed if you think you can defeat me with the artifact left behind by the Creator. Furthermore, the one standing in front of you right now is just an avatar of mine." Seeing how easily Eve dispelled the power of the scepter, Rigdal's expression became even more fanatical. His gaze was excited and hot. "As expected of you, the World Tree. Even though it's just been promoted, it still possesses such power." After saying that, his expression gradually returned to calmness, and the corners of his mouth carried a playful smile. "Don't be hasty, Your Majesty Eve. Everything has just begun." Eve narrowed her eyes and became even more vigilant. The next moment, she suddenly felt that her control over her avatar suddenly became sluggish. No. It was not that her control over her avatar had become sluggish. It was that her consciousness itself had become sluggish. She lowered her head and saw that the black fog that she had dispelled earlier had once again filled the air, and traces of black were spreading up her skirt. This power was so strange that when Eve tried to use the power of the law to defeat it again, she was shocked to find that not only did she not manage to block it, but it was like adding oil to the fire, increasing the power of the other party. It was as if it was specifically targeting Eve, and quickly began to corrupt Eve's avatar. Evil and mysterious black patterns faintly appeared on his body, and at the same time, the evil and depraved power began to invade Eve's soul consciousness. It was not only the consciousness of the avatar, but also the consciousness of her own self. When this evil power met with the power of the soul, it was like fire meeting dry wood, and it began to grow rapidly. Not only that, it also displayed a terrifying penetrative power. In just a moment, Eve's soul consciousness was broken through. At this moment, Rigdal actually used the power of the avatar's soul as a springboard and officially broke through Eve's soul world. In an instant, nearly half of Eve's sea of consciousness was devoured by the strange power that rushed in through the avatar, and the darkness continued to spread. An ancient aura rose with the spread of the darkness, as if an ancient will was gradually awakening with the devouring. Eve's vision began to blur, and this blur and numbness gradually spread to all her senses. Sight, smell, taste, touch, hearing. Rigdal's smile became gentler, and he looked at Eve with a hint of pity. "Your Holiness Eve, I've said before that the Master of the Universe of Seekers is my Lord. Everything that happens in the Universe of Seekers is under my Lord's watch, and no changes in the Universe of Seekers can escape my Lord's control. So what if it's an avatar? As a bridgehead for the fusion of your soul, it's enough." With that said, he looked at Eve, who could no longer move and whose body was mostly engulfed in darkness, and shook his head. "What a pity. I know the pain of forcibly fusing with a soul, but it's your fault for not taking the initiative to accept the inheritance. Since you're not willing to accept my Lord's inheritance, then I can only ask you to accept it passively." Eve looked coldly at the sighing Rigdal, and there was no anger or fear in her purple eyes, only a thick sense of mockery. "Inheritance? Rigdal. You're making the devouring sound so dignified. 30 years have passed, and you are still using the same trick." Facing Eve's mockery, Rigdal was not angry at all. He smiled and said, "Your Holiness Eve, your elven kin once said something very interesting, and now I'll give it to you. Since ancient times, it's popular." As he spoke, his smile became brighter. "Your Holiness Eve, even if it's a trick, you still fell for it. You shouldn't have entered my Lord's temple of consciousness." From the moment you entered, you've already failed, Your Holiness Eve, thank you for everything you've done for my lord. Thank you for all the hard work you've put in to strengthen your main body. With the world tree as a new body, my lord will definitely be reborn. Now, please become the nourishment for my lord's recovery. Don't worry. I'll record your story in the history of the Seeker's universe, and everything you have will belong to my lord. As he finished, Rigdal once again raised his ferocious scepter and pointed it at Eve. An even more turbulent black fog filled the air and surged towards Eve. In the next moment, Eve's figure was completely swallowed up. His aura also gradually weakened, and finally disappeared completely. At the same time, an ancient and majestic aura began to rise slowly like the rising sun. Rigdal's smile became brighter. He stood in front of the black fog and waited silently. His eyes were filled with hope and anticipation, and his expression could barely conceal his excitement. The vast aura continued to grow and grow. However, just as it was about to reach its peak, something unexpected happened. The murmuring of prayers could be heard faintly, as if it had traveled through the void and slowly rippled in the temple. Along with the murmuring, more and more voices appeared one after another. It was chaotic like a bustling city, mixed with all sorts of loud buzzing noises, like thunder, like behemoths, and along with all sorts of strange noises, the black fog suddenly began to churn, turning into strange shapes. There were strange behemoths that looked like metal boxes with 4 wheels. There were steel monsters that looked like eagles, whistling past. There were also all sorts of buildings that were more majestic and magnificent than the arcane civilization. The noises grew louder and louder, and the churning of the fog became more and more violent. Finally, along with a loud sound like a bell, everything came to an abrupt end. The noises disappeared. The churning of the fog also stopped. And that vast aura also stagnated in place. In the next moment, the mist of all kinds of strange shapes and sizes suddenly collapsed. Then, it began to retract. No, it was not retracting. Instead, it was absorbed by something in the black fog. Then, under Rigdal's astonished gaze, the vast aura was like a deflated balloon, suddenly falling down. The fog gradually dissipated, and in the blink of an eye, the darkness retreated, and Eve's figure reappeared. She was unharmed, but the aura on her body seemed to have become stronger. She gently flicked her skirt and looked at Rigdal with a faint smile. Your Holiness Rigdal, I seem to have disappointed you again. Seeing that Eve was unharmed, and even seemed to have become stronger, Rigdal's eyes widened. No. This is impossible. How can you still stay awake? How can you devour the power of the law of our Lord? Eve shook her head gently. Nothing is impossible, Rigdal. I've said it before, it's been 30 years, and you're still using the same trick. Then of course. I can also use the same sentence to reply to you. As he spoke, he smiled slightly. Since ancient times, tricks have always been popular. Of course, I want to add another sentence. The corners of Eve's lips curled up as she enunciated each word clearly. Twice. Then, she stretched out her hand, and specks of light gathered at her fingertips. Behind Eve, strands of golden power of the law appeared. The power of the law constantly transformed and turned into magnificent pictures. There were pictures of the Seeker's universe. There were also pictures of the Blue Star universe. And all the pictures, the main characters were the same. That was the players. Elves, humans, looking at the pictures, Rigdal's expression changed slightly. Looks like, you recognize them too. Eve said. Then, she shook her head. But unfortunately, you're just a guardian consciousness left behind by the Creator. You, who operates with the Creator's law as the root and order, will never understand their existence. The premise of devouring and merging is analysis. If the Creator's consciousness was still awake, he might be able to devour my power. But unfortunately, your original intention was to revive him. The sleeping Creator doesn't have the ability to analyze the laws outside of the Seeker's universe, not to mention devouring me, who uses the soul of the Blue Star universe as an anchor. Rigdal, you've lost from the beginning, because I already have the power to balance the Creator. You, who needed to set traps to have the confidence to fight me, will never be able to defeat me. The golden power of the law intertwined behind Eve, outlining a dazzling light. Eve's aura was thick and vast. Her hair fluttered, and her holy dress slightly puffed up under the influence of the law and divine power. Coupled with the intertwining holy light, it made her look even more majestic and holy. Rigdel's expression changed from shock to disbelief, then from disbelief to panic, and finally, from panic to anger. His expression gradually became ferocious, and he completely lost his usual calmness. He roared almost crazily. "No! This is impossible. You're just nourishment for the Creator to improve. This is impossible." As he spoke, he waved the ferocious staff again, and the black fog spread again. Very quickly, the power of the Creator's law once again enveloped Eve. But Eve only shook her head lightly, and reached out her hand. Golden light bloomed on her fingertips, and this time, the power of Blue Star's mark only pulled lightly, and the black fog was torn apart. Rigdel's eyes widened, and his expression became even more ferocious. "No! No!" As he roared, he continued to wave the Creator's staff. Of course, every attack was easily neutralized by Eve. Until the ferocious staff no longer had any power, and Rigdel fell to the ground, his eyes blank. Eve stepped forward, came in front of him, and looked down at him. "It's over." Rigdel trembled slightly. His eyes gradually became clear, and his expression returned to calmness. He looked at Eve with a complicated gaze, and laughed bitterly. "Yes, it's over." As he finished, with a deep sigh, his body suddenly shattered. That sinister-looking divine staff also fell to the ground with a clatter. Cracks began to appear in the void, and under Eve's astonished gaze, the world began to shatter. Her vision recovered, and she was still standing in the temple, and Rigdel was still standing in front of the throne. The guardian of the universe had just picked up the staff. And the temple door behind Eve was not closed. Everything seemed to have returned to how it was when he first entered the temple. The guardian of the stars, Rigdel, sighed, and once again presented the staff with both hands, and then respectfully said, "Your Majesty Eve, you win." This time, the staff did not change. Everything returned to its starting point, as if nothing had happened. Only the guardian of the stars, Rigdel, held the magnificent scepter with both hands and bowed respectfully to Eve. But Eve knew that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. At the same time, it was not a reversal of time. The shrine was still the same solemn shrine, and Rigdel was still the same gentle Rigdel. The magnificent divine staff was still as dazzling as ever. But, in Eve's deep purple eyes, everything was different. The foundation of the universe was the law, and everything was the manifestation of the law. In Eve's eyes, there was no longer a trace of the law of degeneration on Rigdel's body. Only the core law of the Seeker's universe was left. Without a doubt, in the battle just now, the power that belonged to the Creator had been destroyed by Eve. More accurately, in the battle just now, Eve had already destroyed the final consciousness of the Creator on the level of the law. This time Eve did not hesitate, she gently reached out and took the scepter from Rigdel's hands. Rigdel slowly raised his head. He smiled at Eve. That smile was pure, gentle, and did not have a trace of evil or madness. An old voice slowly sounded in the temple, it was filled with endless emotions, and also seemed to be relieved. "My Lord's power is no longer able to support the revival, according to the Lord's supervision and your inherent identity, from now on. You are the true Creator." After saying that, Rigdel bowed to Eve again. The next moment, specks of light rose from his body. In the dense light, Rigdel's body gradually became illusory. Finally, he shattered, and with a long sigh, he turned into countless specks of light. The purpose of the existence of the program was to execute the orders left behind by the Creator to achieve a certain goal. When the orders were completed, and the goal ended, the program had no meaning to exist. The most mysterious great divine power in the Seeker's universe, the controller of the universe's reincarnation, the guardian of the stars, Rigdel, disappeared from the world just like that. The entire temple was also bathed in a colorful sea of light. The rainbow-colored light kept spinning and dancing around Eve. In the end, it was attracted by the scepter in her hand and rushed to merge into it. As for the staff, it gradually transformed into a stone key. The key looked quite ancient. The ancient patterns on it were mysterious and ancient. After the light dissipated, the temple disappeared, and so did the origin ground. Eve was still standing in the void. However, in front of him, there was a broken stone door. The patterns on the stone door were extremely similar to the key in Eve's hand. It was filled with the aura of history. Just by looking at it, one could feel the vicissitudes of life. There were all kinds of diagrams drawn on it. They were all-encompassing, as if they were the entire universe. In Eve's eye of truth, which had become more powerful, she could see more things. In his vision, the stone door in front of him seemed to have gathered all the laws of the Seeker's universe. The power of laws extended from all directions and converged here. This place seemed to be the end of the laws. It was also like the true core of the entire Seeker's universe. Eve quickly realized that this stone door was probably the entrance to the origin space of the Seeker's universe. Or rather, the true origin ground. The intersecting laws were densely packed and formed the shape of a door. In the reality of the Seeker's universe, it appeared like a stone door. And in the slot, there was a place where the laws gathered. However, it was as if a piece had been dug out, as if something was missing. Eve lowered her head and looked at the key in her hand. In the eye of truth, this key was also composed of laws. And the laws that made it were the missing parts of the door of laws. After pondering for a moment, Eve wrapped the power of laws around the key and inserted it into the slot on the stone door. Bright light bloomed on the stone door. In Eve's vision, the laws of Seekers that converged on the stone door actively intertwined with the laws and the key. They connected and quickly merged into one. All the laws were complete at this moment. As if some preset mechanism had been triggered, the laws that converged here suddenly changed. In the bright light, the stone door disappeared, the key disappeared, and Eve's avatar also disappeared in the light. When her vision recovered, Eve found herself in a world composed of the power of laws. The power of laws flickered with different colors and kept revolving around her body. The aura of the laws did not seem to be only from the world of Seekers. Most of them were even more ancient and seemed to come from other worlds. Eve was no stranger to this. This was because the origin laws left behind by the King of Gods, Neo, were the same. The number of origin laws in front of her was so huge. There were more than hundreds of thousands of them. This made Eve quickly realize what they were. This origin power was probably the origin laws that had been accumulated and collected from the reincarnations of the universe. The creator of the universe of Seekers did not have time to devour these origin laws. This discovery made Eve pleasantly surprised. She was pleasantly surprised because such a huge amount of origin laws was definitely a timely reign for her, who had just advanced to Genesis divine power. Once she merged these laws, she would definitely be able to completely control the new power. At that time, Eve would completely merge with the world of Seekers and transcend from this narrow world. It would only take a single thought. However, she was surprised, or perhaps puzzled, why had the Creator not absorbed these origin laws after so long? Eve had already become a greater divine power at the level of creation. She also had a deep understanding of the existence of this level. Using herself. As an example, if Eve was injured and fell into a deep sleep, she was confident that she could instinctively devour these origin laws and use them to recover her strength. Not to mention, the creator of the universe of Seekers had already attained Genesis divine power for who knew how many years. Furthermore, she had Rigdal, the guardian consciousness of the universe, as an assistant. If it was just to recover her strength, she would not have left these laws untouched. Then, why did she not devour these origin laws? Or, was she really just trying to recover her strength? Eve could not help but have such doubts in her heart. Although the final consciousness of the Creator had been defeated and erased by Eve on the level of the laws in the previous confrontation, and the revival had become a bamboo basket that was used to draw water, this did not prevent Eve from having doubts about it. No. More accurately, although she had defeated Rigdal's original plan and won, Eve still had many things she did not understand. When he first entered the land of origin, why did that mysterious voice refer to him as the supreme ruler? What's with the system-like voice that I heard when I first transmigrated? However, Rigdal had already fallen, and the Creator had completely fallen into a deep sleep. Perhaps? Eve would never know the answers to these questions. However, she was more inclined to believe that this was simply because it was not time yet. Only by standing high could one see further. When Eve became a Genesis divine power, everything in the universe of Seekers was no longer a secret to her. Then, if she completely merged with the universe of Seekers and truly achieved transcendence, would many things become clearer? Eve did not know. But one thing was for sure, defeating the Creator was just the beginning. Even a powerful existence like the Creator of the universe of Seekers was an opponent and an enemy. Without a doubt, outside of the universe of Seekers, in the wider world, perhaps it was not as safe as Eve imagined. Now, it was time to take the final step. However, before that, there was one last thing she needed to do. Thinking of this, Eve slowly turned around and looked behind her. Not far away, the myths that followed her had all descended. Even the fairy king, Fenrir, who had been staying in his god's kingdom, had appeared in the team. Even Azazel, who was in the demon god's maze, had a legendary avatar. It was just that the other myths stayed far away from him, as if they despised him. However, this demon god did not seem to care at all. Instead, he looked very proud of being isolated by the other myths. In addition, dragon ancestor Eulinos, death Hela, and ancient god Gue had all descended. Behind them were the dragon gods, the myths of the underworld, the surviving ancient gods, and a series of true gods from a series of factions. Of course, there were also other gods who did not belong to the three factions but had also avoided the awakening of the Creator 30 years ago. It could be said that other than a few unlucky fellows like Hela and Leviathan who were locked up, all the myths that could come were here. There were hundreds of true gods and demigods as far as the eye could see. Among them, most of the demigods were newly promoted in the past 30 years with the help of the energy increase and the changes in the laws of the universe of Seekers. The high-end power of the entire universe of Seekers, the true dominators, were all gathered here. Without a doubt, the battle between Eve and Rigdal just now had caused quite a stir outside the land of origin. Of course, it could not be ruled out that some myths were attracted by the spectacular scene of Eve devouring the abyss. These myths stood in the void and looked at Eve with reverence and anticipation. As for the myths who followed Eve, other than Azazel who was fearful and trying to please her, they were all fanatical and excited. Lord Eve. What is the result? It was still the oldest ancient god, Guai, who spoke first. This ancient god who had been reincarnated since the first universe had a very high reputation among the ancient gods. Even dragon ancestor Eulinos had to give him face. At this moment, he looked at Eve with eyes full of hope. There were too many myths that had similar expressions as Guai. Today, the truth of the universe of Seekers was no longer a secret among the myths. Compared to the evil creator, Eve, who was the world tree, was more respected and looked forward to by the gods. Eve's gaze swept across the gods. She smiled slightly. It's all over. Hearing her words, the gods were slightly shocked and sighed in relief. Some of them were excited and even bowed respectfully to Eve. Eve accepted it calmly, then her gaze swept across the gods again. Everyone, I'm about to merge with the last of the origins and completely devour the universe of Seekers. After transcending, whether to leave or stay will depend on everyone's choice. Lord Eve, then, what about the true gods of faith who want to leave? A myth could not help but ask. Eve glanced at him and smiled. When the time comes, those true gods of faith who want to leave, I'll give them the divinity of an ancient god to get rid of their dependence on faith. With that, she added. Of course, if they don't want to give up their faith, I'll give them a miniature universe as the foundation of their faith. With the power of the god of creation, Eve wanted to create a god. It was a piece of cake. Hearing Eve's words, the gods were slightly startled. Some true gods of faith were overjoyed, but more myths looked at Eve with even more reverence. Can we watch you transcend? Another myth could not help but ask. Eve smiled slightly. Of course. After getting Eve's approval, many myths were moved. To be able to watch a god of creation merge with the universe and transcend the cage at a close distance was not only a very meaningful thing, but it would also bring them some inspiration. After asking the question, this myth bowed respectfully to Eve. After that, no more myths spoke. Eve looked around, smiled slightly, and then turned around again. Her expression became solemn. She stretched out her hand and waved at the origin laws. Those origin laws flew toward her. The next moment, her incarnation, along with the numerous origin laws, turned into a bright light and merged into the body of the Tree of World. Dazzling brilliance bloomed on the Tree of World. This towering giant tree began to grow again. At the same time, the planes that were still drifting outside the Tree of World in the void rushed toward the Tree of World. Under the shocked gazes of the gods, those planes were like rays of light, turning into flying photons. After flying around the tree of world in circles, they merged into the leaves and branches. With a sound that seemed to resound through the soul, the universe of seekers finally split open. A thick branch broke through the barrier of the universe, and Eve finally saw the outside world. Bright galaxies, magnificent nebulas, twinkling stars, and countless large asteroids. This familiar yet strange scene made Eve's heart palpitate for a moment. However, when Eve's gaze shifted downward to look at the universe of seekers, her throbbing heart trembled slightly, and her divine soul was full of shock. Observing the universe of seekers from the outside, what came into view was not the black hole in science fiction, nor was it the ball of light similar to the plain world that Eve had imagined. Instead, it was an incomparably huge decaying tree. Or rather, the tree of world. It was a giant tree similar in appearance to Eve's original body, rooted in a nebula. The leaves had long withered, and there was a huge and terrifying tear in the trunk of the tree. The tear seemed to have existed for a long time. There were fragments of the tree, countless metal ruins, and crystal fragments that looked like glass floating around. There were also some wreckage that looked like an interstellar battleship from science fiction. A giant steel building was nested in the center of the tear. Its size was even larger than the planets orbiting around the decaying world tree in the distance. It was like a stargate in science fiction. The stargate was divided into two parts, nested at the top and bottom of the tear. The shape of each end was like an open baseplate, with three giant mechanical claws extending out. The top and bottom joined together, and in the middle was a vortex that kept rotating, or rather, a wormhole. If one looked carefully, they would find that this stargate was more like a giant container that was placed on the decaying world tree with both ends closed. The container carried the constantly rotating wormhole, but the transparent part in the middle had been broken. The floating crystal fragments were the broken parts. A newly born branch was extending out of the vortex-like wormhole that was exposed after the container was broken. It was Eve's original body. There was no doubt that this wormhole was the real universe of seekers. In other words, this giant container was once the container that contained the universe of seekers. Of course, it had been broken now. But to be more precise, it was not broken by Eve. Although most of the fragments floating around seemed to be damaged when the world tree rushed out, there was still a considerable portion of the wreckage that looked even older. Eve had only completely torn it apart. Looking at the huge building that was almost destroyed, Eve was shocked, but at the same time, she was filled with endless doubts. This is the original body of the Creator? Isn't this a giant man-made container? Eve was shocked and doubtful. But soon, she was surprised by an even more shocking discovery. In Eve's perception, she actually felt the power of the laws of the same origin as the universe of seekers in this universe that looked like the Blue Star universe. No, that wasn't right either. To be more precise, it was similar, but it was more complicated than the one in the Seeker's universe, or rather, it was more advanced and more realistic. Not only that, but Eve also felt the omnipresent void energy that could be converted into various energies in the Seeker's universe. However, unlike the void energy that could be easily absorbed in the universe of seekers, the void energy here seemed to be hidden very deeply. It could not be observed or captured easily. Even so, Eve was still able to capture it with her powerful senses. And when Eve successfully captured their existence, she was even more shocked. Because in his keen perception, the power of the void here seemed to be even greater, more vast, and more viscous. It was as if more than 80% of the matter in the entire universe was composed of it. It was just that they were not easily discovered, detected, or sensed. This shocked Eve greatly. And it had to be known that although the power of the void in the Seeker's universe spread throughout the entire universe, it was very thin like bubbles and clouds. Although the power of the void gave birth to everything in the Seeker's universe, the power of the void in the Seeker's universe was not the main composition of the entire universe. The main substance of the entire Seeker's universe was still made up of planes. Then, another shocking phenomenon was discovered by Eve. This discovery even made her wonder if there was a Blue Star universe outside the Seeker's universe. Unlike Eve's imagination that the flow of time would return to the same as the Blue Star universe after leaving the Seeker's universe, after further sensing, Eve was surprised to find that the flow of time here did not change. It was not the quarter of the flow of time that Eve was familiar with, but the same synchronous time as the world of seekers. the flow of time outside the Seeker's universe, was still the flow of time in the world of Seekers. Just as Eve's heart was shaken, waves of obscure energy fluctuations came from afar. The fluctuations were very, very weak, but in the dead silent space, they were so clear. Eve's attention was quickly attracted by the fluctuations, and she found that it came from the nearest satellite orbiting the rotten world tree. The energy fluctuations seemed to be an encrypted electronic signal. Eve was surprised to find that the encryption of this electronic signal was so simple in her consciousness. She only used her consciousness to slightly touch a few of the fundamental laws that the other party had materialized in the world of laws, and the message was instantly cracked by her. She heard the content of the message. It was a dull mechanical voice. But when she heard the mechanical voice, Eve could not help but be surprised again. Because she recognized that it was the same voice that she had heard when she had just transmigrated and when she entered the land of origin. The content of the voice was cold and heartless. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected, beginning detection failed. According to the 28th rule of the Creator, marked as Wallbreaker No. 31, Warning. Warning. Target energy has exceeded the maximum alert threshold. Target energy has exceeded the maximum alert threshold. Initiating judgment program, judgment failed. Rejudgment failed. Estimated target energy to be the maximum threshold standard star level times 10 cubed nilcockle/delta m, error. Error, initiating level 1 elimination program, program error. Initiating failed, initiating backup plan. The electronic voice was dull and mechanical, repeating over and over again. And, it was bilingual in Chinese and English. It was very, very standard bilingual in Chinese and English. The electronic signal rang again and again. Accompanied by the cold electronic voice, the satellites orbiting the rotten giant tree began to move. The bumpy crust on their surface slowly opened, revealing the inner cores with a metallic luster. Deep cannon barrels poked out from within, aiming straight at the world tree in the wormhole. Antimatter. Annihilation cannon activated. Charging. Attack, accompanied by the intermittent electronic voice. Ferocious small black holes gathered at the muzzle of the cannon and were gradually dyed with a layer of dark blue light. Then, a blue light bloomed, and a series of attacks with deep radiance attacked the world tree. The next moment, Eve, who had half a branch out of the wormhole, was drowned in terrifying energy. Terrifying energy engulfed the decaying giant tree, erupting into a violent energy storm. The next moment, space collapsed, and a deep black hole slowly formed at the location of the explosion. Under the irresistible suction, everything around it was sucked in. The remains of the giant tree near the black hole disintegrated almost instantly. The huge branches twisted and compressed, and finally flowed into the black hole like deformed cream. However, just as the formed black hole was about to swallow everything, an even more powerful suction force came from the depths of the black hole, or more accurately, from the wormhole that was directly submerged by the black hole. An even more terrifying scene appeared. The growing black hole suddenly began to shrink. No, it was not shrinking. Instead, it was being devoured by an even more powerful existence. The black hole that even light couldn't escape from was like melting wax at this moment, gradually changing shape and being pulled away, like ink dripping into rice paper. The surroundings of the black hole gradually melted. It was also like paint being poured into water in a palette, twisting and fading. In the center of the black hole, it was pulled by a huge suction force, turning into an even larger, twisting vortex. Only a moment later, the terrifying black hole was completely devoured by the vortex. The black hole disappeared, and light reappeared. However, at this moment, the decaying giant tree had been completely torn apart. Even the stargate embedded in the center of the giant tree had been severely deformed. However, the wormhole did not disappear. A giant tree full of vitality poked out from it. A dense radiance bloomed on the tree, and the thick and huge branches kept stretching out. Soon, it completely rushed out of the stargate and began to stretch out in the nebula. Eve's main body, the world tree, had finally broken free from the cage of the universe of seekers. The satellites surrounding the stargate lit up again, and the deep cannon barrels began to charge again. However, before they could attack again, branches extended out and entangled them. The power that had not had time to condense was absorbed and devoured by the branches. Only a moment later, the satellites completely lost their energy and fell into darkness. All their energy was devoured by Eve's main body. With a flash of light, Eve's incarnation appeared again. Holy and beautiful, holy and noble. He strolled in space, and his eyes, which were as bright as the galaxy, slowly swept across the artificial satellites that had lost their energy. When he could no longer sense even a trace of energy inside, he retracted his gaze in satisfaction and looked at the stargate above his body. The black hole from before had also affected the stargate. Cracks had already appeared on the huge steel building, revealing the crisscrossing, sci-fi-looking steel passageways inside. During the attack just now, Eve could clearly sense that this was the source of all electronic signals, or rather, the core of all operations. He did not hesitate. He took a step forward and walked toward the steel building of the Stargate. Why is the true form of the universe of Seekers a giant building nested on a world tree? Why was the electronic signal I heard bilingual in Chinese and English? Why is the flow of time outside the Seekers universe the same as the Seekers? After leaving the universe of Seekers, not only did Eve's questions not decrease, but they increased again. Before her transcendence, all her guesses about the Creator and the universe of Seekers were instantly overturned. Looking at this shocking scene, an incredible guess began to slowly emerge in her heart. Inexplicably, at this moment, Eve actually had a trace of fear. She took a deep breath and slowly calmed her emotions. Then, her gaze fell on the Stargate again. At this moment, Eve wanted to see what kind of secret was hidden behind all of this. Spots of light spread under her feet, forming ripples. Every step Eve took would distort space and travel far, far away. Soon, she entered the Stargate through the ferocious crack. Inside the Stargate building, the roads were complicated, like a huge inner city. The moment Eve entered, the alarm sounded again. This time, the sound was not encrypted. It was still bilingual in Chinese and English, but the content made Eve's eyelids twitch wildly. Intruder discovered. Intruder discovered. Warning. Warning. This is the Blue Star United Nations Military Restricted Area. This is the Blue Star United Nations Military Restricted Area. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sirens, a swarm of intelligent robots with flashing red lights flew in from all directions. Rows of fully armed humanoid robots also rushed from all directions of the passage and surrounded Eve's avatar. They seemed to have been in operation for a long time. Their surfaces were mottled, and some had even lost part of their body's ability. Laser weapons and kinetic weapons were aimed at Eve, who had entered the Stargate. The next moment, the Beehive drones and intelligent robot troops launched an attack at the same time. All kinds of attacks came at Eve like a rain of light. However, Eve's expression did not change. She looked at the world of laws again. Her soul slightly touched the threads of laws that formed these mechanical troops, and the threads of laws suddenly collapsed. In the real world, all the drones and robots shook slightly and disintegrated with a soft sound. Eve continued to step forward and walked into the depths of the Stargate. As she moved forward, new Beehive drones and armed intelligent machines kept coming from the depths. Of course, they could not touch Eve at all and disintegrated on their own. The structure of the Stargate was like a huge steel maze. However, Eve seemed to have identified it and walked straight in one direction. That was the source of all electronic signals in her perception. Finally, after destroying countless drones and intelligent machines, she finally came to the end. A tall metal door blocked in front of him. Eve tapped lightly, and the laws of the metal door collapsed as well. The entire door turned into countless pieces and dissipated like sand. A huge circular metal hall appeared in Eve's vision. The hall was filled with all kinds of sci-fi devices. It looked like a research room, and there was an identical metal door in the depths. However, the most eye-catching thing was the translucent floating projection screen in the middle of the hall. When Eve's gaze fell on the projection screen, her gaze froze again. On the projection screen, a towering giant tree soared into the sky, occupying most of the screen. It pierced through the void. No one knew where the huge branches extended to. Eve recognized it instantly. This scene was the Seeker's universe at this moment. Below the projection screen was a metal table. In the center of the table, there was a notebook made of an unknown material. On the cover of the notebook, there was a line of words written in bold Chinese, "Record of the Creator's Project." Eve had imagined many, many scenes after transcending the Seeker's universe. She imagined that after transcending, she would appear directly above the blue star. The towering giant tree would instantly subvert the worldview of the blue star humans, and the players would realize that Elven Kingdom was not just a game. She also imagined encountering the backup left behind by the creator after transcending, or encountering stronger enemies after leaving the Seeker's universe. However, she never thought that the outside of the Seeker's universe would be like this. She also never thought that she would see the official language of the blue star and this mysterious force that was suspected to have created the Seeker's universe, and even hear the familiar name of the Blue Star United Nations. At this moment, Eve's perception of time was messed up. She suddenly didn't know what era she was in. The laboratory-like hall exuded a decaying aura everywhere. It seemed to be quite old, and the machines that were still running seemed to be only following the program that had not completely failed. On the ground, she could even see many auxiliary wisdom machines that had lost their energy and stopped for an unknown period of time. Even the notebook made of unknown material lying quietly on the table seemed to have gone through a long period of time. At this moment, Eve suddenly didn't dare to open the notebook. She was afraid that she would see the answer that would shock her even more. However, before looking at everything here, she still had one more thing that she could do personally. He wanted to do this first and lay a psychological foundation for himself. Taking a light breath, Eve picked up a piece of machinery that seemed to be the oldest on the ground. She gently closed her eyes, and the power of the law outlined on the fragment, and the fragment gradually emitted a faint light. The decaying appearance gradually faded, and it slowly returned to its smooth and translucent appearance as if it had just left the factory. This was Eve using the power of backtrack to reverse the decay of the fragment. After doing all this, she fell silent. Because she had already backtracked the age when this piece of machinery was made. Its oldest part was about 2.7 billion years old. In addition, some parts seem to have been updated later, spanning a span of about 530 million years. Since more than 2.1 billion years ago, it had been broken. In other words, the hall that was suspected to be a laboratory, or even the entire space gate, had probably existed for 2.7 billion years. 2.7 billion years. And it had operated perfectly for at least 530 million years. After that, problems started appearing one after another, until today. After receiving this number, Eve was even more shocked. It was not only because of the long history of the era, but also because of the uniqueness of this number. He clearly remembered that the 7 reincarnations of the Seeker's universe added up to 2.7 billion years. Not only that, but 530 million years was a special number. In the land of origin of the universe Seekers, in the first universe shrine, there was a clear record on the stone tablet that recorded the history of the universe. The world of Poseidon lasted for 530 million years. After a moment of silence, Eve picked up the fragment again and used the power of the laws again. This time, he traced back to the original age of the matter that made it up. In other words, the age of the universe. Backtrack wasn't difficult. It didn't take long for Eve to receive a new number. Approximately 16,524 billion years ago. Eve let out a sigh of relief and slowly closed her eyes. In her distant memory, the scientists of the Blue Star had long calculated the age of the Blue Star universe. At that time, it was 13.82 billion years. In other words, if this was really the Blue Star universe, then it was probably 2.7 billion years later in Eve's memory. At this moment, Eve's heart was in turmoil. Her divine power surged, and she slowly calmed the throbbing in her heart. She looked at the notebook that was lying quietly again. After hesitating for a moment, Eve stretched out her hand and gently flipped it open. Many of the records in the notebook were no longer clear, but she could vaguely make out some of the contents. However, compared to the records, it was more like a researcher's diary. Eve picked it up and browsed through it silently in her heart. It's really big, very big. We don't know how it grew and what kind of power it has, but its discovery is enough to overturn the knowledge of the entire human race. April 6, 3021 AD. This is the 6th month since we discovered it. Every leaf of it has a different world. In some of the leaves, we observed traces of wormholes. The professor speculated that when it was alive, every leaf was connected to a space. Or even a world. Perhaps, this is the Jianmu in Chinese mythology, or perhaps it is the world tree in Norse mythology? I think we might be able to analyze its genetic material and revive it, or even use it to create an alternative universe. Ha ha ha. I'm kidding, how is that possible? The starry sky is so vast and mysterious, and we humans are just dust and insects in it. September 3rd, 3025 AD. This is the 10th year since I came to the World Tree Research Center. Haha, I didn't expect that the professor would really officially name it the World Tree after I casually mentioned it. The genetic material replication is very successful. Through the latest cloning technology, we have successfully cultivated a seedling, but the professor said it will be difficult for it to survive because we don't know what it relies on to survive. The professor speculated that it probably relies on absorbing dark matter to grow, but unfortunately, the environment here is not enough for us to build a dark matter collection device. I suggested moving it to the blue star to continue research. After all, there are the most advanced dark matter decompressors near the solar system, but it was rejected. I understand. The professor is right. An ultimate space species like this that was 100% superstellar when it was alive definitely can't be easily sent back to the mother planet. No, to be more precise, all space species can't be easily brought back. It was mentioned in elementary school textbooks that in the history of the pioneer civilization that we studied, they sent a Tholan parasite egg to the mother planet, which eventually led to the destruction of the entire civilization. Hee. Actually, if you think about it, even if the professor agrees, the Central Coalition government will definitely reject such a bold idea. Ever since we found traces of pioneer activities on Mars 800 years ago, absorbed their technology, mastered the curvature engine, and officially stepped into the starry sky, we understood that we must always be in awe of the unknown existences in space. However, the professor said that its vitality is more tenacious than we thought. Maybe we can use its mother body to let it take root and grow. It's probably impossible for it to grow, but it can be injected with the NF3134 drug to accelerate its development and give birth to a seed. With the seed, it can be preserved. When we find a suitable black hole, we can think of a way to plant it. How interesting. 10 years ago, I didn't believe that there could be life that could survive in a black hole, but now I've encountered one. And it's a space creature that can theoretically devour a black hole. In the end, it's still because we don't have enough funds. If the military intervened and directly assigned us a black hole manufacturing machine, we wouldn't have to worry about the research here at all. However, it's understandable. After all, the United Nations focus is now on the Tholan parasite. It's said that some time ago, traces of these terrifying insects that destroyed the pioneer civilization were found in Cassiopeia A again. Fortunately, it's still 10,000 light-years away from the blue star. Unless they have a warp engine, it shouldn't be that easy for them to come over. December 31st, 3040 AD. New Year's Day this year is a day worth celebrating because the world tree we cultivated has finally produced a seed. It's been 15 years, and our efforts have finally paid off. According to the professor's opinion, I led the project team to do some tests on the seed of the world tree. What surprised us was that we couldn't observe the internal composition of the seed. It seems that all detection methods have failed when facing it. The professor said that this is because its internal structure has exceeded the scope of what our detection equipment can observe. Its interior seems to be made up of a higher dimensional world. Unfortunately, we can't dissect and observe it because the world tree we cultivated died after it was planted. In the past 15 years, we haven't succeeded in cloning a new world tree, not even a new one. The professor speculated that this seems to be some unknown genetic mechanism of the world tree at work, and we still can't figure it out. However, we've successfully extracted some very active energy from the mother body. After experiments, it seems to have a great healing effect, and it seems to have a reaction to dark matter. The professor asked me to give it a name, and I wrote Divine Power of Life on the work report as a prank. I didn't expect it to be fixed just like that. Ridiculous. I was really just joking. However, this special energy does have many magical aspects. Perhaps we can do some research on the level of genetic modification and apply it to develop the human body's potential. I have a feeling that perhaps this special energy will change the future. September 3rd, 3065 AD. This is the 50th year since I came to the research center. Before I knew it, I, a newcomer who didn't know anything, became the research director of the center. According to the United Nations Labor Act, the professor officially retired yesterday. I really can't bear to part with him. From the first day I came to the research center, he was the one who taught me. In my eyes, he was not only my teacher, but also my idol. I vaguely remember the first day I met him, he called me by the wrong name. His Chinese didn't seem to be very good, and he couldn't distinguish between Li and Ni or Z. However, after being called by him for so many years, I've gotten used to it. Whether it's Leo or Neo, to be honest, it's quite unpleasant to hear. Haha. But now that I think about it, I kind of miss it. Now, no one in the research center kindly calls me Neo anymore. Everyone respectfully calls me Director Li. Although I still have a smile on my face, I feel like I'm getting further and further away from them, but thinking about it, the professor is already 132 years old. It's time for him to take a break. Now, it's my turn to take over his heavy responsibility. Leo? Neo, the king of the gods, Neo? At this point, Eve's eyes widened. For the first time, she had a rather interesting expression on her face. He took a light breath and continued to look down. In the days that followed, the records were much more chaotic. Many places had traces of erasure, and some places were so corroded that they could not be read clearly. When the words gradually became clearer, the records had reached the 32nd century, September 3, 3100 AD. This is the 85th year since I came to the research center. Last month, the Confederate government approved the plan to inject the elixir of life number 1 into the entire population. It's foreseeable that the lifespan of humans will be extended again. I wonder how many people will awaken after being injected with the elixir and become extraordinaires who can use dark matter and mental strength, just like the previous experiment. Let's hope there will be more extraordinaires. The Solon swarm is growing too fast, and the bordering star zones have completely fallen. If we can't defeat these terrifying fellows, we'll follow the footsteps of the Forerunner civilization sooner or later. Now that I think about it, it's really amazing. In the past, people dreamed of all kinds of magical superpowers, but they never thought that we only lacked a key to open the door to extraordinaire. So, it's always been by our side, but we never realized it. Thank you to the World Tree. By analyzing its special energy and obtaining this genetic fluid, we will completely change the human species. We will change the future of the universe. Natural evolution has always been described with a simple and crude word, failure. Now, we will personally define success. The only flaw is that with the increase in lifespan, the time for retirement will be extended as well. March 12, 3107 AD. 7 years have passed, and 99% of the entire United Nations population has been injected with the elixir of life number 1. The average lifespan of humans has been further enhanced, and the percentage of extraordinaire awakened has reached a shocking 3%. But unfortunately, there is still 1% of humans who can't withstand the power of the elixir, so it can only be put aside for now. Sigh, the foundation of US humans is too weak. Although we have awakened extraordinaire, only a very small number of people can reach a level that can rival the Solon swarm. Our technology is still too backward. Now, we can only place all our hopes on the development of extraordinaire. It's said that the Confederate government has passed an official document, planning to inject the elixir of life into other creatures, creating an army of extraordinaire creatures that can fight against the Solon swarm. Who knows, those creatures that only exist in myths and legends might soon become reality. September 3, 3115 AD. I've been at Stellar Level Research Institute number 8 for 100 years. Thanks to the elixir of life, I'll have to work here for at least another 200 years. However, this isn't bad news for me. I've always believed that the future of humanity, the future of the universe, lies here. Recently, my extraordinaire power seems to have increased again. Perhaps it's because I'm the first human to be injected with the genetic fluid, but the speed at which my power is increasing is frightening even to myself. Not only that, I seem to be hallucinating these days, as if I can see things that others can't. When I touch these things, their corresponding existences in reality will also collapse, and when I try to change them, the corresponding items in reality will also change. I think I might have seen the law of the universe. This power scares me. I've collected a lot of information, but I couldn't find a second person other than myself in the United Nations records. I'm scared. I didn't tell anyone about this power of mine. I know that if this power is made public, I'll become a target for everyone. Humans crave power, but they also fear the unknown. However, perhaps I can study this power in secret, and find a way to fight against the sullen insectoids. 24th April, 3122 AD. I'm finally sure that this power is law. But I prefer to call it creation power. With this power, as long as I have enough energy, I can create anything I understand. This is truly terrifying. This is a power that only gods possess. I think, if there really are gods in this world, then I've already stepped into the realm of gods. 6th June, 3126 AD. The sullen insectoids' attacks are getting fiercer and more numerous. They're still evolving, and there are records of observations that they've even evolved into a special species that also possesses supernatural powers. This is truly terrifying. Is there really no power that can fight against them? According to the Central Super Artificial Intelligence's calculations, at this rate, even with our research and promotion of all sorts of new supernatural technologies, we won't be able to maintain a balance with them in 300 years at most. 19th August, 3127 AD. Experiment failed again. After about 3,000 experiments, I've confirmed that I can't perfectly use this power in my current state. Others wouldn't even have a chance to come into contact with it. Humans' level of life is too low. Although I already possess powerful supernatural powers, it's still not enough. According to the photon computer's calculations, if I want to fully control this power, I have to change my biological form, and turn myself into law. Law is a more fundamental form of energy that can create all things. In other words, I can only fully control it if I become an energy life form. Ridiculous, as a materialist, even I've become quite paranoid. However, I don't think this is the only way. Perhaps there's a way to create a body that can control law. I have to speed up. There's not much time left for humans. 3rd September, 3135 AD. It's been 120 years since I came to the research center. I've finally confirmed that I can't do any further research with the current environment, because the current technological conditions are beyond the scope of analyzing law power. However, I've found another way, and that is to analyze law in a world where it can be analyzed. This is an unexpected discovery. After my research, I found that in our universe, although the activated dark matter brings about incredible extraordinary power, it also imprisons the inherent state of the law, making it difficult to come into contact with it. This also makes my research more difficult. However, if I can create a universe, I can make it easier to come into contact with it, and studies in that world. It's crazy, but it's not impossible. My S's, my's S, SSSS, after research S, TSSS, SSSS, S. Although most of this have decayed and been destroyed, I want to use our current technology to choose one that's still intact. Perhaps we can revive it, and expand it into a new universe. I think I can submit this crazy plan to the Allied government. Even if I don't mention my research, creating a magical universe might bring new hope to us humans. 5th May, 3140 AD. This is a special day. Today, the Allied government officially passed my creator's proposal from 5 years ago, and named it the Creators. Because the central government hopes to use this universe to research a super creature that can fight against the Sullen Swarm. However, my feelings are complicated. Because the interstellar situation is getting worse, the Sullen Swarm is expanding too quickly. According to the central supercomputer's calculations, no matter what method we use, we won't be able to defeat them. The failure rate is 99%, however, it's still not 100%, is it? 6th May, 3141 AD. The Creator's plan is officially launched. We will spend 50 years to build a giant building in the middle of the decaying world tree, connecting it to the best preserved space, and creating a new universe. This is our only hope. According to the supercomputer's calculations, although my proposal is risky, it is feasible. However, the Central Allied government added another mission to the plan, and that is to find a way to close the door to the new universe while we create it. I know what the Allied government means. If we really have no other choice, this will give us humans a way to retreat into the new universe. 3rd September, 3150 AD. It's been 125 years since I came to the research center. The creator's plan is progressing smoothly. Thanks to the water of life, my body is still young. Let alone 200 years, I feel like I can live for another 1,000 years without a problem. However, not everyone is as lucky as me. Not only that, we may not be able to wait for the day when the new universe is formed. Because, we don't have time. According to the central supercomputer's calculations, the formation of the new universe will take hundreds of millions of years. This long period of time is enough to make people despair. Even if I can live for another 1,000 years, it's meaningless. The Central Allied government has decided to activate the supercomputer's supercomputer again, gathering 95% of the supercomputer's power to find a way out, just like 9 years ago when they calculated whether it was feasible to create a new universe. 6th July, 3153 AD. After almost 3 years of calculations, the supercomputer finally gave an answer. Although the Zerg has occupied more than half of the galaxy, we still have one last possibility, and that is to destroy the world. The supercomputer's plan is to use the extraordinary powers we have all these years to trigger the heat death of the universe in advance, destroying our universe and the Zerg. Meanwhile, we humans will enter the sleeping cabins and hide in the star system where the world tree is. We will use extraordinary powers to isolate ourselves from the main universe and wait for the new universe to form, and then enter it to seek refuge and survive. Destroying the world requires a lot of energy, but the supercomputer has calculated a chain reaction that can trigger a chain reaction. We only need to use a small amount of active dark energy, the extraordinary powers we control, to destroy everything, but even if it's a small amount of energy, after calculation, 99% of our extraordinary population will have to sacrifice themselves. This is a cold and heartless plan, but it's our only hope. But how could such a plan that affects almost all of humanity pass the referendum? 14th March, 3155 AD. The referendum ended. Now, my feelings are more complicated than ever, because I never thought that such a cruel plan would pass with a unanimous vote. I don't know if it's because of the extraordinary powers of the same origin that makes the spiritual connection between us closer, allowing us to understand each other better. I don't know if it's because this is the only feasible measure, but, for the continuation of humanity, different countries, different races, and all extraordinary individuals have made the same choice. In the words of the chief consul, we have lived long enough with extraordinary powers. For the future of humanity, it's time to burn our powers. Of course, that includes me. My extraordinary powers are very strong. I think I can contribute more energy in this process. 6th May, 3181 AD. The Central Coalition government once again rejected my application to participate in the Doomsday Plan. Ridiculous. I've lived for so many years. Am I still afraid of death? Even the professor's application was approved, but I can't. 1st August, 3182 AD. I saw the professor again. Maybe it's because of the water of life, but he looked much younger. All these years, it's said that he's been teaching in a university on the mother planet, and he's been living a happy life. I was very happy. I asked the professor why he came to the research center. Did the government want him to come back to lead the research? But the professor shook his head. He patted my shoulder and said that I've already surpassed him. Not only did I win the United Nations' highest Xing River Technology Award, but I'm also the idol of all young researchers. In the entire Blue Star United Nations, no one is more qualified than me for the great task of creating the world. I had a bad feeling in my heart. As expected, the professor told me frankly that this time, he was sent by the Central Coalition government to persuade me not to participate in the Doomsday Plan. He told me that under the instructions of the ruling council, the Central Super AI did a secret calculation and deduced that to complete the new universe, a guardian of the Creator's plan is needed to be responsible for protecting everything in the long years, and that best candidate is me. Everything starts with the creation plan. After submitting new research data, the Super AI's calculations became more accurate. In the latest round of creation calculations, the Super AI believes that to create a world suitable for human survival, it may need to go through several reincarnations. In other words, the creation of the world may need to be done more than once. The time that humans have to wait, may be even longer. At this time, even if the inverse entropy technology brought by supernatural powers can greatly enhance the lifespan of our various devices, it may not be enough. We have to change the equipment parts regularly. The Central Coalition government wants me to stay and fall into a deep sleep with the 1% of Blue Star citizens who have not been injected with the water of life after the heat death of the universe. I will also wake up at a fixed time in the long years to maintain the operation of the entire creation system until a new world suitable for humans is formed. Of course, I'm the only one who will wake up at a fixed time. Only I, who have supernatural powers, can withstand the side effects of waking up again and again. Not only that, the Central Coalition government also wants me to carry out another mission at the same time, which is to continue to explore ways to deal with the Solon insectoids during the creation process. Although in theory, destroying the universe can destroy these evil insects, it's not safe. No one knows if there will be any lucky ones who will survive. Even if there is only one, it will cause irreversible consequences. For this, the professor also gave me a Solon insectoid egg for research purposes. I was shocked, but the professor told me that this is an inferior egg that a transcendent from the United Nations sacrificed himself to bring out from the Solon insectoid mother nest. It's very safe. The Solon insectoid swarm is a kind of bee creature with collective consciousness. They are controlled by a mother's consciousness. However, when new insects are born, accidents can't be avoided, and inferior eggs are born. The inferior eggs have no connection with the mother and cannot mature, but they have all the genetic material of the Solon insectoid. Once these eggs are born, they are usually eaten by the mother, so we have never succeeded in obtaining them. At most, we have only seen them in the records of the pioneers. The professor said that he hopes that I can research a way to deal with the Solon insectoid mother nest through this inferior egg. The professor apologetically told me that in the distant future, I can only rely on myself to explore and research in a long time. When the apocalypse comes, everyone has their own mission and path, and mine will be the loneliest, longest, and most important one, in the end. I agreed. The professor left, satisfied, and waved at me with a smile before he left. I think this might be the last time I see him. Haha, since I've decided to accept the mission, then I'll have to think about it carefully. Creation and research might be able to be combined, but I might need a script that spans multiple reincarnations. When I was young, I wanted to be a movie director, but unfortunately, I accidentally chose the damned biology major after the college entrance examination. But perhaps I can fulfill my childhood dream. This time, it's my turn to direct and act out the story of the mastermind, January 1st, 3200 AD. Today is the 1000th anniversary of the Blue Star United Nations breaking out of the solar system and walking towards the stars. At the same time, it is also the day that the Doomsday Plan is officially activated. We will sacrifice 99% of the transcendent population, a total of 764,532,820,843 citizens, and ignite their transcendent powers to trigger the heat death chain reaction, perishing together with the Solon insectoid mother nest in the last light of the stars. At the same time, we will also carry the remaining 1% of hope, a total of 262,310,000 ordinary humans, into the sleeping cabins, falling into a deep slumber as they await the arrival of the new world. The stars are vast, and we humans are but dust bugs. But even dust bugs, we will burn with the most beautiful brilliance. We once stood on the vast land and looked up at the stars. Now, it's time for us to create our own stars. That was the end of the record. It was not that there was nothing left, but the back of the notebook seemed to have been torn off, and only a few traces could be seen. Eve flips to the last page. On the last page, the author seemed to have fallen into extreme agitation and despair. He repeated the same sentence in sloppy Chinese. I failed. I failed. I was wrong from the beginning. Failed from the beginning. Eve froze. She touched the last page and used the power of the law to sense it again. She quickly determined that the handwriting was from about 10 million years ago, which coincided with the time when Neo, the king of gods, went missing. Not only that, Eve clearly remembered that Yelenos and Guy told her that the last sentence Neo left for the gods before he disappeared was, I was wrong from the beginning. At that time, Eve thought that Neo discovered that he had transcended in the wrong way. But now, it seemed that there was more to it. She scanned the hall and found some scattered pages on the ground in front of her. They were scattered all over the floor and extended all the way to the closed metal door in the deepest part of the hall. Eve waved her hand, and the pages flew up and floated in the air. Eve's gaze fell on the pages. They were the last pages of the record book, and they recorded the various records after the Creator's project was launched. The records spanned hundreds of millions of years, from the world of Poseidon to the surface world to the final world of Seekers. Although most of the pages were damaged, some important information could be vaguely discerned. Eve's gaze swept across and browsed. She saw Neo's background setting of the universe of Seekers and Neon's various plans for the future. She saw how Neo cultivated the Soren worm egg step by step into the abyss demon of the universe of Seekers. She also saw how in Neo's plan, the reincarnated creatures in the new universe evolved again and again to find a way to fight against the demons. She saw how Neo used the universe of reincarnation to collect information and the law of creation. She also saw how Neo tried to clone humans for the first time in the almost formed plane of existence. Neo created again and again, but in the end, he destroyed the worlds he created with his own hands. It was cold, heartless, and tragic. However, he also accumulated experience in each reincarnation and collected the origin laws of creation. Just as he had said, he had successfully combined the creation of the world and the research. After reincarnation, not only did Neo master the way to control the insectoids, but he also evolved to a height that even the Soren protozoa could not reach. It could be said that the research on the Solen protozoa was already successful when it came to the universe of Seekers. Even creation was close to perfection in the universe of Seekers. The active energy level of a single plane far exceeded any galaxy in the Blue Star universe. Although it wasn't a celestial universe like Blue Star, the Seekers were already quite complete planar universes. But, why did Neo say that he had failed from the beginning? Eve was curious. Until he saw the most messy note, which was probably the last one recorded. I failed. I failed, no matter what, every time I created a world. Although the laws of the universe became more complete, the lifespan was shortened step by step. I had to take the initiative to destroy the world and collect the laws in advance before they collapsed. Then, I brought the inheritances of living beings to the next universe. I thought it was because the laws were not complete, but when I touched the threshold of the laws of creation, I realized I was wrong from the beginning. A device built with the laws of the Blue Star universe as the foundation could not successfully create a world here. Because even if the laws are very similar and can be used, planar universes and celestial universes are not the same kind of universe. Their origins are different. I failed. If this goes on, the laws will become more complete and chaotic, and the lifespan of the universe will become shorter, if the laws are really completed one day. I'm afraid the world will be destroyed in an instant. I was wrong. I was wrong from the beginning. After working hard for billions of years, I persevered for billions of years. I got such a cruel answer. Using the world tree space as the core to create another universe is not something we can do. Because these spaces do not belong to the spacetime we are in. They belong to a higher dimension of a different spacetime. Different origins. Only a world tree with the same origin can create a perfect planar universe. Right. A seed. I still have a seed. Impossible. How can it be dead? Yes, billions of years is too long. Even if I have the most advanced preservation method, it has no effect on it that is rooted in the origin. If it doesn't germinate in time, it will only wither. It's over. It's all over. At this point, all the records were finished. Eve's emotions were stirred up, and she could not calm down for a long time. At this moment, many questions in her heart were finally answered. But at the same time, she was sure that this was not the end. Because she did not find the cover of the notebook. It seemed that at the end of writing, the author suddenly remembered something and left with the last few pages. In addition, since he could break through the Seeker's universe as a world tree, it meant that Neo had succeeded in the end. Eve was silent for a moment. Her purple pupils shone, and the power of the laws appeared again. Her gaze swept across the hall again, and the power of backtrack extended. She seemed to see a blurry figure stumbling into the metal door at the back of the hall with a few pages of paper. After pausing for a moment, Eve strode toward the metal door. This metal door was made of a special material. In Eve's perception, it was even stronger than the sword of Damocles, and there were even traces of the laws left on it. However, this was not a problem for Eve. She, who had already become a god of creation, only needed to deconstruct the composition of the laws on the metal door. The next moment, the metal door that had stood for countless years turned into broken photons and slowly dissipated. Without hesitation, Eve stepped in. Inside the metal door was a very long corridor. When Eve's gaze looked to the left and right, she froze again. On both sides of the corridor, there were glass cabins of various sizes. They were filled with transparent nutrient fluids, and all kinds of creatures were sealed in them. Titans, megalosaurus, demons, elves, all kinds of creatures that seekers had seen, as well as creatures that had never been seen before, were all in there. At the end of the corridor, there was a huge vertical cylindrical space filled with cryogenic cabins. There were so many cryogenic cabins that one could not see the end of them. Through the glass windows on the cryogenic cabins, one could see the sleeping beings inside. They were humans. There were many humans. They lay quietly in the cabins as if they had been sleeping for a long time. Tubes connected from the artificial interface at the back of their heads to the cryogenic cabins, and then poked out from the cryogenic cabins and gathered at the center of the cylindrical space, forming a futuristic metal platform. On the platform, there was a blue ball of light floating. The ball of light kept spinning, and it was exactly the same as the key of origin that connected to Blue Star in Eve's consciousness. Eve fell silent again as she looked at the spinning blue ball of light. She lowered her eyelids, but her expression did not reveal much surprise. After transcending the universe of seekers and seeing the records of the researchers just now, she already had a vague guess about this result. This ball of light was probably the real Blue Star world. Eve sighed softly and sank into her consciousness. In her soul, the blue ball of light kept flashing at the same frequency as the ball of light in front of her. In Eve's perception, everything in the Blue Star universe had never been so clear, yet it had never been so far away. Standing in front of this ball of light, even if she did not sink into her consciousness, she could still clearly sense everything that happened in Blue Star by connecting to another ball of light in her soul. What was far away was that he already knew that the vague world that he had once been able to connect to through the internet was really just an internet world. Reality was cruel. Everyone in Blue Star was actually sleeping here. The so-called Blue Star world was just a dream created by the sleeping humans with the help of the super AI. They were in a dream and did not know what was real. Even Eve did not notice this. Of course, it could also be because Neo had once collected the laws of origin and stored them here, and the laws of origin interfered with his judgment. Perhaps it was the darkness under the lamp. Eve had always subconsciously thought that Blue Star was the real Blue Star. She had never specifically investigated it, and she had only relied on her memories before she transmigrated. But now it seemed that even her memories might be fake. Eve sighed softly and reached out to touch the ball of light. The ball of light shone brightly, and Eve once again connected to the Blue Star world. She saw Salty Meow happily putting on his pajamas and entering the stealth cabin in the villa. She saw Yi Yi and Nai Nai holding hands and eating pastries in the pastry shop. She saw Li Mu, Demacia, and so on. She saw all the people in the game, whether they existed or did not exist. However, he did not see the family in his memory. The answer was clear. His memory was really fake. However, Eve did not stop this time. She continued to trace and finally saw more things. He saw the reality behind the dream. Almost every person living in the Blue Star world corresponded to a frozen chamber in reality. The reason why it was almost was because Eve also discovered that some of the people in the dream didn't have a corresponding body in the real world, and these people were real dream data. These people were no different from normal people in the dream, but they had one thing in common, and that was that none of them had entered the Elven Kingdom before. Thinking about it, it made sense. How could he pull data without consciousness into the world of seekers? These people were probably NPCs added by the dream world to supplement its worldview and eliminate any sense of incongruity. Eve did not stop. She continued to use the power of her soul to further match the frozen chambers here with the characters in the Blue Star dream. Soon, she discovered that in addition to the people in the Blue Star dream and the frozen chambers in reality that could be matched one by one, there were a total of 734,242 frozen chambers that did not correspond to the people in the dream. Their frozen chambers were no longer responding. In other words, there was no life in them, they were already dead. This was a very subtle number because so far, the number of human souls that Eve had pulled from the Blue Star universe was 734,241. It was only one person away from this number. Of course, if Eve herself was included, then it would be exactly the same. Eve was silent for a moment and continued to track. Her consciousness swept across the entire facility, sweeping across the frozen chambers that were no longer alive. In each of the lifeless freezers, there was still a lifeless body lying quietly, and the appearance of those bodies could be matched to the reincarnated players one by one. However, there was only one that was empty. Eve stopped and walked toward the only empty chamber. It was a frozen chamber in the most conspicuous position. There were a few broken pages scattered on the ground in front of the chamber. Those were the broken pages of the records that were lost. Exhaling lightly, the broken pages of the records flew up gently and appeared in front of Eve. It was still left behind by Neo. The records on the broken pages were very messy. Through the messy handwriting, one could feel the intense emotional fluctuations of the recorder. There's no time. I'm running out of time. The long-term sleep has caused irreversible damage to people's bodies. Even if the speed of the decline of body functions is slowed to the minimum, and the operation of consciousness is reduced to the lowest quarter, I'm afraid they will die one by one in another 10 million years at most. 10 million years. 10 million years. 10 million years. Now, even the seed of the World Tree of Hope has withered. What can I do in such a short time? The cloning chamber is completely broken. All kinds of experimental facilities have been destroyed since the first universe. Even the automatic repair robots are damaged. After 10 million years, there will be nothing left. Neo. Why didn't you learn advanced mechanical engineering back then? It's over. Everything is over. I can only watch as they die 10 million years later. I can only watch as this final universe is destroyed. No. Neo. Cheer up. If you despair at this time, then there will be nothing left. Think about your identity. Think about your mission. You are the most talented scientist in the United Nations. You are the idol of a generation of young citizens. You are the best candidate for the savior that even the superbrain recognizes. Don't give up. Don't give up. If you despair at this time, then there will be nothing left. No, there's hope. I still have hope. Give me enough time. I can make it come back to life in another way. I can also let everyone continue in another way. The power of the law. I can use the power of the law. Since it only has a shell left, then I will give it a soul. Since everyone's body is about to die, then I will create a new body for everyone. There's still time. There's still time. It can be saved. Everything can be saved. No. It's still not enough. It was born by birth. Even if it is successfully resurrected, I'm afraid it can't take the last step. It needs a soul strong enough. A soul strong enough to support the world tree's transcendence. And, it also needs a soul that is not polluted by the original law of the Blue Star universe. Right. Maybe I can do this. The messy record ended. Eve put away the broken page. She could not calm down for a long time. After a while, she mustered up her courage and looked at the last empty frozen chamber. On the door of the chamber, the user's name was written in both Chinese and English. Leo. Looking at the name on the freezer, Eve couldn't calm down for a long time. She wasn't surprised by the answer, but it was followed by more doubts. If the last empty freezer belonged to Neo, then, where did he come from? Neo said in the last record to give the Yggdrasil a soul that can support it until it transcends. Was he referring to himself? Was he related to Neo? Where was Neo now? Where was his body? Or am I Neo? But if that was the case, what was his predecessor? Wait. Neo was in the same era as the Yggdrasil. Also, what was the deal with Yggdrasil? If I'd been acting according to Neo's plan all along, why does this so-called guardian oppose me at every turn? What was the deal with the creator that he wanted to resurrect? Logically speaking, shouldn't he be loyal to Neo? At this moment, Eve felt that she had more and more questions. However, one thing was for sure, the status of virtual and reality had been reversed. The Blue Star was no longer the Blue Star. Looking away from the freezer, Eve sighed slightly. He wanted to know more. He wanted to know what Neo had done and where he came from. However, there were no more broken pages on the ground. Perhaps, there were some questions that she would never have the chance to find the answers to. In the giant cylindrical metal space, only the buzzing sound of billions of freezer cabins operating at the same time could be heard. After a moment of silence, Eve turned around and returned to the metal platform where the blue light cluster was located. Through the records in the broken pages, she knew that the blue light cluster was the system core that maintained the sleep of all humans, the super AI. The one in her soul was the system terminal of the super AI. Of course, it had been specially processed. If it was analyzed, it would be seen as a group of complicated origin laws. Neo's use of the power of laws had reached a superb level. Although from the perspective of the law, the utilization of energy level was very low, his technique could be said to be at the peak of perfection. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fool even Eve. Perhaps it was because his advancement was too smooth. Perhaps he should familiarize himself with his strength for a long time in the future. Eve sighed as she thought to herself. Now, he naturally understood why his path of advancement had been so smooth. There was no other reason. Everything was just part of the plan. It was only today that he had truly detached himself from this plan. Shaking her head, Eve reached out her hand and touched the blue light floating on the metal platform again. No matter where she came from, now that she knew the truth about the blue planet, as a former fellow countryman and the goddess whom the players were loyal to, she had the obligation to carry out Neo's wish and protect the sleeping humans. When he touched the blue light, the door to the law opened again. In just an instant, Eve had completely analyzed the structure of this super AI. At the same time, she also had a detailed understanding of the state of the hibernators. Just like what was described in the remnant pages, the people in the cryogenic chamber were already at their limits. According to the calculations of the supercomputer, they would die one after another in the next few decades. In the system's records, for hundreds of millions of years, the super AI had locked away people's memories, using the most difficult time in Blue Star's history, when virtual network technology had just been developed, as a template. During this period of time, the cycle continued, cycle, again and again, until today. However, this was the last cycle. From the day Eve transmigrated, the cycle had already ended. The operation of time in Blue Star's virtual world had been changed to allow the sleepers to evolve on their own. The smart brain system assisted in calculating and perfecting the virtual worldview. This was the last time, and it would also be the longest. After this, everything would be destroyed. Fortunately, Eve was here. He was enough to end everything. Whether it was waking people up or repairing their bodies, it was not a problem for Eve. However, after checking the state of the sleepers, he hesitated. Everything had a corresponding price. These survivors of the heat death of the universe had been sleeping in the cryogenic chamber for billions of years. That was not only the decline of their bodies, but more seriously, it was the decline of their memories. Billions of years, reincarnation after reincarnation, the deep memories strengthened again and again. The memories that they kept repeating in the virtual Blue Star had long replaced their memories as citizens of the United Nations of the interstellar civilization in Blue Star. The memories that belonged to the citizens of the United Nations had been completely covered. They could no longer be revived as former citizens of the United Nations. Because the area in the depths of their brains that recorded memories had been completely changed, even the area in their souls that retained memories had been changed. This was the power of time, the power that repeated over and over again, and it was also the price they had to pay for sleeping for hundreds of millions of years. Even if Eve wanted to recover her memories, it would take some effort. And for billions of people, recovery required even more energy. Not only that, their memories of Blue Star had almost been engraved into their souls. If they recovered their memories as citizens of the United Nations, there was a high probability that it would cause memory confusion and mental collapse. And even if they did not collapse, there would be problems with their self-perception. This was not a problem that Eve could solve. Some problems could only be solved by the people who had problems themselves. If Eve intervened, then they might not be the real them. This was different from telepathic suggestion. This already involved a change in the soul. After thinking for a moment, Eve gave up. She decided not to wake them up, repair their bodies, or awaken their past memories. Instead, she let the system continue to operate. Until they died, she would reincarnate them into the world of seekers. At that time, the players would still be given a choice whether they wanted to reincarnate as elves or whether they wanted to retain their game memories. And those sleepers who did not belong to the players would be directly reincarnated as humans. Of course, Eve would give some small gifts, such as more outstanding talent. If one day they stepped into the mythical realm, Eve would also give them the opportunity to unseal the virtual memories of the world of Blue Star and even the memories of the United Nations of Blue Star. All choices would eventually be returned to the hands of the people. And that was a story for another day. The Elven Kingdom would continue to operate. The virtual world of Blue Star would also continue to operate. Until the last person was reincarnated. This was all that Eve could do to ensure that her universe could operate normally. Of course, in order to do this, Eve had to officially take over the authority of the sleeping system and become the owner of the superbrain. The world tree would become the background music of all these systems. This would also be a game that belonged to the world tree. It was also a time-limited transmigration game. However, just as Eve was trying to analyze this sleeping system in the way of laws, a familiar consciousness woke up from the sleeping system. It was a special consciousness, not a soul, but more like a complicated electronic signal, or a special electromagnetic wave. Eve quickly determined that this should be the consciousness of the superbrain. Or rather, an intelligent AI. But at the same time, the other party gave Eve a rather familiar feeling. Eve's heart skipped a beat. She was about to take a closer look, but in the next moment, in a blue light, an electronic projection appeared in front of her. It was a kind old man in a research suit with a smile on his face. Rigdal? Eve was stunned. The old man in front of her was the Star Guardian Rigdal. Rigdal looked at the slightly dazed Eve, smiled, and said with a special electronic voice, "Your Majesty Eve." "No, Your Excellency Transcendence, or rather, my new master, we meet again." Eve narrowed her eyes slightly and asked, "Other than the identity of the Seeker's Universe Guardian, you are also the AI that maintains the operation of Blue Star's virtual universe?" Rigdal's smile didn't diminish as he replied gently, "Yes, but also no, or rather, we are of the same origin. You can call me Professor." "Professor?" Eve was stunned. "This is the name my master gave me in memory of her teacher, and my image is also the image of master's teacher." Rigdal replied. Eve suddenly remembered Neos' notes. Professor was the previous director of the research center, a senior researcher in Blue Star's European region, and a German. At the same time, he was also Neos' teacher. In Neos' notes, between the lines, there was a sense of respect and nostalgia for her teacher. She didn't expect that even the AI of the sleeping system was set to look like her teacher. "Then what's your relationship with Rigdal?" Eve asked again. Rigdal, or rather, Professor continued to smile as he replied, "After the master implemented the Creator's plan, he used my source code to do an experiment and created the Star Guardian Rigdal. He was responsible for helping the master maintain the normal operation of the universe during his hibernation and executing the master's script." Eve was deep in thought. "Your memories are also shared?" "No." Professor shook his head. "Master said that in order for the story to become real, he must first hide it from himself, so Rigdal doesn't know of my existence, nor does he know the master's true identity. He only knows the script that the master created. In his script, he is a guardian that exists to awaken the creator." "What about you? What about your mission?" Eve asked again. "I'm the AI of the research center, the guardian AI of the creator's plan, and also the guide of Rigdal's operation. After the World Tree plan was implemented, I followed the master's orders and used the master's body to enter the universe of seekers to act as the master and protect the first growth of the World Tree, so I know everything about Rigdal." Professor replied. Eve's eyes narrowed, and she suddenly understood many questions. "So, you're Neo from the World Tree era? You're also the so-called Abyss Will? You're the creator he spoke of?" "That's right." Professor nodded with a smile as if his expression never changed. "Wait a minute. I'm a little confused." Eve held her forehead as she raised her hand in a gesture to stop him. Even if she had become a greater divine power of the creator level, she could not hide the shock in her heart at this moment. Rigdal, the guardian of the stars, was a clone of the AI of the research center. The AI of the research center was the creator. Rigdal lived in the script from the beginning to the end. Ridiculous. If that was the case, Rigdal was too pitiful, right? He was a tool from head to toe, and this Neo, he seemed to be too good at playing with dolls. He was comparable to her. At this moment, many of Eve's questions seemed to be answered. But she still had some questions. Everything is for the sake of the universe's transcendence. Why do you have to make it so complicated? She could not help but ask. Of course it's for you, for your growth, for your trial, and for the final victory. Professor continued to smile as he replied. Trial? Eve frowned. Of course. Professor nodded lightly. The resurrection of the creator that caused a large-scale degeneration of the universe was also a trial? Eve asked again. Of course. Professor nodded lightly again. Eve's frown deepened. Then do you know how many lives were sacrificed in the universe of seekers because of this so-called trial? Professor was still smiling. Your Holiness Eve, you have to know that from the moment he decided to sacrifice 99% of his citizens to create a new world, in order to achieve his final goal, Master has long stopped caring about anything else. As for me, I'm just following the procedures Master left behind. Eve was stunned and was speechless for a moment. Yes, for Neo, in order to achieve his goal, what else could he not give up? Ever since he destroyed the first universe, he had been unscrupulous. At this moment, Eve's heart was only left with a sigh. Professor continued with a gentle voice. Transcendence is not the end, but the starting point. According to the procedures Master left behind, I have to ensure that you are prepared. I have to ensure that you have enough power, that you can control the abyss and the demons, and that you have found your own path in your heart. Only in this way can you truly become the leader of the new world, bringing new possibilities for humans and the living beings of the new world. Only in this way can you become the new world tree, and only in this way can you bring everything and the transformed new humans to open up a wider sky. In order to achieve all of this, I hope you can understand. Eve was silent. Although she could understand, she was not in a good mood. This feeling of always following the path given by the other party was very unpleasant. Your Holiness Eve. Professor suddenly spoke again. Before Master carried out the World Tree project, he said that according to his understanding of you, you would definitely be unhappy after knowing the truth. So, he has a final letter for you, and he asked me to pass it to you. After that, Professor stretched out his hands, and an illusory scroll appeared in his hands. It was also an electronic projection. He waved his hand, and the scroll floated in front of Eve. Eve reached out and gently touched it. The scroll unfolded in the light and turned into a letter. This time, it was not an electronic projection. It was a real letter. A letter created by condensing the laws. Eve opened it and glanced at it. What greeted her eyes was a familiar handwriting. It was Neo's handwriting. Dear Lord Evelyn, when you read this letter, it means that you have obtained the final transcendence, and the World Tree project has been a complete success. First of all, please allow me to express my respect and congratulations to you. Please don't look so serious. I know you must be frowning when you read this. After all, no one is willing to accept that the path they have been working on was actually designed by someone else in advance. Especially you. However, what I want to say is that after formulating the World Tree project, I was not 100% confident that it would succeed. Before carrying out the plan, I used the prophecy ability I controlled and the computing ability of the super smart brain to make a deduction. Even if everything went smoothly, the probability of the entire plan succeeding was only 3%. In other words, the one who made the 3% probability 100% was none other than you. At most, I only designed a path that was theoretically feasible but actually quite difficult, and the one who finally led to success was the executor. That is, you. Lord Eve, please allow me to express my respect to you again. Although I had full confidence in you before the plan was launched, and I believed that you would definitely do everything, confidence is confidence, and reality is reality. It was you who made my expectations come true. It was also you who gave humanity a new future. I know you still have a lot of questions. For example, why did I direct the script of the Seeker's Universe reincarnation? For example, what exactly is the World Tree Project? For example, your memories and origins. For example, what kind of role did I play in this process? For example, what is the true origin of the World Tree? Wait, there are many more. Next, I will answer them for you one by one. Where should I begin? Oh, right, let's start with my plan to carry out the Creators Project. Since you have already come here, then I think you should have already seen the history of the reincarnation universe. At the same time, I'm afraid you have also seen the research records that I tore up. As for the Creator's plan, I already have the relevant description in my records, but most of it should have been destroyed by me. Now, I want to tell you more about it. As you can see, the history of the Seeker's universe is a script directed by me and the Super AI. All of this is for two purposes. First, open up a new or even higher level universe. 2. Continue to search for ways to completely destroy or perfectly control the Solon insectoids. You should know that my power is actually very weak. Before the plane universe, I wasn't even a legend. It was only when the plane universe ended that I was promoted to a great divine power. But even a great divine power does not have the power to create a universe. At the same time, although the Blue Star United Nations has absorbed the technology of several pioneer civilizations in the Milky Way, it is not enough to control the laws and create a universe. So, our true role is more like a catalyst. Or fertilizer. The creation of a new universe is actually really dependent on the universe itself. That's right. The huge building on the World Tree outside the Seeker's universe that you see is actually just a petri dish. Through research, we used the genetic material copied from the World Tree to activate that declining space, allowing it to evolve on its own. That's where the problem lies. Unlike the Blue Star universe, the extraordinary energy in the World Tree universe is extremely active. It is inevitable that many powerful creatures that control the laws will be born. According to the calculations of the Super AI, the growth of extraordinary creatures is much faster than the universe, so, if not controlled, I'm afraid that before the laws of the universe are completely formed, they will even be one step ahead of us. For example, the Megalosaurus, the Titans, before I threw them into the corresponding universe, they were just war weapons created by the United Nations using the ether dragons on Alpha Centauri and the ancient behemoths on Pandora in Orion. But after entering the new universe, they quickly gave birth to myths. This is really enviable. Compared to them, the basic genes of humans are too poor. Many people can't even withstand the higher level water of life number 2. Perhaps, this is the path of balance. The universe has given us humans extremely high intelligence, but it has given us a weak body. In comparison, the bodies of these extraordinary creatures are already strong. After obtaining extraordinary powers, they are even more terrifying. They are enough to overturn the universe. I'm sorry, but from the perspective of humans, the appearance of such extraordinary creatures that surpass the norm is not allowed. Although it's selfish, our original intention is for the continuation of humanity. Extraordinary creatures that are too powerful are enough to pose a threat to the sleeping people and destroy our plans. So, we have to control them. In addition, because the laws of the universe grow progressively, and the existing world tree space is too deteriorating, this evolution is not enough to form the most perfect universe. It's also because of this that we need this cruel reincarnation. The Super AI and I designed the script and an illusory target for the universe creatures. An illusory target can divert the attention of the extraordinary creatures, and at the same time, it can stimulate their fighting spirit. Their growth will further improve the laws of the universe. At the same time, it will also allow us to collect more information for the study of the laws. As long as we control the speed of their transcendence and destroy the world at the most critical moment, we can collect the laws step by step until we succeed. And in this process, the role of the Terminator is the Solon bug tribe. This is the second goal. Through the confrontation between the Solon bug tribe and the extraordinary creatures, not only can we destroy the world, but we can also explore ways to deal with the Solon bug tribe. And the result is not bad. You should have guessed that the Solon bug tribe is the Abyss Demon of the Seeker's universe. As you can see, the Abyss Demon has now become the slaves of the Abyss Will, so this goal has been perfectly achieved after the previous reincarnations. However, according to my understanding of you, I think these unlucky fellows should have been seized by you and taken under your command, right? Laughing, if that is the case, congratulations on gaining a group of capable laborers. These Solon bug tribe that have evolved with higher intelligence and the ability to control the laws are naturally rebellious, but they are not as crazy as the bugs that devoured the Blue Star universe. As long as we use the right method, we can completely turn them into our own strength. Their strength is completely above the Solon bug tribe. Not only that, if they really encounter those crazy bugs in the future, they can even seize control of the child bugs from the hands of those bugs. After all, the so-called child bugs are just some special abyssal worms and inferior demons. The problem of the Solon bug tribe is no longer a problem. I have been thinking how good it would be if we could find this method in the war against the Solon bug tribe, but unfortunately, this can only be my wishful thinking. I know very well that without the reincarnation of the universe, I would definitely not be able to find this method. However, although the threat of the Solon bug tribe has been completely eliminated, another more important goal has encountered difficulties in the process of implementing it. As you have seen in the records, the universal laws of the world tree are fundamentally different from the Blue Star universe. I had already discovered this problem when I was in the planar universe, which was why I finally chose to destroy the universe and stop the collection of laws. At that time, I intended to bring the laws of the planar universe to the universe of seekers, and use supernatural creatures, in other words, ancient gods, to further adjust the laws and reduce the conflict of laws. However, as time passed, I gradually discovered that as the laws became more complete, the conflict became more serious. Among these, the most obvious manifestation was the birth of the abyss. The chaotic abyss was the product of the conflict of laws in the first place. Although we found a way to control it, although we used it to create the current demons, we could not stop it from growing stronger. Sooner or later, it would destroy the entire universe. The universe of seekers that I thought would be the most perfect universe might instead be the most short-lived one. It was also at that time that I decided to find a new method. That was the World Tree Project. We incubate our own worlds, which would inevitably cause the Blue Star universe's laws to pollute the new universe, but the World Tree is different. The World Tree is the source of everything, and also the source of the laws of creation. At the same time, a living World Tree also has the ability to purify the laws. If the World Tree was allowed to open up the universe by itself, this disaster would be avoided. However, the World Tree is already dead, and the seed has withered. As a man-made seed, it is incomplete to begin with. If you want to activate it again, just reviving it is not enough. You must also give it a suitable soul. That's right, a soul. Although for a long time in human history, we did not believe that souls existed, after coming into contact with supernatural powers, we have to admit that souls do exist. All living beings have their own souls, and the World Tree Project is to create a soul suitable for the World Tree. After the heat death of the universe, I have never stopped researching the World Tree. Through research, I discovered that to reawaken the seed, you must have a pure soul. This purity refers to the pureness of the laws. But here comes the problem: where can I find a soul with a pure law? From the moment the new universe is created, it is destined to be polluted by the Blue Star universe's laws. The same is true for the souls born in the new universe, not to mention the various souls from the outside. However, after further research, I discovered a turning point. Things have to start with the World Tree. As the source of everything, the World Tree itself has the power to purify the laws. In other words, theoretically, it can purify polluted souls on its own. In other words, those living beings that have been modified by the World Tree's power could theoretically have their souls modified at the same time, becoming more compatible with the World Tree. Fate has played a joke on me again. After further research, I discovered to my surprise that although human genes could not be modified to be powerful enough by the World Tree's power, the human soul is easier to be reshaped than the souls of other living beings. And more resilient. In layman's terms, it is resistant to torture. So, I can completely use a relatively pure human soul that can support the minimum level of fusion to revive the World Tree. But there is a paradox here, and that is the World Tree's purification ability cannot exceed its own level. In other words, even if it is given a human soul, because the human soul is too weak, it will not be able to keep up with the growth of the World Tree. In the end, it will not be able to achieve transcendence. Its transcendence is bound to fail. So, I have to think of a way to allow this soul to transcend itself. And after further research, I finally found a way, that is to let the purification and transcendence be carried out twice, and let the world tree be revived twice. Although the first transcendence is bound to fail, this failure can allow the soul and body to come into contact with a higher level of laws. And as long as it comes into contact with a higher level of laws, it can allow the soul and body to undergo a certain degree of transformation. I can first not give the world tree a complete soul, but split a suitable soul into two. Split into two, but not completely severed. Instead, it will maintain the connection between them in a form similar to clones, to support the balance of the entire soul, and at the same time, to transmit purification. Give the world tree half of its soul, let it grow, and carry out the first transcendence that is bound to fail. In this process, sacrifice half of the soul to accumulate experience for the other half, and give the other half further abilities. Of course, in order to ensure that there is no schizophrenia or split will, in the process of the first transcendence, no matter which part of the soul it is, its memory must be completely erased. At the same time, in this process, the second transcendence soul should first be put to sleep to prevent accidents from happening. And after the first transcendence fails, awaken the other half of the soul, give it new memories and missions, and continue to fuse it with the world tree. After relying on the world tree's power to nourish and perfect it into a complete soul, give it the universe origin laws that we have collected over the years, and give it true transcendence. This is a very crazy plan, but there is indeed a possibility of success. However, in order to carry out this plan, the strength of the soul itself must be strong enough. At the very most, among all the humans, there is only one who can fulfill this condition. And that is me, who is already a great divine power. Ha 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 ha. Her Holiness Eve, from this perspective, perhaps, you should call me Father? Don't. I'm just kidding. Please don't throw my letter away. End of chapter 978. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.